The Tao of Yin and Yang. The ability to wield words to bring peace to the world and the skill to ride forth and establish order are of little relevance to Li Chuyi. He is merely a chubby boy aspiring to accompany his unscrupulous master in performing rituals to earn a modest living, indulging in food and drink, and tending to a small plot of land. His greatest motivation for cultivation is the rather unambitious desire to fly through the skies, thus sparing himself the burden of walking. However, there are times when fate, despite your attempts to remain in the shadows, will inevitably ensnare you, leading you down a path you would rather avoid. As calamities unfold across the three realms, the threads of destiny become tangled, and Li Chuyi embarks on a tumultuous journey alongside his master. Chapter 1. Our fates are intertwined. Wuyang City is a prominent urban center in the eastern part of the Dian dynasty, strategically situated along vital trade routes frequented by merchants, resulting in its vibrant prosperity. The city boasts an abundance of taverns and bustling markets, where a myriad of women, both demure and alluring, traverse the streets, captivating the attention of the literati and gallant heroes who pass through. Within a renowned tavern in the city, a Taoist priest sits at an elegant table on the second floor, accompanied by a chubby boy of around 10 years. The table is laden with an array of delicacies, and the boy, eyes gleaming with delight, eagerly fills his mouth with food, his hands fluttering like butterflies. Meanwhile, the Taoist, holding a wine cup, gazes out the window, occasionally exclaiming in admiration at the beautiful women passing by. When one of these women turns to look at him, his demeanor shifts, adopting a nonchalant, ethereal appearance befitting a celestial being. With a graceful smile and a subtle salute, he elicits a blush from the woman, who, after a shy reply, hurries away. Each time he successfully charms another lady, the Taoist retracts his head, allowing a smirk of satisfaction to escape, a visage so unrefined that even the most hardened ruffians would begrudgingly admire him. After yet another successful encounter, the Taoist takes a sip of wine and casts a mocking glance at the ravenous boy across the table. I say, "Little rascal," as my disciple, can't you exhibit a bit of decorum? Must you devour your food with such abandon? The boy pauses, glaring fiercely at the Taoist. You foolish priest, do you think I am like you? It has been 3 whole days since we entered the city. In that time, I have only had 2 chicken legs. I have seen no other meat. I, Li Chuyi, am a human being, and I must eat meat, not merely nibble like a rabbit. Li Chuyi feels utterly wronged. His master, the Taoist, is generally kind, but possesses a rather erratic mind, often engaging in whims that drive him to madness. This time, after completing a ritual for a local dignitary in a small town to the south, the Taoist, in a fit of inspiration, dragged the reluctant Li Chuyi on a 3-day journey to this city. For 3 days, they flew without pause, and due to his insufficient cultivation, Li Chuyi was tethered to his master, dragged along. The relentless winds had even whisked away the precious chicken legs he had saved, igniting his fury. The Taoist, oblivious to the boy's indignation, merely sighed to himself. I regret naming you Li Chuyi when I found you. I should have named you Li Shunko or Li Chihua, as those names would better represent your true nature. Alas, this is all my fault. As he spoke, he took another sip of wine, feigning sorrow. You old fool. You are the real beast. You are the greedy one. Don't forget that I share your surname. To insult me is to insult yourself. Li Chuyi was well aware of the origin of his name. He was an orphan, abandoned shortly after birth, and fortuitously discovered by the Taoist, who happened to be passing by. Since it was the first day of the Lunar New Year, the Taoist, seeking convenience, gave him the rather meaningful name of Li Chuyi. Seeing his master lost in thought and ignoring him, Li Chuyi rolled his eyes in exasperation. You insufferable priest, just admit it. You flew here for 3 days in a frenzy to visit some brothel, didn't you? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? The Taoist's expression turned serious. What brothel? I am filled with righteous energy and integrity. Just look at my face, how honorable I appear. How could I engage in such debauchery? Li Chuyi began listing the names of various women from different establishments, watching as the Taoist's expression darkened with each mention. Sister Yanzi from Hongxiu Lu in Fanyang City, Sister Yuera from Huamen Lu in Linhuai City, and the 4 sisters from Xiaoman Hanyuan in Wanjie Town. With each name, the Taoist's countenance grew increasingly ominous. Suddenly, he slapped Li Chuyi on the head, his gaze darting toward a nearby waiter who seemed to be eavesdropping, and his irritation intensified. You little brat, I raise you for nothing. You only seek to tarnish my reputation. How many times have I told you? I am here for the purpose of transcendence, do you understand? I am performing good deeds, not indulging in the frivolities of life. The Taoist raised his voice deliberately, just loud enough for the waiter to hear. When the waiter looked skeptical and turned away, the Taoist's frustration boiled over, and he glared furiously at Li Chuyi. Resorting to violence when you can't win an argument. You unreasonable priest. The truth is often cruel. Li Chuyi rubbed his head, feeling aggrieved, and when he noticed the Taoist glaring at him, he quickly swallowed his retort and instead asked, "So what is your purpose here?" The Taoist, regaining his composure, declared, "I have gazed at the stars and calculated that this place is fated to be significant for us. So, I hastily came to seek our fortune." "What fortune?" Li Chuyi inquired, feigning curiosity. "I do not know," the Taoist replied, taking a sip of wine, his expression enigmatic. "Fortune comes when the time is right. I cannot predict it with precision. All I know is that there is something here that is intertwined with our fates. I heard the new establishment has opened in the city, a place of great beauty. I wonder if it is fated?" Li Chuyi asked nonchalantly. The Taoist's face lit up at this mention, but quickly turned serious again as he pretended to calculate. There is a connection, but it is not the main one. If time permits, I could investigate further. Li Chuyi wore a knowing expression, which did not escape the Taoist's notice, prompting him to feign anger and even brandish a talisman, causing Li Chuyi to hastily direct his gaze. Out the window. "Master, look at that sister. She is so beautiful." Where? "Ah yes, indeed. She is quite lovely." "Oh, she is looking this way," the Taoist exclaimed, glancing down, and indeed, a strikingly beautiful woman happened to pass by. When she glanced at him, he quickly straightened up, adopting an air of celestial elegance, while Li Chuyi rolled his eyes, and the waiter turned his back in disdain. "Bah, wretched Taoist." After a moment of silent eating, Li Chuyi suddenly recalled something and subtly kicked the Taoist under the table. The Taoist, momentarily distracted from his refined demeanor, turned angrily, only to see Li Chuyi making a face and whispering, "Master, with your vast knowledge and understanding of the cosmos, do tell me, how shall we settle today's bill?" "The bill." The Taoist paused, his eyes widening in realization. "You have no money?" Li Chuyi nodded, his face a picture of distress. "Where's the money?" The Taoist's brow furrowed. "Didn't you earn a substantial sum from the ritual in Ning'an City? There should be several hundred taels. How could it all be gone? Speak. Did you hide again?" The Taoist eyed Li Chuyi suspiciously. "I had nothing." Li Chuyi began to shout, but suddenly remembered the need for discretion, glancing at the waiter to ensure he was not eavesdropping, and upon seeing no sign of concern, he sighed in relief but glared at the Taoist with indignation. "That I am not hiding anything. It is you who insisted on hosting a farewell banquet before leaving, spending a significant sum at Xianxia for an entire night of transcendence. Could those hundreds of taels of silver possibly remain?" The Taoist's expression turned somewhat awkward, and after a moment, he forced a smile. "Was I not doing a good deed? I feared that once I departed, there would be no one to transcend them, and if something were to happen, it would be quite unfortunate. What do you suggest we do now?" Li Chuyi pressed, a fierce expression masking his inner satisfaction. Having followed the Taoist since childhood, he had often been bullied by him, so witnessing the Taoist in a predicament was a rare delight. After pondering for a while, the Taoist murmured a few incantations, and his expression suddenly calmed. "Rest assured, everything is under my control." With a faint smile directed at the astonished Li Chuyi, the Taoist turned to beckon the waiter over, signaling him to approach. The waiter, thinking they were ordering more food and drink, hurriedly ran over, his face beaming with a smile. "Esteemed guest, how may I serve you?" The Taoist adopted an ethereal demeanor, exuding an otherworldly aura while regarding the waiter with a mysterious smile. "Young man, do you wish to succeed?" "Huh?" The waiter looked bewildered, unable to grasp the Taoist's meaning. Unfazed, the Taoist continued with a gentle demeanor. Do you wish to succeed? Do you aspire to wealth? Do you desire a steady influx of riches? Do you wish to transcend the earthly realm? Do you seek immortality?" The waiter was utterly confused, while Li Chuyi rolled his eyes, already aware of his eccentric master's intentions. As anticipated, the Taoist shifted the topic, cheerfully declaring, "I am the red dust Taoist, wandering the mortal realm, seeking those fated to meet me. Today we are destined to cross paths, and I can offer you divination and enlightenment, assisting you on your path to success. What do you say? Care to give it a try? Or perhaps I could read your horoscope. This is something I excel at, and I'm quite accurate." "When is your birthday?" The waiter gazed at the Taoist, who was speaking with great fervor, his expression utterly unchanging. Not satisfied? Oh, Perhaps you wish to learn the art of transcending the earthly realm? Very well. Watch. With a flick of his wrist, the Taoist produced a tome, its pages worn and imbued with a sense of antiquity. The titles on the front pages were faintly visible, such as 9 Yang Divine Skill, 10 Directions Annihilation Technique, 36 Strategies of the Bedroom, and How to Become a Mighty Man. Well, do any of these catch your eye? If you find something you like, just let me know. Since we are fated to meet, I shall offer you a generous discount. After a long pause, the waiter hesitantly asked, esteemed guest, are you perhaps short on funds and unable to pay? Hee hee, haha. Well, yes, I am somewhat financially constrained, the Taoist admitted with an awkward laugh. The waiter nodded silently and stepped back, shouting down to the lower floor, Manager, someone is trying to dine and dash. Come quickly. Hey, who's trying to dine and dash? I am merely discussing business with you. Do not shout nonsensically. The Taoist expressed his dissatisfaction. The waiter shot him a fierce glare, continuing to shout, Manager, hurry. This man is a fraud. Come quickly. The Taoist, visibly displeased, was about to offer further explanations when Li Chuyi kicked him. Hurry up and eat. After saying this, Li Chuyi lowered his head and devoured the food, shoveling it into his mouth with urgency. Alas, the hearts of men have changed. With a mournful sigh, he drained his cup of wine, and the Taoist followed suit, joining him in the fray of gluttony. Chapter 2. When can we fly? Alas. Li Chuyi gazed at the towering pile of bowls and dishes before him, and then at the Taoist across from him, who appeared unperturbed despite his bruised visage. His brow furrowed, and he sighed repeatedly. Listening to the melancholic lament, the Taoist maintained a graceful smile, feigning ignorance as he continued with his task. Understanding that the Taoist was ignoring him, Li Chuyi realized his efforts at emotional appeal had once again fallen short against the Taoist's indifference. It was clear that relying on the Taoist's conscience was futile. He had to take the initiative. Master, with so many bowls, how long will it take to wash them before we can settle the bill? Hee hee, my dear disciple, where there is a will, there is a way. Patience, my child. Wash slowly, and you will eventually finish, the Taoist replied with a faint smile. But master, we both ate, so why am I the only one washing the dishes? Nonsense. The Taoist's expression hardened. Who says you're the only one washing? Did you not see that I am also washing dishes? Glancing at the Taoist's teacup, which he had been scrubbing for what felt like an eternity, Li Chuyi contemplated pouring the entire basin of dishwater over the Taoist's head. However, after weighing the disparity between them, especially recalling the Taoist talismans that summoned thunder and fire, he could only sigh in resignation and lower his head. To continue his labor in the basin, reflecting on his brief life thus far, tears nearly welled in Li Chuyi's eyes. At 13, he had followed the Taoist on countless travels since he could remember. According to the Taoist, he had been abandoned as an infant and was fortunate enough to have been taken in by the wandering Taoist. The Taoist's surname was Li, and he had found Li Chuyi on the first day of the Lunar New Year. He irresponsibly named him Li Chuyi. The Taoist never revealed his own name, only stating that his surname was Li and his Taoist title was Red Dust Taoist. The Taoist claimed that his name had once been too renowned in the martial world, and he feared that if Li Chuyi spoke it, it would frighten people. As a child, Li Chuyi believed this explanation, but as he grew older, he sensed that the Taoist was evading something while simultaneously searching for something. While he feared accidentally revealing the truth, he was certain it was not merely due to a fear of notoriety. It was likely that he had offended too many people and feared their retribution. Further contemplating, Li Chuyi maliciously speculated that the Taoist might have too many enemies due to his frequent visits to brothels, which is why he dared not reveal his name. For fear of being killed, it was well known that the Taoist would enter any establishment labeled as a building, and upon encountering beautiful girls, he would approach them for divination, offering his services for free. Li Chuyi was increasingly convinced that this speculation held truth, secretly changing the Taoist title to Brothel Taoist. Though the Taoist was indeed lecherous, he possessed profound cultivation skills, never having encountered a being he could not conquer, whether human, demon, or spirit. Li Chuyi recalled one instance when the Taoist whimsically took him deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains, insisting on conversing with the tiger demon king there to alleviate his boredom. Li Chuyi did not know the tiger demon king's cultivation level, but given his dominion over a considerable territory, it was clear he was no ordinary foe. Yet, Li Chuyi vividly remembered the tiger demon king's tearful expression of relief upon learning they were leaving, as he sent them off with great enthusiasm until they were nearly out of sight, at which point he let out a roar of joy. Stealing glances at the Taoist, Li Chuyi observed his eternally youthful and handsome visage that had never shown a hint of aging since he could remember. Countless times, Li Chuyi found himself muttering inwardly, "This is no mere human. He must be some kind of demon, claiming to subdue demons and exorcise evil. Perhaps the Taoist himself is a great demon." Despite the Taoist's frequent bullying, their bond was deep. Having been raised by him, Li Chuyi regarded him with both reverence and affection, admiring the Taoist's impressive abilities. Since he could comprehend the world, his greatest dream had been to soar through the skies and traverse the earth like the Taoist. The Taoist generously imparted to him a supreme skill known as Tao Dian, instructing him to practice diligently while forbidding him from sharing it with outsiders. This Tao Dian consists of 10 chapters, each filled with lengthy, obscure scriptures that Li Chuyi found baffling when he first received it. However, rather than being discouraged, he felt a surge of joy. The Taoist had said that the more difficult something was to understand, the more valuable it became. With dreams of soaring through the skies, Li Chuyi plunged deeply into the so-called supreme martial arts, engaging in arduous contemplation and diligent practice day and night. Yet his progress remained minimal at this juncture. He found himself struggling even to cast a fire talisman, let alone take flight. Each time he reflected on this, Li Chuyi felt as though he had been deceived. Previously, he had witnessed fellow practitioners of a young age effortlessly wielding flying swords, while some exceptional individuals could even levitate after merely a decade or two of cultivation. Although their speed was not remarkable, they could indeed soar, could they not? Every time he observed others gliding through the air, a deep sense of envy would envelop him, transforming into profound resentment. "Tell me, foul Taoist, when shall I take to the skies? Surely the scriptures you have imparted to me are not mere fabrications. How can a person as astute as myself still remain earthbound? What kind of gaze is that? Do you think I would deceive you?" The Taoist retorted with evident displeasure. "How many times must I remind you that my teachings are of the highest caliber? Your sluggish progress is simply due to your own lack of intelligence, a wooden head that cannot comprehend. I assure you, should my teachings be showcased, not only would those aspiring to fly scramble for them, even those great cultivators capable of traversing the void would be desperate to obtain them. Do you believe me or not?" Gazing at the Taoist's expression, which seemed to convey it as your foolishness and your lack of discernment, Li Chuyi sighed helplessly. He trusted that the Taoist would not deceive him, for after practicing the Tao scriptures, he could sense a familiar aura emanating from the Taoist, suggesting that he too had cultivated this very technique. However, his own progress was indeed excruciatingly slow, leading him to occasionally doubt his own intelligence, pondering if he were truly dim-witted. Yet, such thoughts were fleeting. Li Chuyi refused to believe himself to be foolish. After all, could a simpleton successfully hide his savings from a cunning Taoist? Since childhood, he had wandered alongside the Taoist, who would lead him to remote mountains to seek out demonic beasts or converse with demon cultivators. Those who disrespected them would be swiftly dispatched, while even those who engaged in pleasant conversations could meet the same fate if the mood soured. Once vanquished, their flesh would become sustenance for the two, while the skins and bones would be collected to repay debts in the city, as the hides and bones of demonic beasts held significant value. If the Taoist lacked interest, he would take Li Chuyi through the streets to offer fortune-telling or name-giving, occasionally securing lucrative contracts to exorcise demons or dispel malevolent spirits, thus earning substantial silver. Were they to save their earnings, they could easily purchase over 100 acres of land near a county town and live a life of leisure. Alas, fate had other plans. Despite the considerable money that passed through their hands, none remained. Why was that? Because of the Taoist's peculiar penchant for indulging in every opportunity to visit brothels. Nearly every time he had any silver, after covering living expenses, the remainder would be spent by the Taoist in transcending the tragic lives of the female patrons within those establishments that in his youth, Li Chuyi had not understood, but upon maturing, he resolved to stash away a portion of any silver he acquired for emergencies. Having been raised in such a manner, Li Chuyi developed remarkable skills in concealing items. Sometimes he would hide things so well that even he could not locate them. This time, the clever boy had secretly sewn a hidden pocket within his trousers, cushioning it with cotton to muffle any sound. Inside lay 2 silver notes and a handful of silver coins, quietly resting, amounting to nearly 20 taels, sufficient to cover their current meal expenses. Though the inner thighs of his pants chafed painfully, his countenance betrayed no sign of discomfort, and his gait remained entirely normal, showing no indication that he had stashed a significant sum of silver within his loose-fitting trousers, that he could not allow the Taoist to discover this. Should even a hint of abnormality surface, the Taoist would surely notice, and his hard-earned emergency funds would be snatched away. The Taoist had long instilled in him the principles of keeping one's talents concealed and living modestly and always having a fallback. Li Chuyi adhered to these teachings diligently, striving to extract whatever he could from the Taoist, saving it as a lifeline for unforeseen circumstances. Thus, when he could repay debts through dishwashing, he certainly would not reveal his funds. Washing dishes also served to strengthen his physique while simultaneously offering the Taoist, who had squandered his fortune, a small lesson. After all, he could neither best the Taoist in combat nor outweed him. His face lacked the thickness of the Taoist's, leaving him to resort to this method of subtle revenge. However, as he washed all the dishes himself, he felt that he might still be at a disadvantage. Sigh, the chubby boy lamented. Enough of your lamentations. I am still alive, the Taoist remarked, casting a casual glance at the chubby boy. Do you think I am unaware of your financial predicament? Do you believe hiding silver in your trousers keeps it safe? How naive, the chubby boy gasped. Could he possibly know about the hidden silver? Observing the chubby boy's shocked expression, the Taoist smirked coldly. This time, you did well to realize that important items should be concealed in significant places. A commendable improvement. However, now that I am aware, remember to choose a different hiding spot next time, or it will lose its charm. The chubby boy's face contorted with further despair. Where else could he hide it? The hiding spot had already been discovered. Where could he possibly conceal it now? This Taoist was indeed a monster. After brooding over his plight for a time, the chubby boy finally inquired, Master, if you knew I had silver, why act as if you did not, forcing us to wash dishes here? The Taoist set down the nearly worn-out teacup and regarded the chubby boy with a cold smile, saying, Firstly, I relish witnessing your futile attempts to deceive me, only to be met with disappointment. Just like your current expression, the chubby boy's eyes reddened. What a weirdo! Secondly, it is most advantageous to wash dishes to repay debts. The saved funds can be used by me to transcend the female patrons at Xianxia, achieving 2 goals with 1 effort. The chubby boy's tears flowed freely. You scoundrel! Thirdly, I have already calculated that the innkeeper would require my services. Thus, I am merely taking advantage of the situation, first enjoying his free fare, then washing dishes to stage a tragic play. When he needs my assistance later, he will surely offer me even more silver, will he not? Everything is under my control. The Taoist's face glowed with satisfaction. The chubby boy was now utterly bereft of tears. He felt as though he could not endure any longer. Then, Master, how much longer must I wash these dishes before the innkeeper has need of you? Unable to outsmart the Taoist, the chubby boy resigned himself to a syrupy tone. Do not fret, it will be soon. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will be straight. The Taoist smiled gently, picking up the nearly depleted teacup to continue his polishing. Knowing the Taoist character, Li Chuyi scoffed and asked, Master, with your remarkable abilities, why not predict when I shall finally fly? After so many years of cultivation under your guidance, not only can I not fly, but even jumping higher proves difficult. Are the techniques you have taught me truly genuine? How many times must I tell you? Your slow cultivation is due to your own dullness. Whom can you blame? The Taoist glanced at him, his expression enigmatic. As for flying, it cannot be forced. When your realm is attained, you shall naturally ascend to the skies. You, being a slow bird, cannot afford to rush. Moreover, if a slow bird takes flight, who would lift you, allowing you to soar? Observing the Taoist's calm demeanor, the chubby boy fell silent, returning to silent dishwashing, occasionally sighing in exasperation. After all this talk, when shall I truly take flight? Walking is exhausting. Gradually, as the sun dipped below the horizon and dusk approached, the chubby boy found himself nearly unable to stand straight, while the Taoist teacup had almost been reduced to a mere fragment of tea that moment. Hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor of the backyard, accompanied by faint voices drawing closer to the master and disciple. Where are they? One voice inquired, tinged with a hint of urgency. Back to the east, just in the backyard. They will arrive shortly, responded what seemed to be the innkeeper, his tone respectful. Upon hearing this, the Taoist's face lit up with a satisfied smile. They are coming. The chubby boy raised his head, staring blankly at the Taoist, who was clearly reveling in his own predictions. That old trickster truly was accurate. Alas, he was utterly exhausted, His waist was suffering. Chapter 3. The gentleman. After scrutinizing for some time, Liang Yuan turned to glance at the innkeeper, unable to believe that the ethereal Taoist before him could possibly be a freeloader. After a brief pause, Liang Yuan spoke. Esteemed Taoist, I am Liang Yuan, the proprietor of this establishment. I have come with a matter that I hope you can assist me with, and I would be most grateful for your guidance. The Taoist smiled gently and replied, You are too kind, Mr. Liang. Might I inquire if there are any unusual happenings in your household? If I am not mistaken, it appears your esteemed wife is unwell today. Is that correct? Startled, Liang Yuan realized that he had indeed come concerning his wife's condition. He was taken aback by the Taoist's uncanny insight. Regaining his composure, he clasped his hands and said, You are indeed remarkable, Taoist. It is true that I seek your help regarding my beloved wife. If you can resolve this matter, I assure you a generous reward. The Taoist waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Liang, I am but a humble practitioner, and wealth and fame are mere fleeting illusions, not worthy of concern. Hearing this, the chubby boy and the innkeeper exchanged skeptical glances. One thought to himself, Are you trying to deceive me? While the other silently mused, a freeloader indeed. Speaking of fleeting illusions while living off others, ignoring their disdain, the Taoist looked at Liang Yuan with a faint smile. Let us first attend to your esteemed wife. We can discuss the details as we proceed. Liang Yuan promptly made a bow and gestured for the Taoist to lead the way. Upon reaching the inn's entrance, a carriage awaited them. Liang Yuan gestured, Please, Taoist. The Taoist chuckled and, without hesitation, boarded the carriage. Liang Yuan turned to Li Chuyi, Young Taoist, please. Li Chuyi, not one to adopt the Taoist's aloofness, straightened his attire and returned the greeting before leaping onto the carriage. After giving the innkeeper a few brief instructions, Liang Yuan climbed aboard as well, all the while under the watchful gaze of the concerned innkeeper. He called to the driver, and the carriage began to move slowly. Inside the carriage, the chubby boy leaned against the window, observing the Taoist maintain his celestial demeanor while Liang Yuan recounted the situation. Esteemed Taoists, I have been married to my wife for nearly 30 years. She is inherently kind-hearted, manages our household with diligence, and often engages in charitable acts, distributing porridge to the poor during festivals. In my eyes, she is akin to a bodhisattva. Although I do not partake in such benevolence as she does, I am not a malevolent person. I have never harbored ill intentions towards others. However, last year, my wife suddenly fainted, and upon regaining consciousness, she wandered in a daze, often lashing out at our servants. I sought the help of many renowned physicians in the city, yet none could provide a cure. At this point, Liang Yuan's expression turned somber, and he sighed heavily. Eventually, the illustrious physician Lu Fengxing passed through our town, and I invited him to examine my wife. However, he too was unable to help. Before leaving, he suggested that my wife was not ill in the conventional sense, but rather possessed by something malevolent, something beyond the reach of ordinary medicine. He advised me to seek out someone with true spiritual insight. Thus, I have been reaching out to practitioners far and wide, hoping to save my wife's life. Alas, Liang Yuan's face was etched with despair. Many have come to my residence seeking to offer their assistance, including monks and Taoists, as well as skilled martial artists. Yet, regardless of the rituals performed or the talismans affixed, none have yielded any results. And I have expended considerable wealth. As news of my plight spread, unscrupulous individuals attempted to swindle me, colluding with servants to deceive me for financial gain. But I saw through their schemes. Consequently, I established a rule. Anyone who could cure my wife would be generously rewarded, while those who could not would be thanked but offered no payment. As a result, fewer and fewer have come to my door. Observing Liang Yuan's melancholy expression, Li Chuyi felt a twinge of sympathy. Not only was his wife ill, but the situation was compounded by the fact that he was unable to secure a remedy. Moreover, he had narrowly avoided being swindled. Although Li Chuyi had learned various tricks of deception during his time with the Taoist, he had never resorted to such tactics himself. The Taoist had often remarked that a gentleman values wealth acquired through righteousness, and that ill-gotten gains should not be entertained. At that moment, the carriage jolted as it hit a pothole, causing the Taoist to casually nudge Li Chuyi. Understanding the unspoken cue, Li Chuyi scratched his head and inquired, Why did you seek us out? Are you not concerned that we might also be charlatans? Before Liang Yuan could respond, the Taoist scoffed, glancing sideways at Li Chuyi. You dullard, did you not hear the terms? If you heal my wife, you shall be compensated. If not, you may take your leave. After all this time without results, Mr. Liang is likely desperate enough to try anyone who seems remotely capable. Besides, we still owe for our meal, and we have not finished washing the dishes. If you can cure her, that would be splendid, as it might even lessen our debt. If not, We can return to the kitchen and continue our work. In any case, this arrangement is a risk-free venture for us. Li Chuyi's expression froze, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Liang Yuan, as if beholding a cunning old fox. Liang Yuan, upon witnessing this, nearly choked on his own indignation. This Taoist, despite his youthful appearance, possessed a remarkably sharp tongue. One moment he appeared as a transcendent figure, and the next he transformed, his demeanor shifting with alarming rapidity. The chubby boy, seemingly naive and innocent, now regarded the Taoist with newfound suspicion, as if he himself had become a wily trickster. Clearing his throat, Liang Yuan awkwardly attempted to smooth over the situation. Esteemed Taoist, perhaps I have misspoken. As a practitioner, you surely regard wealth as a trivial matter and would not be overly concerned about dining without payment. While I may not possess great wealth, I do have some means. Rest assured, if you can cure my wife, I will reward you handsomely. Should you find yourself unable to assist, I assure you, I will not insist upon compensation for the meal. Consider it a consultation fee for your services. What do you say? Upon hearing this, the Taoist's expression hardened, and he retorted, Mr. Liang, you are mistaken. While I may currently lack funds, I am no debtor. Paying for meals is a matter of principle, entirely separate from the healing of your wife. You need not worry. If I succeed in treating her, I will accept no payment. Conversely, if I am unable to help, I shall not leave you in debt. I will wash dishes to repay my dues. A gentleman values wealth acquired through righteousness, and I seek only to act with integrity. As he spoke, the Taoist radiated an aura of righteousness that nearly swayed Liang Yuan. And even Li Chuyi was almost convinced. Realizing his own shortcomings, Liang Yuan quickly sought to amend his words. Please forgive me, esteemed Taoist. It was my oversight. Your dedication to your principles transcends my mundane understanding. However, as you mentioned, you are not fond of incurring debts, and neither am I. Let us go to my residence. If you are successful in your healing, I will ensure you are generously rewarded. If not, you shall not owe me anything for the meal. Seeing the Taoist's lingering dissatisfaction, Liang Yuan interjected, please do not decline. Consider it my desire to forge a friendship. If you refuse, it would seem as though you look down upon me. What do you think? The Taoist, initially conflicted, as if his integrity had been challenged, paused upon hearing Liang Yuan's final words. He regarded Liang Yuan with a serious expression for a moment before lowering his gaze and nodding slightly, though a hint of dissatisfaction remained on his countenance. Liang Yuan discreetly wiped away a bead of cold sweat, silently concluding that he had indeed found the right person. Li Chuyi also surreptitiously wiped his forehead, inwardly acknowledging the audacity of the brothel Taoist, whose shamelessness was remarkable. A glance at the irate Taoist, juxtaposed with Liang Yuan's jubilant expression, led him to ponder how the tables had turned, making it appear as though they were the ones owed rather than the debtors. Stealing another glance at Liang Yuan, Li Chuyi let his eyelids droop and turned his gaze toward the window. Only he understood the implications reflected in the Taoist's eyes when he looked at Liang Yuan. Fool. Chapter 4. The abysmal acting Wuyang City is divided into 4 districts: North, South, East, and West. The North District houses the city lord's mansion and the barracks of the city guards, where only a handful of taverns and restaurants are permitted. No other factions may establish a presence here. The North Gate remains perpetually closed, only to be opened during times of war or other significant threats to the city. The South District, adjacent to the official road, serves as the primary entry point for both heroes of the martial world and traveling merchants. Hence, it is the most bustling area of Wuyang City, teeming with people during the day and adorned with vibrant brothel signage at night, filled with revelry. The East and West districts primarily accommodate the city's residents. The West District is predominantly inhabited by common folk, while the East District is home to numerous dignitaries and wealthy merchants. Many prominent figures from other regions have also established properties in this area. Individuals whose social standing or wealth do not meet certain criteria cannot thrive in the East District. For many ordinary citizens of Wuyang City, gaining entry to reside in the East District is a lifelong aspiration. Thus, as the carriage slowly entered a rather spacious estate in the East District, Li Chuyi realized that Liang Yuan was far from an ordinary tavern owner. The mere ability to acquire a mansion in this locale indicates wealth, but that alone is insufficient. Upon noticing the plaque at the entrance with the characters Liang Fu and the signature Yushiyu, Li Chuyi's suspicions were further confirmed. Liang Yuan was not only remarkable, but likely a person of considerable influence. Yushiyu is a renowned calligrapher of the current era, known for his pride and exceptional skill. Having studied literature from a young age, he excels in poetry and prose, particularly in calligraphy, attracting countless admirers seeking his work. However, his writing is contingent on his mood. Regardless of status, even the emperor would find his requests futile should you take a disliking to them. Given his illustrious reputation in the literary world, few would dare to challenge him, lest they be met with disdain from scholars across the land. Furthermore, he is known to have several formidable friends in the martial realm, making any attempts at coercion perilous. Li Chuyi discreetly observed the Taoist beside him, noting that his eyes had narrowed, indicating that he too understood Liang Yuan's stature. It was likely that the brazen Taoist was already calculating how to maximize his profit from this encounter. Just as Li Chuyi had anticipated, the Taoist was mentally negotiating his demands, though his thoughts were also occupied with other matters. Gazing at the Liang residence, he nervously fidgeted with his fingers, as if engaged in some mental calculus. Who could this be? After a prolonged moment of fruitless contemplation, the Taoist shook his head, deciding to refrain from further speculation. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten itself. If not, I shall bend it myself, he mused. Who dares to scheme against me? I shall see who possesses the audacity. With a glint of coldness in his eyes, yet maintaining a smile, they entered the estate. Crossing through the front courtyard, they arrived at the entrance of the rear courtyard. Liang Yuan dismissed the servants trailing behind them, saying, Taoist, this is the rear courtyard where my wife resides. Due to her recurring illness and recent incidents of violence, access to this area is restricted to only a few trusted maids. He gestured for them to follow. The rear courtyard was exquisitely arranged, adorned with rocks and greenery, befitting a wealthy household. Not only was it affluent, but it also displayed a commendable taste. Having accompanied the Taoist through various streets and having worked as an assistant for numerous rituals at affluent households, Li Chuyi had seen his fair share of gardens and possessed a discerning eye. The layout of this courtyard was indeed impressive, a creation unlikely to be achieved by mere country gentry. However, despite its elegance, there lingered an odd atmosphere. Although it was sunset, casting a warm glow, the courtyard seemed enveloped in a shroud of gray mist, robbing it of any lingering light. Upon stepping into the rear courtyard, a chill swept through, as if one had entered an entirely different realm. Can you feel it? The Taoist suddenly inquired telepathically. Li Chuyi nodded, about to respond. But the Taoist subtly shook his head, signaling him to remain silent and observe the situation before speaking. This could indeed be a significant matter. Upon hearing this, Li Chuyi nodded slightly, continuing to follow the Taoist. When will I be able to communicate telepathically too? He pondered silently. After passing through several side rooms, they arrived at the main house's entrance, where they halted. Just as Liang Yuan was about to speak, a piercing scream and sounds of scuffling erupted from within, mingled with the cries of several maids. Madam, please calm down. It's Pinger. Oh no, madam, what has happened? It's Dingxiang. Please, don't hurt Dong, or she'll die. I'll kill you. You all deserve to die. Aya. The maid named Donger, who was being beaten, fell silent, leaving her fate uncertain. Liang Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, Madam. He kicked the door open and rushed inside, with Li Chuyi and the Taoist closely behind. Inside, 4 women were present. 2 were entangled, while a richly dressed woman was atop another, clad in a yellow maid's attire. One hand clutched the latter's neck, while the other struck her repeatedly. The maid beneath, with a face turning purple, was evidently on the verge of suffocation, presumed to be the unfortunate Donger. The woman in opulent attire was the afflicted madam. The other 2 maids, tear-streaked, attempted to pull the madam away, seemingly struggling against her overwhelming strength. Regardless of their efforts, the madam remained unyielding. Her face contorted in rage as she choked Donger, repeatedly uttering threats of death. Liang Yuan rushed forward to seize his wife, attempting to assist the maids in separating the 2, but the madam seemed possessed by an extraordinary strength, remaining immovable. Hanshio, it's me, Yuan. Look at me. Please let go. What has happened? Liang Yuan implored, tears streaming down his face. It was then revealed that the madam's given name was Hanshio. Whether she heard Liang Yuan's voice or understood his words, she suddenly turned her gaze upon him, locking her eyes onto his, and with a fierce cry, she exclaimed, You deserve to die? As she lunged to grasp Liang Yuan's neck. Caught off guard by the attack, Liang Yuan instinctively wished to resist, but feared harming his beloved wife. Torn, he could only press against her iron-like grip while gazing sorrowfully into her eyes. Evil enchantress. The thought flashed through Li Chuyi's mind as he prepared to intervene, only to see the Taoist step forward. The Taoist, with a flick of his robe sleeves and a cold snort, exclaimed, Bold demoness. Instead of diligently undergoing reincarnation to attain your rightful place, you dare to harm lives here. You possess great audacity. Upon finishing his words, he turned his left hand, formed a Taoist seal, and with his index and middle fingers seemingly glowing faintly. He pointed directly at the back of the frenzied lady. The moment she was struck, her body froze, and a piercing scream escaped her lips before she was hurled backwards, crashing heavily against the ceiling beam of the room, spitting forth a mouthful of black blood. Liang Yiwang, having been rescued, disregarded his own injuries and rushed towards the blood-spitting lady, eager to check on her condition, only to be seized by the Taoist. "Do not restrain me, Daozhong. I summoned you to save my wife, not to bring about her demise. Release me, I must see how she fares." Faced with Liang Yiwang's desperate struggle, the Taoist performed a calming technique, gently tapping Liang Yiwang's head. An electric thrill coursed through Liang Yiwang, and his agitation began to subside. The Taoist reassured him. "Do not fret, I have no intention of killing her. To be precise, she is no longer your wife. She has been possessed by a demon. Even if you approach her, she will not recognize you." Upon hearing this, Liang Yiwang gradually calmed down. The Taoist continued. "Your wife is under the control of the demon and currently does not recognize anyone. However, the demon requires your wife's physical form to act, so it will not harm her body. Allow me to subdue this demon first, and then we shall devise a means of salvation." At that moment, the lady, who had just spat blood, seemed to regain her senses, glaring fiercely at the Taoist and bellowing, "Who is this dog of a Taoist? How dare you harm me?" With that, she lunged forward. "Huh, a mere demon dares to act so arrogantly before me. Even if your ancestors were here, they would have to kneel before me. I shall subdue you, little demon. Take this," the Taoist declared, forming a seal and charging towards the lady. In an instant, they exchanged blows, spells flying back and forth. Onlookers watched anxiously, but Li Chuyi seemed bored, stifling a yawn. He knew the Taoist was merely putting on a show to deal with such a minor demon. The exaggerated display was unnecessary. When he had once conversed with the Tiger Demon King in the 10,000 Great Mountains, the old man had only thrown a single punch, and the fierce Tiger King had been left stunned, tears streaming down its face. There was no need for such theatrics. Observing the Taoist's performance, he noted that the Taoist had even taken a hit. It was all too comical. "If you have the skill, let him strike your face. Show some professionalism, will you?" Li Chuyi thought to himself, feigning urgency along with the crowd while inwardly scoffing. The Taoist, satisfied with his performance, suddenly noticed Li Chuyi idly standing by and felt a surge of anger. "What are you doing, my disciple? Am I performing for your amusement? Do you not have any real work to attend to? Li Chuyi, quickly assist your master in vanquishing this demon and locate its vital object." The Taoist bellowed. Squinting at Li Chuyi, realizing there would be no entertainment, Li Chuyi sighed, turning to enter the room. Chapter 5. This time it's genuine. The Qian Kuan by Wu states, "All things under heaven, those with wisdom, are all spirits, not defined by form. Spirits, if they exist, must have their vessels to contain their souls, nurture their spirits, and extend their lives. To put it simply, anything with sentience, whether human, demon, ghost, or creature, is a form of life, merely expressed differently, with some living and some dead. All sentient beings possess souls, differentiated only by the level of wisdom their souls possess. To endure, they must have a place to reside to protect their souls. Among them, humans, demons, monsters, and strange beings that have yet to die are classified as living beings, their vessels being their own physical bodies. Conversely, ghosts, spirits, and souls without physical forms are considered lifeless. In principle, they should reincarnate. However, for various reasons, they remain in the world. To survive, they must seek a refuge, be it an object, a tree, or even a stone. Among these, those with profound abilities can even possess living beings, thus being reborn. The demon currently possessing Liang Yiwang's wife certainly did not belong to the category capable of possession. Otherwise, even if Liang Yiwang's family was not eradicated, the possessed would have long since fled. Li Chuyi, ignoring the Taoist battling fiercely with the demon, entered the room, closed his eyes, and silently cultivated his inner energy. Upon reopening them, a faint radiance flickered, transforming the world into shades of black and white. This was a technique taught to Li Chuyi by the Taoist from a young age, known as Kai Tian Yen. Once opened, it allows one to perceive all things in the world, rendering any transformed beings, be they human, demon, ghost, or creature, visible and without concealment. It is a rather advanced technique. Typically, such a profound method should not be mastered by a novice like Li Chuyi, who had only practiced for a few years. However, he attributed his ability to his exceptional talent in martial arts and Taoist cultivation. As for why others perceive the world in color while he saw it in black and white, and could only clearly discern ghosts, He believed it was due to his youth and lack of experience in cultivation. With his gaze gleaming, Li Chuyi scanned the room, observing the windows, furniture, and finally settling on the dressing table. He noticed a faint layer of purple mist enveloping the table, which matched the hue radiating from the lady engaged in combat with the Taoist. Recognizing that the object of interest lay upon the dressing table, he approached it. The ornate mirror, decorated with dragons and phoenixes, was perched atop, with 4 drawers arranged in a classic style. As he neared, the previously subtle purple mist surged forth, enveloping the dressing table so densely that it became nearly invisible, making it impossible to discern what malevolent object was concealed within. The lady, grappling with the Taoist, displayed a look of panic, repeatedly attempting to break free and rush towards Li Chuyi. Yet, the Taoist could not allow this, calling out fiercely, tightly restraining her. Much to her frustration. Seeing this, Li Chuyi quickly gathered his energy, slightly closing his eyes, forming a seal with his hands, and silently reciting a mantra. He then exclaimed, "Swift," as he flicked his right hand in a motion akin to a gust of wind, causing the purple mist to gradually dissipate. Once the mist cleared, Li Chuyi approached the table and began to examine the items. Rouge? No. A jade comb? Not likely. This hand mirror is quite exquisite, but no. This gold hairpin is not it either. What could it possibly be? He rummaged through the drawers, inspecting each item, yet still could not identify the object the demon resided within. This ghost is well hidden. Even my celestial, I cannot discern it. Li Chuyi frowned inwardly. Why is it taking so long? Are you trying to exhaust your master? The Taoist suddenly shouted at Li Chuyi. I've been looking for quite a while, and found nothing. Li Chuyi replied helplessly. You fool, why not just break it? I must ask, master. These items are quite valuable. Can you afford to compensate for them if they are destroyed? And can we not conduct ourselves with some decorum? Is such violence truly necessary? Li Chuyi rolled his eyes. The Taoist, upon hearing this, became infuriated and was about to rebuke him when Xianxia, who had been observing, interjected urgently. It's fine, break it. As long as you can save my wife, I would not mind if you demolished my entire residence, let alone these trivial items. Young Taoist, smash it. Do it quickly. Hearing this, Li Chuyi felt a wave of relief wash over him. What I desire is simply this phrase. As long as it does not involve compensation. Just as I was about to strike, a sudden realization halted my hand. Xianxia, noticing my hesitation, assumed I was still apprehensive about potential reparations, and hurriedly reassured me. Little Taoist, please proceed. Although I am not worthy, I possess considerable wealth and do not concern myself with trivial matters. I humbly request that you prioritize the rescue of my wife. I shall forever be grateful for your great virtue. I rolled my eyes and waved my hand at Xianxia. Hold on, allow me to attempt this once more. With that, I closed my eyes and extended my hands towards the mirror table. It turned out that I had a particular affinity for spirits, which some might consider a weakness or a gift. As a Taoist would say, my constitution was inherently weak, attracting malevolent entities. Had it not been for the Taoists who helped ward off misfortune and my own diligent practice of Taoist techniques, I would not have survived past the age of 3. It was this very thought that sparked an idea. The entity's hiding place must be permeated with its malevolent energy. My inability to perceive this was due to my insufficient powers to see through its illusions. Thus, I pondered whether I could harness my innate ability to attract spirits to sense the malevolent energy within the concealed object and subsequently reveal it. I ceased the flow of the mystical energy that had circulated within me since I began my Taoist cultivation at the age of 5. I calmed my mind, opened my spirit, and instead of relying on my physical eyes, I would use my sensitivity to the spirits to detect the malevolent energy within the hidden object. At the moment I halted my energy flow and opened my spirit, dark clouds suddenly rolled over Wuyang City, accompanied by distant thunder, converging above the Liang residence. The remaining sunlight was instantly extinguished, and a chilling wind swept through the room, as if one had fallen into a ghostly abyss. Xianxia and the 2 maidservants nearby felt as though they were standing bare in midwinter, their teeth chattering. Meanwhile, Donger, who lay unconscious on the ground, began to convulse violently, his eyes rolling back. The lady, engaged in a fierce struggle with the Taoist, suddenly halted, disregarding the Taoist's incoming strike, and lunged towards me. The Taoist's expression changed drastically as he swiftly moved to intercept her, arriving at my side before the lady. Upon seeing her charge, his eyes widened, and he bellowed, "Get away!" The force of his voice shattered the air before him, striking the lady and causing her to stagger back with even greater speed, crashing through the wall and careening across the garden until she was pinned against the courtyard wall, blood spraying in her wake. Ignoring the lady, the Taoist turned to face me, biting the tip of his right index finger. With his left hand, he formed a mystical gesture while the blood from his fingertips swirled in the air, seemingly inscribing something. He intoned, "Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe lends its laws. Nature is ever-changing. Fate is never constant. Daylight shall divide yin and yang. Hear my command. Intentions revealed." As he uttered these incomprehensible phrases, the blood suspended in the air solidified into unreadable characters, forming a blood talisman. With the final command, the talisman emitted a golden light and was thrust onto my back, merging into my body. Unbeknownst to me, I had been oblivious to the commotion until just before the talisman entered my body, when I suddenly opened my eyes in delight, exclaiming, "I found it." Just as I grasped the object on the mirror table, the Taoist's palm struck my back, plunging me into darkness. As the blood talisman fused into my back, the once ominous room transformed as if spring had arrived, gradually warming up. Even though the sun had completely set and the room remained dark without lighting, it felt significantly brighter than before. The dark clouds that had gathered above the Liang residence began to dissipate, leaving behind a solitary lightning bolt that flickered with a sense of resentment before it vanished. The Taoist let out a long sigh of relief. A flicker of fire ignited at his fingertips, and he waved it several times to light the candles in the room. Turning to Liang Yuan and the pale-faced maidservant staring at him, he smiled gently. "All is well, Liang boss. We have located the source of the disturbance. Please bring your esteemed wife inside. I must perform a ritual to subdue this malevolence." Upon hearing this, Liang Yuan stood there in a daze, unable to comprehend. Only after the Taoist called him several times did he snap back to reality, suddenly alert. "My wife is still alive?" The Taoist smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, Liang boss. The situation was urgent, and I had no choice but to send your esteemed wife away. However, I ensured she was protected with my spiritual energy, preventing harm to her physical form while temporarily stunning her consciousness. She remains unscathed." Liang Yuan was overjoyed by this news and hurried outside to summon the servants to assist his wife. In the courtyard, the Liang family's servants, drawn by the commotion, had gathered. Yet, as Liang Yuan had instructed, they waited outside until called. When the lady crashed against the wall, the servants witnessed the wall become marred with intricate patterns, resembling spider webs, as if struck by a battering ram. Fearing for the couple's safety, they disregarded Liang Yuan's orders and rushed inside. Seeing Liang Yuan emerge from the house, pale yet alive, they breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon turning to see the lady embedded in the wall, they stood in shock. "Enough staring. The immortal is casting a spell to exorcise the demon. Quickly, take the lady down and bring her inside for the immortal to heal." At Liang Yuan's command, the servants snapped back to attention, hurriedly assisting to free the lady from the wall and carry her into the house. Liang Yuan observed the frantic activity around him with a calm demeanor, though his heart was tumultuous. A singular thought echoed in his mind. "Oh dear, this time it is truly serious." Chapter 6. Awakening. As the lights flickered on, a spark erupted from the candles in the room, accompanied by a crackling sound. Li Chuyi slowly awoke in the front hall. He felt somewhat disoriented, recalling only that he had discovered the hiding place of the malevolent entity, grasped it in his hand, and then heard the Taoist's loud command before being struck on the back and losing consciousness. Confused as to why the Taoist had struck him, Li Chuyi shook his head and turned to the Taoist, who was seated with eyes closed. "Stinky Taoist, why did you hit me?" The Taoist opened his eyes slightly and smiled. "You are awake? How do you feel? Any discomfort?" Aside from a slight dizziness, Li Chuyi felt fine. He shook his head again and pressed, "Do not change the subject, Stinky Taoist. On what basis did you strike me?" The Taoist did not answer, merely smiling at him. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped the back of Li Chuyi's head. Smack! Li Chuyi stumbled forward, quickly jumping to his feet. Clutching his head in indignation, "Stinky Taoist, are you crazy? Hitting someone without a word? Don't think I'm just a good-natured person who won't retaliate. If you hit me again, I will truly be angry." The Taoist continued to smile, remaining silent, and once again delivered a swift slap to Li Chuyi's head. Smack! Li Chuyi felt utterly exasperated. He recognized the Taoist's intention to hit him, wanted to evade it, but could only catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow before receiving another blow. He felt deeply wronged. After toiling diligently alongside the Taoist to vanquish demons and eliminate malevolence, I, through a flash of inspiration from my clever mind, managed to unearth the hiding place of the fiend. Yet, before I could bask in the glory of my achievement, I was struck unconscious by the Taoist's palm. This could be overlooked, as I might attribute it to a mere mistake on the part of the odious Taoist. However, upon regaining consciousness, I was inexplicably met with 2 more slaps, without even an explanation. Why was this happening? Was I truly so easy to bully? With tears welling in my eyes, I glared furiously at the Taoist and declared, "You foul Taoist, unless you provide a satisfactory explanation today, I shall retaliate. I assure you, my wrath is truly fearsome. Even I am frightened by it." Noticing the Taoist's indifference to my threats, I added, "My anger is genuinely terrifying." I bared my teeth to emphasize my point. The Taoist merely smiled at me, observing for a prolonged moment before softly murmuring, "Indeed, it appears you are my disciple." His expression then turned cold, the smile transforming into a sneer as he said, "You wish to know why I struck you? Slap. You truly do not comprehend why I hit you? Slap. You genuinely do not understand why I brought you along? Slap." I felt as though I was being beaten into a state of utter foolishness, yet there was no escape, and my frustration ignited. Is this not bullying? Do they truly believe I am an easy target? This is your doing, foul Taoist. You have forced my hand. After venting my fury, I found myself kneeling on the ground, cradling my head. "Oh, master, I was wrong. Please, no more. If you continue, I shall surely be driven to madness. I confess, I am not clever enough to understand your reasons for striking me. Have mercy and simply let me go. I will be eternally grateful to you and your ancestors." I knelt there, sobbing, my voice filled with sorrow. Realizing that I could not overcome him, I decided to feign submission. Observing the pitiful sight of me, the Taoist scoffed. "Do not perform for me. Consider who taught you such theatrics. You do not understand why you are being punished? Very well, let me enlighten you. Tell me, who instructed you to cease utilizing your mystical powers? What did I teach you when I trained you?" Upon hearing the Taoist's words, I halted my tears, staring blankly at him. Is it truly because of that? Indeed, do you not realize your own identity? Without your mystical powers to shield you, do you wish to endanger everyone in this dwelling? Do you comprehend how many demons and spirits would be attracted to your pitiful existence? Had I not intervened in time, would you still be here weeping? I gazed at the Taoist, pondering his words. He had indeed mentioned that the mystical arts I practiced could obscure my presence from malevolent spirits, replenishing my vital energy. Since beginning my cultivation, I had never ceased my practice until now. Yet, could it truly be as exaggerated as he claimed? Am I to be likened to a human magnet for spirits? Noticing my skeptical expression, the Taoist raised an eyebrow. "Do you still doubt my words? Turn and look." Upon his urging, I turned my head, only to be startled. A large hole marred the southern wall of the room, as if some force had smashed through it. Following the breach, illuminated by the flickering lights in the courtyard, I spotted a gaping pit resembling a spider's web on the courtyard wall. "Did I cause this?" I asked, bewildered. "Do you think otherwise?" The Taoist retorted with a smirk. "Is it truly my doing?" I realized from the Taoist's knowing gaze that it indeed was. After a lengthy silence, I cautiously glanced around and whispered, "Master, such a large hole. We won't be required to compensate, will we? Perhaps we should flee?" I feared the implications of financial repercussions. The Taoist shot me a glance and extended his hand. "Hand it over." Huh. I was perplexed. "The item, give it to me." "What item?" I scratched my head, still confused. "You fool. What item?" "The object you discovered with your pig-like brain, the one that revealed the fiend's hiding place." The Taoist scolded. "Oh, here it is. Take it." I lowered my gaze, handing over a hand mirror that had fallen nearby, muttering under my breath, thinking, "If you want it, take it. You could have specified what you needed." The Taoist accepted the mirror and examined it closely. The mirror, crafted from bronze, was circular and slightly larger than an adult's palm. Its brass surface was finely polished, smooth, and even. The back was adorned with a design of soaring phoenixes, 2 birds connecting at the edges of the circular frame, surrounding a flower that resembled a peony or perhaps a Chinese herb. The craftsmanship was exquisite, bringing the phoenixes to life. At the center of the flower, embedded in the mirror's midpoint, was a red gemstone. The rim between the mirror's face and back was half a finger's width, intricately engraved with elaborate floral patterns. The Taoist scrutinized the mirror for a long while, his gaze lingering on the ornate border. After some time, as if struck by a thought, his expression shifted. His thumb traced the edge of the mirror repeatedly, and he seemed to be silently reciting something. After a while, he paused and murmured, "So that's how it is." Hesitant to interrupt, I held my breath until I heard the Taoist speak again, at which point I timidly approached and asked, "Master, what is it that you have discovered?" The Taoist regarded me with a slight smirk. "Someone is seeking us, hence the setup. I sensed something amiss on our journey, and now, upon seeing this mirror, everything is clear. Who is searching for us?" My curiosity piqued, as I recalled the Taoist having no relatives or acquaintances. "You need not concern yourself with that," the Taoist replied, lowering his eyelids. "What is the significance of this mirror?" I inquired, scratching my head once more. You need not know that either. Realizing further questioning would yield no answers, I resigned myself. Just then, Liang Yiwen emerged from the inner chamber, approaching us. After greeting the Taoist, Liang Yiwen clasped his fists and addressed me. Has the young Taoist awakened? Do you feel unwell? I had intended to have someone carry you to a side chamber for rest, but your master prevented us from moving you. I apologize for any neglect. He bowed respectfully. Before I could respond, the Taoist interjected, Young man, you must undergo trials and tribulations. No need to fret. Even sleeping on the ground or a stone will not harm him, so do not worry, Liang boss. He cast a sidelong glance at me, signaling for my silence. Resigned. I merely smiled and nodded at Liang Yiwen, indicating agreement with the Taoist's words, and stood quietly aside. Seeing I was unharmed, Liang Yiwen then turned to the Taoist, saying, Master, I have placed my wife in the inner chamber, but she remains unconscious. Might you be able to examine her? Ah, an upgrade, Master. This Taoist is impressive. He has risen from Taoist to Master. I marveled at his prowess in persuasion. In response to Liang Yiwen's inquiry, the Taoist chuckled lightly. No need to flatter me. Liang boss, I am merely an ordinary practitioner with some skills, not worthy of being called Master. You may refer to me as Hong Chen Daoren. Now that your wife is settled and my disciple has awakened, let us proceed to see her. Please, lead the way. Liang Yiwen expressed his gratitude. Pondering how a mere shout could lead to such destruction, yet the Taoist downplayed it, as if he were fooling spirits. Accepting the Taoist's denial with a faint smile, he took the lead as we made our way toward the inner chamber. In the inner chamber, Liang Yiwen's servants had laid his unconscious wife upon the bed. Upon witnessing the scene, the Taoist uttered no further words. He approached the bedside and retrieved 3 talismans inscribed with red cinnabar, affixing them to the lady's forehead, chest, and abdomen, respectively corresponding to the upper, middle, and lower dantians of the human body. Subsequently, with his left hand, he held a hand mirror directed at the lady while his right hand formed a series of intricate gestures, his lips slightly moving as he silently recited incantations. After a considerable duration, the Taoist suddenly exclaimed, Rise. His right hand transformed the incantation into a sword-like gesture, pointing towards the lady. Instantly, the room reverberated with a haunting wail laden with resentment. A faint purple mist spiraled upward from the lady's body, gathering towards the direction indicated by the Taoist. This purple mist was visible even to Liang Yiwen, who stood nearby. Observing this, the Taoist altered his gesture, retracting his sword-like finger and redirecting it towards the hand mirror. Return, he commanded once more, and the purple mist slowly drifted towards the mirror, gradually accelerating as the mist outside diminished. Once the last vestige of purple mist vanished, with a swift motion, the Taoist affixed 2 pre-prepared talismans to either side of the mirror. Exhaling deeply, he wiped his brow, which bore no sweat, and turned to the visibly anxious Liang Yiwen, saying, I have fulfilled my duty. Liang Yiwen, overwhelmed with gratitude, could only stammer his thanks, bowing repeatedly to the Taoist. The Taoist chuckled, Do not thank me further, Master Liang. Exorcising demons is the duty of practitioners like us. The malevolent spirit has been vanquished, yet your wife has been tainted by its prolonged presence. She may require time to recover and restore her vitality. However, this is not a grave concern. You need only procure some restorative herbs from a physician. Liang Yiwen, upon hearing this, expressed his gratitude once more. After a considerable time, Liang Yiwen finally regained his composure and addressed the Taoist. Your great kindness shall remain etched in my memory for eternity. I hope you do not mind staying at my residence until my wife awakens. I shall ensure she properly thanks you in the company of her family. The Taoist replied, You are too kind, Master Liang. This is but a trivial matter. My apprentice and I are wanderers, not meant to linger in one place for long. Now that this matter is resolved, we must continue our journey. Farewell. With a respectful gesture, the Taoist turned to leave, pulling Li Chuyi along with him. Liang Yiwen, sensing their departure, hurriedly stepped forward to halt the Taoist. Please, esteemed one, do not rush away. Though this may be a small matter for you, it is an immeasurable grace for me. I would not dare delay your travels, but as the day is waning, please consider staying the night at my home. I have arranged a feast in your honor. The Taoist wished to decline but, seeing Liang Yiwen's insistence, ultimately acquiesced. Liang Yiwen was overjoyed and led the 2 of them towards the main hall. Li Chuyi remained silent, observing the Taoist's display of ethereal composure, thinking to himself, Camping under the stars? Surely, you prefer the comforts of an inn. With a meal provided and unable to contend with the Taoist, he chose to refrain from provoking him further. Watching Liang Yiwen's eager demeanor, Treating the Taoist as if he were a revered father, Li Chuyi could only roll his eyes. Upon arriving at the main hall, they found a long table laden with an abundance of food and drink, with Liang Yiweng's family already awaiting their arrival. After everyone settled, Liang Yiweng offered the first toast, and Li Chuyi eagerly began to devour the spread. The banquet continued with lively exchanges, but the details of the feast shall remain unspoken. Once the meal concluded, Liang Yiweng and his family escorted the two of them to the guest room, expressing their gratitude several times, until Li Chuyi began to show signs of fatigue, prompting Liang Yiweng to reluctantly take his leave. Once the door was closed, Li Chuyi let out a sigh of relief. Finally, peace had returned. Turning back, he noticed the Taoist seated at the table, examining the ominous mirror with great care, repeatedly toying with it. Li Chuyi approached, pulled out a stool, and leaned on his hand, inquiring, "Master, what is so fascinating about this broken mirror?" The Taoist glanced up at him. "You know nothing. This mirror is far from ordinary." Li Chuyi scratched his head, asking, "What makes it so special? Isn't it merely a vessel for a ghost?" The Taoist scoffed, handing the mirror to Li Chuyi. "Take a closer look." Li Chuyi accepted the mirror and scrutinized it for quite some time. Aside from noting its exquisite craftsmanship and beauty, he discerned nothing extraordinary. "Master, please just tell me. My experiences are far fewer than yours, and my understanding is limited. Enlighten me." With a swift motion, the Taoist smacked Li Chuyi on the head. "You foolish child, is that how you compare things?" After reclaiming the mirror from Li Chuyi, he turned it over and asked, "What do you see here?" "That is the twin phoenix's welcoming prosperity design," Li Chuyi responded. "That is no mere welcoming design. Look more closely at the overall picture and focus on the central gem," the Taoist urged. Li Chuyi examined it again for a while. The gem was indeed beautiful, and the peony carving was remarkable, but it still appeared to be the twin phoenix's welcoming prosperity design to him. The Taoist let out a cold laugh, delivering another sharp smack to Li Chuyi's head. "You ignorant child, why do you lack even a shred of your master's insight? Two phoenixes in pursuit do not constitute the twin phoenix's welcoming prosperity. Look closely at the beaks of the phoenixes. This is the phoenix crying blood motif. Moreover, it is a dual phoenix crying blood motif. It signifies great misfortune." Li Chuyi was momentarily dumbfounded, following the Taoist's direction to see that indeed, the beaks of the phoenixes were marked with small dots, extending through the petals to the central red gem. Such details were easily overlooked. The Taoist's voice resonated once more. "Do you see it now? The phoenix crying blood signifies great misfortune. When two phoenixes cry together, it portends double calamity. As for the flower, it is not a peony or a medicinal herb, but the blooming higanbana, a flower unique to the underworld. It blooms once every 3,000 years, and its blossom lasts but a fleeting moment, even shorter than the ephemerals. The creator of this mirror was certainly no ordinary individual. He must have witnessed the bloom of the higanbana, or he could not have carved it with such vividness." Li Chuyi was left speechless. How could a design, which at first glance seemed to symbolize wealth and auspiciousness, be transformed into a harbinger of doom by the Taoist's words? Noticing Li Chuyi's prolonged silence, the Taoist sighed. "It is understandable that you cannot discern this. You are young and inexperienced. It is natural not to see it. Not only you, even beyond myself. Many can sense the peculiarities of this mirror, but few can identify them as I do. This mirror is not an ordinary object. For common folk, it spells great misfortune. For practitioners like us, while it is still ominous, it can be utilized as a tool. However, if this mirror were to fall into the hands of malevolent spirits, it would become an object of immense power." "Why is that?" Li Chuyi inquired, perplexed. "Because this mirror can absorb energy and nurturing spirits. Observe the specter we encountered today. It was merely a minor ghost, cultivating for less than a century, yet it could possess a body, likely nearing the stage of materialization. If such a minor ghost could achieve such a state with the aid of this mirror, imagine the power it would bestow in the hands of a 1,000-year-old spirit." The Taoist left the statement hanging, yet Li Chuyi felt a shiver run down his spine. Indeed, if a small ghost could attain such prowess, the consequences of it falling into the hands of a greater spirit were indeed unfathomable. Furthermore, the creator of this mirror harbored nefarious intentions, the Taoist continued. To fashion the phoenix crying blood motif into a dragon and phoenix presenting auspiciousness, design indicates significant ambition. It is likely that this mirror's emergence into the mortal realm was intentional, not a mere coincidence. Li Chuyi recalled the earlier banquet, during which the Taoist had inquired about the mirror's origin. Liang Yiweng had mentioned it was part of his wife's dowry, with no known provenance. Now reflecting on this, if the mirror had indeed been deliberately introduced into the world, the most likely victims would be Liang Yiweng's wife's family or the couple themselves? After pondering for a while, Li Chuyi asked, then, Master, if the back of the mirror holds such profound meanings, what do the surrounding engravings signify? Upon hearing this, the Taoist's expression twitched momentarily, and with a cold snort, he replied, Humph, that is not something you need to concern yourself with. Li Chuyi, perceiving this, thought to himself that it was likely the Taoist was just as uninformed, thus he ceased his inquiries. After scrutinizing the situation for a while, the Taoist, sitting upright, stated, Do not merely gaze at the mirror. Let us uncover the true nature of the entity concealed within. With that, he reached out to remove the talisman affixed to the mirror's surface and directed it towards the empty space within the room. However, after a lengthy pause, the mirror remained unresponsive. Li Chuyi scratched his head and glanced over at the Taoist. Is it broken? The corners of the Taoist's eyes twitched, and his expression turned icy. Taking a deep breath, the Taoist addressed the mirror. Oh, you wretched creature, refusing to show yourself, are you? Humph. With a gesture, he pointed at the mirror. Come forth. After waiting for a considerable time, there was still no reaction. How embarrassing. Li Chuyi pressed his lips together, fearing he might burst into laughter. It was rare to witness the Taoist in such a predicament. Noticing the chubby fellow beside him suppressing a grin, Li Chuyi felt a mix of amusement and restraint, which only fueled the Taoist's indignation. You are forcing my hand. You refuse to appear, do you? Very well, I shall shatter this wretched mirror today, ensuring you never emerge again. The Taoist roared, By the vastness of the heavens and the earth, I invoke the powers of the universe. I call upon the righteous path to vanquish you. Before he could finish his incantation, the mirror abruptly flew from his grasp, levitating in midair and beginning to spin. After several revolutions, a violet mist began to emanate from around the mirror, accompanied by a faint, sorrowful sigh. Alas! Chapter 8. Choice. With the sound of the mournful sigh, the violet mist gradually coalesced into a humanoid form, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman, clad in purple attire. Her long hair cascaded freely over her shoulders, her skin as smooth as jade. Her delicate face bore a pair of almond-shaped eyes that sparkled like stars, captivating all who beheld her. Her elegantly arched brows resembled crescent moons resting upon her forehead, and her cherry-red lips appeared as if kissed by the finest rouge. Vibrant and alluring. However, a slight imperfection marred her beauty. 2 purple bruises marred her slender neck, indicative of having been grasped by a hand, suggesting that this enchanting woman had met her demise at the hands of another. What a stunning female specter! The Taoist's gaze became transfixed. Is this your true form, or merely an illusion you have conjured? Li Chuyi cast a disdainful glance at the Taoist, thinking him a lecherous rogue. Alas, the female specter sighed again. Since you have taken my life essence, you may do as you please. Kill or torture me. But must you summon me forth only to humiliate me? As a practitioner of the Tao, do you truly delight in such foul acts? 3 points. The Taoist raised 3 fingers. Firstly, although I pursue the Tao, I do so with a heart unrestrained, following my own nature. Though I have cultivated for many years, I have never forsaken the pleasures of the world, wine, meat, wealth, and beauty. Therefore, do not mistake me for one of those hypocritical ascetics who self-impose suffering. Secondly, I cherish all that is beautiful in this world, especially lovely women, regardless of their mortal or ghostly status. Many have claimed that I fail to see beyond appearances and will ultimately perish due to my carnal desires. Yet those who once spoke such words have long since met their end, while I remain. Thus, when I say you are beautiful, I mean it sincerely. Understand that my taste is exceptionally refined. Seeing the Taoist unabashedly declare his lustfulness with such nonchalance, Li Chuyi silently spat. And the specter in purple also appeared momentarily taken aback, as if she had never encountered such shamelessness in a practitioner. Thirdly, I summoned you forth to inquire about certain matters. As for whether I will guide you to the afterlife or release you, that will depend on your conduct. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Your life essence has been sealed by me, making it impossible for you to flee. Therefore, you shall answer my questions truthfully. And in doing so, you may find a glimmer of hope. Do you understand? The Taoist spoke with a serious demeanor, issuing his threat. The woman in purple regarded him for a long moment, before casting a glance at the chubby fellow beside her, who was signaling his approval with exaggerated expressions. With a soft sigh, she nodded slightly. Observing her consent, the Taoist began. First, tell me your name. Ziyuan. What was your name before you died? Ziyuan furrowed her brow, a look of confusion crossing her features. After a moment, she gently shook her head. I do not remember. The Taoist, seeing her sincerity, pressed further. Do you recall how you met your demise? At this question, Ziyuan's expression shifted dramatically. Her hair billowed, and the icy demeanor on her face transformed into one of anguish, as tears of blood began to seep from the corners of her eyes. "Ah, I hate. Ah." Li Chuyi was taken aback, but the Taoist had anticipated this reaction. He swiftly cast a calming spell, which gradually subdued the frenzied spirit, though her anger remained evident. Ignoring her wrath, the Taoist calmly inquired, "Now, tell me, how did you die?" After a prolonged silence, Ziyuan finally spoke. "I do not remember my previous name, only that on the eve of my wedding, I was suffocated to death by my maidservant. Ah, that wicked maid must die. That wicked maid must die." As she spoke, her expression turned sorrowful once more. The Taoist, recognizing her distress, cast another calming spell, but noticing her continued agitation, he frowned and altered his incantation. He chanted a new spell, and a beam of golden light shone down upon her, finally bringing her to a state of tranquility. "It seems your grievances run deep, and your hatred is heavy. No wonder you cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation," the Taoist observed, lowering his voice. "During the day, you possessed that lady, nearly choking to death her maidservant. It all makes sense now." Once calm again, Ziyuan regained her icy demeanor, though a flicker of confusion still crossed her starry eyes from time to time. After a moment of silence, the Taoist asked, "Do you recall how you became bound to this mirror?" Ziyuan gazed at the mirror in the Taoist's hand, her brows knitting together in contemplation. After a prolonged pause, she replied, "I do not remember. I was in a daze for a long time, and when I regained my senses, I found myself trapped within this mirror. I felt this object had great benefits for my ghostly form, so I chose not to leave, instead opting to remain within it to cultivate." "Do you remember the events prior to your entrapment? Specifically, when you possessed a human and intended to harm others?" the Taoist inquired, his brow furrowed. Ziyuan displayed a look of confusion, murmuring, "I do not remember. The only thing I recall is being startled out of the house by your shout, after which you used your spell to pull me back into the mirror. Everything else is a blur. I do not remember." "Do you not recall when you emerged?" the Taoist pressed. "I do not remember." Ziyuan's expression grew distant. "When did I come out? Have I emerged at all?" "I." As she spoke, her figure wavered, as if she might dissolve back into violet mist. The Taoist realized he could extract no further information. Noticing her unstable form, he sighed softly. Retrieving a porcelain vial from his robes, he poured forth a small amount of black powder and cast a spell, commanding, "Coalesce." The flickering silhouette gradually stabilized and solidified once more. Observing the still-dazed Ziyuan, the Taoist spoke, "Enough. Do not dwell on it. If it eludes your mind, let it go. Hold fast to your essence, and do not become fixated." As Ziyuan regained her focus and turned her gaze toward him, the Taoist continued, "Now, you face two paths. First, I could guide you to the afterlife, but given your overwhelming resentment, my intervention may forcibly thrust you into reincarnation, potentially affecting your future existence. At the very least, you would be spared further suffering in this realm. Second, you may accompany me and my disciple as we gradually resolve your grievances, allowing you to eventually enter reincarnation naturally. If your hatred cannot dissipate, we shall revert to the first option and guide you to the afterlife." Ziyuan silently regarded the Taoist for a moment before asking, "Is there a third option?" The Taoist frowned slightly, replying, "There is indeed a third path. Though it is fraught with peril, one could say it is a journey of 9 deaths and 1 life. I would advise against choosing it." "What is it?" "To cultivate the path of the ghost, endure heavenly tribulations, and transform into an immortal spirit," the Taoist stated gravely. Li Chuyi was taken aback. "Immortal spirit? I have never heard the Taoist mention that before." Ziyuan was equally astonished, her expression one of disbelief. "Immortal spirit? Can a ghost truly attain immortality?" The Taoist chuckled heartily and said, "Who says it cannot be done? In this world, all things possess intelligence, and those with wisdom are considered spiritual. All spirits can attain immortality. Even the stones, grasses, and trees, upon reaching the right opportunity and awakening their consciousness, can cultivate themselves. Why not ghosts? The only thing that ghosts lack compared to them is merely a shell." Seeing Li Chuyi and Ziyuan listening intently, the Taoist continued, "Ghostly entities, existing as spiritual beings in this realm, inevitably require a vessel to reside in. Take your mirror, for instance." He pointed to the Shuangfeng Liu mirror on the table. "This is your vessel. Even without this mirror, if your spiritual consciousness has not awakened, you would instinctively seek another vessel, perhaps another mirror, or even a piece of clothing, or a stone. The possibilities are endless. Once you find a vessel to accommodate your spirit, consider this. How do you differ from an ordinary person?" Li Chuyi pondered for a long while and concluded that the Taoist was indeed correct. A A ghost that has found a vessel, in theory, bears little difference from a human, as both are merely shells enveloping their souls. The Taoist paused before adding, since there is no distinction from ordinary people, why should you be unable to accomplish what they can? For instance, cultivation. Ziyuan appeared enlightened, but Li Chuyi furrowed his brow and asked, Master, if a ghost with a vessel is no different from a human, why have we never heard of instances where ghosts have cultivated to immortality? The Taoist sighed. This is precisely why I do not advise Miss Ziyuan to choose this path. Taking a sip of his now lukewarm tea, he continued. Wandering souls and wild ghosts are pitiable beings, unable to reincarnate for various reasons. They drift about in the world. Even if they do not harm the living, they are still not tolerated by the heavenly laws, being entities that should not exist. To aspire to cultivate as a ghost and attain immortality is to act against the natural order. Not to mention, the tribulations and calamities they face are magnified 100-fold compared to ordinary cultivators. Simply reaching the final step, transforming yin into yang, and igniting the fire of life, has led countless ghostly cultivators to perish under the overwhelming yang energy. To succeed is to become an immortal, but to fail is to have one's soul scattered. At that moment, the three fell into a deep silence. After a long while, the Taoist looked at the female ghost and said, Miss C, the choice is yours. As for me, I hope you will choose the second path. The first path is too harsh, and I do not wish to resolve others' grievances in such a manner. As for the third path of becoming a ghostly immortal, it appears to be a dead end, almost guaranteed to end in demise. Ziyuan contemplated for a moment and then asked, if I become a ghostly cultivator, will I be able to remember my past? The Taoist sighed inwardly, aware of her decision, and replied, yes, as long as your cultivation is profound enough. You may even recall your past life. Upon hearing this, Ziyuan nodded and calmly declared, then it is settled. I wish to cultivate as a ghostly immortal. Seeing that the female ghost had made her decision, the Taoist sighed deeply. Fate has its own course. It cannot be forced. He ceased his persuasion. The female ghost looked at the Taoist and suddenly remarked, you are truly different from other practitioners. I initially thought you were deceiving me, intending to take action against me. But I did not expect you to genuinely offer me a choice. The Taoist chuckled lightly. Who am I? I am Li, a renowned practitioner of the mortal realm. My perspective and disposition are far beyond those of ordinary beings. While people often say that humans are good and ghosts are evil, they fail to consider where ghosts originate. Are they not born of humans? If not for unresolved grievances or lingering hatred, how could they be unable to reincarnate? Which wandering soul or wild ghost does not bear a tragic tale? Are they not all pitiable beings? The female ghost was rendered speechless by the Taoist's words. She felt that although his remarks might seem shocking to humans, they rang true for beings like her. People believe that all living beings possess a glimmer of kindness, while ghosts, regardless of their actions, are deemed evil simply by their existence and are subject to persecution. The female ghost realized that had she encountered the Taoist earlier, rather than the wild practitioners who performed rituals and sang performances, any practitioner with the Taoist prowess would have surely led to her demise. With this thought, her wariness diminished significantly. You cannot remain in this mirror any longer, the Taoist stated. This mirror is too malevolent and should not exist among mortals. Though sheltering within it has greatly accelerated your spiritual cultivation, it simultaneously affects your mental state. Your recent actions of harming others only serve as evidence of this. If you continue to linger in this mirror, you will inevitably lose your sanity, and even if you do not perish at the hands of others, a lost mind ceases to be your own, rendering you non-existent. The female ghost was taken aback by his words. Upon reflection, she realized the truth in the Taoist statement. Since acquiring this mirror, her soul's condensation had indeed accelerated significantly. However, as the Taoist mentioned, she occasionally felt dazed, and events that she once clearly remembered began to fade, surfacing only as fleeting shadows in her mind. It seemed the Taoist was right. The enchanted mirror was a double-edged sword. Then where shall I reside? The female ghost inquired. The Taoist contemplated for a moment and turned to Li Chuyi. Take out your fumo mirror. Li Chuyi nodded and produced a small copper mirror slightly smaller than an adult's palm. The surface, tarnished brass, barely reflected any image, while the back was intricately engraved with the patterns of the 64 hexagrams of Fuxi. The Taiji yin-yang symbol was displayed prominently in the center, with its eyes adorned with unknown stones, resembling both stone and jade, smooth and bright, akin to two ghost stones at first glance. Is this a magical artifact? The female ghost asked hesitantly. Do you wish for me to perish? It is indeed a magical artifact, but not quite, the Taoist replied. I created this specifically for my young apprentice. Besides functioning like a typical Taoist artifact that can contain the righteous energy to subdue demons, it also has properties that nurture souls. Chuyi, show her. Li Chuyi complied, directing the mirror towards an empty patch of ground, saying, Wugui Yushir, appear. Suddenly, 5 chubby-headed children materialized amid a swirl of green smoke. Each child had a tiny bun atop their heads, clad in colorful little aprons, their plump faces rosy and adorable, resembling ordinary children at first glance. However, their dark circles and lack of feet, floating half an inch above the ground, exposed their true nature. What is this? The female ghost exclaimed in astonishment. These are 5 children who met unfortunate ends, Li Chuyi explained. They were sacrificed to some absurd river god by the villagers at a tender age. Due to their youth and the timing of their sacrifice being on a bright sunny day, their fragile souls could not endure until nightfall to reincarnate. We happened to pass by and rescued them, housing them within this fumo mirror. Then why do you not send them to reincarnation? The female ghost asked. At this moment, the 5 little ones shook their heads for a while, seemingly adapting to their new surroundings. Upon noticing Li Chuyi nearby, they immediately beamed with joy, calling out brother, brother. As they rushed towards him, Li Chuyi became flustered, embracing one child and kissing another, busily tending to them before finally finding a moment to address the female ghost. As you can see, these 5 children are unfortunate. Before their sacrifice, they were orphans raised by others, specifically chosen as offerings. In life, they received no affection, and thus in death, they are burdened with resentment. My intention was to alleviate their grievances and assist them in reincarnation, but my affection transformed into their obsession, preventing them from moving on. I am left with no choice but to care for them in this manner. As the conversation unfolded, Li Chuyi found himself playfully tugged by one of the 5 little spirits, prompting a burst of laughter among them. The female ghost was momentarily speechless, having encountered many who feared spirits, but never one so intimately engaged with them. The Taoist, observing her expression, chuckled and remarked, now you can rest easy. Chuyi has been cultivating with me since childhood, unfettered by the prejudices of ordinary folk. When we encounter ghosts, we aim to enlighten them. We only resort to action when it is utterly unavoidable. Therefore, you need not fear any harm from us. However, she remained puzzled. Though I trust that this Taoist artifact can temporarily seal ghostly entities, how could it possibly possess any restorative effects? The Taoist, with an enigmatic smile, replied, why not enter and see for yourself? After some contemplation, the female ghost glanced at Li Chuyi, who was still frolicking with the 5 little spirits, and concluded that these Taoists were unlikely to bring her harm. If they intended to do so, she would have perished long ago. With this thought, she gently turned and transformed into a wisp of purple mist, vanishing into the fumo mirror. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, she re-emerged, her eyes vacant and bewildered. How is this possible? She murmured in disbelief. How could such a potent aura of death reside within a Taoist artifact? Moreover, the distinction between the yin and yang energies is so stark. How can this be? The Taoist laughed heartily, pointing to the back of the fumo mirror. Do you see this diagram? It represents a formation. The 64 hexagrams around it contain the yin and yang energies within, preventing them from leaking out. The taiji fish at the center segregates these energies, creating a perpetual cycle and harmonious flow, thereby generating the seas of yin and yang. The female ghost was taken aback and inquired further, but what of the death energy? While I acknowledge that Taoism encompasses both yin and yang, from whence does this death energy originate? The Taoist smiled knowingly. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Simply know that this artifact can nurture yin souls. Seeing the Taoist's reluctance to elaborate, the female ghost pondered deeply until a thought struck her. She cast a fleeting glance at Li Chuyi, who was entertaining the children, and decided to withhold her questions. The Taoist, noticing her realization, smiled slightly, choosing not to reveal too much. Some matters are best left unsaid. After a moment of silence, the female ghost asked, where did this fumo mirror come from? The Taoist, brimming with pride, declared, I crafted it. His demeanor exuded a childlike eagerness for praise. Observing his vanity, the female ghost, who had never given compliments, struggled to muster a response, finally managing to say, impressive. The Taoist beamed as if he had been tickled, his joy palpable. At that moment, Li Chuyi, having pacified the 5 little spirits, approached and noticed the Taoist's exuberance, inquiring, did you receive a compliment? The female ghost nodded. Li Chuyi, understanding, responded, that explains it. My master has a peculiar weakness for flattery, particularly from beautiful women, regardless of their nature. A single compliment from a lovely maiden can leave him in stitches. Pay him no mind. He'll recover shortly. The female ghost was left speechless, realizing that the Taoist was not merely pretending, but was indeed a lecherous trickster. So, have you made your decision? Will you reside in my enchantment plate? Li Chuyi asked. Scratching his head, the female ghost nodded. Wonderful. Finally, I have assistance. Li Chuyi exclaimed joyfully, calling out to the 5 little spirits, Dawa, Erwa, Sanwa, Siwa Wuwa. Come over and meet your sister. Before the female ghost could react, the 5 little spirits froze momentarily, their faces lighting up with delight. A gust of spectral wind swirled around them, and soon they were clinging to her skirts. The female ghost, taken aback, was about to speak when Li Chuyi added, From now on, your sister will live with you, and you must listen to her. If anyone disobeys, she will give you a proper spanking. The female ghost felt faint. How had she suddenly become a caretaker? At that moment, Li Chuyi turned to her and said, I'll leave them in your care, but please, don't bully them. Also, your name, Ziyuan, is rather inauspicious and unappealing. From now on, I shall call you Ziyuan, hoping that one day you will soar like a kite in the breeze. The newly renamed Ziyuan felt as though she might bleed out, had she possessed blood. Not only was she tasked with childcare, but her name had also been changed? What was wrong with these two? The elder, in his excitement, acted like a madman, while the younger refused to listen. As Ziyuan contemplated her frustration, the 5 little spirits tugged at her skirt, chanting her new name incessantly. Enraged, she shouted, Stand straight. The 5 little spirits, along with Li Chuyi and the Taoist, froze in surprise. Ignoring the dazed duo, Ziyuan lined up the little spirits, delivering a playful flick to one of their heads before solemnly instructing, From this day forth, you shall address me as Sister Ziyuan. Sister Ziyuan, echoed Li Chuyi and the Taoist in unison with the 5 little spirits. Ziyuan sighed, covering her forehead. How had she ended up with this foolish pair? The following day, Li Chuyi and the Taoist bid farewell to the Liang family as they exited the estate. Liang Yuan expressed his profuse gratitude, attempting to persuade them to stay, but upon sensing their resolute intent to leave, he offered the prepared tokens of appreciation, holding the 2,000 taels of silver. Li Chuyi trembled slightly. After years of following the Taoist, he had never accumulated more than 500 taels, let alone seen such a sum as this. Converted to cash, it would amount to an impressive display. Important items should be kept in safe places, he thought, discreetly opening his trousers to stash the silver notes in a hidden pocket. One must guard against theft. The Taoist, however, remained unfazed, exuding an air of celestial detachment, seemingly unperturbed by material wealth. His disdainful gaze at Li Chuyi's secretive gesture revealed his condescension. Li Chuyi was taken aback by the Taoist's nonchalance, especially when witnessing him casually hand over several hastily scribbled talismans to Liang Yuan in exchange for over 2,000 taels of silver, leaving him utterly astonished. How naive I was. This old trickster is quite the charlatan. As for the other treasures Liang Yuan offered, both chose to decline politely. After all, they had no means to transport such a hefty chest of valuables. Should they hire someone to carry it? Li Chuyi contemplated asking Liang Yuan if they could exchange the items for cash, but decided against it, recalling the silver notes tucked away securely. His master had always advised against excessive greed. Ultimately, with a heavy heart, Li Chuyi selected a pair of exquisitely crafted golden bells to adorn his waist from the treasure trove, following the Taoist out of the Liang estate amidst the crowd's reluctant farewells. Ah, Liang Yuan truly possesses great wealth, Li Chuyi lamented as they strolled through the town streets. Merely a trifling sum of silver, insignificant to him, a mere drop in the bucket. You, with your limited experience, only embarrass yourself, the Taoist scoffed. Do you think this Liang possesses only wealth? Consider where he resides. Such places are not merely for the affluent. Without some backing, he could not maintain his position. Li Chuyi was taken aback as the Taoist continued. And what of his wife? Do you think her background is ordinary? A common family would not be able to wield such a powerful artifact as the Shuangfeng Li Shuejing against him. Such items are rare even among practitioners like us, let alone for an ordinary person. Pausing, the Taoist added ominously, Consider this. Even if every tavern along this route were his, do you believe he possesses the ability to casually toss out tens of thousands of taels? Young people, do not think so simplistically. The silver notes in your trousers may very well represent the suffering and toil of the common folk. Li Chuyi remained silent. Although he felt the Taoist's words were somewhat exaggerated, upon reflection, it was evident that Liang Yuan was not merely an ordinary merchant. Presumably, the Taoist had discerned something and, fearing entanglement with Liang Yuan might bring misfortune, resolutely chose not to reside in the Liang residence. Moreover, he departed with a substantial sum of money. In this way, should any repercussions arise in the future, The Taoist could justify his actions by citing a mere employment relationship, money exchanged for services rendered. Both individuals fell into a contemplative silence as they walked along the road. After a while, Li Chuyi scratched his head and turned to ask, "So where are we headed now?" To watch the excitement, the Taoist replied nonchalantly, "Are we going to see the triannual Wanyangbang competition?" Li Chuyi inquired with enthusiasm. Indeed. The Wanyangbang competition commenced today. The Taoist cast a sidelong glance at Li Chuyi and disdainfully remarked, "You truly are a simpleton. What is worth watching about that wretched competition? It's merely monkeys reciting poetry and grasshoppers fighting. Do you perceive me as being of such juvenile inclination?" Li Chuyi, having been insulted without cause, chose to overlook the Taoist's derision and continued to ask excitedly, "Then what shall we go to see?" The Taoist smiled faintly, leaned closer to Li Chuyi, and whispered, "We will witness a group of clumsy geese competing to see who falls the hardest." Li Chuyi was utterly perplexed. A group of clumsy geese competing to see who falls the hardest? How did that differ from the Taoist's earlier mention of monkeys reciting poetry and grasshoppers fighting? Had the sophistication of the entertainment truly elevated? Shaking his head, Li Chuyi understood that following the Taoist would never lead to misfortune, and thus refrained from further questioning. When the time comes, the path shall reveal itself. Let us proceed. Li Chuyi adjusted his satchel and addressed the Taoist. "Where to?" The Taoist queried, somewhat bemused. "To see the geese wrestling, as you just mentioned," Li Chuyi replied, wondering if the Taoist had perhaps lost his mind from laughter the previous night. The Taoist's expression twitched slightly, and he coldly retorted, "When did I say it would be now? The time is not yet ripe for watching ducks." With a resigned sigh, Li Chuyi acknowledged the Taoist's penchant for nonsensical speech and patiently inquired, "Then where shall we go?" "Well, with no pressing matters and still much time until evening. The nearby restaurants such as Piaoxiang Tower and Hongxiu Studio are not yet open. Let us first seek out an inn near the Wanyangbang competition venue for some food and drink, while casually observing those monkeys and grasshoppers perform," the Taoist replied, seemingly exasperated by the daytime closure of establishments catering to entertainment. Li Chuyi pursed his lips. Wasn't this still a venture to see the Wanyangbang? What difference did it make from what he had initially suggested? He dared not voice this thought, and instead adjusted his belongings, following the Taoist towards the competition venue in the southern district. The Wanyangbang competition, held once every 3 years, was of great significance to Wuyang City. On the day of the competition, the city's residents reveled as if celebrating a festival, from the highest officials to the lowest merchants, bustling through the streets in ceaseless merriment, akin to a temple fair. Upon their arrival, the area surrounding the competition venue was already a throng of spectators, packed to capacity. Utilizing the agile movements he had honed since childhood, Li Chuyi maneuvered through the crowd with difficulty, closely following the Taoist. During their progress, he felt numerous golden fingers brush against him, but wishing to avoid trouble, he feigned ignorance. After all, concealed within his trousers, he thought, if they possessed the skill, they could attempt to retrieve it. Once they finally escaped the crowd, Li Chuyi, despite his martial prowess, was drenched in sweat. In contrast, the Taoist maintained his composed demeanor, appearing unbothered by either sweat or dust, reflecting on the Taoist's mysterious methods that allowed the crowd to part effortlessly for him. Li Chuyi could only inwardly curse the old sorcerer. Finding an inn closest to the venue, it was unsurprising that it was fully booked. However, when the Taoist casually slapped a 100-tael silver note onto the innkeeper's head, the innkeeper promptly ushered them to a prime seat on the highest floor, even providing a screen for privacy. As the dishes began to arrive, Li Chuyi's heart bled. 100 taels. Was this how casually the Taoist squandered money? Although he now possessed a fortune of his own, he could not condone such extravagance. What a waste. He lamented internally, casting a reproachful glance at the Taoist. "Enough. Put away that disgraceful expression of yours. Do not embarrass me with your rustic demeanor," the Taoist said, taking a sip of wine. "But that is 100 taels." Li Chuyi protested, still feeling the sting. The Taoist shot him a glance. "Without 100 taels, could you sit here? Without 100 taels, would you have a window seat? And a screen to shield you? You carry tens of thousands of taels within your trousers. Could you sit comfortably in the main hall?" After finishing, the Taoist turned away to gaze out the window. Remember, good steel should be used on the blade. Material possessions are but fleeting. One cannot become overly attached or obsessed, lest one lose their true essence. Li Chuyi pondered the Taoist's words and realized their validity. To be seated in the main hall with tens of thousands of taels would indeed be uncomfortable, and thus he refrained from further complaints. Observing the array of dishes before him, he resolved not to let the expense go to waste and began to feast heartily. The Taoist, watching Li Chuyi indulge, shook his head. "You unrefined wretch." Li Chuyi pretended not to hear. He was not a Taoist, Every time they ordered an extravagant spread, the focus was primarily on drinking, with most dishes barely touched. To him, this was sheer wastefulness. Wastefulness is a disgrace. How fortunate that the Taoist had recited the tale of the diligent farmer to him. After devouring a considerable amount, the Taoist suddenly exclaimed softly. Li Chuyi paused, wiping the grease from his mouth, and followed the Taoist's gaze, but saw nothing unusual amidst the sea of heads. Fool, open your heavenly eye, came the Taoist's calm voice. Upon hearing this, Li Chuyi immediately activated his mystical abilities, and as his eyes opened and closed, a faint glow shimmered, transforming the world into shades of black and white. When he looked again, he indeed made a discovery. Among the crowd, he spotted individuals shrouded in various colored mists. Do you see them? The Taoist inquired, sipping his drink. Li Chuyi nodded slowly. Who are they? The Taoist chuckled and replied, they are the geese. Chapter 11. Shooting stars as night fell and the lanterns illuminated Wuyang City, having been lively throughout the day, became even more boisterous. Young men and women clad in splendid attire flocked to the streets, celebrating with lantern festivals and toasting drinks, creating a scene of vibrant revelry. Should one encounter a cherished companion, a mere glance could ignite mutual affection, leading them to secluded corners for romantic interludes, an exquisite experience indeed. Observing the couple strolling hand in hand, Li Chuyi let out a wistful sigh. The Taoist had once again abandoned him. Li Chuyi had grown accustomed to this. At this hour, the flower houses and brothels would have commenced operations, and it would be peculiar for the Taoist to remain by his side, especially now that he was flush with wealth. He found a tea house and secured a window-side seat on the top floor, ordering a pot of fine tea along with some fruits and peanuts to enjoy on his own. With over 10,000 taels hidden in his trousers, he considered himself quite wealthy and felt entitled to indulge a little. Holding his teacup, Li Chuyi gazed out the window through the rising steam of the hot tea, observing the bustling men and women on the streets, lost in thought. Earlier in the day at the inn, he had opened his heavenly eye and glimpsed numerous figures enveloped in various colored mists. The figures, both male and female, did not appear to be mere mortals possessed by malevolent spirits. Rather, they seemed to be cultivators akin to Li Chuyi and the Taoist. Yet, why did the Taoist refer to them as geese? When Li Chuyi inquired, the Taoist merely smiled and remained silent. Li Chuyi understood that if the Taoist chose not to speak, further questions would yield no answers. The response would invariably be that the time had not yet come, and that he would learn in due course. Reflecting on the events of recent days, Li Chuyi sensed that it was no coincidence. It seemed as if the Taoist had foreseen what was to transpire. Having been abruptly summoned to Wuyang City by the Taoist, fully aware of their lack of funds, he was nonetheless taken to Liang Yuan's tavern to dine freely. Initially, he believed he would have to wash dishes for a month to settle the debt, but unexpectedly, Liang Yuan's wife was also possessed, and he and his master performed an exorcism, ultimately earning several thousand taels of silver and acquiring a beautiful female ghost named Ziyuan. Could it be that the Taoist had not deceived him? Was he truly a master of transformative arts, capable of discerning destiny, and knowledgeable about all things? Li Chuyi scratched his head, pondering silently. Previously, he had only recognized the Taoist's formidable skills, capable of defeating mountain demons and tiger kings with ease. And his cleverness and trickery was also notable. He had never seen the Taoist outsmarted. However, in matters of fate, Li Chuyi considered the Taoist merely adept at rote memorization. At times, when he forgot his verses or struggled to comprehend, he resorted to obscure celestial references that were incomprehensible to Li Chuyi, leaving others bewildered. Beyond that, he had never witnessed the Taoist exhibit remarkable prowess in the realm of destiny. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Li Chuyi remained perplexed, holding a cup of tea and gazing vacantly out the window. What are you thinking about? A swirl of purple mist enveloped the air, and Ziyuan seated herself across from Li Chuyi, pouring herself a cup of hot tea. Li Chuyi snapped back to reality, staring at Ziyuan in astonishment. Can you drink tea? Ziyuan regarded him with an impassive expression, remaining silent. Li Chuyi scratched his head and asked again, Aren't you a ghost? Can ghosts drink tea? Ziyuan's expression tightened, and the corners of her eyes twitched slightly. Seeing that Ziyuan remained silent, Li Chuyi assumed she had tacitly agreed, and he was filled with astonishment. After further contemplation, he ventured, If you can drink tea, does that mean you can eat as well? He pushed the plate of peanuts toward her, looking at Ziyuan with eager anticipation. Though Ziyuan was a specter devoid of life force, she felt an overwhelming pressure in her chest, as if about to explode with frustration. She remained silent, coldly staring at Li Chuyi, and if her gaze were a blade, he would have surely been reduced to minced meat. Realizing he had misspoken, Li Chuyi understood that his earlier actions resembled a performance for a monkey, which was likely why Ziyuan was incensed. He forced a sheepish smile, avoiding her gaze, and murmured, "If you don't want to eat, that's fine. I'll eat. Is that acceptable?" Ziyuan's expression softened slightly. "Very well. Since I currently reside within Li Chuyi's talisman, I shall consider the earlier insult as my rent." After a brief pause, Ziyuan was about to inquire about her previous question when Li Chuyi suddenly lifted his head to look at her, his expression conflicted. After hesitating for a lengthy moment, he finally resolved to ask earnestly one last question. If ghosts can eat and drink, how do they handle the matter of excretion? Do they need to use the restroom like the living? Smack. Li Chuyi quietly peeled a peanut, and a clear red handprint appeared on his left cheek. Stealing a glance at Ziyuan, he found her nonchalantly sipping her fragrant tea, completely ignoring him, which fueled his frustration. How dare she hit him when he was merely curious? He had fed her, provided her with drink, and she was ungrateful enough to retaliate. "Next time you act so frivolously, I shall strike you down," Ziyuan's icy voice echoed. Li Chuyi was instantly infuriated. How could this be? Was there no one to intervene? Had he truly been threatened by a ghost he had taken in? No. He would teach her a lesson. No. He would teach her how to be a ghost. With this thought, Li Chuyi swept the remaining peanut shells aside with a flourish. Gathering his breath, clenching his fists, and extending his open palms towards Ziyuan, revealing the freshly shelled peanuts. "I was wrong. I will not dare again. Please have some peanuts to soothe your anger." Li Chuyi wore a pleasing expression. He thought to himself that he could not outmatch this female ghost. So he would first concede, preserving his strength for future encounters. Observing the obsequious demeanor of Li Chuyi, Ziyuan rubbed her aching forehead, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. This chubby boy seemed genuinely foolish, and she pondered how his lecherous master had raised such a disciple. Taking a peanut and placing it in her mouth, Ziyuan nodded slightly at Li Chuyi, acknowledging his apology. Watching the beaming boy across from her, she felt a warmth in her heart. It had been a long time since she had experienced such a sense of belonging. Unbeknownst to her, Li Chuyi's joyful smile stemmed from entirely different reasons. She had truly consumed the peanut, and she had swallowed it. Li Chuyi grinned widely as he watched Ziyuan eat the peanuts he had shelled, internally reveling in the realization that ghosts could indeed partake in food. "Huh, you wouldn't tell me, and you even hit me. But with my clever mind, I have ways to find out. Next time, I shall seize the opportunity to observe how a ghost handles excretion." The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. Little did he know that if Ziyuan were aware of his current musings, she might very well deliver a fatal blow, abandoning her ghostly cultivation altogether. Thus, Li Chuyi, with a servile demeanor, continued to shell peanuts while attending to Ziyuan. Meanwhile, Ziyuan savored her tea, enjoying the attentions of the chubby boy. When Ziyuan consumed an orange that he had peeled, Li Chuyi nearly fainted with excitement. Should he order chicken leg rice or char siu rice to test further? While pondering this, a sly grin spread across his face. Ziyuan, observing Li Chuyi's perpetual cheer, felt an unease, as if something were amiss, but she could not articulate it, so she shifted the conversation back to its beginning. "Earlier, I was asking you what you were daydreaming about," Ziyuan reiterated. "I was contemplating whether to order chicken leg rice or char siu rice." Li Chuyi blurted out, lost in his fantasies. Ziyuan frowned. "Are you hungry?" Suddenly realizing the implications of his words, Li Chuyi's heart raced as he nearly revealed too much. Employing the thick skin he had cultivated under the Taoist's tutelage, he maintained a nonchalant facade and said, "I was a bit hungry earlier. But now I am no longer hungry." "Ha ha, glutton," Ziyuan summarized. Li Chuyi did not refute her, relieved that Ziyuan had not uncovered his ulterior motives. "What are your plans for the future?" After a prolonged silence, Ziyuan asked again. Li Chuyi was momentarily taken aback, as he had never truly contemplated that question before. After some thought, he replied, "I'm not sure. I have always followed my master. Wherever he goes, I go. I have never thought about the future. I suppose I will continue to exorcise demons and vanquish evil. However, my master mentioned during the day that if you wish to pursue the path of ghosts, he will first find you a set of ghostly cultivation techniques. I estimate that once this matter is resolved, my master will take us to find those techniques. It just so happens that Dawa and the others need them as well. They have all been reluctant to reincarnate, so they can cultivate alongside you." Hearing Li Chuyi's words, Ziyuan felt a warmth in her heart, especially when he referred to us, which deeply moved her. It had been so long since she had felt such recognition. Noticing Ziyuan's silence, Li Chuyi assumed she was still concerned about the future and offered reassurance. "Ziyuan, there is no need for you to worry. My master is not a reckless killer. He treats both humans and ghosts with fairness. No one will forcefully expel you while in his company. The master spoke of trials and tribulations, the meaning of which eluded me. However, I can assure you that during your cultivation, our bond as master and disciple will ensure your safety. Look at Dehua and Erhua. Are they not thriving? Observing Li Chuyi's earnest expression, Ziyuan offered a gentle smile. Thank you, she said. Li Chuyi, momentarily taken aback, murmured, wow, master was right. You truly are beautiful when you smile. Ziyuan rolled her eyes. Is this how one teaches a disciple? You should smile more often when there's nothing amiss. A cheerful demeanor can help open your heart and dissipate any lingering resentment. This, my master once told me, is beneficial for your cultivation, Li Chuyi remarked. Ziyuan ignored him, lowering her gaze to her tea. Wow, Ziyuan, look. A shooting star. Quick, make a wish. I've heard that wishes made upon shooting stars are the most potent. Li Chuyi exclaimed, closing his eyes and clasping his hands before his chest, silently praying. Ziyuan looked up and indeed witnessed a shooting star streaking across the sky, heading westward. Such a child, getting so excited over a shooting star. She thought with a resigned smile. But wait. Suddenly, Ziyuan's pupils contracted. That was no shooting star. Just as this thought crossed her mind, several more shooting stars followed the first, and soon a multitude of them raced across the sky, some fast, some slow, all heading westward. Upon opening his eyes after making his wish, Li Chuyi stared at the sky in astonishment. So many shooting stars. How many wishes must I make? Are you foolish? Those are not shooting stars. Please don't tell anyone you are my disciple. It's embarrassing. A Taoist appeared beside them. Disdain evident in his voice upon hearing Li Chuyi's words. Pack your things and follow me, he commanded, sweeping his sleeve and turning to descend the stairs. Li Chuyi and Ziyuan exchanged glances. Master, where are we going? Li Chuyi inquired. To watch the big geese tumble. The Taoist's voice echoed from a distance. Chapter 12. The dark clouds. After exiting the tea house, they sought a secluded spot. The Taoist instructed Ziyuan to return to the Fu Mo Jing, then surveyed the surroundings. Ensuring no one was present, he extended his right hand, claw-like, as if extracting something from the void, and a palm-sized wine gourd materialized before him. This gourd appeared unremarkable, with a dark yellow exterior marred by small dents, yet it was evident that this inconspicuous gourd was no ordinary object. With a flick of his finger, the Taoist called out, expand. The gourd responded, swelling in size, quickly growing from a palm's width to a height surpassing a person. Li Chuyi, standing nearby, showed no surprise. This was not his first encounter with such phenomena. Once it reached the size of a cart, the Taoist gestured for it to cease growing. Casting a glance at Li Chuyi, he said, let us go. With that, he leaped onto the gourd. And Li Chuyi followed suit, jumping onto it as well. The bumps and dents that had been small now expanded with the gourd's size, some becoming as large as basins, while others were even bigger than bathtubs. Finding a relatively comfortable indentation, Li Chuyi sat cross-legged. The Taoist glanced around once more to confirm their solitude, then altered his hand gesture, whispering, conceal. The gourd, along with the master and disciple, gradually became invisible in midair. Let us depart, the Taoist stated calmly. Instantly, the gourd lifted off, soaring into the clouds, pursuing the shooting stars they had seen earlier toward the west. As they watched the city of Wuyang shrink beneath them, colorful shooting stars periodically ascended, heading westward like themselves. Li Chuyi turned to ask, Master, are those the big geese I saw with my heavenly eye during the day? The Taoist nodded. Indeed. Then why do they soar without concealment? While we must be so cautious and hidden. Li Chuyi questioned further. The Taoist shot him a stern look. Have you forgotten my teachings? We must remain low-key, avoiding ostentation before the powerless. What glory is there in flaunting one's might? Li Chuyi turned away, concealing his expression, thinking to himself that he found it quite impressive. The Taoist's cold, mocking voice reached him from behind. Even if these tasteless bumpkins find it impressive, their moment of glory will be fleeting. Li Chuyi turned back, puzzled. Why is that? Do you know what our purpose is? The Taoist countered with a question. Aren't we going to see how the big geese tumble? Correct, the Taoist affirmed. These big geese will not only fall miserably, they may even perish. Li Chuyi was momentarily stunned, asking after a pause, what do you mean? They will die? The Taoist smirked coldly. Precisely. These geese are all heading towards the tomb of the old monster Wuyang. Who is the old monster Wuyang? Is his tomb so easily accessed? Are the treasures within so easily obtained? Besides, these little creatures who cannot or will not conceal their presence stand no chance against the cunning old foxes lurking in the shadows. A bunch of fools, humph. What old monster Wuyang? I am even more confused now. What does he have to do with Wuyang City? Li Chuyi inquired. The Taoist smiled slightly, nodding in approval. Correct, you are not entirely foolish. After a brief pause, he elaborated, Wuyang City should originally be called Wuyang Cheng, with yang referring to goats, not the yang energy. The predecessor of Wuyang City was once a little-known place in the mortal realm, but it was renowned among cultivators, Wuyang Town. Noticing Li Chuyi's attentive demeanor, the Taoist continued, speaking of Wuyang Town, we must mention a powerful figure from thousands of years ago, the aforementioned old monster Wuyang. He was originally of the demon race, said to have transformed from a mountain goat. Upon birth, he was one of 5 siblings. But only one survived, while the souls of the other 4 resided within the one that lived. Initially, there were no abnormalities. But as the sole surviving goat cultivated into a demon, the 4 souls manifested, giving rise to the old monster Wuyang. What manifestations? Li Chuyi asked nervously. 5 primordial spirits. The Taoist held up 5 fingers, indicating that the old monster Wuyang had achieved 5 primordial spirits. Li Chuyi stared blankly at the Taoist's fingers, his mind a void. Wow, that's incredible. 5 primordial spirits. Wouldn't that be extraordinary? He understood that regardless of the species, be it human, demon, ghost, or beast, cultivators pursued various paths, whether refining essence, strengthening the body, or other peculiar practices. However, there was one common thread. Every cultivator must refine their soul. The cultivation of the soul is of paramount importance. External cultivation ensures stability on one's path, while soul cultivation determines how far one can travel. Upon reaching a certain realm, the soul can evolve into a primordial spirit. The primordial spirit is the essence of the soul, unifying the scattered aspects of a cultivator's spirit, rendering it more robust and less susceptible to external evils. Generally, cultivators can only refine a single primordial spirit. Only in rare cases do cultivators, due to various reasons during their soul's metamorphosis, produce 2 primordial spirits. The additional primordial spirit is a coveted treasure for many cultivators, as it can develop into an external avatar, sharing identical thoughts, memories, and modes of contemplation with the original, and can cultivate as the main body does, establishing a profound connection without interference. Possessing a second avatar provides significant advantages in both combat and cultivation, regardless of whether it is the true self or an incarnation. The demise of one does not affect the existence of the other. Many individuals with incarnations choose to have one undergo the tribulation first, allowing the other to absorb the experience. Thus, irrespective of the success or failure of the first, the untested one invariably possesses a greater assurance. An incarnation can be likened to an additional life granted to its possessor. The legendary Taoist supreme technique, Yi Qi Hua San Qing, is revered as the world's foremost marvel, unparalleled in existence, precisely because it is currently the only known method capable of artificially dividing the practitioner's primordial spirit into 3 without any adverse effects. Even though it has long been lost, no other technique has been able to rival its esteemed status. Upon hearing that the old 5 Yang possessed 5 primordial spirits, Li Chuyi was utterly speechless. Imagine, a creature with 5 lives. Encountering anyone means 5 against 1. Who could withstand such odds? Even Taoists have remarked that 5 against 1 is perpetually one of the mightiest strategies. After some contemplation, Li Chuyi furrowed his brow, pondering a question, and inquired, Master, if the old 5 Yang has 5 primordial spirits, how could he still perish? Who could possibly slay him? The Taoist sighed slightly at this, gazing at Li Chuyi, and pointed skyward, saying, Who else but heaven? Li Chuyi was taken aback. He was struck down by the heavenly tribulation? The Taoist shook his head, scoffing as he replied, Heavenly tribulation? What is that? There are countless formidable beings in this world, and what can heavenly tribulation do to them? When you reach the pinnacle of cultivation, what are the 3 disasters, 9 tribulations, or 18 calamities to you? They are but trifles. Li Chuyi was perplexed. Was not the heavenly tribulation the most formidable force? He asked again, if not heavenly tribulation, then what is it? The Taoist inhaled gently, his expression grave as he stated, It is fate, heavenly fate. Heavenly fate? Yes, heavenly fate. The Taoist sighed, stating, Is there not an old saying that goes, A person's life is predetermined by heaven? Although this saying may seem trite, its truth is undeniable. If your heavenly fate bestows you great fortune, then great fortune shall accompany you. If your heavenly fate condemns you to a miserable existence, no matter how hard you strive, you will inevitably meet with a tragic end. Hearing this, Li Chuyi felt a chill run down his spine, his heart awash with confusion as he muttered, If fate is already determined, then what should we cultivators strive for? If it is all preordained, then no amount of effort is worth anything. Observing the bewilderment in Li Chuyi's eyes, The Taoist recognized that his previous words had profoundly shaken the young man's resolve. He immediately sat upright, summoned his powers, and imperiously addressed Li Chuyi. Hark! Foolish child! We cultivators cultivate our energy, nurture our souls, and seek the Tao, while fighting for our own heavenly fate. Though fate may be predetermined, it is not unchangeable. If you become powerful enough, when fate arrives, you will possess the strength to contend with it. Why not strive to carve out your own destiny? Consider those predecessors who defied fate and ascended to immortality. If they had complied with heaven's decree, how could they have attained the great Tao and become true immortals? Seeing Li Chuyi's gaze begin to refocus, the Taoist continued, "Our path of cultivation is to forge our own great Tao and to alter our fates against heaven's will. If heaven wishes to destroy me, shall I submit? Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. If it seeks to annihilate me, I shall fight. Even if I perish and my path ceases, the outcome remains the same. Humph, what have I to fear?" Just as the Taoist's defiant words echoed, the star-studded sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and thunderous roars rolled toward the two, deafening as if heaven were angered by the Taoist's irreverent speech and sought to punish them. Upon witnessing this, the Taoist's brows furrowed, and he looked up at the gathering clouds, shouting in anger, "Begone! I am teaching my disciple. What is it to you? Get lost." His voice eclipsed the rumbling thunder, sending ripples through the air as it resonated throughout the sky, lingering and refusing to dissipate. At the sound of the Taoist's command, the clouds began to gather more slowly, yet still continued to loom overhead, unlike the dispersal witnessed at Liang's residence. Incensed by the cloud's blatant disregard, the Taoist stood tall, his hands weaving a flurry of illusions in front of him, various hand seals flashing and transforming amidst the chaos, while he intoned, "Heaven and earth are boundless. I borrow the laws of the cosmos. Yin and yang, the 5 elements, are all under my command. The laws of heaven shall heed my call." Before the Taoist could complete his incantation, the slowly gathering clouds seemed to sense his impending actions, abruptly halting, then retreating at an even swifter pace. In mere moments, the stars reappeared, filling the sky. The Taoist ceased his gestures, snorting disdainfully, "Humph! A coward who fears the strong. What a wretch!" He then resumed his seated position. Li Chuyi, now fully awakened, gazed at the Taoist's display of power with profound admiration. Indeed, the Taoist seemed even more formidable than during the encounter with the Tiger Demon King, a true hidden gem. "Foolish child, do you grasp the depths of my teachings now?" The Taoist inquired coolly, as if nothing had transpired. "I understand. Thank you, Master," Li Chuyi responded with rare reverence. The earlier discourse had been somewhat terrifying, nearly causing him to falter in his resolve, a perilous brush with disaster. His cultivation was still insufficient, he silently reflected. At that moment, he noticed that the shooting stars, which had been accompanying them, had vanished without a trace, leaving him astonished. "Master, the swans that were flying with us have disappeared," Li Chuyi exclaimed. "Humph! Do not credit my mere display of power. That thundercloud's tribulation likely terrified those swans into fleeing. If they dared remain nearby, I would have to reconsider their worth." The Taoist replied nonchalantly. Li Chuyi's expression turned awkward. Wasn't the goal to remain low-key? Wasn't the intent to avoid drawing attention? Wouldn't this make their presence known to all? Yet, Li Chuyi mused, he was not the old 5 Yang, capable of 5 against 1. But if others knew he had such an extraordinary master, wouldn't he be able to stride confidently? Humph, what is this? This is power derived from connections. No, 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 how absurd. This is not mere reliance on connections. This is leveraging power. Ha! Li Chuyi reveled in these thoughts, feeling his future was brilliantly illuminated. Chapter 13, The Cliff. Observing Li Chuyi's mischievous grin, the Taoist smirked coldly. Aware of his thoughts, "Do you believe that by having a powerful master, you can act with impunity?" Li Chuyi, still lost in his reverie, nodded eagerly, only to realize the Taoist's cold gaze upon him. He quickly shook his head, but then felt that shaking his head implied his master was not strong. So, he nodded again, only to think that nodding indicated he was relying on his master's power to bully others. Thus, he found himself oscillating between nodding and shaking his head, ultimately left with a perplexed expression, softly calling, "Master." The Taoist shook his head in resignation, saying, How many times have I told you that true mastery comes from diligent cultivation? Control lies within yourself. Reliance on external forces will never yield greatness." Li Chuyi quickly bowed his head in acknowledgement. The Taoist continued, "Do you think I am truly powerful? The world is vast and filled with countless reclusive masters. Not to mention others, even the old 5 Yang is beyond my current reach. The thundercloud earlier was merely a small tribulation invoked by my disrespectful words toward heaven. I had to exert my powers to repel it. Had it been the old Five Yang, he would likely have dispelled it with a mere glance. Hearing this, Li Chuyi fell silent, deep in thought. Even the master, who possesses formidable magical powers, acknowledges that he falls short of the legendary Wu Yang Lao Guai. This raises the question of how profound the mastery of Wu Yang Lao Guai truly is. Moreover, if even Wu Yang Lao Guai could not withstand his own destiny, then one must wonder how powerful a being must be to overcome such a fate. Observing Li Chuyi's somewhat somber expression, the Taoist smiled gently and said, "Well, today's discussion has delved into matters that may be too profound for you. There is no need for you to overthink it. You are still young. How long have you been cultivating? These matters are still far beyond your reach. Some knowledge is enough for preparation. There is no need to dwell too deeply on it. For now, focus on your cultivation. Do you understand?" "Disciple understands," Li Chuyi replied. Although he verbally acknowledged his master's words, a hint of unease lingered in his demeanor. The master recognized that this seemingly carefree disciple possessed a subtle and delicate mind. The seeds of these thoughts had already been sown in his heart, and mere words would not suffice to dispel them. It would require Li Chuyi's own contemplation. This could be seen as a test of Li Chuyi's resolve. After a brief silence, Li Chuyi looked up and asked, "Master, you didn't finish your earlier thought. What is the connection between Wu Yang Lao Guai and Wu Yang Town? Did he establish the town?" The Taoist shook his head. Wu Yang Town was not established by him, but it is related to him. Before his death, Wu Yang Lao Guai seemed to possess a premonition and constructed 3 tombs for himself, only one of which is known to the public. The locations of the other 2 remain a mystery. The only known tomb is the Wu Yang tomb, located west of Wu Yang Town, which is where we are headed. Li Chuyi scratched his head, perplexed. If the old monster has passed on, why did he create 3 tombs? The Taoist shook his head slightly and replied, "The specific reasons are unclear to me. However, I have encountered ancient texts that mention how Wu Yang Lao Guai prepared 3 tombs, one for his physical body, one for his lingering spirit, and one for his personal belongings during his lifetime. The Wu Yang tomb to the west of Wu Yang Town is said to house his personal items, including weapons and armor he used in life, as well as the manuals of his cultivation techniques and various other ancient texts he collected. Most importantly, it is rumored that he authored a book detailing his own cultivation insights, which is also hidden within. The presence of so many individuals here today is due to the timing. The Wu Yang tomb is opening for treasure hunting. Does the Wu Yang tomb only open at specific times?" Li Chuyi inquired. The Taoist nodded. "Indeed. In life, Wu Yang Lao Guai set up a peculiar formation to conceal this tomb. This formation opens every 60 years, lasting for 7 days. Once the time is up, the entrance closes and becomes hidden once again. Furthermore, the only way to locate the entrance is by starting from Wu Yang Town, the present-day location of Wu Yang Cheng. Any other approach is futile." Li Chuyi suddenly realized why the Taoist had brought him to Wu Yang Cheng and why so many cultivators were gathered here. After pondering for a moment, Li Chuyi asked with a sly grin, "Master, is it true that even you cannot break the formation set by Wu Yang Lao Guai?" The Taoist's eye twitched. "Of course. If I could break it, why would I need to bring you to Wu Yang Cheng?" Li Chuyi silently regarded the Taoist, his expression revealing a newfound understanding that even his master had limitations. Noticing the subtle mockery in Li Chuyi's gaze, the Taoist grew irate. "What kind of look is that? Do you think I won't smack you for it? I am merely a human, not a deity. I have dabbled in various studies and achieved modest success in the art of formations, but it is not surprising that I cannot break it. Besides, Wu Yang Lao Guai's cultivation was extraordinary. Who in this world could unravel the formation he painstakingly crafted before his demise?" Li Chuyi, somewhat skeptical, asked, "So there truly is no one in this world who can break the formation?" The Taoist glared at Li Chuyi. "Are you really that foolish? If it could be broken, would we need to wait for you to come and seize the treasure? If it could be broken, would we wait for the once in 60 years opening? Wouldn't we have already stormed in?" The Taoist added indignantly, "Do not forget, Wu Yang Lao Guai possessed 5 primordial spirits. 5 minds working together create the most formidable techniques. How could a formation devised by 5 brilliant minds not be the most powerful?" Li Chuyi was rendered speechless. The Taoist's argument was indeed compelling. 5 minds collaborating would undoubtedly yield extraordinary results. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chuyi asked, "Master, didn't you mention that cultivators who reach a certain level can survive without eating or drinking? What is it called again?" "Pai Gu." "Regardless, it means something like that. If someone can achieve Pai Gu, couldn't they remain inside until the formation closes, collecting all the treasures or mastering the techniques?" and then emerge when the time comes? The Taoist's eye twitched again, and with a sneer, he raised 2 fingers, 2 points. First, the state of not eating or drinking is called pai gu, not buttocks. Do you think this is a restroom? Such ignorance. Second, do you think you are the only clever one? Do you believe you can conceive ideas that others cannot? Do you know what happened to those who deliberately stayed inside or couldn't make it out in time? What happened to them? I do not know whether they lived or died, but those who remained inside vanished. Whether within the tomb or in the world outside, they were never seen again. However, their belongings remained in the tomb, becoming new treasures for others to contend over. What do you think? Did they die or live? The Taoist leaned closer to Li Chuyi, asking ominously. Li Chuyi shivered at the implication. At that moment, in the distant sky, faint starlight began to descend to the earth. As it drew closer, it revealed the figures of those who had transformed into shooting stars, stopping at a broad cliff and gathering together. Beyond that cliff, approximately 50 miles ahead, lay a vast plain that shimmered with a soft glow, reminiscent of a multitude of fireflies dancing about, a truly enchanting sight. The Taoist guided Li Chuyi down slowly onto the cliff, and they found a clear patch of ground to sit. After settling, the Taoist closed his eyes to cultivate, showing no interest in the surroundings. In contrast, this was the first time Li Chuyi had encountered so many cultivators. Far more engaging than his previous experiences of fortune-telling and exorcising demons with the Taoist. His curiosity led him to gaze around incessantly. On the wide cliff, approximately 100 individuals had gathered, some familiar faces clustering together, while others sat alone, akin to the Taoist, meditating quietly, maintaining a respectful distance from one another. Among them were men and women of various ages, some sinister, others indifferent, some radiating righteousness, and some displaying cunning. The clusters were primarily composed of youthful men and women, the men handsome and well-dressed, and the women youthful and beautiful in their elegant attire, appearing as if they had descended from the heavens. In contrast, the solitary practitioners tended to be older, marked by the wear of time. Even amidst the lively laughter from nearby, they remained unmoved, their expressions reflecting indifference to fame or disgrace. Turning his gaze to the other side of the cliff, he noticed many demon cultivators lurking there. Some had transformed into human form, indistinguishable from humans. Others, perhaps due to insufficient power or other reasons, retained animal features, appearing bizarre and grotesque. Many remained in their beastly forms, glaring fiercely at their surroundings. One particularly large snake, measuring at least 10 yards, amazed Li Chuyi. It coiled in place, creating an empty space around it, as no beast dared approach. A vast expanse separated the two factions, and occasionally, when their gazes met, sparks seemed to fly, thickening the palpable animosity between them. Despite the tension, both sides maintained their positions without provoking one another. Do not look around recklessly. Sit quietly and refrain from speaking. The voice of the Taoist echoed through the air, prompting Li Chuyi to sit upright, his gaze fixed attentively. It struck him as peculiar. Had this Taoist truly transformed? Surrounded by so many beautiful women, how could this lecherous figure of the brothel remain aloof and indifferent? As he meditated, Li Chuyi pondered silently. Just then, from the largest gathering of people not far away, a man approached, making his way towards Li Chuyi and his companion. Coming to a halt 3 meters away, the man clasped his fists and spoke in a clear voice. Esteemed senior, honored Taoist, I apologize for the intrusion. Li Chuyi turned to look, and before him stood a strikingly handsome figure, exuding a remarkable aura. Adorned with a golden crown and donning purple boots, he wore flowing white robes, and at his waist hung a 3-foot-long sword, its scabbard embellished with exquisite gems. It was unclear whether the gems were naturally occurring or skillfully crafted, but they certainly suggested something extraordinary. What a dashing young man, thought Li Chuyi, truly flamboyant. A pretty boy. Comparing the man's opulent attire and striking presence with his own and the Taoist's simple, coarse robes, Li Chuyi felt as though he and his master resembled 2 destitute wanderers in stark contrast to the polished figure before them. This pretty boy is certainly out to seduce virtuous women, he mused. I have 200,000 taels hidden in my pants. Once this business is settled, I shall dress even more flamboyantly than he. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a bashful smile surfaced on his face, akin to an innocent child unfamiliar with the world, as he nodded politely in greeting. Meanwhile, the Taoist beside him remained utterly unfazed, seemingly treating the young man as if he were invisible. Chapter 14. Dialogue. Noticing that only Li Chuyi acknowledged him while the young Taoist remained unresponsive, the man was not deterred. The Taoist appeared youthful, seemingly in his 30s. Yet the lines of experience etched on his face suggested he was far older than he appeared. likely a senior practitioner of considerable skill. The young boy beside him looked naive, likely a disciple or relative of the Taoist. The man smiled slightly, and, with a respectful gesture towards Li Chuyi, introduced himself. I am Feng Qingshan, a third-generation disciple of the Mongshan sword sect. My master is Xie Ziyuan of the same sect. Upon seeing your esteemed presence, I felt compelled to come and make your acquaintance. Li Chuyi internally rolled his eyes, yet put on a bashful demeanor and replied, Greetings, I am Ide. This is my master, but he does not permit me to disclose his name. My apologies. Feng Qingshan paused, sensing an underlying tone in the boy's words that seemed to belittle him. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, attributing it to the child's innocence, and concluded that the boy might genuinely be named Ide, chiding himself for being overly sensitive. Not at all, esteemed senior. It is quite normal to have certain reservations. I apologize for my presumptuousness. With a smile, Feng Qingshan continued, I approached not only to make your acquaintance, but also to inquire about a matter. On my way here, dark clouds suddenly gathered, and thunder roared as if someone were undergoing a tribulation. Then, a thunderous shout pierced through the clouds, scattering them with astonishing power. Since I was further ahead, I could not ascertain the situation behind. You too arrived later. I presume you were not far from that unusual occurrence. Did you catch a glimpse of the esteemed master who dispersed the thunderclouds? Realizing that Feng Qingshan was probing them, Li Chuyi understood the implications of the Taoist's earlier display of power. With the impending opening of the Wuyang tomb, such a sensitive period would undoubtedly raise suspicions among the cultivators gathered. They might suspect the emergence of a powerful hermit seeking to seize treasures. Most crucially, the Taoist's immense skill had remained a constant for years, never appearing to age beyond 30. The combination of youthful appearance and the undeniable weight of experience made him fit the archetype of a powerful, ageless practitioner. It was no wonder Feng Qingshan harbored doubts. However, extracting information from Li Chuyi would prove to be a formidable challenge. Though only 13 years of age, he had traveled extensively with the Taoist, gaining substantial experience. Countless individuals could overpower him, yet few could deceive him with mere words. With this in mind, Li Chuyi maintained his composure and feigned innocence, saying, I'm not sure. We just arrived from there. While in transit, we suddenly heard a loud clap of thunder. My master quickly took me away, and we hid in a cave for quite some time before daring to come out. Otherwise, we would have arrived much earlier. My master was quite hurried when he took me to escape the thunder, so he is currently meditating to recover. I was terrified and did not dare to look for any esteemed masters. He thumped his chest, feigning fear. Feng Qingshan, though slightly skeptical, was persuaded by Li Chuyi's words. Given that they had arrived late, he assumed they had seen nothing unusual. What a pity, I flew too swiftly and missed the opportunity to witness that esteemed master. He lamented. Li Chuyi observed Feng Qingshan, contemplating whether the pretty boy had indeed glimpsed his master's true form during the Taoist's display of power. Would the Taoist have eliminated him to keep his secret? After a moment of reflection, Feng Qingshan shifted the topic. With the Wuyang tomb opening, many individuals have gathered, including numerous demon cultivators. Though I have yet to see any ghost cultivators, they are likely present, hidden away. When the tomb opens, chaos will surely ensue. I propose that you two join us. While you possess immense skill, you are but two individuals. Though we may lack your depth of power, our numbers could provide a significant advantage. What do you think, esteemed senior? With that, Feng Qingshan turned to the Taoist, awaiting his response. The Taoist remained deep in meditation, ignoring Feng Qingshan completely, treating him as if he were invisible. Li Chuyi understood that the Taoist regarded Feng Qingshan as inconsequential. Observing the Taoist's silence, Feng Qingshan appeared slightly embarrassed, but maintained his composure, bowing slightly as he addressed them. If the esteemed senior is unwilling, then so be it. However, my offer remains open. Should you find yourselves in danger, my door will always be open to you. I bid you farewell. With that, he clasped his fists and bowed slightly before turning to leave. Feng Qingshan, you still enjoy forming factions, don't you? A languid voice interrupted as Feng Qingshan turned to depart. Li Chuyi turned to see a young man clad in a black robe with golden trim sauntering towards them. His handsome visage rivaled that of Feng Qingshan. But unlike Feng Qingshan's bold demeanor, this man had delicate features, his half-closed eyes occasionally sparkling with a hint of mischief. His lips curled in a lazy smile that exuded a hint of mischief. In his hand, he twirled a plain white folding fan, unfazed by the chilly night air. Goodness! Another pretty boy? When will this end? Li Chuyi fumed internally, lamenting the young man's apparent foolishness in fanning himself on such a cold night. What a waste! Xianxia, what brings you here? Feng Qingshan's expression turned serious, and he inquired with a grave tone. Feng Qingshan, have you been practicing swordsmanship to the point of becoming foolish? What do you think I came here for? Jiang Sheng replied with a faint smile, lazily stating, I come for the same reason you do. Is it not possible for me to arrive just because you did? Feng Qingshan was momentarily at a loss for words, staring at Jiang Sheng for a long time before solemnly saying, Jiang Sheng, times have changed. Today, we are not the only human cultivators present. There are also numerous demon cultivators and ghost practitioners who have yet to show themselves. Let us temporarily set aside our grievances and unite against external threats, shall we? Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng burst into laughter, saying, Rest assured, I am not as dense as you think. I understand the importance of national righteousness and will not allow alien races to take advantage of us. However, while I have no objection to facing external foes, it is utterly impossible for me to ally with you. As he said this, Jiang Sheng leaned in closer and ominously added, I fear I might be unable to restrain myself from killing them. Feng Qingshan's expression tightened, and his hand instinctively moved toward the hilt of his sword. Ha! Jiang Sheng erupted into laughter upon seeing Feng Qingshan's reaction, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. You are truly amusing. Here is the dignified Junzi sword, Feng Qingshan, reduced to such a state of fright. How utterly hilarious. Feng Qingshan cast a stern gaze at the still laughing Jiang Sheng, lowering his hand from the sword hilt slightly, but remaining poised for action. After a prolonged bout of laughter, Jiang Sheng finally calmed down, wiping the tears of mirth from his eyes. All right. Do not be so tense. You might frighten this little friend beside us. The Wuyang tomb opens today, and as long as you do not provoke me during this period, I assure you that neither I nor my people will harm you. Let us set aside any thoughts of cooperation. Even if I were to hold back, my brothers might not. Jiang Sheng then squinted slightly, coldly stating, I find the thought of collaborating with you hypocrites distasteful. Feng Qingshan, upon hearing this, felt no anger. He too would feel a sense of revulsion allying with someone like Jiang Sheng. His primary objective was to maintain restraint on both sides, preventing internal conflict. The notion of collaboration was merely a casual suggestion. Seeing Jiang Sheng agree to temporarily set aside their grievances, Feng Qingshan nodded. In that case, it is settled. Within the 7 days of the Wuyang tomb's opening, we shall refrain from mutual slaughter. Jiang Sheng nodded in agreement, then grinned mischievously, saying, Feng Qingshan, instead of worrying about me, you should concern yourself with those solitary individuals. Both of us have our own backgrounds, and we can vouch for our words. However, those lone wanderers are like drifting leaves. I can guarantee that I will not act against our human race. But what of them? They are free to negotiate with me. You need not trouble yourself. Feng Qingshan coldly replied. Oh, that would be for the best. Once we are inside, as long as you do not provoke me, I can assure you that we will not take action. However, anyone who dares to strike at us, whether you or them, I will eliminate without mercy. Jiang Sheng said with a sinister smile. With that, Jiang Sheng glanced at Li Chuyi, then looked at the Taoist sitting beside them with eyes closed in meditation. He smiled slightly before turning to leave. Watching Jiang Sheng depart, Feng Qingshan, who had remained poised for action, finally relaxed. He turned to Li Chuyi with an apologetic smile, saying, I hope I did not amuse you too much. Li Chuyi shook his head, feeling a little more favorable towards Feng Qingshan, compared to the sinister Jiang Sheng. The serious demeanor of Feng Qingshan was much more appealing to him. Jiang Sheng was a practitioner of the dark arts, and his master was the infamous Wuchang Taoist, who had cultivated for nearly a millennium and possessed formidable powers. Jiang Sheng had inherited his master's true teachings, and although it was unclear how long he had been cultivating, based on their previous encounters, he likely possessed over 200 years of skill. Jiang Sheng was exceptionally intelligent, cunning, and treacherous. Thus, if they encountered him inside the tomb, it was wise for the two to remain vigilant. Feng Qingshan briefly explained to Li Chuyi. Li Chuyi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Then I shall take my leave first. Seeing that Li Chuyi understood the situation, Feng Qingshan bid farewell once more. Taoist and I stand by my earlier words. If you encounter any difficulties within the tomb, feel free to seek me out. My door is always open to you. After a slight bow, he turned and departed with purposeful strides. Watching Feng Qingshan's retreating figure, Li Chuyi couldn't help but marvel at the significance of appearance. Indeed, one's attire is of utmost importance. Dressed elegantly, one carries themselves with such grace, and their silhouette appears so much more dashing. After contemplating for a while, Li Chuyi turned to the Taoist, who was still meditating, and asked, Master, what do you think of those two? The Taoist slightly opened his eyes, gazing at Li Chuyi, and replied, Two foolish, bored geese. Li Chuyi felt helpless. All right. The Taoist capable of dispersing heavenly tribulations possesses martial arts that are beyond comprehension, so it is understandable that his standards are high. Viewing others as foolish geese is rather normal. Do you think I called them foolish geese because I consider their powers inferior to mine? As if sensing Li Chuyui's thoughts, the Taoist asked. Li Chuyi nodded slightly. Isn't that the case? The Taoist shook his head gently. Of course not. It is quite normal for their powers to be lower. After all, how long have they been cultivating? How many years have I cultivated? Though I am relatively intelligent and my cultivation speed is rapid, surpassing my peers by some measure, the level of one's power is not the sole measure of one's wisdom or foolishness. With diligence and hard work, even a mere stone could attain enlightenment. Then why do you call them foolish geese? Li Chuyi asked, perplexed. The Taoist chuckled coldly. Because they are sick. Sick? Indeed sick. The Taoist affirmed. There are myriad paths, and no one knows how many there truly are. However, all these myriad paths ultimately point in the same direction. For all of us cultivators, whether human, demon, ghost, or monster, the ultimate goal is to transcend life and death, to escape the confines of the five elements, and achieve true freedom. Yet, many ignorant individuals insist on creating a division of good and evil, constantly embroiled in life and death struggles. Do you not see this as a form of madness? Li Chuyi scratched his head, recognizing the Taoist's reasoning, but feeling it was also somewhat flawed. After pondering, he asked, But master, there is indeed a distinction of righteousness and wickedness among cultivators, is there not? For instance, you once told me about the Wunan monk, who never takes a life and is the most compassionate person you have ever encountered. Is that not righteous? And as for the corpse ghost Taoist, who, in order to sacrifice for his 100 ghost banners, killed nearly 100 infants born during the Yin hour, and upon learning of his vile acts, you were enraged and destroyed his banners, nearly causing him to lose his soul, and ultimately had to resort to a secret technique that damages his spirit to escape. Is that not evil? The Taoist looked at Li Chuyi and said, The Wunan monk is indeed a compassionate person, but that is goodness. It is his path. However, goodness does not equate to righteousness. The corpse ghost Taoist has committed countless atrocities, yet that is evil. It is also his path, but it does not render it wicked. A person can possess both good and evil, yet as long as the path they cultivate ultimately leads in the right direction, it is the righteous path. Without a distinction of good and evil, the goals may be the same, only the methods differ. My desire to eliminate the corpse ghost Taoist stems from disdain for his actions, but I hold no prejudice against the path he cultivates. Seeing Li Chuyi gazing at him in confusion, the Taoist sighed and said, I may have spoken too deeply. Just listen and do not dwell on it. In time, as you witness more, you will come to understand. Li Chuyi responded with a non-committal "oh," yet his mind remained in turmoil. He sensed a disparity in the Taoist's words. While he felt they were correct, he also sensed inconsistencies. After contemplating for a while, he could not ascertain whether he believed the Taoist was right or wrong. Noticing Li Chuyi's agreement paired with a puzzled expression, the Taoist gently shook his head and resumed, Let me simplify this for you. Taking the two individuals we just discussed as an example, Feng Qingshan is indeed a man of righteousness, correct? Li Chuyi nodded slightly. Then, in your opinion, Xianxia must be a malevolent person, thus you perceive him to be of the evil path, am I right? The Taoist inquired. Li Chuyi nodded again. Very well. Let me ask you this. Feng Qingshan represents the righteous, while Xianxia embodies the wicked. If the righteous and the wicked engage in conflict, there will undoubtedly be casualties on both sides. Therefore, Feng Qingshan must have the blood of many wicked individuals on his hands, while Xianxia certainly cannot be devoid of the blood of righteous ones. Given that both parties are stained with blood, how can you determine who is good and who is bad, who is righteous and who is wicked? Are you certain that the conflict was instigated solely by the wicked? Are you convinced that the righteous kill the wicked exclusively for the sake of justice, rather than for other motives? The Taoist queried. Li Chuyi was about to nod, but hesitated. He pondered deeply, grasping the essence of the Taoist's words. While people may be categorized as good or evil, the path should not be split into righteousness or wickedness. From a rational standpoint, murder is inherently wrong. Since both sides are tainted with blood, it becomes challenging to declare one side as virtuous and the other as malevolent. Looking deeper, the roots of their conflict likely stem from incompatible ideologies regarding their respective paths, thus further complicating matters. The Taoist sighed and remarked, In truth, long ago, there was no distinction between righteousness and wickedness within the Tao. It was merely due to conflicting ideologies and an inability to reach a consensus that disputes arose. Over time, some fool established a dichotomy of good and evil. leading to the widespread belief that those of the righteous path must be virtuous, while those of the wicked path are inherently malevolent. Consequently, those with noble intentions flock to the righteous path, while the most villainous individuals identify themselves as wicked. Yet who can say that there are no evildoers among the righteous, or that there are no virtuous souls among the wicked? There are myriad paths, and ultimately they converge. Why then must we distinguish between righteousness and wickedness? Adding to the chaos, observing the contemplative Li Chuyi, the Taoist pointed to the demon-suppressing disc he held, stating, "Look at the demon-suppressing disc in your arms. Its reverse is inscribed with a yin-yang symbol, representing the balance of yin and yang. This yin-yang symbol intertwines, with yin contained within yang, and vice versa. Neither can exist without the other. Can we, like the foolish practitioners of this world, delineate ourselves so distinctly from one another?" Upon hearing these words, Li Chuyi fell silent. Although he did not fully comprehend the Taoist's message, he grasped about 60 to 70% of it. The Taoist was correct. No one could guarantee the absence of malefactors among the righteous or the absence of good souls among the wicked. It all stemmed from differing ideologies. Then what about you, Master? After saying so much, it feels as though you are justifying the wicked. Could it be that you are one of them? Considering the Taoist's frequent visits to brothels to perform rites for the courtesans, Li Chuyi increasingly suspected that the Taoist might indeed be a formidable figure of the wicked path. With a resounding slap, the Taoist struck Li Chuyi on the head, exclaiming in anger, "I am wicked? Look at my celestial demeanor and handsome appearance. Can you truly see me as a malevolent being?" Li Chuyi rubbed his head, then asked, "So you are of the righteous path then?" Another slap. Li Chuyi attempted to evade, but it was futile. The Taoist, fuming, expressed his frustration. "What sin have I committed? What misfortune has befallen me? To end up with such a foolish disciple? Did you not understand a word of what I just said? Do you believe that someone as wise and charming as I could possibly be one of those dullards who only shout about promoting the righteous path?" Having received 2 slaps, Li Chuyi felt as though his head had swollen, and he guessed that further inquiries would only earn him more punishment. Yet, he was reluctant to keep silent. So he cradled his head with his hands, leaning away from the Taoist, and asked, "Then what exactly do you consider yourself? Are you both righteous and wicked? A neutral party? A person straddling the boundary between yin and yang?" With a barrage of slaps, the Taoist nearly lost his temper. Scolding, "You are the one straddling the boundary. Your entire family is composed of such people. How dare you insult your master in such a manner? I should strike you dead." Li Chuyi contemplated fleeing, but the Taoist's spell rendered him motionless, leaving him no choice but to brace for the tempest of slaps. Reflecting on his earlier careless words, he regretted calling the Taoist a person of duality. Even he felt the urge to slap himself. How reckless to insult even the bizarre Taoist. Was he seeking his own demise? Even if he wished to voice his grievances, he should have kept them to himself. Unable to fight back or escape, was he not inviting suffering upon himself? At that moment, Li Chuyi caught sight of a group of newly arrived female practitioners, perhaps a few in number. These women were clad in matching white gowns, each embodying diverse charms, some aloof, some alluring, some sweet and innocent, others shy. Their beauty was overwhelming. Many young practitioners nearby were covertly gazing at these women, striking poses they deemed to be gallant and handsome. With a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, Li Chuyi held his head and exclaimed, "Master, Master, please stop hitting me. Look over there, a group of stunningly beautiful sisters has arrived. You must see them. If you hit me in front of them, it will tarnish your noble and handsome demeanor." The Taoist paused, turning to look, and indeed found not only the group of female practitioners, but also many others watching him, as if observing a father reprimanding his son, ready to enjoy some snacks while they witnessed the spectacle. The female practitioners stifled their laughter, with some bold enough to lean on their companions in amusement. The Taoist's face flushed with embarrassment. Glancing at the chubby disciple rubbing his head, he sheepishly withdrew his hand. Though his expression remained stern as he asked, "Do you understand your mistake?" "Yes, yes, I truly understand. I shall never dare to do so again." Li Chuyi hastily acknowledged his fault, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. "It is good that you recognize your error. Should there be a next time, I will transform you into a pig's head." The Taoist threatened ominously. Observing the chubby disciple's frightened expression, he straightened his posture, closed his eyes, and resumed his meditation. Ah, truly, one cannot underestimate the experience of an old master. His ability to shift expressions effortlessly leaves me feeling inadequate. I wonder how many more years of cultivation I require to reach the Taoist level. Li Chuyi thought to himself, admiring the Taoist's theatrical prowess. After a moment of silence, Li Chuyi's mischievous nature resurfaced. Unable to resist, he leaned closer to the Taoist and whispered, "Master, I have another question, just one." Noticing the Taoist's eyes opening to regard him, Li Chuyi quickly raised a finger, indicating that he had but a single inquiry. The Taoist, resigned, nodded, signaling for the chubby disciple to proceed. Li Chuyi glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then whispered, "Master, I've been meaning to ask. You claim to adore beautiful women, or rather, to perform rites for them. With so many blooming beauties present today, why have you not even cast a glance in their direction?" Upon hearing this, the Taoist's brow furrowed, and he was about to raise his voice but suddenly recalled the earlier embarrassment. Hastily lowering his tone, he admonished, "You insolent wretch. Do you think I am such a person?" Li Chuyi, fearing the Taoist's wrath, instinctively shielded his head in preparation for another slap, only to hear the Taoist firmly declare, "Disobedient disciple, remember, you may question my martial prowess, but you must never doubt my professional ethics." Li Chuyi was utterly confused, unable to comprehend what professional ethics the Taoist was referring to, and then heard the Taoist continue, "I have already observed each of those female practitioners, not only them, but all the other beautiful practitioners present. I have scrutinized thoroughly. I found no fault with them. Thus, there was no need for me to perform any rites." Li Chuyi was flabbergasted, staring blankly as he asked, "You have seen them all? How can that be? When did you look?" "Just a moment ago," the Taoist replied nonchalantly. "You completed your assessment in just that one glance. Is the Taoist's vision truly that extraordinary? Fool, who said it was just one glance?" The Taoist cast a disdainful look at Li Chuyi. "I was watching, and I observed thoroughly, even the finest details." Seeing Li Chuyi gazing at him in a daze, the Taoist smiled slightly, feeling quite pleased with himself as he said, "Do you think I was merely meditating? With the mastery of a teacher, is there still a need to resort to last-minute efforts? I am employing my divine consciousness to observe others." Noticing Li Chuyi's astonished expression, the Taoist felt even more pleased with himself. "The group of female cultivators you mentioned, I detected their presence from over 100 miles away before they even arrived, and I have been observing them closely all along. Do not doubt me. Do you see that girl at the forefront with the phoenix hairpin? There is a small mole behind her left ear. And the female cultivator who has been by Feng Qingshan's side, she bears a faint scar on the nape of her neck, likely inflicted by a sharp blade, which she has concealed with her collar. Look over there at the girl in the water-green gown." As Li Chuyi listened to the Taoist's detailed observations, he found himself at a loss for words. He dared not verify the Taoist's claims, but based on his understanding of the Taoist, he believed he was not being deceived. "Oh heavens!" Li Chuyi lamented inwardly. "Is divine consciousness truly capable of such feats? I thought this Taoist was merely meditating with his eyes closed, but it turns out he was indulging in mischief. How naive of me to think he had changed." The more he pondered, the more frustrated he became, with a voice in his mind loudly proclaiming, "When will I ever attain such extraordinary abilities as this Taoist? I too wish to utilize divine consciousness to observe the young ladies." Divine consciousness is a product of a cultivator reaching a certain level in their training, akin to a second pair of eyes. For a novice like Li Chuyi, who has only practiced for a mere decade, he is far from achieving such a state. "Do you have any questions?" Seeing Li Chuyi lost in thought, the loquacious Taoist paused and inquired. Li Chuyi shook his head, his eyes devoid of focus. "Then be silent. Sit quietly, and do not disturb me. I shall go examine the demonic cultivators. I must also find where those ghost cultivators are hiding." With that, the Taoist closed his eyes and resumed his meditation. Li Chuyi gazed at the Taoist, rendered speechless. Goodness, he does not spare even the demons and ghosts. What a beast! The chubby boy gritted his teeth. Chapter 16. The Loft. As time elapsed, the number of cultivators on the cliff continued to increase. Those who recognized familiar faces approached to converse and join their respective circles, while those without companions, like the earlier solitary wanderers, sought out quiet corners to meditate. Among them, the largest two groups were led by Feng Qingshan and Xianxia. "Master, there are more and more people," Li Chuyi remarked. The Taoist remained silent, eyes closed in meditation. What a rogue Taoist! Li Chuyi secretly rolled his eyes. Observing the crowd around him, he scratched his head and inquired, "Master, what is our purpose in coming here? Are we also here to seek treasures like them?" The Taoist's eyes slightly opened as he replied, "Yes and no." "What do you mean?" Li Chuyi asked, puzzled. After a brief pause, the Taoist elucidated, "Yes, it means we are here to find items like them. No, it signifies that we have a specific goal. While they are aimlessly wandering, relying on luck." Casting a glance around, the Taoist continued, "Anything these foolish geese consider a treasure is, to me, akin to trash. What I seek is the most valuable item within the Wuyang tomb." He added, even if those foolish geese are fortunate enough to encounter it. They lack the fate to claim it. What is that item? Li Chuyi's curiosity was piqued. Whatever the Taoist deemed valuable must surely be significant. The Taoist remained silent for a moment before softly stating, the Gui Jing. The Gui Jing? Indeed, the Gui Jing, the Taoist confirmed, nodding. The Gui Jing is the sacred text of the ghostly path, authored by a powerful entity of the ghost race long ago. This formidable ghostly being achieved true immortality through the ghostly body, and before ascending, compiled all his knowledge into the Gui Jing. It is said to contain numerous methods for ghost cultivators and elucidates the core principles of becoming an immortal, akin to our Taoist sacred text, the Tao Jing. It is indeed a treasure. My purpose in this journey is to see if I can locate this text for study. But you are not a ghost cultivator. Even if you obtain the Gui Jing, you cannot practice it. What use would it serve? Li Chuyi was perplexed. Are you contemplating a misguided path to become a ghost? Slap. As expected, he received a slap. Rubbing his head, the Taoist grumbled, you wretched brat, can you not think well of me? What nonsense occupies your mind all day? Unable to restrain himself, he delivered another slap before adding, when I seek the Gui Jing, it is not for self-destructive reasons. Recently, I have encountered some bottlenecks in my cultivation. Thus, I wish to examine the classics of other paths to see if I can gain some insights. It is essential to know that all paths in the world ultimately converge. Though the techniques may differ, some core principles remain the same. Upon reaching my level of cultivation, if one encounters a bottleneck, mere persistence is futile. What is needed is enlightenment. The more one observes and understands, the more likely one will experience a moment of clarity, thereby breaking through the bottleneck. Li Chuyi suddenly understood and inquired, was that why you took me to meet the Tiger Demon King years ago? The Taoist nodded, indeed. I sought the Tiger Demon King because I had heard that the demon race's sacred text, the Yao Jing, was in his possession. However, upon reviewing it, I discovered that he only possessed a small fragment, which was of little use to me. This time, my investigation has led me to ascertain with a 50% certainty that the final owner of the ghost race's sacred text, the Gui Jing, is the Wuyang old monster, who likely concealed it within the mausoleum he constructed for himself before his demise. At this point, the Taoist glanced at Li Chuyi and added, speaking of which, I brought you along this time because you are of great use to me. Li Chuyi stared blankly at the Taoist. Me? The Taoist affirmed with certainty, indeed, you. But I have only practiced for 10 years. Look at these people around us and those demons across the way. Without you here, any one of them could easily crush me with a finger. How could I possibly be of assistance? I thought you brought me along merely to broaden my horizons. Li Chuyi said, his face filled with worry. Master, you aren't planning to sell me off, are you? You don't mean to sacrifice me like Dewa or Erwa, do you? Master, I am still young. I have not lived enough. The Taoist could not help but roll his eyes, replying, sell you? What could you possibly fetch? Sacrifice? With your miserable fate, not only would no one dare accept you after a sacrifice, but even if you wished to die, I doubt you could manage it. He seemed to hesitate, as if there were words he did not want to continue. Then he shifted his tone. Rest assured, this time, I have neither come to sell you nor to sacrifice you. I brought you along to help me navigate. Li Chuyi paid little mind to the Taoist's unfinished thoughts, but was intrigued by the idea of helping him navigate. Me navigate? But I've never been here before. How could I possibly navigate? You will know when the time comes, the Taoist replied with an air of mystery. Just as Li Chuyi was about to ask further, a sudden rumbling noise emanated from the ground. Turning to look, he saw that the plane, which had just been glowing faintly, was now radiating brilliant light. And as the sounds from below grew louder, the brilliance intensified. The Taoist glanced at the blue moon in the sky, calculated with his fingers, and said, the time has come. The formation is about to activate. No sooner had the Taoist finished speaking than a burst of bright light flashed. Li Chuyi quickly shut his eyes. When he opened them again, the previously radiant plane had vanished, replaced by a magnificent array of golden palaces, shimmering with vibrant colors. Li Chuyi had seen the grandeur of royal palaces from afar, but he felt that the resplendent palaces before him, made entirely of gold, surpassed even the most opulent royal palace he had ever imagined. Master, is this the Wuyang old monster's mausoleum? Such a vast expanse. And it appears to be made entirely of pure gold. Is this truly a mausoleum? How much could this possibly be worth? This Wuyang old monster must be exceedingly wealthy. Li Chuyi exclaimed incoherently. The Taoist could not help but roll his eyes and remarked, you simpleton. Are you so easily dazzled by a mere handful of gold and silver? For those of us who cultivate, material possessions are of little consequence. It is one's own cultivation that holds true value. When will you, my foolish disciple, learn to rise above these worldly distractions? Li Chuyi also rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that it was unfair to blame him for being unworldly when he had been impoverished by following the Taoist, who squandered lavishly in brothels. Fearful of a reprimand, he kept these thoughts to himself. As the Taoist summoned a large gourd, Li Chuyi quickly leaped up and found a comfortable spot to sit cross-legged. Once Li Chuyi was settled, the Taoist pointed ahead towards the cluster of palatial buildings, and the gourd transformed into a streak of light, speeding away. The others on the cliffs, like the Taoist, employed their own magical methods to soar into the air. A few who could not fly, whether human or beast, jumped from the cliff and ran swiftly, their speed rivaling that of the airborne cultivators. The 50-mile journey was covered in an instant. What seemed like towering palaces from a distance appeared even more colossal up close. Before two enormous gates, nearly 100 feet high, the crowd flowed in like fireflies. Upon entering, the grand structures were arranged in a staggering manner, creating a labyrinthine effect. Some attempted to ascend to gain a better view. But before they could reach the eaves, an invisible force pushed them down. A few defiant individuals, summoning all their strength to rise, were met with the sound of thunder as bolts of lightning struck them from nowhere, leaving only wisps of smoke in their wake. At this, the crowd understood the severity of the situation and refrained from attempting to fly upwards. They exchanged glances, but said nothing, each choosing a path they deemed right and dispersing to seek their fortunes. Foolish mortals, the Taoist muttered, leading Li Chuyi without a backward glance as he chose a path and dashed forward. At every fork in the road, the Taoist did not hesitate, often charging through areas obscured by trees or even walls, only to discover that they were illusions. Li Chuyi realized that the Taoist was well acquainted with this place. It was not his first visit. "Master, have you been here before?" Li Chuyi inquired. "3 times, the Taoist replied. The 5 sheep tombs opened once every 60 years. And considering this visit, it had been 240 years since his first. Reflecting on the cultivators encountered earlier, most had around a century of experience, and some even over 200 years. Thus, the Taoist must have cultivated for at least 400 or 500 years, coupled with his ability to disperse heavenly tribulations. His actual age was likely an alarming figure. Indeed, an ancient monster, Li Chuyi mused, secretly astonished that the Taoist could disguise himself as a handsome youth in his 30s while harboring such extensive experience. The Taoist, unaware of Li Chuyi's thoughts, continued onward, oblivious to the potential consequences of revealing his true age. Inside the palace, the opulence and various extraordinary sights left Li Chuyi in awe. However, even the most breathtaking landscapes can induce aesthetic fatigue after prolonged exposure. By the end, he had grown somewhat indifferent, even to a long courtyard wall carved from pure white jade, which had initially captivated him. It was only when they arrived at a tower that the Taoist halted and gestured for Li Chuyi to dismount. Looking up, Li Chuyi noticed that the tower was unlike any ordinary structure. It was pentagonal with 5 tiers. At first glance, the walls appeared to be coated in a golden red lacquer, but upon closer inspection, they revealed a subtle metallic sheen, indicating they were crafted from high-purity red gold. The eaves were of vibrant green, adorned with exquisite glazed tiles. At each corner stood a peculiar beast, each in varied poses. Some appeared to pounce, others coiled, while one seemed to tread on clouds, and another bellowed skyward. Li Chuyi could only identify the creature on the clouds as resembling a sheep, unsure if it was indeed the true form of the 5-sheep-old monster. In stark contrast to the resplendent tower, the entrance was surprisingly ordinary, consisting of 2 plain wooden doors without any intricate designs, their gray-brown surface even showing signs of peeling. The incongruity of such an exquisite structure being paired with such humble doors astonished Li Chuyi. "Do you think these doors are unworthy of the tower?" The Taoist, seemingly aware of Li Chuyi's thoughts, asked with a chuckle. Li Chuyi nodded in agreement. The Taoist laughed heartily. "I call you a simpleton, yet you refuse to accept it. You lack the discernment to recognize the value hidden in plain sight. These doors are the most precious part of the tower. If we were to evaluate their worth, 10 towers combined would not equal the value of these 2 doors. Seeing the disbelief in Li Chuyi's wide eyes, the Taoist continued, "Though they appear ordinary, they possess remarkable significance. The wood used for these doors is known as the eternal soul wood, which holds no value for living beings, but is a treasure for the spirits. This wood not only nurtures souls, but serves as the ideal hiding place for spirits. It can even be refined into a ghostly practitioner's life treasure. Such wood is exceedingly rare. The largest pieces typically measure no more than the size of a hand. While these 2 are unprecedented in size, I have never seen larger, except for those belonging to the 5-sheep-old monster. How fortunate he must be to have acquired them." Li Chuyi's mouth watered at the thought. The Taoist, seemingly oblivious to his salivating expression, continued, as I mentioned. 10 golden towers cannot compare to these doors. This tower has been refined by the 5-sheep-old monster. Thus it serves as a magical artifact. If we were to consider only the value of gold and silver, they would pale in comparison. Li Chuyi was not only drooling, but nearly speechless with awe. How valuable must they be? If even the Taoist referred to them as treasures, he could not be mistaken. With the presence of Ziyuan and Wu Guwei, he contemplated dismantling the doors, selling one, and gifting the other to them. They would surely be overjoyed. No, they were already dead. They should be thrilled to be alive. Noticing Li Chuyi's lewd expression, the Taoist grinned mischievously and asked, "Are you thinking of taking them down?" Li Chuyi nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking at grain. "But you cannot take them," came a cold voice, and a purple mist floated by as Ziyuan emerged from the fumo mirror after a long absence. Li Chuyi's eyes widened in desperation. "Why not?" Ziyuan sighed, explaining, "As soon as we stopped, I sensed the doors would greatly benefit me, so I attempted to enter them. However, I discovered that an unseen force protects them, repelling me. Furthermore, I realized that if I attempted to breach that protective barrier, I might very well perish." Upon hearing this, Li Chuyi turned to the Taoist, who nodded in agreement, leaving him dumbfounded. "Why?" The Taoist, grinning, elaborated, as I mentioned. "The tower has been refined by the 5-sheep-old monster, and these doors, being part of the tower, share the same fate. They are now one entity, akin to a magical artifact. If you attempt to take them, you would be opposing the entire tower, even if you are powerful enough to withstand its defenses. When you break the tower, it will disintegrate, and the doors will vanish with it. In the end, you will gain nothing." Observing Li Chuyi's bewildered expression, the Taoist added, "If it were possible to take them, would it have taken you to realize it? I would have taken them long ago myself. Seeing such a treasure, yet being unable to take it is indeed a painful predicament." Li Chuyi stared blankly at the 2 shabby doors, gritting his teeth in frustration. The treacherous Wuyang Laiguai, so miserly, deserves to perish in the failure of his cultivation. Chapter 17. Entering the building. Furthermore, even if you could indeed acquire it, Ziyuan and the 5 little ones would have no use for it. The Taoist, observing Li Chuyi's gritted teeth, spoke with a calm demeanor. Li Chuyi was taken aback and inquired, "Why is that? Isn't this wooden artifact a treasured possession of the ghostly race?" Ziyuan, standing nearby, also looked at the Taoist with confusion. The Taoist regarded them and explained, "The Wanian Dahanmu, or 10,000-year dead soul wood, must be nourished in a place of utmost yin and malevolence, absorbing the purest essence of death for millennia, and withstand a lightning tribulation without perishing. In order to take shape, once formed, its hue is a dull gray, devoid of luster. A mature dead soul wood, relying solely on ordinary death energy, is insufficient for its growth. It requires the consumption of ghostly entities to sustain its development. The mature dead soul wood emits a unique scent detectable only by ghostly spirits, which possesses a strong allure for such entities. Those drawn to it may become attached, and if they lack knowledge of cultivation, they will be gradually devoured, becoming its sustenance." Casting a glance at the quietly standing Ziyuan, the Taoist continued, "You, little spirit, have accumulated decades of death energy through that demon mirror, forming a shape despite your ignorance of cultivation. Thus you are merely attracted to this wood and can still retain your reason. If it were a typical wandering soul or ghost without intelligence or understanding of cultivation, they would frantically rush towards it, becoming its nourishment." Li Chuyi felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, while Ziyuan's expression turned frostbitten, her eyes reflecting a hint of dread as she gazed at the wooden door. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Chuyi, and he anxiously asked, "What about the 5 ghosts? Now that you are out, where are they?" "They have indeed already been lured away." "Have they?" "Fear not. The 5 ghosts remain within the demon suppression mirror. I only discovered the emergence of this wood because I kept a portion of my consciousness outside." Ziyuan reassured him calmly. The Taoist rolled his eyes in exasperation, chastising, "You little brat, can you not have a bit of faith in me? That demon suppression mirror was crafted by me. Do you think I would create a shoddy piece? If it were so easily infiltrated, how could it be used to subdue demons?" Li Chuyi offered no rebuttal, instead sporting a foolish grin. After years of cohabitation, he had come to regard the 5 little ghosts as brothers, and the Taoist as family, which was why he felt such anxiety. Noticing his embarrassment, Ziyuan shifted the topic and asked, "According to what you said, Taoist, if one understands the path of cultivation, can they then utilize this dead soul wood?" The Taoist shook his head, responding, "It is not that simple. Understanding the path of cultivation is merely the first step, allowing you to maintain your reason in front of this wood. Only once one reaches a certain level of ghostly cultivation can they engage with this object. If your power is sufficient to subdue the dead soul wood, then the pure death energy it has accumulated over the years will reciprocate, absorbing the death energy within you and refining it, thus accelerating your ghostly cultivation. Generally speaking, freshly formed dead soul wood requires at least 500 years of ghostly cultivation to be nourished and refined. This version, already grayish-brown, likely exceeds 10,000 years in age. I doubt there are many ghost cultivators capable of subduing it in the current world. Moreover, it is said that when the dead soul wood reaches its pinnacle, its hue darkens to a purplish black, resembling fine Nanhai Zeton, at which point it can transform yin into yang, shedding its mortal coil and, after enduring 9 tribulations, become a divine wood. If it develops consciousness during this process, it may ascend to immortality, the Taoist mused with a sigh. You say this Wuyang Leaguai has let such exquisite wood go to waste. Why is that? Li Chuyi gritted his teeth. Of course, it is to protect what lies within this building, the Taoist stated. This building not only houses the Guijing, but also conceals numerous other cultivation scriptures that are undeniably alluring to ghost cultivators. The walls of this building are already laden with formations and prohibitions, with the only entrance being these 2 doors. Anyone wishing to enter must come through them. If a ghost cultivator arrives, their first task will be to break through the prohibitions on the doors. Although these restrictions serve as an entrance, they can only be breached by force, which would severely deplete the cultivator's power, presenting a second hurdle. The Wani Indahunmu is a formidable entity. Upon realizing the Taoist's gaze was fixed on him, Li Chuyi suddenly understood. Wuyang Leaguai harbored deep schemes. Any ghost cultivator who breaks through the restrictions would surely suffer a significant loss of power, and upon encountering these doors that even the Taoist admitted few could subdue, the outcome would undoubtedly be fatal. The ghost cultivators capable of overcoming the first 2 obstacles would possess immense power and profound mastery. If they were unaware of the Guijing hidden within, they would not expend such effort to seize what is otherwise inconsequential to them. The more Li Chuyi pondered, the more he deemed Wuyang Leaguai not only miserly, but also cunning. You deserve to perish. After a moment's thought, Li Chuyi proposed, Master, I have an idea. If we were to find a human or demon cultivator to assist us, wouldn't that suffice? We could merely breach the first prohibition, and the second would be as nothing to us living beings, thus allowing us to lead the ghost cultivators inside. How naive. The Taoist chuckled coldly, responding, how many in the world treat demonic entities as we do? Humans are constantly at odds with each other, let alone when faced with demons, where they shout to exterminate them and rush in fists swinging. The demon race, while not as internally conflicted, remains hostile towards cultivators from outside their kind. Ghost cultivators, too, cannot be trusted. Those who have achieved success are often hunted down for their power or grudges. The factions are in constant conflict. Seeing that Li Chuyi and Ziyuan were deep in thought, the Taoist paused before continuing. Even if there were ghost cultivators like us who enlisted human or demon cultivators to assist in breaking the formation, do you think Wuyang Leaguai is foolish? He knows that while the entrance might be breached, entering the building presents further complications. There are far greater formations and prohibitions within. Escaping requires finding the right path. Do you think that once you pass through the entrance, you can freely choose from a plethora of scriptures? You might find yourself with a life to enter, but none to escape. Li Chuyi fell silent. Enough with this idle chatter, we should proceed. Let us not wait for those foolish geese to come rushing in and complicate matters. Ziyuan, you should return to the demon suppression mirror for now. Do not reveal yourself or your thoughts outside the mirror to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. This journey may seem tranquil, but it is only so because I have traversed it several times, avoiding the dangers that lie ahead. After all, this is the tomb laid out by Wuyang Leaguai himself. Who knows what I might have overlooked? It would be best for you to wait until we are safely out before re-emerging, the Taoist instructed. Ziyuan nodded, casting a glance at Li Chuyi before drifting back into the safety of the demon suppression mirror nestled within his embrace. Once Ziyuan was concealed, the Taoist waved his sleeve and, accompanied by Li Chuyi, approached the door of the Dead Soul wood, crafted from red gold. The Taoist gazed intently at the wooden door, calculating with his fingers for a moment, then placed his hands together and began to strike the door in what appeared to be an erratic rhythm. This time, Li Chuyi was clever. As the Taoist began his calculations, he activated his powers to open his heavenly eye. In the realm of black and white, the seemingly ordinary wooden door was adorned with swirling ribbons of light. As he glanced to either side, he noticed that these luminous bands not only wrapped around the door, but also covered the entire surface of the loft, densely interwoven in a chaotic yet harmonious manner. Li Chuyi understood that these ribbons represented the formations and prohibitions the Taoist had mentioned. When the Taoist began to strike the wooden door, Li Chuyi observed that although the Taoist's movements seemed casual, each strike landed precisely at the intersections of the light bands. No matter how the bands shifted, the Taoist always found his mark. With each clap of the Taoist priest's hands, the intertwined beams of light severed. And Li Chuyi observed that the priest only broke 2 strands that were entangled, disregarding the others that were either unentangled or intertwined in 3s and 4s. As the priest continued to strike, the strands coiled around the door diminished until, ultimately, the last 2 were shattered, revealing the wooden door in its entirety before the 2 of them. Let us proceed. The priest led the way, pushing the door open and stepping inside, followed closely by Li Chuyi. Once they entered, the wooden door creaked shut behind them, and the severed strands of light reweaved themselves, wrapping tightly once more. Upon entering the building, Li Chuyi felt a wave of discomfort. Perhaps it was the journey thus far, for the entire Wuyang cemetery had exuded a resplendent aura, unlike the usual dark and chilling atmosphere of a grave. This led him to a slight misconception, and when the dim phosphorescent glow illuminated the interior, he finally grasped the fact that they were indeed within a tomb. The Taoist remained silent, guiding Li Chuyi forward. The eerie green glow flickered upon their faces, creating a particularly terrifying ambience. Whether it was merely an illusion or an actual phenomenon, a chilling breeze seemed to sweep through, causing Li Chuyi to instinctively hunch his shoulders. "Master, can we not light a lamp?" Li Chuyi whispered. Though his voice was barely audible, in the stillness of the dark environment, it echoed faintly. "If you wish to perish, then light one." The Taoist glanced back at Li Chuyi. "Do you not possess the ability to open your celestial eye?" At that moment, Li Chuyi felt the urge to slap himself. Earlier, after the priest dispelled the barrier at the entrance, he had found the celestial eye's black and white view uncomfortable and had closed it, forgetting that he was a cultivator and should have utilized it to navigate through the murky surroundings. It seemed that his experience was still quite insufficient. After a moment of introspection, Li Chuyi resumed his cultivation, allowing his eyes to open and close, revealing the world in shades of black and white once more. Although the monochrome vision remained uncomfortable, it was infinitely preferable to the obscured view under the eerie phosphorescent glow. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. In the black and white realm, numerous flickers of luminescence appeared around him, not emanating from the phosphorescence. In his newly awakened sight, ordinary objects were merely shades of black, white, and gray, such as mountains, waters, flowers, grass, birds, beasts, and ordinary people without martial prowess, while those imbued with color surely possessed extraordinary spiritual essence, such as apparitions, cultivated beasts, or skilled practitioners. The scattered glimmers of light, based on his past experiences, were undoubtedly associated with ghostly entities. Li Chuyi quietly shared his discovery with the Taoist ahead of him. The priest smiled faintly and inquired, "Did you see them all?" Li Chuyi nodded. Do not worry. What you see are merely the techniques of ghost cultivators, as they are inscribed upon jade talismans through intent, unlike ordinary texts that are written with ink on paper, thus emitting a faint aura of ghostly energy. The brighter the color, the more powerful the ghost cultivator was in life, and consequently, the more substantial the remnants they left behind. When we leave, you may select the brightest one to take with you for Ziyuan and the 5 little ghost cultivators to practice with. With that assurance, Li Chuyi felt relieved. I was terrified, thinking I was surrounded by ghosts. It seems the celestial eye can also be used to select texts. This adds a new method for treasure hunting. He mused happily. Chapter 18. The little sheep. Li Chuyi followed closely behind the Taoist, treading in the path the priest had taken, and before long, they arrived at the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Although the journey had been uneventful, he noticed that the Taoist did not walk in a straight line. Instead, he turned at various angles, and sometimes even took steps backward. This suggested that the 1st floor was not as simple as it appeared, likely concealing mechanisms and barriers unknown to him. Had it not been for the priest's familiarity with the area, their journey would have been far less smooth. The staircase to the 2nd floor was crafted from red essence, indicating that the entire loft, aside from the 2 doors at the entrance, was constructed from this material. Li Chuyi could not help but curse the Wuyang old monster in his heart for being extravagant. Upon ascending to the 2nd floor, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The previously dim and oppressive 1st floor transformed into a vibrant scene filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, basking in sunlight. The landscape before him bloomed with the essence of spring, with herds of cattle and sheep wandering in the distance. Li Chuyi kept his celestial eye open. Yet no flaws were discernible, regardless of how he peered. No need to look. With your current cultivation, you cannot see through this illusion. The Taoist's voice came from beside him. "Master, can you see through it?" Li Chuyi inquired. The priest shook his head, replying softly, "The Wuyang old monster's cultivation is transcendent. And with 5 primordial spirits to weave the array, he is like a fish in water, achieving a natural harmony. This second-floor illusion has indeed reached a level of indistinguishable reality, making it difficult even for me to discern any flaws. What shall we do then?" Li Chuyi asked again. "Do not fret. Every formation in the world is not invulnerable. Even those that arise from nature will leave a thread of opportunity, a constant truth throughout the ages. Extremes will always revert. If this second floor is so vibrant, then it is the manifestation of life. To find our way out, we must seek the point of death. Do not move. Let me calculate," the priest said before settling into a cross-legged position, gazing around, counting on his fingers and muttering softly. Seeing the Taoist's demeanor, Li Chuyi felt reassured and sat down without daring to move, curiously observing his surroundings. Since he had no choice but to wait, he placed his faith in the priest, as he had always regarded the Taoist as capable of anything. The gentle breeze brushed past, and the warm sunlight enveloped him, prompting Li Chuyi to comfortably squint his eyes. Were it not for the serious countenance of the Taoist beside him, he might have thought he was dreaming, a dream in which a Taoist master took him on adventures to exorcise demons and perform rituals for silver, while he schemed to pilfer coins from the Taoist, ultimately leading him to a magnificent mausoleum constructed by the long-deceased old monster known as Wuyang. Not far away, a little sheep stood there, unafraid, its large eyes curiously gazing at Li Chuyi, as if wondering how this chubby creature differed from itself. Li Chuyi's thoughts drifted, and upon hearing the sheep's bleat, he lazily pulled his wandering mind back into focus, glancing at the little sheep beside him. What a cute little sheep, he suddenly thought. I wish I could stay here forever, living without a care. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He clasped his hands behind his head and lay back, his body sinking into the soft grass, the gentle fragrance enveloping him, intensifying his fatigue. Listening to the tender bleats of the little sheep nearby, Li Chuyi smiled gently, thinking, the little fellow must be lost, unable to find its mother. Don't worry. I will sleep for a while, and when I wake, I will take you to find your mother. Suddenly recalling the Taoist's instruction not to move, he reasoned that although he lay down, he hadn't shifted his position, so it shouldn't count as moving, right? It should be fine, as long as he remained in place. However, when he awakened, he might not be able to take the little sheep to find its mother anymore. Oh well, I'll ask the Taoist later if we can take it with us. Feeling extremely sleepy, he decided to rest for a while. As it seemed the Taoist would take some time. Why will it take so long? Who is the Taoist? Who is he? Unbeknownst to him, Li Chuyi's thoughts began to blur, the overwhelming drowsiness compelling him to sleep, leaving him too languid to ponder anything further. And so, he gradually slipped into slumber. In the distance, a small lamb glanced at the gradually slumbering Li Chuyi, bowing its head to graze on the verdant grass nearby. However, beneath the thick cover of grass, the continuously chewing and moving mouth of the lamb revealed a hint of a human-like smile, a smile chillingly devoid of warmth. The lamb, with its head lowered, ambled closer to Li Chuyi, its ears twitching as if it were listening for something. After a while, noticing nothing amiss, it lifted its head slightly, its large eyes surveying the surroundings. Confirming that no one was disturbing it, the lamb turned its face towards Li Chuyi. After inspecting him for quite some time, it bleated several times beside him. When it realized Li Chuyi was unresponsive, the lamb finally felt at ease. Taking a deep breath, the lamb's once bright eyes suddenly turned a ghastly crimson, and its continuously chewing mouth twisted into a cold, human-like grin, revealing 4 tusks larger than those of a wolf. As its mouth opened, it became evident that not only did it possess those 4 enormous fangs, but its entire mouth was lined with teeth resembling those of a crocodile, with multiple rows of sharp, interlacing teeth, rendering its face exceptionally menacing. At that very moment, Li Chuyi felt a strange sensation, as if his thoughts, which had drifted away to an unknown place, were abruptly yanked back, jolting him awake. Upon turning to behold the lamb, which now appeared more ferocious than a wolf, he was immediately taken aback, attempting to leap to his feet. However, he discovered that apart from his head, his entire body was immobile, unresponsive to his commands, and he could not emit a sound. The profound skills he had cultivated over the years seemed to be rendered entirely ineffective, as if they did not exist. Panic surged within Li Chuyi as he turned to look in the opposite direction, hoping to call upon the Taoist for assistance, only to find that the place where the Taoist should have been seated was empty, devoid of any presence. It was no wonder such a monstrous creature had appeared, and the Taoist had shown no response. It seemed he had vanished without a trace. If the Taoist had been present, He would have likely dispelled this malevolent sheep demon with a single strike. Li Chuyi was thrown into a state of distress. Having followed the Taoist since childhood, he had rarely been apart from him. Even when the Taoist went to the brothel for rituals, he would instruct Li Chuyi to wait in the nearest tea house or inn, never allowing him to stray far. This was the first time in his life he found himself without the Taoist by his side, and under such perilous circumstances. Could the Taoist have encountered danger? No, the Taoist had withstood thunderous tribulations with a mere shout. This graveyard should be as trivial to him as a cabbage. Could it be that the Taoist had forsaken him? Unthinkable. Setting aside the fact that the Taoist had previously mentioned needing Li Chuyi's assistance to locate a certain item, he would never abandon him without so much as a word. If he intended to discard him, he would have done so long ago, not waited until now. Was it possible that the Taoist had ventured out to scout and had yet to return? That too seemed unlikely, for the Taoist would certainly have taken him along on such an endeavor, never to venture alone. In a fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts raced through Li Chuyi's mind. Ultimately, he concluded that there was only one possibility. He had inadvertently triggered the enchantment of the illusion on the second floor and had become trapped. It seemed that the wave of drowsiness he had felt earlier, which had led him to lie down, had set this in motion. However, understanding this did little to alleviate his predicament. His body was unresponsive, and he could not cry out for help. Only his head could move, and his eyes could dart about. Yet, gazing at the drooling demon beside him, he felt utterly powerless to resist. What could he do? Was he destined to perish? How could he escape this dire situation? Could his gaze intimidate it into retreating? Li Chuyi strained to widen his eyes, glaring fiercely at the sheep demon. In response, the demon let out a grotesque laugh, increasing the drool that dripped from its mouth. Tears welled up in Li Chuyi's eyes. He had failed to intimidate the demon and had only succeeded in making it hungrier, its very nature altered, now capable of mimicking the quacking of a duck. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. Suddenly, a light bulb went off. His current predicament bore resemblance to a prior experience when he assisted the Taoist in an exorcism, encountering a spirit that rendered him immobile. In that instance, the Taoist had mentioned a remedy. A mere slap from another could awaken one from such a state. Glancing around, he realized that the Taoist was absent, leaving him alone with the demon. Perhaps he could convince the demon to awaken him? Yet, it was far more likely that it would take a bite out of him. Li Chuyi felt tears brimming in his eyes. The second method involved using his internal energy to disperse the malevolent spirit. However, given that he could barely move, let alone channel his energy, this method was futile. There was another approach he recalled the Taoist mentioning, whether mortal or cultivator, if one was immobilized by a spirit. Possessing immense willpower could potentially liberate oneself from paralysis, serving as a form of training for one's will. Was his willpower strong? Li Chuyi pondered, realizing that in such a critical moment, he had no choice but to summon all his strength. With gritted teeth, he resolved to focus his entire being on a singular thought: move. Yet, his body remained unresponsive. Undeterred, he concentrated intensely, repeatedly urging himself. Suddenly, an indescribable sensation of tingling and numbness coursed through him, as if countless tiny ants were pulling at his muscles and bones, or as though he had been jolted awake all at once. This discomfort assailed Li Chuyi's willpower, instilling a fear of moving, as if the sensation would strike again. It was no wonder the Taoist had claimed it was a test of willpower. Li Chuyi finally comprehended the meaning behind those words. Feeling something was better than feeling nothing at all. He resolved that despite the torment of this sensation, facing the sheep demon was far preferable to succumbing to it. Ignoring the voice within that urged him to remain still, fearing the return of that agony, Li Chuyi shouted internally, "I want to live." With a fierce determination, he clenched his teeth and fought against the overwhelming discomfort. In that moment, the sheep demon, which had been observing him with a predatory gaze, suddenly noticed the change in Li Chuyi's expression. Its eyes widened in understanding of his intent. Without hesitation, the demon retracted its head slightly, letting out a thunderous roar before lunging towards Li Chuyi with its gaping maw. After much effort, Li Chuyi finally regained some semblance of sensation in his right hand. Though it still felt numb, he could exert control over it, and the area of control was gradually expanding, spreading towards his entire right arm. Just as he was on the verge of regaining full control of his arm, the sheep demon bellowed, its jaws poised to snap at him. In a moment of desperation, he could only raise his recently revived, but still numb right arm to shield himself. Yet, ideals often clash with the harshness of reality. The lingering numbness rendered his movements sluggish. Though he internally screamed for his arm to rise quickly, it was futile. He could only lift it infinitesimally. moving at a pace that felt almost stagnant in comparison to the impending threat of the demoness jaws. This was it. He was doomed. As he gazed into the cavernous maw, he could almost smell the foul stench emanating from the demon's mouth. A sigh of resignation escaped his lips. Yet, in that moment, he thought, perhaps even in death, he could become a ghostly cultivator, joining Ziyuan and the 5 little spirits in the pursuit of the ghostly path. Li Chuyi, inherently optimistic, lamented for but a fleeting moment before cheerfully contemplating that perhaps the Taoist would return in time to collect his wandering soul. Otherwise, he would find himself merely providing sustenance for the 2 doors at the entrance. Farewell, my brief existence. As Li Chuyi beheld the approaching maw, he embraced the prospect of a new life as a spirit, adorned with a broad smile. He closed his eyes. A loud slap resounded. You wretched scoundrel. Chapter 19. Compensation. A sharp sting met Li Chuyi's head, and he mused, this monster may feast, but why strike me? And why the insults? After a prolonged wait, he felt no bite. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself gazing into the furious eyes of a figure beside him. Who else could it be but his master? Master! Li Chuyi exclaimed in delight, quickly sitting up, only to realize he could move once more. He looked joyfully at the Taoist, who, with furrowed brows and an expression of wrath, held the neck of the goat demon, which struggled in sheer terror, yet the Taoist's grip remained unyielding. You little rascal! The Taoist scolded as Li Chuyi sat up, beaming. After over a decade of raising you, how did I end up with such a useless disciple? Li Chuyi hurriedly offered a grin. Master, you're back. Thankfully you returned in time. Otherwise, your disciple would have truly met his end, destined to join Ziyuan and the others. Surviving was indeed a blessing. The Taoist's anger intensified as he retorted, nonsense. I never left. I was right here observing. I hoped to see some improvement in you, yet you remain as timid and incapable as ever. Li Chuyi, feeling a surge of indignation, thought, if you were watching, why did you not intervene when I was in danger? Did you truly need to wait until I was on the brink of death to act? Are you truly my beloved master? However, he dared not voice such thoughts, for the sting from that slap still lingered, and expressing his grievances would only invite further punishment. Thus, he spoke with feigned innocence. Master, I struggled, but I just couldn't succeed. I couldn't even move. How could I have fought back? Fool! The Taoist, incensed by Li Chuyi's rebuttal, demanded, how could you struggle? Have you no sense? Just moments ago, your right arm was mobile, indicating the paralysis was fading. This wretched goat bites you, and instead of raising your arm, you simply close your eyes and await death? Could you not dodge? Can your head not move? My head can move, but dodging would still result in a bite, wouldn't it? Isn't it all the same? Li Chuyi retorted, feeling increasingly aggrieved, whether he dodged or not. Death seemed inevitable. The Taoist appeared on the verge of an explosion, but upon seeing Li Chuyi's pitiful expression, he managed to contain his fury. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a lowered tone, your head can move. You could have evaded, couldn't you? If you had, the goat might have bitten only a portion of your head instead of taking a full bite. Even if it only nipped at half your face. Would that guarantee your demise? Would half a face bitten off surely lead to death? Li Chuyi was taken aback by the Taoist's words. The Taoist continued. Should it bite you, and by some stroke of luck, you survive, you would undoubtedly feel pain, and that pain would dispel the numbness throughout your body, allowing you to move. Once you could move, you could fight back. If you were to perish in that struggle, at least you would ensure it would not escape unscathed. If you managed to kill it, would you not live on? Li Chuyi fell into silence. The Taoist's words, though harsh and bloody, bore wisdom. Even if his skills accumulated over the past decade were insufficient to defeat the goat demon, he could at least leave a mark, a testament to his struggle, rather than simply closing his eyes and awaiting death. Noticing Li Chuyi's silence, the Taoist understood he was reflecting and took a moment before sighing softly. Chuyi, you have studied under me since childhood. You should know that those who cultivate their path must contend with the heavens, the earth, and humanity. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, and if one lacks steadfast will, surrendering at the first sign of adversity, the only outcome is death. The heavens do not entirely forsake humanity. Every calamity harbors a glimmer of hope, yet that hope must be sought, not awaited. If you abandon yourself, you will find only despair. Do you understand? Hearing this, Li Chuyi knelt before the Taoist and bowed his head, murmuring, Disciple understands, I was wrong. The Taoist nodded, his expression softening considerably. Rise. It is good that you understand. I hope you will carry this lesson into your future cultivation. After a brief pause, he added, Chuyi, remember, while I can protect you in the moment, I cannot guard you for a lifetime. When the day comes that I am no longer by your side, I hope you can navigate this vast world independently, carving out your own sky. Li Chuyi was taken aback. The Taoist had never spoken such words, nor had he ever envisioned a life without his master. Now, confronted with this notion, a wave of panic washed over him. He abruptly lifted his gaze to the Taoist, his mouth agape, ready to voice his thoughts when the Taoist waved his hand and smiled. Enough said. This was indeed a test for you. The illusion on the second floor is remarkably realistic. Typical methods cannot dismantle this formation. The sole way to break it is to identify its core. Fortunately, this formation has existed long enough to develop a spirit at its center. Once you locate this spirit, the formation shall be dispelled. As the Taoist shifted the topic, Li Chuyi ceased his inquiries. Immediately, he directed his gaze to the goat demon clutched in the Taoist's grip and inquired, "Master, is this the spirit of the formation?" The Taoist nodded. "Indeed, this wretched goat. Will killing it break the formation?" Upon hearing Li Chuyi's intent to slay it, the goat demon's panic escalated, and it glanced at Li Chuyi before turning its head towards the Taoist, its eyes pleading, as if begging for mercy. The Taoist disregarded the demon's supplications, smiling as he explained to Li Chuyi, "Indeed, slaying it will temporarily disable the formation." Upon hearing this, the goat demon burst into tears, large droplets cascading from its eyes. Li Chuyi, witnessing the demon's pitiful weeping, felt a surge of anger and scolded, "You scoundrel, why do you weep? Did you not cry when you sought to devour me? You cowardly creature. Master, swiftly slay it so we can exit the formation and continue our journey." The goat demon's wailing intensified, tears flowing like a stream. Its expression one of desperation as it gazed at Li Chuyi, silently pleading for mercy, conveying thoughts of remorse and a vow to adopt a vegetarian diet, yet unable to articulate its sentiments. The Taoist chuckled and remarked, "While killing it would indeed allow us to exit, it is rather crude. This spirit has endured much. Its desire to consume you is merely instinctive, for its purpose is to eliminate intruders and protect the treasures within the loft. Though I do not believe in fate, I still take pleasure in acts of kindness. I would prefer to refrain from causing harm." Seeing the Taoist's benevolence, the goat demon was moved to the point of nearly bowing in gratitude, but as it was suspended in midair by its neck, it could only nod vigorously in agreement, its previously menacing fangs now curving into a semblance of a smile. Li Chuyi rolled his eyes, perplexed by the Taoist's newfound compassion. Yet, based on his previous experiences, he knew the Taoist was a shrewd character, always looking to benefit from every situation, so there must be ulterior motives at play, just as he suspected. The Taoist's expression tightened slightly as he shifted the conversation, saying, "While death may be avoided, the consequences of living cannot be escaped. During my previous visits, you have consistently evaded my presence and cleared the path for me, allowing us to coexist peacefully without conflict. However, this time, accompanied by my dearest disciple, you attempted to harm him, nearly succeeding in your malevolent endeavor. He is my only, most cherished, and astute disciple. What course of action do you propose I take against you?" The Taoist gazed skyward, torn in thought. The sheep demon's erratic movements were driving him to the brink of madness. Hearing the Taoist's lament, the demon's eyes darted, and it began to gesture frantically with its front hooves. Although the Taoist could not decipher the gestures, he understood their intent and inquired, "Are you offering compensation to mend my disciple's wounded spirit?" The sheep demon vigorously nodded in affirmation. A faint smile graced the Taoist's lips as he replied, "Very well, if my disciple consents, I shall raise no objections." With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Li Chuyi. Instantly, Li Chuyi grasped the unspoken message, feigning hesitation as he clenched his teeth before finally declaring, "I might spare it, but only if it offers adequate compensation first." The Taoist secretly bestowed a look of approval upon Li Chuyi before turning to the sheep demon, asking, "What do you wish to offer for your release?" The sheep demon gestured with all four hooves, yet after a prolonged attempt, neither of them could comprehend its signs. Growing increasingly anxious, the demon gestured even more frantically, yet its meaning remained elusive. Ultimately, the demon began to weep, likely having cried more today than in its entire existence, perhaps even experiencing tears for the first time. The Taoist smiled gently at the sheep demon, setting it down and observing its uncertain demeanor. "You may flee, but I have planted a fragment of my divine consciousness within you. Even if you escape, I will be able to retrieve you. When I do, there shall be no chance for redemption." The sheep demon immediately knelt, bowing its head in submission, and after a moment, arose to gnaw at the grass beneath its feet, clearing a space before scratching the earth to create various shapes. The master and disciple approached, and as the demon waved its hooves, 3 objects gradually materialized on the ground: a round sphere resembling a pearl, a long, cross-shaped object likely a sword, and a rectangular item whose nature remained unclear. Once the drawings were completed, the sheep demon lay down like a well-behaved pet, gazing expectantly at the two. The Taoist pondered momentarily before asking, "Disciple, do you desire any of these?" Li Chuyi glanced at the Taoist and replied, "Who can discern what these bizarre drawings represent? Let it bring forth the items for examination." The Taoist nodded in agreement, then turned to the sheep demon with a kind expression, saying, "Little sheep, please bring forth these items. We truly cannot interpret your drawings." The sheep demon nodded and swiftly departed like a gust of wind. Shortly thereafter, a line of grass approached from a distance, and as it drew near, the sheep demon returned, clutching 3 items in its mouth. After placing them on the ground, it retreated to the side, resuming its role as a docile pet. Upon inspection, Li Chuyi and the Taoist indeed found a pearl and a sword among the items. The pearl was flawless and emitted a faint violet glow, inducing a sense of disorientation with prolonged observation. The sword measured approximately 3 feet in length, its hilt and sheath wrapped in an unknown beast's hide, appearing rather ordinary, akin to a common weapon wielded by martial artists. When Li Chuyi drew the sword, a soft chime echoed, and a cold light flashed, momentarily blinding him. Though he was not an expert with swords, he recognized that this seemingly mundane blade was anything but ordinary. It likely belonged to some unfortunate grave robber who had perished here, leaving it for the sheep demon to claim. The rectangular item, initially inscrutable, turned out to be a palm-sized jade tablet, its surface etched with indecipherable patterns that coalesced into an image resembling neither flower nor beast. After toying with it for a while, Li Chuyi discerned that it was a warm jade, but aside from its mysterious designs, he found no other remarkable qualities. It appeared as an ordinary piece of jade. The Taoist observed silently, withholding his remarks until Li Chuyi had thoroughly examined all 3 items. Finally, he smiled slightly and inquired, "My dear disciple, are you satisfied?" Li Chuyi was about to express his contentment, but, upon noticing the glint of hidden wisdom in the Taoist's eyes, quickly altered his response, saying, "How could I possibly be satisfied? A mere night pearl, a shabby sword, and a worthless jade tablet? Who do you think you are fooling? Can these trifles possibly equate to my life?" He cast a sidelong glance at the sheep demon, contemplating whether to strike at its neck or its rear. Upon hearing this, the sheep demon trembled, unsure whether it was more frightened or enraged, standing upright and gesturing wildly, as if attempting to explain itself. The Taoist sighed softly, stating, "Little sheep, there is no need for further gestures. We cannot comprehend your signs. To be frank, these items hold little value in our eyes, essentially akin to refuse. Think carefully if there is anything else. If not, do not blame me for resorting to violence." He continued to regard the sheep demon with a look of compassion. The sheep demon, upon hearing this, paced in place for a while before resolutely darting away like the wind. Shortly, it returned with a round object the size of a goose egg, placing it on the ground. The sphere was orange-red in hue, resembling a large pill, emanating subtle waves of energy. Before Li Chuyi could speak, the Taoist's eyes brightened, and he smiled, saying, "Excellent, little sheep, you show great sincerity. I shall accept these items on behalf of my disciple, and we shall settle our grievances. Now, please open this formation. Once my disciple and I exit, I will retract my consciousness from you, granting you your freedom." Without waiting for the sheep demoness response, he waved his sleeve, causing the 4 items to vanish from sight as if by magic. Li Chuyi was left astonished, while the sheep demon stood bewildered. Hadn't they agreed to select just one? It hesitated, wanting to protest, but upon meeting the Taoist's gaze and the chilling smile upon his lips, the demon relented. After all, as long as it was not killed, it could endure. Being a formation spirit, its emergence of consciousness was a rare feat. Theoretically, it could not be killed. Even if it were scattered, time would eventually allow the formation to give birth to another spirit. However, that would not be itself, and it would be akin to death. With a resigned sigh in its heart, the sheep demon turned and roared at the empty ground beside it, causing the lush grass to part, revealing a path stretching forward into the unknown. Li Chuyi understood that this was the way out, and seeing the Taoist lead the way, he promptly followed behind. After traversing a considerable distance along the exit path, Li Chuyi could not help but glance back, only to find the sheep demon still kneeling, bowing its head as it bid farewell to them. He shook his head and smiled, stepping forth alongside the Taoist as they exited the formation. In that instant, the kneeling sheep demon felt as though something was amiss. It realized that the Taoist had retracted his consciousness. After waiting a moment to confirm that the two had indeed departed, the sheep demon stood up, silently seething with indignation before unleashing a roar towards the heavens that only it could comprehend. "Gao! Translation: What a pathetic existence. Chapter 20. The transaction. Upon emerging from the illusory formation, Li Chuyi beheld neatly arranged bookshelves flanking both sides, sparsely populated with numerous tomes and manuals, precisely the collection of esoteric texts amassed by the infamous Wu Yang Lao Guai during his lifetime. According to the information relayed by the Celestial Eye, the books displayed on these shelves, although not as numerous as those on the first floor, emanate a radiance that far surpasses the flickering lights below. It is evident that the collection on the second floor is considerably more precious than that on the first. The Taoist, without even glancing at the shelves, made his way directly to the stairs at the end of the bookcase. Li Chuyi, reluctant to leave the surroundings of the books, followed closely behind the Taoist, determined to seize several volumes upon their departure. Ascending the staircase, Li Chuyi accompanied the Taoist to the third floor. He remained vigilant throughout the journey, anxious about potential missteps, particularly as he gazed at the vast, seemingly empty hall that resembled an expansive study. The eeriness of the third floor, with its flawless design and layout, left him feeling even more apprehensive. The second floor had been nearly indistinguishable from reality, yet this third floor was extraordinarily uncanny, exhibiting no flaws whatsoever. Li Chuyi's face bore the weight of seriousness and caution as he scrutinized his surroundings with wide, glowing eyes, prompting the Taoist to roll his eyes in exasperation and remark, "Enough with the wide-eyed staring. There are no traps here on the third floor. This loft serves as the repository of the infamous Wu Yang Lao Guai, and its mechanisms are primarily defensive, designed for trial rather than harm. If one cannot navigate the challenges of the first two levels, they have failed the test, and thus do not deserve the corresponding opportunities." Pausing briefly, the Taoist continued with a hint of nostalgia. Though Wu Yang Lao Guai was notorious and possessed immense power, he seemed to have harbored a desire to leave something behind at the end of his life. This grand edifice, rather than merely a tomb for his possessions, serves as a legacy for those who come after, a vessel for his unfulfilled aspirations. Although fraught with peril, those who possess sufficient strength or remarkable fortune will find their own rewards, be they weapons, techniques, or even peculiar trinkets. One shall not return empty-handed. From this perspective, Wu Yang Lao Guai appears to be a rather magnanimous individual, not at all like those miserly specters who hoard their treasures for burial. Primarily defensive? A trial, you say? Master, I nearly perished on the second floor. Is that truly a primary defense? Li Chuyi could not help but scoff. The Taoist shot him a glare and retorted coldly. Yet you did not perish, did you? Besides, had you died, it would have been due to your own lack of strength and excessive greed that led to your demise. Li Chuyi rolled his eyes at this, thinking to himself that he was well aware of his own inadequacies. Yet he had been brought here without a word of warning from the Taoist. Had he ventured alone, he would never have dared to enter. However, he kept this thought to himself, fearing a reprimand. The Taoist glanced at the silent Li Chuyi and continued, "Moreover, you did not leave empty-handed from the second floor. Did not the spirit of the array grant you 4 items as compensation for your fright?" At this, Li Chuyi's eyes widened in disbelief. He had almost forgotten. The spirit had indeed bestowed upon him 4 items, yet they had vanished like magic into the Taoist's robe. He had only touched them briefly before they were taken away. Unaware of Li Chuyi's inner turmoil, the Taoist continued, "This is fate. If you had not been nearly killed by that array spirit, how could it have compensated you so generously? Had I not been by your side, how could you have possibly subdued it? If I were not your master, would I have intervened for a stranger? Surely I would have waited until you had perished, would I not?" Li Chuyi was about to agree when he suddenly sensed something amiss. After pondering for a moment, he realized that the Taoist's words seemed to suggest he intended to keep all the rewards for himself. Cautiously, Li Chuyi glanced at the Taoist, lowered his gaze, and respectfully replied, "Master speaks wisely. I shall take your teachings to heart. However, as a compassionate person, you would surely have rescued another innocent child. Just as you did me. In my heart, you embody the essence of justice and kindness in this chaotic world. Truly deserving of the title of Taoist of the Red Dust, a celestial being saving mortals." Upon finishing, Li Chuyi raised his thumbs in praise, as if encouraging the Taoist to acknowledge his words. The Taoist, clearly delighted, nodded vigorously, experiencing a wave of satisfaction. Finally, unable to contain himself, he playfully pinched Li Chuyi's chubby cheeks and smiled. "Now, hand it over." "What?" Li Chuyi appeared utterly befuddled. "The 20,000 taels of silver notes. Hand them over." The Taoist continued with a grin. "What 20,000 taels? I know nothing of it." Li Chuyi feigned ignorance. The Taoist remained silent, merely smiling at him, resembling a spectator at a performance. Realizing he could not evade the situation, Li Chuyi's expression shifted dramatically as he earnestly declared, "I assure you, The silver notes are not with me. I buried them in my travel bag at the inn before I set out. I was concerned for their safety during this journey, so I hid them away." He nodded emphatically to emphasize his point. The Taoist maintained his cheerful demeanor, saying nothing, but cast a sidelong glance at Li Chuyi's trousers, his smile growing even brighter. Li Chuyi, now sweating profusely, raised his voice. "Why do you not believe me? I truly left them in the inn. Once we exit, I shall retrieve them for you. I am your obedient disciple. Why would you doubt me?" He looked at the Taoist with an expression of deep injury, as if deeply hurt by the Taoist's lack of trust. The Taoist chuckled heartily, waving his sleeve, causing a pile of belongings to fall before Li Chuyi. Indeed, their travel bags. The Taoist had returned to the inn before their departure and retrieved their bags, concealing them on his person. Li Chuyi gawked at the Taoist for a long moment, utterly perplexed as to where he had hidden such a large collection of items. Clearly, the Taoist had never revealed his tricks to him. This Taoist was cunning. He must have calculated that he would manage to take those 20,000 taels before they even set out. Observing Li Chuyi's changing expressions, the Taoist's amusement only deepened. He gestured toward the pile of bags and said, "Search." Li Chuyi's face shifted from green to pale, and he fell silent, standing still and glaring at the Taoist. Noticing this, the Taoist nonchalantly waved his sleeve again, causing the 4 items granted by the erased spirit to materialize before Li Chuyi, floating in the air. The Taoist looked at Li Chuyi with a satisfied smile, his face brimming with pride. Li Chuyi, filled with indignation, clenched his teeth and said, "Old man, these items were earned with my life. While you are my master, is it truly fair for you to keep them all for yourself? Without me, you would have perished." "Both just now and 13 years ago," the Taoist replied coolly. "Even so, that does not mean I should have to buy them back. Besides, what do you need with 20,000 taels? You cannot possibly spend that much. Are you not a figure of righteousness? Do you not champion justice and aid the needy?" Li Chuyi's eyes glistened with tears. The Taoist sighed and, with a hint of melancholy, said, "I do not wish to, but indulging in wine and entertainment is quite costly. Never mind 20,000 taels. Even 200,000 would scarcely suffice. I, too, bear my burdens." At the end, with a peculiar glance at Li Chuyi, he remarked, "Moreover, who claim that I, as your master, possess a chivalrous heart and am ever eager to assist others. My actions have always been governed by whim. Except for the one statement made about my ethereal and graceful demeanor, the other points bear no relation to me whatsoever. The phrase ethereal and graceful describes my lofty temperament. Yet it has nothing to do with our business." Li Chuyi nearly choked in disbelief. He glared fiercely at the Taoist, his gaze oscillating between the 4 floating objects and his own trousers. Suddenly, gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he exclaimed, "If it comes to that, I shall forego these items. If you wish for silver to indulge in carnal pleasures, you shall not have it. The Yonghun pearl, a pale violet with a faint luminescence, is of notable quality and is a rare treasure for cultivators. When held during cultivation, it aids in calming the mind and dispelling inner demons. If one's spirit is damaged, it can expedite the healing process. Particularly for those who follow the path of ghost cultivation, its effects are invaluable, as it helps solidify the cohesion of the soul and nurture one's spirit. Although merely of middling quality, it is still a remarkable treasure." The Taoist disregarded Li Chuyi, examining the 4 items with an indifferent demeanor. This sword, though nameless, is clearly no ordinary object, as evidenced by the beast hide coiling around its hilt and sheath. If I am not mistaken, this hide is crafted from the soft underbelly of the He ferocious crocodile found in the 10,000 Great Mountains. The sword blade itself is forged from refined cold iron, 100 times sturdier than ordinary steel. Grasping the hilt, the Taoist casually swung it a couple of times and raised an eyebrow, continuing, "Remarkably, this sword contains a trace of stardust iron. Stardust iron is exceedingly rare. Even a mere trace can amplify the spirit of cold iron 100-fold, enhancing its capacity to accommodate and bear true energy. Indeed, this is a splendid sword." Disregarding the already dumbstruck Li Chuyi, the Taoist added, "A single trace of stardust iron is worth a fortune." Gulp. Li Chuyi swallowed hard. Good heavens. A single trace is worth a fortune. That amounts to a staggering 10,000 taels of silver. Not to mention the primary material, the cold iron. And this sword must be worth an astronomical sum. Li Chuyi felt that even adding his own tome might not suffice to quantify its value. Ignoring the drooling Li Chuyi, the Taoist turned his attention to the jade talisman, handling it for quite some time before stating, "Though I know not what this talisman is nor can I discern its efficacy, it feels warm to the touch and can withstand 50% of my strength without breaking, showing no signs of wear. Hence, it must be something extraordinary." Li Chuyi waited impatiently, and was taken aback by this conclusion. To endure 50% of the Taoist strength without shattering, the jade talisman must indeed be remarkable. Realizing it must possess considerable value, he shifted his hopeful gaze to the final item, a candy-sized orb, wondering what it was. The Taoist did not disappoint him, his calm voice echoing. The most valuable item here is this final one. It is a rare treasure, difficult to find. While it may not hold much significance for a cultivator of my caliber, for those of lesser cultivation, especially novice practitioners, it is nothing short of divine. With that, the Taoist fell silent, shaking his head with a smile, savoring the moment. Having prattled on for so long, the Taoist suddenly ceased his discourse at the most crucial point, leaving Li Chuyi fidgeting and unable to contain his eagerness. If it is divine for low-level cultivators, does that not imply it is most beneficial for me? Yet the Taoist refused to divulge its nature or application, nearly bringing Li Chuyi to tears. After much anxious deliberation, he could no longer restrain himself and, with a sheepish grin, inquired, "Master, what is this item? Can it be consumed? Should it be steamed or boiled?" The Taoist cast a disdainful glance at Li Chuyi, curling his lips in condescension as he replied. "This is called Niden, a form of inner elixir formed from the immense power of a demon cultivator at a certain level. It is akin to the golden elixir of human cultivators and the soul pearl of ghost cultivators, embodying the essence of one's cultivation. Niden can be used in potions to create elixirs that enhance one's power, significantly reducing cultivation time. Moreover, once a cultivator develops resistance to it, it can serve as a replenishing elixir for true energy. Such items are exceedingly rare, as demon cultivators, fearing their Niden, might be seized by adversaries, often self-destructed at the time of death, seeking mutual destruction. The size of this one indicates it must belong to a demon of at least 400 to 500 years of cultivation, making it all the more precious." Li Chuyi listened in astonishment, his heart racing. Goodness, something that can enhance one's power. How outrageous. If this Niden truly originates from a demon with 400 to 500 years of cultivation, even if I only benefit half from it, that still amounts to 200 years of power. At merely 13 years of age, possessing 200 years of strength would make me a prodigy among prodigies, able to confront anyone. With this thought, Li Chuyi's longing gaze fixated on the Niden floating in the air, his desire to seize it and consume it directly becoming overwhelming. "Go ahead and swallow it if you wish to perish," the Taoist's cold voice drifted in. Li Chuyi felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, recalling the Taoist had mentioned it must be used in potions. With a flattering gaze, he opened his mouth to inquire whether the Taoist could refine elixirs. "I do not practice such alchemy." The Taoist anticipated his question and directly rebuffed him. Li Chuyi felt disheartened. "However, I know someone who does," the Taoist added. Li Chuyi was left speechless, his emotions swinging wildly. It seemed far better to maintain a calm demeanor like the Taoist. "Now, tell me your decision," the Taoist observed Li Chuyi with a composed demeanor. Li Chuyi was momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing what the Taoist meant. In truth, Li Chuyi was not greedy. He was simply frightened of poverty. Growing up, whenever there was a bit of spare money, the Taoist would promptly spend it on frivolities, leaving Li Chuyi constantly anxious, fearing he might go without meals. Although the Taoist never let Li Chuyi starve, he frequently dragged him along to do menial tasks, and when funds were low, he would take him to eat for free, leaving Li Chuyi to repay the debts through labor. Thus, Li Chuyi had developed the habit of secretly saving money from a young age. He devised various strategies to extract funds from the Taoist, stashing them away for emergencies. This time, he knew those 4 items were certainly worth more than 20,000 taels of silver, yet he hesitated between treasures and currency. After much reflection, he discreetly glanced at the Taoist and timidly inquired, "Would 10,000 taels suffice?" The Taoist remained silent, merely observing him. "How about 15,000? Li Chuyi's face fell. The Taoist continued to hold his silence. "Surely 19,000 is acceptable. I am your disciple. I am also a person with living expenses. Could you not leave me with a little pocket money?" Li Chuyi exclaimed, his face a mixture of desperation and determination. The Taoist pondered briefly before nodding. "Very well. You may give me your 20,000 taels of silver notes, and I shall provide you with 1,000 taels in return. The jade talisman is somewhat mysterious. I will take that. The other 3 items, I shall give to you once we exit." Having secured at least 1,000 taels, Li Chuyi felt a slight sense of relief. Turning away, he unfastened his belt and reached into his trousers, fumbling for a while. The pocket seam was too discreet, making it difficult to retrieve. After much searching, he finally produced 2 folded silver notes shaped like a small square, reluctantly handing them to the Taoist. The Taoist took them, bemused, and asked, "Why have you folded them so small and rigid?" Doesn't he feel uncomfortable while walking? Li Chuyi, feeling quite put upon, muttered. One must endure hardship to rise above others. The Taoist sighed. How truly admirable of you. With that, he drew a 1,000-tael silver note from his robes and handed it over. Li Chuyi hastily took the silver notes, turning away to fold them into small pieces. He then unfastened his belt, reaching inside, rummaging about to secure the notes properly before he heaved a sigh of relief and fastened his belt again. Watching the Taoist priest walk ahead, Li Chuyi's heart bled. Back and forth, 20,000 taels had vanished again, although it had exchanged for treasures far exceeding this value. Such treasures could not alleviate hunger. Would he dare to approach a tavern owner and say, "This is a Han-Tai sword, and this is a demon beast's core. Could I trouble you for a bowl of rice?" Wouldn't he be beaten to death as a fraud? Following closely behind the Taoist, the plump boy's eyes darted around, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. After pondering for a long while, Li Chuyi gritted his teeth. What is there to fear? At worst, he would wash dishes for another month. Chapter 21. The tome. He had been so preoccupied with bargaining with the Taoist that he had yet to take a good look at this third level. Now, following closely behind the priest, Li Chuyi curiously surveyed his surroundings. This third level resembled a grand study, with several shelves scattered about, displaying various calligraphy and ancient artifacts. Considering the identity of Wu Yang Lao Guai, one could be assured that his taste was impeccable. These antiques and artworks, if taken out, would undoubtedly command a significant value, even beyond mere gold and silver. The walls were adorned with numerous paintings and calligraphies, suggesting that Wu Yang Lao Guai had set up some formation or cast some spell. Despite the passage of time, these items showed no signs of wear or dust, leaving Li Chuyi in awe. Reaching the end of the room, he saw a massive writing desk before him, fully equipped with ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones. A beautifully carved grandmaster's chair was placed behind the desk. Like the surrounding antiques and artworks, the desk and chair were in pristine condition, and the slightly pushed-open chair made Li Chuyi feel as if the owner of the study had just stepped away, almost making it hard to believe he was in a tomb where its owner had vanished thousands of years ago. On the desk, several sheets of handwritten paper were haphazardly piled to one side, possibly casual notes written by Wu Yang Lao Guai during his lifetime. In the center of the desk lay a thick tome, its dark blue leather cover showing signs of wear, while the curled edges of the pages indicated that its owner had frequently perused it. What caught Li Chuyi's attention was not merely its central position on the desk, but rather, under his celestial eye, the book was enveloped in a thick halo, unlike the various texts below that shimmered like stars in the night. This tome emanated a sense of brightness and restraint, grandeur and stability, incomparable to the twinkling stars surrounding it. The Taoist, seemingly oblivious, stepped past the desk and strode directly toward the staircase behind it. Wait, Li Chuyi called out to the Taoist. He didn't know why he stopped him. He simply had a strong feeling that if he followed the Taoist upstairs, he would miss something of great significance. The Taoist halted, puzzled, and asked, "What is it?" "I want to take a look at this book," Li Chuyi replied. "The book?" The Taoist glanced at the desk, about to speak, but suddenly seemed to recall something, his expression shifting with excitement. "What did you see?" Li Chuyi, unaware of the Taoist's odd reaction, pointed at the tome and said, "It's this book. I feel it's different from the ones we saw downstairs." The Taoist looked at the place Li Chuyi pointed to. In his eyes, there was nothing there, just emptiness. Suddenly, the Taoist became animated, eagerly asking, "You can see it? You really can see it?" Li Chuyi finally lifted his head to look at the Taoist, perplexed. "Of course I can see it. How could such a thick book go unnoticed?" Suddenly realizing something, he exclaimed in astonishment, "You can't see it?" The Taoist did not respond but stared intently into Li Chuyi's eyes, murmuring, "You truly can see it. It really exists. I told you. The Yin-Yang Dao I cannot be compared to an ordinary Tianyan. The legend is true, you can indeed see it." Li Chuyi scratched his head, puzzled. "Master, what is the Yin-Yang Dao I?" The Taoist then came back to his senses, pondering for a moment before saying, "Chuyi, your Tianyan is different from the usual Tianyan. Your eyes are the fabled Yin-Yang Dao I, said to penetrate both the Yin and Yang realms, dispelling all illusions within the 3 realms and 6 paths logically speaking. With your cultivation level, you should not be able to use Tianyan at all. However, since you began your training, you have been able to employ this profound technique in no time. It is all due to your eyes." Pausing, the Taoist looked at Li Chuyi's eyes seriously and said, "This is your talent, a gift that uniquely belongs to you." Li Chuyi was momentarily stunned, taking a while to regain his composure before asking incredulously, "Am I a genius?" The Taoist nodded. "A prodigious talent." Li Chuyi scratched his head, excitement bubbling within him. "Am I really a great genius?" "Ha ha. I knew it. I couldn't possibly not be a genius. Seeing Li Chuyi's inflated ego, the Taoist quickly doused the enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. You are a genius. But you must live to see it through. The laughter abruptly ceased, and Li Chuyi, bewildered, asked, What do you mean? Because your eyes are both a blessing and a curse, the Taoist said solemnly. They are a blessing because you truly possess remarkable talent. Though your current vision is still limited and does not reach the legendary level, if you find a way to cultivate it to the highest state. Even if you cannot achieve the extraordinary capabilities of directly perceiving the yin and yang, you should still be able to see through illusions, rendering all worldly illusions and formations as mere fabrications before your eyes. However, the Taoist continued, noticing Li Chuyi's excitement returning, your eyes are 1 in a million, rarer than the legendary eyes of innate dual pupils. It could be said that one might not encounter another such pair for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. If others discover your eyes, greedy and nefarious individuals will surely come to seize them. Seize them? Li Chuyi exclaimed in shock. Can those things even be taken out and used? The Taoist nodded. While they cannot wield their full potential as you do naturally, even if they can only unleash half or a fraction of that power, it would be enough to drive these individuals to madness. Li Chuyi instantly felt a chill run down his spine, trembling uncontrollably. Being a genius was no easy feat. The Taoist had recounted many stories of innate prodigies who met untimely ends, and Li Chuyi had always taken these tales as mere stories, using them to motivate himself, reminding himself that he need not be better than them, but he must not be weaker either, and certainly not be foolish enough to extinguish his own light before it even shone. Now the Taoist told him he was one of the geniuses, and a coveted one at that, the kind everyone would want a bite of. How did the Taoist describe it? Right, Tang Seng's flesh. Although he didn't quite understand what that meant, he felt he was indeed like Tang Seng's flesh, caught in the dilemma of wanting to flaunt, yet fearing being killed for it. Seeing Li Chuyi's quail-like expression, the Taoist laughed heartily. Look at you. Let us not even mention if anyone wishes to harm you. They would have to get past your master first, even without me. If you keep your head down and cultivate quietly, who would bother to harm you? Do you think everyone is like me, capable of divining and knowing you possess these extraordinary eyes? After saying this, he couldn't help but pat Li Chuyi on the head again. Li Chuyi rubbed his head, pondering, and with a grimace, asked, But, even if I don't say anything, when I use my powers to see things, won't others notice? The Taoist chuckled heartily again and said, Even I, having been with you for so long, cannot be certain. How many people in this world possess my insight to discern your true nature at a glance? Reflecting on the Taoist's confident demeanor, Li Chuyi thought it over and felt the Taoist was indeed correct. After all this time, the Taoist had not seen through him, so it was unlikely that others could either. Observing Li Chuyi's expression of relief, the Taoist smiled faintly and remarked, When you have cultivated the yin-yang Tao eye to the point where it can no longer be concealed, your prowess will surely be sufficient for self-preservation. At that time, who would dare to covet you? Do you still remember how I have taught you? Li Chuyi nodded slightly. I remember, to remain unobtrusive and to live modestly. The Taoist nodded in agreement, precisely. As long as you heed my teachings, although you cannot evade natural disasters, you can certainly avoid many human calamities. Li Chuyi quickly bowed in acknowledgement. The Taoist turned his gaze back to the spot indicated by Li Chuyi, contemplating for a moment before slowly extending his hand toward that location. However, upon reaching the surface of the table, he found nothing tangible to touch. Li Chuyi's eyes widened in astonishment. In his view, as the Taoist's hand was about to make contact with the tome, the space seemed to undergo an inexplicable transformation. The book remained unmoved, yet the Taoist's hand appeared to press down on the opposite side of it, as if one were fishing in water, with the line of sight and the position of the fish entirely misaligned. The Taoist's hand swept across the table, searching for something, but still encountered nothing. To Li Chuyi's eyes, the Taoist's hand circled around the tome continuously, yet it could never grasp it, a phenomenon most peculiar. After a prolonged attempt, the Taoist finally retracted his hand and said to Li Chuyi, You try. Li Chuyi nodded and reached out to retrieve the tome. As his hand neared the table's surface, it abruptly vanished, only to reappear moments later, holding a worn blue-covered book. Unable to contain his admiration, the Taoist exclaimed, What a remarkable spatial formation. This old monster Wu Yang has nearly mastered the art of erase. Upon receiving the tome handed over by Li Chuyi, the Taoist noted the 4 characters Wu Yuan Shou Jia inscribed on the faded blue cover, and was momentarily taken aback, whispering, This is indeed the cultivation insights of the old monster Wu Yang. What a treasure! Seeing the Taoist's excitement, Li Chuyi inquired, Master, Is this book truly that formidable? It must be worth a fortune, right? The Taoist's eyes widened in reproach. You little money grubber, always thinking of wealth. This is the culmination of old monster Wu Yang's lifelong cultivation experiences and insights, which cannot be measured by gold or silver. It records all the significant events of his life, from challenges faced in cultivation to remarkable encounters during his journeys. For all cultivators, it serves as a reference. For demon cultivators, it may even contain several secret techniques of old monster Wu Yang. Would you not consider that impressive? Indeed. Li Chuyi quickly nodded. Recognizing the book's immense value, he resolved to gift it to his master as a token of filial piety, to repay the nurturing he had received. He understood that, even if the book were his, he would not comprehend its contents, and it might be of use only in the distant future. Thus, it was better to offer it as a gesture of goodwill to please the Taoist. Evidently, a hint of warmth appeared on the Taoist's typically stoic face, who then remarked, "Your thoughtfulness is enough for me. I have not raised you in vain. This book was your discovery, thus it is your fortune. Although you may not utilize it now, it will surely prove useful in the future. How could I be greedy? Besides, with my cultivation level, this tome may not hold great significance for me. It merely offers a different perspective and some additional insights. I shall keep it for now, and when you have achieved success in your cultivation and require it, I will willingly exchange it with you." Upon hearing this, Li Chuyi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Initially, he had only wished to flatter the Taoist, but he had not anticipated such heartfelt sincerity from him. The Taoist, known for his cold demeanor yet warm heart, rarely expressed praise. But this moment revealed a rare glimpse of his emotions. Li Chuyi's eyes turned red as he struggled to speak, only to be silenced by the Taoist's gesture. "Let us settle this matter without further discussion." Li Chuyi recognized that any words would be superfluous. After all, he and the Taoist were as close as father and son, and there was no distinction between yours and mine. Thus, he refrained from further commentary and bowed in acknowledgement. "Come, let us ascend the stairs. Since you can perceive this tome, so deeply hidden, you must also be able to find the path to the 5th floor, even the well-concealed Gui Jing. My disciple, I hope you can assist me in locating this text," the Taoist said earnestly as he turned to ascend the stairs. Li Chuyi did not fully comprehend the Taoist's words, but understood that his Yin-Yang Dao I could help locate the Gui Jing, which even the Taoist himself could not find. He silently vowed to assist his master in fulfilling this wish. Seeing the Taoist already on the stairs, Li Chuyi quickly adjusted his attire and followed suit. The staircase was not high, but the spiral design made Li Chuyi a bit dizzy. Finally reaching the last level, the Taoist figure stood silently ahead. Upon Li Chuyi's arrival, the Taoist slightly turned to the side, allowing the view of the 4th floor to unfold before Li Chuyi. What could this mean? Chapter 22. The staircase. Gazing at the desolate 4th floor, Li Chuyi was momentarily stunned. He had considered that the 4th floor might harbor formidable seals or powerful arrays, even preparing for battle upon arrival, yet he never imagined it would be completely empty, aside from the faint, ethereal glow emanating from the ceiling and walls. Providing the only light in this vacant space, the 4th floor was devoid of any objects. "As you can see, there is nothing here," the Taoist remarked. Glancing at Li Chuyi, he gently tapped his foot, causing a cloud of dust to rise with his movements. "Except for this thick layer of dust," the Taoist added. Li Chuyi stared at the accumulation of dust that had likely gathered over many years, rendered speechless. Throughout his journey, the entire Wu Yang grave had never felt like a tomb to him. Rather, it resembled an uninhabited city, meticulously maintained yet devoid of residents, with a pristine atmosphere prevailing. From the flora encountered on the 1st floor to the splendid grasslands conjured on the 2nd, everything conveyed a sense of vitality, nourished by rich, life-giving soil. However, the 4th floor marked the first instance that Li Chuyi felt he was indeed in a grave, for its emptiness, combined with the thick dust, imparted a distinct aura of death, a chilling and silent stillness. "Through years of investigation, I have ascertained that the Gui Jing is highly likely concealed within the 5th floor of this library," the Taoist explained. "I have visited this place several times before, trying various methods, yet I have found no leads. Initially, I suspected a mirage array obscured the path to the 5th floor. Later, I thought that old monster Wu Yang had employed some spatial displacement technique to hinder my progress. However, after numerous attempts, I discovered that neither was the case." Surveying the barren 4th floor, the Taoist spoke helplessly. "The results of my experiments indicate that this is indeed the 4th floor, devoid of illusions. I have not been misled by any spatial secret arts. This is simply the 4th floor, empty and lacking in substance." Looking up at the not particularly high ceiling, Li Chuyi queried, Have you attempted to break through the ceiling directly to reach the 5th floor? The Taoist remained silent, simply raising his palm to strike the sky. A beam of golden light shot forth from his hand, striking the ceiling. With a resounding boom, dust erupted into the air, yet the ceiling remained unscathed. Boom, boom, boom. The Taoist unleashed several more strikes in various directions, but aside from a whirlwind of dust, neither the ceiling nor the surrounding walls showed any signs of damage. In fact, if it were not for the swirling dust and the lingering echo of the strikes in his ears, Li Chuyi might have thought nothing had transpired. Li Chuyi was acutely aware of the Taoist's formidable power. However, it was precisely due to his awareness of the Taoist's formidable abilities that Li Chuyi was greatly astonished by the sturdiness of this place. Waving away the swirling ashes before him, the Taoist turned to Li Chuyi and said, "Now, you are the last resort I can think of. You possess the Yin-Yang Dao Eye, an innate talent that even I, your master, do not possess. I hope you can discern the situation here and uncover the hidden secrets." Casting a glance at the hopeful expression on the Taoist's face, Li Chuyi remained silent. Closing his eyes and centering himself, for the first time in his life, he earnestly summoned all the cultivation he had amassed. He felt the energy within him surging like a wild stallion. Reciting the incantation for the Tianyan Tong, he channeled his power into his eyes and slowly opened them. This time, instead of a mere glow, 2 beams of tangible brilliance suddenly flashed from his eyes. Instantly, his vision transformed into shades of black and white, and objects within his sight appeared more vivid than before. With his eyes wide open, Li Chuyi took slow steps forward. In the monochromatic view, he observed that nothing had changed from before. The thick dust on the ground turned a grayish-white. The walls emanating a faint glow became bright white. Yet none of the colorful objects associated with cultivators appeared in sight. Just as his initial impression upon ascending the stairs, there were no formations, no illusions, nothing at all. "Did you see anything?" the Taoist inquired eagerly. Li Chuyi silently shook his head. Seeing this, the Taoist remained silent for a moment, sighed, and with a hint of bitterness said, "Alas, it appears fate does not favor us. Such is the nature of opportunity." Li Chuyi watched the Taoist, feeling a pang of sorrow within. Just moments ago, having learned of his extraordinary talent, he was exhilarated and felt invincible. Yet, before long, he encountered this situation. As if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, he understood that it was not his talent that was lacking, but rather his cultivation that was insufficient. Although it was a disheartening and helpless reality, the fact that the Taoist sought his assistance while he could not provide it left Li Chuyi feeling genuinely remorseful. Thus, both master and disciple fell into contemplation. Enveloped in silence, the empty, desolate building once again returned to its eerie stillness, with only the faint sound of their breaths occasionally breaking the silence. After an indeterminate amount of time, the Taoist straightened his back and proclaimed, "Enough. What is gained is my fortune, what is lost is my destiny. If it is not meant to be, it cannot be forced." Hearing the Taoist's voice, Li Chuyi regained his focus and bowed, saying, "Master, I apologize. I am incapable and have failed to assist you. It is unrelated to you." The Taoist laughed heartily. "Bringing you along was merely a precaution, a trial at best. It is good if you can see through it. If not, it is within reason. Therefore, you need not feel any guilt. Besides, if I cannot comprehend what is before us, how could a mere child who has cultivated for less than 10 years possibly unravel it?" Upon hearing this, Li Chuyi smiled slightly, and his feelings of guilt diminished significantly. "Master, what shall we do now?" Li Chuyi inquired, raising his head. "What else can we do? We leave. Are we to remain here and ingest dust?" The Taoist replied before turning toward the staircase, preparing to depart. Li Chuyi hastily followed. At the moment the Taoist descended the stairs, Li Chuyi seemed to perceive something, and he froze in place. Sensing Li Chuyi's sudden halt, the Taoist stopped. Turning back to look at him with curiosity, Li Chuyi stared intently at the staircase for a long time, then suddenly rushed to the side of the staircase. Raising his foot to kick up the dust surrounding the area, instantly enveloping the space in a cloud of dust. Noticing Li Chuyi's peculiar behavior, the Taoist quickly deduced that he must have discovered something. He hurried back to the 4th floor and intercepted the incessantly kicking Li Chuyi, saying, "Let me handle this." With a wave of his sleeve, the Taoist summoned a strong wind that swept through, clearing the area around the staircase, sending the dust swirling and obscuring the entrance. "Master! Look! Look!" Li Chuyi exclaimed excitedly, pulling at the Taoist's arm and pointing at the staircase. The Taoist turned to look but saw nothing beyond the swirling dust. After a moment, he asked, "What are we looking at?" "At the dust." Li Chuyi responded with exhilaration. "Observe how the dust, though swirling, gradually settles. Yet it all lands on the fourth floor. The staircase leading to the fourth floor remains completely untouched. Is that not strange? The Taoist paused, turning his head to observe once more. Ignoring the Taoist, Li Chuyi continued with fervor. The fourth floor is not only impervious to weapons and fire, but is also utterly devoid of anything. If there is one peculiar aspect, it is this thick layer of dust. As we traversed, while we cannot claim to have left no trace, at least it was clean. Yet here, we find such a substantial accumulation of dust. Is that not odd? Especially since this dust only settles here, while the grand staircase above remains immaculate, making it all the more curious. Seeing the Taoist deep in thought, Li Chuyi continued. When you walked down earlier, you stirred up a cloud of dust. I noticed that this dust vanished at a certain point, and initially, I thought it was due to a dust-clearing spell or something similar. However, those spells merely isolate or disperse dust, not make it disappear. Yet here, the dust has vanished, which can only indicate one thing. Li Chuyi looked into the Taoist's eyes, enunciating each word. There is something amiss here. At this moment, the Taoist had already grasped the situation. Observing Li Chuyi's dirty little face, covered in dust from the swirling cloud, he smiled appreciatively and praised. Well done. You have performed splendidly. Even I failed to notice this, and you executed it beautifully. Ignoring Li Chuyi's protests, the Taoist pinched his chubby cheek and attempted to wipe away the dust, only to smudge it further, eliciting a hearty laugh from the Taoist. Once the laughter subsided, the Taoist turned back to the staircase, his expression contemplative. Li Chuyi, seeing the Taoist deep in thought, remained silent, his own eyes glimmering with insight as he fixated on the staircase. Suddenly, the Taoist appeared to have an epiphany. He bent down to grasp a handful of the accumulated dust, watching as it slowly slipped through his fingers. His expression turned serious as he murmured, "Indeed." Li Chuyi, curious, asked, "Master, what do you mean indeed? Is there something wrong with the dust?" The Taoist nodded in affirmation. "This is no ordinary dust. It is the ashes of corpses that have been refined." Li Chuyi froze, a wave of nausea washing over him. He realized that in the midst of the swirling dust, he must have inhaled quite a bit, and now, hearing that it was corpse ash, he felt his stomach churn, nearly retching. Ignoring the retching Li Chuyi, the Taoist closed his eyes, hands outstretched at his sides, and after a moment of silence, suddenly called out, "Gather the sand to form a tower." With the Taoist's command, it was as if a powerful wind swept through, and all the ashes on the fourth floor were lifted into the air, swirling upward toward the Taoist's head. Li Chuyi quickly covered his mouth and nose, holding his breath in fear of ingesting more of this repugnant substance. As the cloud of ashes coalesced into a large sphere above the Taoist's head, he pressed his hands together and rapidly formed several hand seals, pointing toward the staircase. Swiftly, in response, the sphere of ashes transformed into a flowing river of sand, racing toward the staircase, swirling and gradually shaping itself into a spiral staircase, identical to the one they had ascended. Once the last trace of ash settled into the staircase, the Taoist withdrew his hand seals and murmured, "It is complete." Gazing at the staircase formed from the ashes of the deceased, Li Chuyi felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion, yet he could not suppress his excitement. "Let us ascend at once," Li Chuyi exclaimed with enthusiasm. The Taoist smiled faintly and replied, "Go ahead and give it a try." Although puzzled, Li Chuyi lifted his foot and stepped onto the first step. As his foot made contact with the staircase composed of corpse ash, it suddenly disintegrated into a cloud of flying ash, causing him to nearly lose his balance. Once he retreated, the swirling ash reformed into the staircase, appearing unchanged. "Why is this?" Li Chuyi asked, bewildered. The Taoist smiled gently and explained, "Because this staircase is not meant for the living." "Not for the living?" Li Chuyi echoed, incredulous. "Indeed." The Taoist nodded. "To be precise, this staircase is not meant for the living creatures. It is designed for spirits." Li Chuyi's eyes widened in astonishment as he stammered. "What do you mean? Is the Wuyang Leaguai not a monster cultivator, but a ghost cultivator?" The Taoist nodded, then shook his head, saying, "Yes and no." Observing Li Chuyi's perplexed expression, the Taoist continued, "Wuyang Leaguai is indeed a monster cultivator, but he possesses 5 primordial spirits. Initially, I believed his 5 primordial spirits were cultivated based on the 5 elements, as various signs he left behind suggested. However, it appears that is not the case today. At least one of Wuyang Leaguai's 5 primordial spirit powers is related to the dead soul." "Dead soul?" Li Chuyi scratched his head. "Is that the same as a ghost cultivator?" "Close, but there are distinctions," the Taoist clarified. "A ghost cultivator is one whose physical body has perished, yet their soul lingers, ultimately condensing into a ghostly form. In contrast, a dead soul refers to the living who cultivate the ghostly path. refining their living soul into a dead soul to simultaneously master the energies of life and death, thus achieving enlightenment. Those whose physical bodies remain intact, but whose souls have died, can no longer be considered human, yet they do not fully qualify as ghosts. We typically refer to them as living dead. Li Chuyi was left speechless, taking a moment to respond. Living dead? That sounds incredibly powerful. Can they really cultivate like that? Aren't they essentially invincible? The Taoist chuckled softly. Indeed, it is quite formidable. When cultivated to a profound level, one might almost say they attain immortality. However, such an audacious method of cultivation is hardly overlooked by the heavens. Not only must they face the usual tribulations and calamities encountered by ordinary cultivators, far more severe than those faced by ghost cultivators, but should the heavens take issue with them, they could be struck down by lightning at any moment. To put it simply, they are always at risk of being struck by lightning. Li Chuyi was rendered speechless. He had heard of the formidable nature of lightning tribulations, despite never having experienced one himself. Aside from ancient beings like the Taoist, which cultivator did not fear the mention of lightning tribulations. It seemed that the living dead not only had to endure the tribulations faced by ordinary cultivators, but could also attract additional strikes from celestial forces if the heavens found them displeasing. The thought was beyond Li Chuyi's comprehension. What kind of madness would compel someone to pursue such a path? After a prolonged silence, Li Chuyi inquired, Master, does anyone really cultivate such a path? Have there been any successes? The Taoist pondered for a moment and replied, Indeed, some have pursued this path, though whether anyone has succeeded remains uncertain. Legends say that those who do not die and ultimately achieve enlightenment can ascend to a realm of power surpassing ordinary cultivators by several folds, even becoming figures that no one dares to provoke in the celestial realm. However, these are merely tales. I do not know their veracity. Then, does that mean Wuyang Leiguai, having cultivated the dead soul, is also a living dead? No, perhaps a living dead monster? Li Chuyi asked further. The Taoist shook his head, clarifying. While Wuyang Leiguai has indeed cultivated the dead soul, he does not follow the path of life and death in its strictest sense. To be precise, he has taken a shortcut. He possesses 5 souls and has cultivated 5 primordial spirits. I suspect he has only refined one of them into a dead soul, while the other 4 are cultivated through the standard path of the 5 elements. Typically, these 4 normal primordial spirits conceal the nature of that dead soul, allowing him to deceive the heavenly path. Thus, although Wuyang Leiguai possesses immense power and a fearsome reputation, I have never heard of him being particularly troubled by lightning tribulations. It is likely that he was unable to conceal his true nature when reaching the final step towards ascension, leading to his untimely demise. At this juncture, the Taoist sighed, clearly moved. Even so, Wuyang Leiguai was indeed a person of great determination. With 5 souls, he chose not to follow the conventional path of the 5 elements, but instead sought to bridge the realms of yin and yang, refining one primordial spirit into a dead soul, and managing to deceive the heavenly path for so long. Truly remarkable. What a shame he met his end. Had he not died, his future achievements would have been unimaginable. The Taoist, having finished speaking, shook his head in disbelief, his gaze distant and filled with longing. Li Chuyi, listening intently, felt a surge of inspiration coursing through him. However, despite recognizing Wuyang Leiguai's formidable nature, Li Chuyi could not help but think him foolish. With 5 primordial spirits and such a remarkable innate talent, surely he could have excelled by pursuing the righteous path. Why resort to the cultivation of the dead soul, a path that seemed to invite disaster? Were he in Wuyang Leiguai's position, he would never voluntarily seek his own demise. After all, he was merely an ordinary boy wishing for a comfortable life. His own cultivation was prompted by the Taoist's insistence, and he knew little about the correctness of his path or how far he might progress. Experience had taught him that he would be wise to heed the Taoist's guidance. If he were granted the same opportunities as Wuyang Leiguai, it was evident that he would achieve enlightenment without risking his life for the sake of power. Reflecting on the Taoist's teachings, he realized that they held profound truth. One should remain low-key and prioritize survival above all else. Li Chuyi felt he had discovered the essence of the path the Taoist had spoken of. Chapter 23. Primordial Spirit, what shall we do now? Li Chuyi scratched his head. Since we cannot ascend, should I summon Ziyuan to give it a try? The Taoist nodded. Yes, let her attempt it. Li Chuyi retrieved the Fumo mirror from his pocket, closed his eyes, and recited a mantra. A wisp of purple mist emerged, gradually coalescing into the beautiful figure of Ziyuan. Without wasting words, Li Chuyi quickly explained the situation to her. After listening, Ziyuan nodded and said, No problem, I will give it a try. A cool breeze swept by as Yuan floated towards the staircase formed from corpse ash, glancing at it before stepping forward. When her delicate foot touched the first step, the staircase did not disintegrate as it had for Li Chuyi. Instead, it firmly supported her weight. Li Chuyi's excitement surged, but before he could voice his joy, a dark green light erupted from the spot where Ziyuan stepped, causing her to cry out in pain as she was flung backward. Seeing Ziyuan rise with a pained expression, her foot, struck by the dark light, became a swirling mass of purple mist that could not solidify. Li Chuyi realized she had sustained an injury, and a serious one, at that, rendering the affected area unable to take shape. How could this happen? Li Chuyi stared at Ziyuan, dumbfounded. The Taoist spoke gravely. This must be due to the corpse dust. As I mentioned earlier, this corpse dust has been refined. And it seems the result of that refinement not only allows it to form a staircase leading to the 5th floor, but has also imposed some unknown restrictions. Indeed, Ziyuan interjected, that green light is something I cannot identify. It directly harmed my soul. Had I not already taken a solid form, I likely would have suffered much worse injuries the moment I stepped onto that first layer. Turning to the astonished Li Chuyi, Ziyuan added, if I had been like those 5 little ghosts, who have yet to fully take shape, that first layer would have completely shattered them and possibly even damaged their intellect. Li Chuyi scratched his head for quite some time, contemplating how to assist Ziyuan in healing her injuries. He pondered over ways to help the Taoist, but found himself at a loss for viable solutions. After a lengthy silence, he despondently inquired, Master, what shall we do? If all else fails, perhaps we should leave for now and return when Ziyuan's cultivation has improved. The Taoist, who had been deep in thought since earlier, snapped back to reality upon hearing Li Chuyi's words. He shook his head and replied, do not rush. There is still one method we can attempt. If that fails, we shall follow your suggestion and wait until Ziyuan's cultivation is sufficient. What method? Li Chuyi asked, looking at the Taoist, confident that he must have a myriad of strategies up his sleeve. The Taoist glanced at him before turning his gaze to Ziyuan, who was frowning while attempting to reshape a mass of purple mist. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly. We could try the method of the primordial spirit departing the body and ascending these 5 levels. Primordial spirit departing the body. Li Chuyi's eyes widened in surprise. The Taoist nodded affirmatively, saying, indeed, Ziyuan has just demonstrated my earlier hypothesis. This staircase is not meant for the living, but rather for spirits such as ghosts. The reason she was cast down is twofold. First, we lack a method to break the restrictions, and thus forcing our way will provoke a backlash. Secondly, Ziyuan's cultivation is too low, and she does not know how to wield her own spiritual power. In essence, these 2 reasons are intertwined. To ascend, one either needs a means to break the restrictions or must possess sufficient power to force their way up. After glancing at the attentive duo of one person and one ghost, the Taoist continued, although Ziyuan may not be able to contend due to her insufficient cultivation, my own abilities are certainly adequate. Moreover, a cultivator's primordial spirit is cultivated from their own soul and can be considered a type of ghost, albeit infused with vitality. Therefore, let us attempt to ascend using the primordial spirit and see if we can deceive the restrictions and make our way up. As he spoke, the Taoist let out a triumphant chuckle, adding quietly, even if the primordial spirit cannot succeed, I have another method that may also allow us to pass through. In any case, we have come this far. We must try every possible means. Li Chuyi was eager to inquire about the Taoist's final method, but seeing that the Taoist merely hinted at it before falling silent, he abandoned his curiosity. Based on his understanding of the Taoist, if he wished to share, he would certainly do so. If he chose to remain silent, questioning him would be futile, indicating for Li Chuyi to step back with Ziyuan. The Taoist settled into a cross-legged position on the now pristine ground, silently regulating his breath for a while. With a slight tremor of his facial muscles, a figure began to emerge from the top of the Taoist's head, slowly descending beside him. Observing this ethereal figure, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the Taoist in both appearance and attire, albeit with a slightly translucent form, Li Chuyi realized that this was the Taoist's primordial spirit. This was Li Chuyi's first experience witnessing a primordial spirit departing the body. Previously, he had only heard the Taoist mention it. Understanding that powerful cultivators could refine their primordial spirit to a certain extent, allowing it to leave the body and strike at foes from afar. The detached primordial spirit could operate within a certain range around the physical body, with the duration and extent depending on the cultivator's level of mastery. Simultaneously, Li Chuyi was aware that a cultivator whose primordial spirit had departed rendered their physical body extremely vulnerable and in dire need of concealment and protection. In this state, the physical body would be in a state akin to suspended animation, exhibiting no perceptual responses apart from breathing. If discovered and harmed by an enemy during this time, the floating primordial spirit would lose its physical vessel, and while a fortunate soul might seize a new life or become a ghostly cultivator, the unfortunate would face the disintegration of their primordial spirit and reincarnation. The most tragic fate would be falling into the hands of those practicing malevolent techniques, who might capture the primordial spirit to refine it into their magical artifacts, leaving no chance for reincarnation, only eternal suffering within the artifact. Without hesitation, the Taoist initiated the departure of his primordial spirit on the spot, constrained by the circumstances and driven by trust in Li Chuyi and especially in Ziyuan, allowing him to act with peace of mind. Li Chuyi watched in excitement as the Taoist's translucent figure floated before him, unable to resist the urge to reach out and poke it to see if it felt tangible. Just as his finger was about to make contact, two icy gazes fell upon him. Under the Taoist's piercing glare, Li Chuyi sheepishly chuckled and withdrew his hand, standing quietly to the side. The Taoist shot him a stern look, shaking his head in exasperation at such a pupil. He then turned to the two of them and said, "You both protect my physical body while I venture forth to investigate." With that, he transformed into a streak of white light and soared toward the staircase of ashes. As the Taoist reached the staircase, an emerald radiance burst forth, far more potent than the one Ziyuan experienced earlier. This green light shot toward the Taoist, but before it could reach him, it was repelled by a golden barrier surrounding him. The Taoist was not Ziyuan. The mere backlash of the restrictions could not impede his path. Ignoring the emerald light, the Taoist ascended effortlessly, swiftly covering half the distance. However, as he climbed higher, the intensity and density of the green light increased exponentially. Countless beams of emerald struck against the protective barrier, which, despite its formidable strength, was gradually compressed by the relentless onslaught. By the time the Taoist ascended 4/5 of the staircase, the barrier had thinned considerably, clinging tightly to his form. Li Chuyi was drenched in cold sweat, and Ziyuan clenched her fists anxiously. Witnessing the barrier dwindle to a mere veil, Li Chuyi could not help but shout, "Master, if it becomes too perilous, retreat. As long as the green hills remain, we need not fear the lack of firewood. We can always start anew. 18 years later, we could be back to square one. No, 60 years. The Taoist, overhearing this, furrowed his brows in irritation and retorted, "You insolent child, what nonsense are you spouting? Be quiet and remain still." Glancing at the increasing number of green lights, the Taoist's expression hardened, and he coldly declared, "Humph. If the old monster Wu Yang were still alive, I would have to tread carefully. But he is merely a spirit now, and this trivial formation cannot obstruct my path. Open." With a decisive hand gesture, the Taoist unleashed a furious shout. As his voice echoed, waves of black and gray smoke began to emanate from various parts of the Taoist's body, enveloping him in a thick cloud that exuded an almost palpable aura of death, causing both Li Chuyi and Ziyuan to feel nauseated and distressed. This smoke, more sinister than any malevolent technique, left Li Chuyi momentarily stunned. Before he could comprehend how the typically righteous Taoist could employ such dark arts, he saw the figure of the Taoist's primordial spirit tremble in the air. A sound akin to cracking ice filled the air as a fissure appeared on the body of the Taoist's primordial spirit, revealing a shadowy void within. The cracking sounds did not cease. As they multiplied, more black fissures emerged on the Taoist's form, causing it to quiver violently. With a final, resounding crack, the Taoist's body ceased its trembling, yet apart from a small portion of his left thigh, the entirety of his left side, along with a portion of his left face, had vanished, leaving his right side marred with dark cracks. At the point where his left side had disappeared, there was no flesh or blood, only a gaping, shadowy hollow that sent chills down one's spine. "Master? Master?" Li Chuyi called out in a daze. The Taoist did not respond. He glanced at his missing form, furrowing his brow slightly. With a gesture of his remaining right hand, he beckoned the swirling black smoke, which began to churn and envelop him in layers. As the last trace of his form disappeared into the black smoke, the unending emerald light from the staircase abruptly ceased, dissipating as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, the Taoist, shrouded in the dense black smoke, surged toward the end of the staircase. At the juncture between the staircase and the rooftop, a flicker of ethereal light appeared, and the Taoist vanished amidst a swirl of dark smoke. Li Chuyi slowly turned his stiff neck to gaze at Ziyuan, who also turned her head to meet his gaze. After a prolonged silence, Li Chuyi, with a somewhat hoarse voice, inquired, "How could this happen?" Ziyuan, looking at the bewildered expression on Li Chuyi's face, was at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke, "I cannot discern why this is happening. I only know that the dark smoke emanating from your master is imbued with an exceedingly dense aura of death, even more potent than the deathly essence I previously concealed within that mirror. This aura is so formidable that I dare not approach it lightly, as I fear it might assimilate me. Li Chuyi fell silent, fully aware of the overwhelming power of that deathly energy. Yet, he could not fathom how a Taoist, who relished wine, frequented brothels, savored gourmet delicacies, and enjoyed the vibrant pleasures of the mortal realm, could possibly cultivate such a sinister practice. Could it be that the Taoist belonged to an evil sect? After much contemplation, a sudden realization struck Li Chuyi. He recalled a peculiar type of practitioner mentioned by the Taoist, the living dead. These individuals sought to refine the souls of the deceased, attempting to unravel the mysteries of life and death in pursuit of enlightenment. Was it possible that the Taoist was practicing this perverse technique? The more Li Chuyi pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Firstly, the Taoist treated all practitioners equally, devoid of any distinction between righteousness and malevolence. He merely judged whether he found them agreeable or not. Secondly, the Taoist's formidable powers rendered him unafraid of heavenly tribulations, which he could even dismiss with a mere shout, undoubtedly due to his extensive experience in the path of life and death. Lastly, and most importantly, the Taoist had a penchant for the night and frequently visited brothels. As the darkness of night was rife with yin energy, and brothels were particularly saturated with such energy, even harboring some lingering resentment, qualities that were indeed favored by the undead. Though the undead and the living dead were not the same, they were not vastly different either. Li Chuyi could not help but wonder if, in the end, the Taoist would resemble the undead, requiring blood to sustain himself, ultimately draining himself dry. As Li Chuyi ruminated further, his expression fluctuated between brightness and gloom, joy and sorrow. Zi Yuan, observing him with furrowed brows, suspected he was on the verge of losing his sanity due to the overwhelming shock. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. Li Chuyi covered his face and glared at Zi Yuan in anger, exclaiming, "What was that for?" "I am trying to save you," Zi Yuan replied with a calm demeanor. "Save me? How does slapping me equate to saving me? Do you think me a fool? I want to save you as well." Tears nearly welled in Li Chuyi's eyes. Feeling utterly wronged, you appeared distressed, as if losing your mind. "I slapped you to awaken you, to prevent you from truly going mad," Zi Yuan stated in her usual nonchalant tone. Li Chuyi, facing her, rolled his eyes in disbelief. How could he, after finally engaging in serious thought, be treated as if he were losing his sanity and then slapped for it? Where could he seek justice for this? Was this girl truly deceiving him? Upon scrutinizing Zi Yuan's expression, he realized she was serious, and with a resigned sigh, he understood there was no point in seeking retribution. Alas, this slap was for naught. Zi Yuan observed Li Chuyi, who was now sulking with a pained expression, and after a moment of contemplation, she furrowed her brow and asked, "Weren't you just losing your mind?" Li Chuyi looked at her with tear-filled eyes. Was this girl genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Seeing Li Chuyi's silence and his tearful gaze, Zi Yuan recognized her misunderstanding, and a hint of embarrassment crossed her pale face. She contemplated apologizing but had never offered an apology before. After much deliberation, she leaned her face closer to Li Chuyi. "What does this mean?" Li Chuyi was momentarily taken aback by her actions. "It means you should hit me back," Zi Yuan said plainly, her eyes fixed on Li Chuyi. Li Chuyi was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. Was this girl truly foolish? Was she inviting her own demise? It was one thing to not apologize for a mistake. After all, she had meant well, and they could simply pretend it never happened. But now, she was extending her face, inviting him to strike her back. It was inconceivable. Even if she were an unattractive ghost, he could not bring himself to do it. Wait, that's not right. With an unattractive ghost, he might not hesitate. Li Chuyi mused inwardly. After a prolonged silence, Zi Yuan, noticing Li Chuyi's dazed expression and his reluctance to act, frowned and asked, "Are you going to hit me or not? This pose is quite tiring." Did even a ghost complain about being tired? What kind of teaching was that? With tears in his eyes, Li Chuyi trembled. "Sister, I was wrong. Please don't play with me. You struck me for my own good, and even if it was a mistake, how could I possibly retaliate?" Wiping his tears, Li Chuyi continued, "I was not losing my mind. I was merely speculating why my master is enveloped in dark smoke like a chimney." Zi Yuan retracted her form and asked, "Why?" Li Chuyi hurriedly recounted his conjectures, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he finished. Zi Yuan, after listening, did not respond immediately. Instead, she pondered in silence for a while before finally speaking. "I find most of your points to be accurate. However, there is one issue that remains unexplained." "What issue?" Li Chuyi asked, taken aback. After the appearance of the dark smoke, Why is your master's primordial spirit incomplete? Zi Yuan inquired, her gaze fixed on Li Chuyi. Though I am not particularly well versed in cultivation, I understand that both our spirits and those of practitioners should be whole and unblemished. If there is any incompleteness, it indicates injury. Your master's primordial spirit was intact at first, but after the emergence of the death aura, it became riddled with scars, leaving even his physical form half diminished. I sense that the black smoke is not a result of your master's cultivation. Rather, it seems to be something that has harmed his primordial spirit. Upon hearing this, Li Chuyi fell into silence. Upon reflection, he found Zi Yuan's reasoning compelling. According to his understanding of the Taoist, a person so enamored with appearances and vanity would hardly engage in practices that would render his primordial spirit grotesque and terrifying. Yet, if this death aura did not originate from the Taoist's cultivation, then what could possibly inflict such harm upon a figure he revered as divine? Perplexed, Li Chuyi grew increasingly agitated. In a fit of frustration, he bellowed that he would not dwell on it any longer. Since he could not comprehend it, he would simply wait for the Taoist's return to inquire. There was no need to torment himself with futile worries. If the Taoist chose to remain silent, it mattered little. For he knew that this was the man who had saved him since childhood, nurtured him, and taught him the art of cultivation. Everything else was inconsequential. Having reached this conclusion, Li Chuyi closed his eyes and entered a meditative state beside the Taoist, patiently awaiting his return. Chapter 24. The square as a meal passed. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the sky. A flicker of ethereal light appeared, and the dark smoke summoned by the Taoist surged forth from the rooftop. Swirling around him in a dense cloud, intermingled with his incomplete form, continuously dancing about him. The Taoist opened his eyes within the dark smoke, furrowing his brow as he surveyed his surroundings. With hands folded, he formed a series of intricate seals. Seal, he uttered in a low voice. In response, the dark smoke stirred, slightly dispersing outward, transforming into several streams that surged towards the Taoist, seemingly intent on re-entering his body through his gaping wound. Just as the tendrils of smoke approached the Taoist's form, two of them altered their course, deliberately avoiding his injury, and instead attached themselves to the intact portions of his body, while the remaining streams veered away, seemingly attempting to escape. The Taoist appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated this. With swift hand gestures, his fingers became a blur, creating the illusion of countless hands appearing all at once. In the blink of an eye, he executed a multitude of seals. Li Chuyi, mentally counting, estimated that he performed at least several hundred in that brief moment. Upon completing the final seal, the Taoist emitted a cold snort, his expression remaining impassive. Seal. The voice of the Taoist resonated. Initially soft, yet gradually transforming into a resounding wave of sound, swirling and lingering in the air. Countless intricate symbols burst forth from within, coalescing into various golden sigils that soared towards the periphery of the black smoke and the intact form of the Taoist, restraining the chaos of the smoke. The black smoke writhed and thrashed, attempting to evade the interception of the golden symbols. Yet, those symbols, far more agile than the smoke, ensnared it firmly around the Taoist. While the two thickest tendrils of black smoke that sought to attach themselves to the Taoist were forcefully repelled by a multitude of symbols, creating an estimated 2-finger-wide gap between them and the Taoist's body. As the golden symbols multiplied, the black smoke's struggles gradually subsided, eventually ceasing altogether. Suddenly, the few remaining strands of black smoke hesitated momentarily before swiftly coiling back, forming a mass not far in front of the Taoist. As the black smoke gathered, its exterior began to transform, acquiring a watery texture, resembling a large swirl of ink floating in midair. With the last remnant of black smoke dissipating, the dark ink solidified into a human visage. The face bore only faint eye sockets, devoid of any other features such as eyes, ears, mouth, or nose. Gazing upon this nearly blank visage, Li Chuyi's heart skipped a beat, recalling the Taoist's inadvertent mention of a certain entity known as Wumian. The Taoist had not elaborated on its origins, but Li Chuyi sensed from his words that this entity was no trivial foe, perhaps even something beyond the realm of human existence. The face, formed from the obsidian-like substance, hovered silently opposite the Taoist, as if in a standoff. The Taoist, equally solemn, regarded it expressionlessly, his gaze fixed intently upon the eye sockets, as if he could perceive eyes within them. Thus, the fourth floor fell into a profound silence. Although they were quiet, outside was a cacophony of activity. The Wuyang tomb had been opened, and with the entry of the first batch of cultivators, more and more followed. Some were delayed by various matters, while many were drawn in by the peculiar phenomena occurring nearby. The secret of needing to pass through Wuyang City to enter the Wuyang tomb was no longer a secret. Who among them lacked acquaintances? Once one person spoke, the news would inevitably spread like wildfire. This secret was primarily known to novices in the tumultuous world of Jianghu. Yet those with some experience and insight would find it nearly common knowledge. The later arrivals varied in cultivation levels. Some were even slightly stronger than Feng Qingshan and Jiang Shang, while the weakest had merely trained an additional 10 to 20 years. They had somehow learned of the method to enter the tomb, and lacking a Taoist of comparable skill for protection, they gallantly charged in on horseback, undeterred by the risks. As the number of newcomers swelled, the Wuyang tomb grew increasingly lively, although few had yet ventured into the deeper inner sanctum where the Taoist had arrived. The middle and outer layers were already bustling with people, particularly the outer layer, which buzzed like a marketplace. Often, when someone shouted that treasure had been found, a throng would surge toward the source of the voice, resulting in chaotic scuffles before dispersing. Few cared about whether treasures had actually appeared, what they were, or who had claimed them. Those remaining on the periphery understood their limitations. They knew that venturing in would likely lead to death, so they refrained from greed. Instead, they sought to profit from the aftermath of the brawls, gathering what they could from the fallen. With this mindset, the outer cultivators were incredibly diligent and combative. Whenever news of treasures emerged, regardless of its authenticity, they would flock toward it, engaging in chaotic fights, leaving the fortunate to reap the rewards. Even at the entrance, a gathering of cultivators began to assemble, peddling their unwanted or newly acquired items, creating a lively scene. On the third day of the tomb's opening, a flash of light appeared at the entrance, heralding the arrival of a group of approximately 7 or 8 individuals. Leading the procession was an elegant young woman clad in a pale purple pleated skirt, her figure poised and her features exquisitely delicate. Her dark hair was meticulously arranged in a style reminiscent of a celestial maiden, with 2 strands cascading down to frame her fair, charming face. However, her demeanor was cold, even frigid, seemingly devoid of warmth towards anyone. Behind her stood 7 individuals, 4 men and 3 women, all youthful. Upon the woman's arrival, they stood in respectful silence, save for one young girl of about 12 or 13 who, unlike the others, was filled with curiosity, exclaiming in awe at the peculiar sights around her. The woman, noticing the commotion, displayed a hint of exasperation on her otherwise composed face. She gently admonished the young girl, "Xiaoyu, refrain from mischief. This place is filled with dangers. Remain close to me." The girl, upon hearing this, promptly turned and replied respectfully, "Understood, Xueqing Shirshu." Seeing the girl's obedience, the woman named Xueqing nodded slightly, intending to address the other young cultivators when the girl exclaimed once more, "Aunt Qingqing, look over there. That person has 3 eyes. Wow, that tiger is enormous." The expressions of the other young cultivators shifted between shades of blue and white, their faces displaying a mix of amusement and restraint. As they dared not laugh in the presence of Xueqing's cold gaze, they quickly averted their eyes to the ground, suppressing any sign of their mirth. Xueqing shook her head in resignation. This little girl, named Li Chuyi, was the cherished daughter of her sect's current leader, known for her cleverness and mischief, often causing both annoyance and affection among her fellow disciples. During this young disciple's expedition for training, the girl had somehow learned of the journey and insisted on accompanying them. Initially, the sect leader opposed her joining, but after days of persistent pleading, he yielded, resulting in the change of leadership to Xueqing, who would now guide the expedition. This girl, fearless in nature, was only ever truly subdued by her master, the sect leader. However, observing the redness creeping into the necks of the other disciples, Xueqing felt that she was gradually losing her ability to manage this spirited girl. With a light flick to the girl's head, disregarding her pouting expression, Xueqing addressed the group in a calm tone. "Our purpose for this outing is to broaden your experiences and understanding. One must realize that cultivation is not merely about relentless practice. It is akin to constructing a vehicle in isolation. Beyond diligence, cultivation relies heavily on opportunities and insights, especially when confronting the barriers of progress, which are often surmounted through one's own fortune and realizations. As I lead you, I can ensure your safety. But in your future endeavors, you must rely on yourselves. This timely opportunity, with the Wuyang tomb now open, is an excellent chance for you to expand your horizons. This place is fraught with danger. Even I, your Shirshu, cannot guarantee a safe return from its depths. Remember, do not seek glory but aim to avoid calamity. When treasures emerge, do not rush in blindly like fools. First discern their authenticity, then assess your own strength before making any plans." At this point, Xianxia surveyed the group, her tone turning serious as she added, "Remember, living is of utmost importance. Once life is lost, nothing else holds value." "Yes, Shu, we will remember." The disciples responded in unison, bowing respectfully. Xueqing slightly nodded, her brow furrowing as she surveyed the bustling square. Shaking her head gently, she turned to seek a path and intended to beckon her disciples to follow. At that moment, a thunderous boom resonated, shaking the ground beneath them, and the once vibrant market fell into a sudden silence. Everyone turned their heads towards the source of the sound. Before they could react, another deafening noise erupted, this time emanating from the sky above, rather than the depths of a tomb. Looking up, they saw that the previously starry night had been shrouded by ominous clouds. Thick and rolling, with flashes of purple and blue light cutting through, causing a palpable sense of suffocation among the crowd. "Thunder! Thunder! Tribulation! Tribulation!" A piercing cry rang out, snapping the onlookers back to reality. Was this not the dreaded tribulation that instilled fear in all? A mere thunderstorm would not evoke such a sense of impending doom among these practitioners. What was happening? Which fool was attempting to transcend here? Exactly. Who in their right mind would dare to transcend here? Are we to be killed in the process? Enough with the idle chatter. We must flee. Run. Quickly. If we don't, we shall be reduced to ashes. Flee. This is Wuyang Cemetery, the tomb of the Wuyang Old Monster. Who could possibly transcend here? Do you think the formation of the Wuyang Old Monster is a sham? Not only would the heavenly tribulation fail to sense the transcending individual, but the tomb's restrictions would also strike them down first. So what is this? Don't tell me it's just thunder and rain for laundry. Forget your laundry. This spectacle clearly heralds the emergence of a rare treasure. It is said that when a rare treasure is born, heavenly thunder strikes. Only those who endure the tribulation may reveal themselves to the world. This is undoubtedly a sign of treasure from within the tomb. Is that true? Don't deceive me. Believe it or not, I am going regardless. Even if it costs me my life, I must catch a glimpse of it. This is an opportunity. As various shouts echoed, the square erupted into chaos. Those fearing the wrath of the thunder rushed outward, while a greater number believed this to be a sign of the treasure's emergence. Flowing deeper into the tomb, Xueqing remained unmoved, standing still with a few disciples. She observed the throng of people surging past her, seemingly oblivious. Her brow still furrowed as she contemplated the situation. Her disciples dared not breathe a word, standing respectfully by her side. Only the little girl named Xiaoyu, restless by nature, fidgeted and cast glances at her senior brothers and sisters, urging them to inquire about the situation. However, her seniors, lacking her boldness, pretended not to notice, which frustrated Xiaoyu, causing her to pout in displeasure. After a long moment, unable to contain her restlessness, Xiaoyu finally turned to ask, "Aunt Qing, what should we do now? Should we go in or not?" Xueqing was jolted back to reality by Xiaoyu's call. She first rapped the girl lightly on the head, then said, "How many times must I say it? When outside, you must address me as Shu." Pausing for a moment, Xueqing continued, "This phenomenon is indeed a tribulation, but it should not be due to someone transcending. The formation of the Wuyang Cemetery is so formidable that it has nearly formed a realm of its own. Ordinary tribulations would likely fail to detect the presence of a transcending individual. However, this thunder tribulation does not resemble the signs of a rare treasure's birth. Typically, such an event would involve a rainbow-hued thundercloud, not this color." At this point, Xueqing shot a glare at Xiaoyu and added, "Regardless of the situation, it is not something you are prepared to face. Going in would mean losing your life." Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue, embarrassed and silent. "We will leave first." "That is settled," Xueqing declared firmly. The disciples dared not voice any objections, nodding in agreement. Just as they prepared to depart, they noticed that those who had surged outward were now retreating, and from outside came faint sounds of combat, as if a struggle was underway. Xueqing's expression changed, and before she could speak, a commanding voice rang out, "Under heaven, is there any land that does not belong to the king? This is the territory of my Dian dynasty. I have come by royal decree. Without my permission, who dares to come and go freely?" As the words fell, they witnessed a group of cultivators spitting blood and being thrown back, some collapsing lifelessly to the ground. At the entrance, thousands of soldiers clad in silver armor streamed in, herding the cultivators into a tight formation, standing in opposition to the crowd. Once the silver-armored soldiers took their positions, a general clad in golden armor, adorned with lion motifs and wearing a full helmet, stepped forward, his mask shaped like a lion's head, exuding an aura of authority. "Dian Army, Lion General." Xueqing's expression turned icy, her teeth clenched, and her hands gradually turned white from the tension, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. The Lion General surveyed the gathered crowd, his commanding voice resounding once more. By my king's command, I have come to apprehend criminals. Surrender your weapons immediately and allow me to verify your identities. Once I confirm your innocence, you shall be released. Resist, and you shall be executed without mercy. On what grounds? A cultivator protested immediately. You cannot simply demand our surrender without just cause. We are all practitioners. Indeed, it is clear you covet the treasures we seek, hence this outrageous behavior. Another cultivator chimed in. With two individuals leading the charge, the crowd of cultivators erupted with anger, their voices rising in unison as they began to approach the silver-armored soldiers, seemingly ready to charge forward. Seeing this, the Lion General did not hesitate. With a slight movement, he seized the first two instigators by their throats, holding them firmly. The silver-armored soldiers drew their weapons, pointing them at the crowd, and with a unified shout, an invisible pressure swept over them, halting their advance and forcing many to stagger backward. The front ranks were so affected by the pressure that they clutched their chests and coughed up blood uncontrollably. Once the crowd had settled, the Lion General's voice rang out again. You question my authority? I shall tell you. My authority is simply that I am stronger than you. Were it not for my king's desire to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, I would have already wiped out all you rogue cultivators. Finishing his statement, the Lion General looked down at the two cultivators he held, their faces now turning a shade of purple from lack of air, and asked, Do you understand now? The two cultivators, fearing further repercussions, nodded vigorously, signaling their comprehension. The Lion General nodded in approval. Good. Be wise and do not harbor resentment. With that, before the two could resist, he exerted his grip, and they transformed into a mist of blood, scattering into the air. As the blood mist dissipated, the Lion General stood alone, unblemished, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd. Witnessing the general's ruthless actions, though anger simmered within them, none dared to voice their discontent, fearful that they might be the next to meet such a fate. In an instant, apart from the occasional rumble of thunder from above, the square fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the stillness. What a display of power! What a grand spectacle! Lion Dog, why do I find your pretentious demeanor so utterly intolerable? As the voice echoed, a figure darted from the back of the crowd, hurtling towards the Lion General. Chapter 25. Tiangang Yulei Formation. The figure moved with remarkable speed, and before the words had fully escaped their lips, they had already lunged at the Lion General, hands aglow with a dark red light aimed at him. In the face of this sudden assault, the Lion General remained unfazed, his posture unwavering. At the moment the hands were about to strike him, he too formed his hands into a palm, summoning forth a golden glow to meet the attack. Boom! After a resounding crash, the Lion General staggered back 3 steps, while the assailant was also repelled, tumbling several times in midair before finally landing. At that moment, the crowd finally discerned the identity of the newcomer. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a handsome visage, yet his eyes, faintly glowing with bloodlust, and the cold smirk occasionally curling at the corners of his mouth, sent an involuntary chill down one's spine. His wild, crimson hair cascaded chaotically over his shoulders, resembling the color of bloodshed. Upon sighting this figure, the scattered cultivators trapped in a corner were instantly thrown into disarray, retreating a step back as a clamor of discussion erupted. It's Xuetu, one cultivator exclaimed. I didn't expect him to be here. It seems the demonic faction has sent quite a few people this time, remarked another, slightly older cultivator. A very young cultivator, perplexed, inquired, Who is he? Why does everyone seem so afraid of him? The older cultivator explained, Youngster, when venturing out for training, one must keep their eyes wide open to avoid losing one's life. This red-haired man is known as Xuetu, one of the 3 harbingers of death from the 100 Saints Pavilion of the demonic faction. Not only is his cultivation profound, but he is also exceedingly bloodthirsty. Haven't you heard the saying, no man or beast is spared? That refers to Xuetu's day. But given the current situation, he should be on our side, right? Isn't he here to assist us? The young cultivator still seemed unconvinced. The older cultivator, wearing a bitter smile, replied, Assist us? It would be a blessing if he doesn't kill us. Didn't I mention he is nicknamed no man or beast is spared? He kills based on his mood. And even if he is one of the demonic faction, if he takes a dislike to you, he won't hesitate to strike. He may not be able to defeat the Dayan army alone, but if he wishes to leave, they certainly cannot detain him. If a battle ensues, remember, it's better to surrender to the Dayan army than to get too close to this man. Surrendering to the Dayan army might save your life. But if you catch Xuetu's attention, it's certain death. The young cultivator nodded in agreement and quietly stepped back a few paces. Indifferent to the murmurs behind him, Xuetu merely cast a cold smile at the Lion General, tauntingly saying, "Lion General, after all these years, you haven't made much progress. Instead of hiding in your doghouse and being a good watchdog, you've brought this bunch of fools to block my path. Are you aware that I haven't tasted blood in a long time, and you've come to offer me a feast?" In response to Xuetu's mockery, the Lion General remained unfazed, coldly retorting, "Xuetu, you and I are merely equals. What is there to be proud of? I have brought along 3,000 silver-armored soldiers. If I can hold you back, do you truly believe you can contend with me and 3,000 yen silver-armored soldiers simultaneously? If he cannot handle it alone, what if we join in?" A soft voice drifted in, accompanied by the sound of wind slicing through the air, as dozens of black-robed cultivators appeared in the square. The speaker, the leader of the black-robed figures, was tall, his hood nearly obscuring his entire face, revealing only a pale, gaunt chin and thin, purplish lips. "Do you really think you and your 3,000 useless soldiers can withstand us?" The soft voice echoed again, as the black-robed man gazed at the Lion General. Even hidden beneath the hood, the Lion General could feel the chilling gaze akin to a sharp blade piercing through him. The Lion General exhaled softly, coldly stating, "Go sure. You have indeed come. It seems the National Master was correct. Many have come from your 100 Saints Pavilion. And not only from your faction, but from the entire demonic realm as well. If I manage to capture you all, your faction will undoubtedly suffer severe losses, while my Yin dynasty can secure a millennium of peace." Xuetu chuckled coldly, "Capture us all? You hold too high an opinion of yourself. Just you and these 3,000 useless soldiers? You are right. Indeed, many have come from the various factions of the demonic realm, but with your meager forces, we from the 100 Saints Pavilion can wipe you all out without needing assistance from others." The Lion General shook his head slightly, letting out a cold sigh. "Xuetu, despite your years of cultivation, you possess only brute force, while your mind remains obstinately ignorant. The National Master's wisdom is vast, and his powers are astonishing. He has already foreseen that your demonic faction would mobilize extensively this time. Do you truly believe that upon hearing the National Master's predictions, our king would only send me and these 3,000 silver-armored soldiers?" Upon hearing this, Xuetu's expression shifted slightly as the Lion General continued. "Look at the sky. Observe the thunderclouds above. Do you think a fool is undergoing tribulation here? Or do you, like your companions behind you, who are solely fixated on treasure hunting, believe this is a sign of some treasure left by the old monster Wu Yang about to emerge?" Xuetu was taken aback, and the cultivators behind him were stirred into unrest. If this thunderstorm was not a sign of a treasure's emergence, what could it be? At that moment, Goetia raised his head slightly, coldly asking, "Tiangang Yulei?" The Lion General, somewhat surprised, nodded slightly. "Goetia, you indeed live up to your name. You can even recognize the secret formation of my Yin dynasty. Indeed, it is the Tiangang Yulei. Instantly, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd in the square. Those unfamiliar with the array were horrified upon learning its significance from others. The entire square erupted into a cacophony of shock. The Tiangang Yulei array is one of the national treasures of the Yin dynasty, requiring several cultivators of at least a millennium of cultivation to collaboratively set it up. Through secret methods, it transforms the earthly 5 elements into pure yang energy, then invokes the celestial Tiangang energy to merge with it, creating a thunderous force to strike down foes. Although this thunderous force is not naturally generated and lacks the potency of true tribulation, it is not far behind. Thus, for the vast majority of cultivators, it is a lethal formation. Since the founding of the Yin dynasty, this formation has been rarely employed, firstly due to the stringent conditions required for its setup. Even if successfully arranged, the leading cultivator may not possess the strength to control the thunderous energy, risking backlash. Secondly, it is said that this formation harbors some hidden dangers known only to the Yin dynasty, which is why it is seldom activated. However, once this array is employed, it will surely leave a path of scorched earth in its wake. The Yin dynasty has always maintained strict military discipline and rigorously controlled its internal cultivators. Even discussing sensitive matters or revealing any forbidden knowledge could lead to dire consequences, including the annihilation of entire clans. Therefore, despite its notoriety, few are privy to the details of this array, and even fewer have witnessed it and survived, save for the individuals who set it up. Thus, when Goetia recognized the Tiangang Yulei array at a glance, the Lion General was momentarily taken aback, but thought little of it. What difference did it make? Ultimately, it would still lead to death. Suddenly, a young man stepped out from the crowd of cultivators, slightly bowing towards the Lion General, and proclaimed, "Lord Lion General, I am Galan, a member of the Gu family from Dian Lingxi. I hail from Dian and have long understood the brilliance of our emperor, whose grace extends far and wide, and the royal decree is not to be disobeyed. Thus, I am willing to cooperate with you in the investigation to prove my innocence. And I hope that upon verification, you will honor your promise and allow me to leave. Might I beg you to grant this request? Upon hearing Gulan's words, the surrounding cultivators were momentarily stunned, but they quickly reacted, and several stepped forward from the crowd, declaring their willingness to cooperate. A bunch of fools, Xueqing muttered under her breath. The moment the Lion General appeared with his troops, she sensed that a great upheaval was imminent and quickly led a few disciples to hide at the back of the crowd. Now, witnessing these cultivators stepping forward, she couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. Beside her, Li Chuyi, somewhat puzzled, whispered, "Aunt Qing, why do you call them fools?" Xueqing merely scoffed lightly, shaking her head without responding. Just as Xiaoyu was about to press for an answer, Xueqing heard Guishi's voice rise. "Do you really believe that by cooperating, they will let you go? Do you truly believe that?" As he glanced back at the group of hesitant cultivators, Guishi inquired once more. The leader, Gulan, immediately shot an angry glare at Guishi and exclaimed loudly, "Since ancient times, righteousness and evil cannot coexist. You wicked heretics should cease your nonsensical chatter here. My Yin is a magnificent celestial kingdom, enduring through the ages, instilling fear in all directions. Our Yin royal army is a formidable force. How could we engage in deceit? I suggest you, demon, promptly surrender with your followers to our Yin dynasty. For that would be far better than your futile resistance, which will only lead to your utter demise." Ha ha ha. Xuetu burst into laughter. "Your flattery is quite commendable and has brought me much delight. However, it is a pity that only I can hear your praises. The Grand Emperor of Dian, who possesses vast virtue, cannot hear you. What a shame indeed." Upon hearing this, Gulan was infuriated and was about to retort when he noticed Xuetu's figure flicker slightly, and a red streak of light brushed past, gently slapping his left cheek. Startled, he stumbled back several steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. Covering his lightly struck left cheek, Gulan's face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his brow. The chilling touch of Xuetu's hand coupled with the lingering scent of blood haunting his heart. Observing Gulan's pallor, Xuetu laughed heartily and remarked, "Do not worry. Your eloquence has pleased me greatly, and I shall not take your life. Moreover, even if I were to spare you, others would certainly seek your demise. Since someone else will do the job, I see no reason to exert myself further." Gulan, filled with indignation, was about to retort, but, recalling the icy sensation and the faint scent of blood, swiftly swallowed his words. Survival was paramount. He did not wish to lose his life over a fleeting war of words, especially not against the notorious and capricious Xuetu's day. At this moment, Guishi spoke. "Your name is Gulan, is it not? Do you truly believe that Xuetu is deceiving you? Do you genuinely think you can leave here alive?" Gulan chose not to answer, but turned to face the Lion General. Upon noticing this, the Lion General nodded slightly and stated, "I assure you, as long as you cooperate, I will guarantee your safe passage once I have confirmed everything." With the Lion General's assurance, Gulan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He hurriedly joined his fellow cultivators who had jumped out to prove their innocence, and quickly approached the Lion General, turning to face Guishi and Xuetu with a challenging gaze that conveyed his skepticism. As those who had once wavered heard the Lion General's words, many stepped forward, just as Gulan had done, stepping forward to introduce themselves and lining up beside the Lion General for verification. As these cultivators passed by, neither Guishi nor Xuetu made any attempt to obstruct them, nor did the figures in black robes behind them react. Once Gulan and his companions reached the Lion General and shot defiant looks back at him, Guishi sighed softly, expressing a hint of resignation. Those who bring misfortune upon themselves cannot expect to live. Very well, if you cannot comprehend such matters, then even if you continue cultivating, you shall merely be a fool, squandering precious resources. Gradually, the number of cultivators stepping out diminished, leaving behind those who remained motionless. Some were practitioners of the sinister path, knowing that whether they stayed or left, they faced death. Others were cunning individuals, skeptical of the Lion General's assurances. While many clung to their dignity as cultivators and their confidence in their ability to uphold it. After a long while, no one else emerged from the crowd, and what had once been over 1,000 cultivators had dwindled to just 600 or 700. The Lion General stepped forward and called out, "Is there anyone else who wishes to come out? I shall ask again, is there anyone else?" The Lion General's icy voice echoed across the square, resounding within the hearts of the remaining cultivators. Among them, many displayed expressions of inner turmoil. They were uncertain whether they would be attacked by the Lion General and his army at any moment. Yet their dignity as cultivators or their identities as practitioners of the sinister path compelled them to remain silent and stay put in the face of the Lion General's threat. Seeing that no one had stepped forward after waiting for some time, the Lion General nodded and coldly declared, "Very well, I have given you an opportunity. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for being merciless. Soldiers, heed my command." "Yes, my lord." The silver-armored soldiers responded in unison. "I have come today under royal decree to apprehend the wicked and malevolent forces that threaten the lives of the people. However, these stubborn scoundrels refuse to heed my advice, leaving me no choice but to eradicate them all for the sake of the common folk." The Lion General proclaimed loudly, "Let us march together to slay the treacherous and vanquish the demons. Show them no mercy." With that, he swung his hand forward. "Understood." The silver-armored soldiers responded in unison, brandishing their weapons, ready to charge forward. "Wait!" A loud shout suddenly rang out, followed by the sound of countless projectiles slicing through the air towards them. Upon hearing the commotion, the Lion General raised his hand, halting the silver-armored soldiers who were about to move, and they returned to their previous formation, weapons still at the ready. In the tense atmosphere, a chilling aura of impending doom hung in the air. The Lion General directed his gaze toward the source of the voice, coldly inquiring, "Who goes there?" As he spoke, numerous figures descended upon the cultivator's side of the crowd. Upon closer inspection, there were several hundred individuals, all from the deeper parts of the tomb, now forming distinct groups. Among them, the human cultivators were divided into two factions, with the leaders being Feng Qingshan and Xianxia, whom Li Chuyi had encountered earlier. As the crowd settled, Feng Qingshan stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. "I am Feng Qingshan from the Mongshan Sword Sect, and I pay my respects to the Lion General. We entered the tomb together to seek treasures, but withdrew immediately upon witnessing unusual phenomena. Unfortunately, we ventured too deep and only just emerged. Upon our arrival, I heard the Lion General proclaiming a decree of no mercy. May I ask the reason behind such actions?" Upon hearing this, the Lion General recounted the circumstances once more and, after finishing, coldly demanded, "Now, reveal your choice to me." As soon as the Lion General's words fell, the square erupted into chaos. The practitioners of the sinister path reacted with scowls and shouts of anger, joined by those who had been forced to stay and resist, their spirits bolstered by the arrival of reinforcements, and they began to voice their indignation. At this moment, one of the demon cultivators, a robust being with a tiger's head and a human body, interjected, "Your internal strife among the human cultivators is not our concern. Do you intend to implicate us demon cultivators as well?" The Lion General scoffed coldly, refusing to even glance at the tiger-headed demon cultivator, and arrogantly declared, "Demon cultivators? Merely beasts with some magical abilities in my eyes, no different from livestock. You demons are the source of chaos, and I shall eradicate every last one of you without hesitation, especially today." The demon cultivators erupted in an uproar, vehemently cursing and expressing their outrage. Demon cultivators are beings that have evolved from various beasts through years of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Those who succeed can transform from their beast forms into human forms, while others who achieve mastery can fully take on human appearances, appearing no different from ordinary people as long as they do not reveal their true forms. Demon cultivators do not possess innate intelligence like human cultivators. Aside from a few rare species, the rest are often dim-witted at the beginning of their existence. Through years of arduous training, they awaken their intelligence and become demon cultivators. Those who have not awakened their intelligence, even if they possess outstanding cultivation, are still merely regarded as demon beasts. Thus, every demon cultivator holds a sense of pride as they see themselves as the victors and fortunate ones on the path of their kind's cultivation. Coupled with their generally longer lifespans compared to human cultivators, each demon cultivator believes themselves superior to human cultivators and all other races. However, regardless of their perceived nobility, the fact that demon cultivators originate from mindless beasts remains unchanged, and they detest being called beasts or livestock. Such insults not only offend them, but also evoke painful memories of their earlier, less intelligent existence. In their daily lives, if anyone dares to insult a demon cultivator as a beast, it inevitably leads to an irreconcilable conflict. Thus, upon hearing the disdainful words of the Lion General, who could not even muster the effort to cast a glance, the demon cultivators were instantly incensed. They erupted into furious curses, several of them brandishing their magical artifacts, glaring at the Lion General, awaiting the command of their leader, the Tiger Headman, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The Tiger Headman, his face a mask of rage, had eyes that blazed a fierce crimson. He glared at the lion general and coldly declared, "It seems that today will be a fight to the death. Human cultivator, I do not care what your status is among your kind. Today you shall pay the price for your words and actions." The lion general glanced at him with a sneer and retorted, "Price? And you think you can impose one? Just because you've attained spiritual awareness does not make you one of us. How dare you propose terms to me?" As he spoke, the lion general dramatically pulled back his cloak, revealing its inner lining, and addressed the tiger head man. "Do you see this? The previous owner of this hide was a lion demon, much like you, who dared to insult me. Hence, I turned it into a cloak. This little lion was once a prince of your tribe. How laughable. You beasts mimic human royalty, yet in the end, it serves as my garment. Do you believe you are stronger than he was?" The tiger head man, momentarily at a loss for words, was suddenly struck by the aura emanating from the lion hide, unique to the royal lineage of demon cultivators. His eyes turned bloodshot, radiating with fury, and he bellowed, "Kill! To the death!" The demon cultivators behind him, unable to contain their rage any longer, echoed his cry, their eyes ablaze with anger as they charged towards the lion general. The lion general, observing this, coldly smiled and waved a hand at a subordinate, commanding, "Eliminate them all." He then turned his attention back to Feng Qingshan, his voice icy as he said, "Now, let us continue our earlier conversation. Tell me your choice. Will you cooperate with me, or will you stubbornly resist? You must think carefully." Feng Qingshan looked at the lion general, his expression complex. As a cultivator, he could not easily forsake his dignity, yet with his life at stake, he contemplated whether to fight for his honor. However, he realized that not everyone would share his convictions. With a resigned sigh, he turned to the others behind him and said, "You all must decide for yourselves." After speaking, he quietly stepped aside. The fellow cultivators accompanying Feng Qingshan understood that he had chosen dignity. After a moment's consideration, they too sighed softly and retreated to stand alongside him. Meanwhile, the other cultivators struggled visibly, and after a while, following the lead of the first to surrender, a significant number began to step forward. Faced with the choice between dignity and life, they ultimately chose to preserve their lives. Xianxia and her companions had remained inconspicuous in a corner of the crowd. As they observed numerous cultivators stepping forward, Xianxia showed no reaction, but several of the younger individuals behind her betrayed signs of panic. One slender-eyed young man gritted his teeth and quietly asked, "Shirshu Xianxia, what should we do?" Xianxia cast a fleeting glance his way, but remained silent. Beside her, Xiaoyu, glaring, exclaimed angrily, "What do you mean, what should we do? If you're afraid of death, then go ahead. If you're not afraid of having your soul searched, then do it. Look at your lack of resolve." The disciples, who were already grappling with their own turmoil, flushed deeply at Xiaoyu's words. The slender-eyed young man, feeling particularly embarrassed, stammered, "I am not afraid of death. The Lion General and his party are here to eliminate demons. If we choose not to cooperate and end up being killed, I believe that would be a waste. As cultivators of the righteous path, we should not fear shadows if we walk the straight path. There is no need to perish alongside these evil beings." Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and scoffed, "Afraid of death? Just admit it. All these excuses are just that, excuses." The slender-eyed young man was fuming, about to retort when Xianxia finally spoke, "The path lies before you. How to choose is entirely up to you. Surrendering to the Lion General to save your life is not wrong. Fighting for a cultivator's dignity is also not wrong. How you choose is your decision. I will not interfere." At this point, Xianxia paused and slowly added, "This is also part of your training." After that, she fell silent, her gaze fixed coldly on the Lion General. The disciples behind her, hearing her words, remained silent, reflecting deeply. Xiaoyu, noticing their hesitation, expressed her disdain and muttered cowards under her breath, before standing beside Xianxia to face forward. Chapter 27. A sudden change behind Xianxia. Several young disciples were visibly torn. This outing for training was not their first. They had faced various dangers before, as recounted by their returning peers. Yet, never had they encountered a situation as perilous as this, one where survival seemed nearly impossible. Though they had practiced diligently, they had always done so in the safety of their sect, where conflicts among fellow disciples were the most significant matters they faced. They had never before been forced to confront a choice between life and death. These young cultivators, having trained from a young age, understood that a cultivator's dignity surpassed all, even their own lives. If asked in calmer times whether they would choose dignity over life, they would undoubtedly assert their commitment to honor without hesitation. However, when faced with the reality of such a choice, they discovered that their resolve was not as steadfast as they had previously believed. Including the slender-eyed young man who had spoken first, They realized that no matter how many reasons they conjured, in the face of the choice between dignity and life, even the most compelling and reasonable arguments were mere facades. Ultimately, it all stemmed from their fear of death. Indeed, they did not wish to die. In the face of death, all their pride and self-righteousness had been crushed. They were in a state of panic, and no one was there to guide their decision. They turned to the only person who could help them choose, but Xueqing's answer made it clear that she would not make the choice for them. She insisted they decide for themselves. Though Xueqing kept her eyes forward, she could still sense the confusion and struggle of her companions. She sighed internally, feeling a sense of helplessness. During this training excursion, her students had performed commendably. Despite encountering numerous dangers, they had remained safe under her protection. After experiencing these trials, she could sense their growth, which was the very purpose of this journey. The five-sheep tomb was opening, and Xueqing and her students happened to be nearby, prompting her to bring them along, partly to broaden their horizons and partly to see if any treasures could be found. Since the primary aim was training, Xueqing had no intention of competing fiercely for treasures and had advised her students to observe more and act less, avoiding conflicts whenever possible, to minimize risks. She even delayed her arrival until 3 days after the tomb's opening, planning to stay no more than 2 days and to leave before the tomb closed again. She believed that by avoiding the opening and closing times, the most dangerous moments, and with her students keeping a low profile and refraining from disputes, they would encounter little risk, confident in her ability to manage any unforeseen events. However, fate had other plans. As soon as they entered, they were met with the current scene. Had it only been the Lion General, Xueqing might have felt confident in leading her disciples to safety. But upon learning that the area was fortified with a Tiangang thunder array, even a simplified version, she realized this was beyond her capacity to resolve. Faced with such a formidable national treasure, she doubted her ability to escape unscathed, let alone lead others to safety. Glaring at the Lion General ahead, Xueqing clenched her teeth. She recognized him. In fact, she was familiar not only with the Lion General, but also with the generals of the Dian, lion, bear, tiger, and leopard, and she had a complicated history with them, or perhaps a cursed one. Upon encountering the General Shijiang, Xueqing was immediately engulfed by a profound hatred, a fierce desire to rush forth and slay him, or at the very least, to tear a piece of flesh from him. Yet, she restrained herself. Setting aside the question of whether she could overpower Shijiang, the thousands of soldiers at his back were not to be underestimated. If she were to charge out, she might not even graze the hem of his garment. Furthermore, she was responsible for the disciples of her sect who stood behind her. Her primary duty during this outing was to protect them. Even if she could not safeguard everyone, she would strive until her last breath. She could not allow her momentary impulse to endanger these young lives. Thus, from the outset, Xueqing led a few disciples to quietly conceal themselves in an inconspicuous corner at the back of the crowd, her gaze coldly fixated on Shijiang, laden with deep-seated animosity. Under normal circumstances, Shijiang's keen perception would have detected Xueqing's resentful glare long before now. However, amidst the throng of over 1,000 cultivators, an array of emotions, hatred, fear, indifference, and mockery, were directed at him. With his focus primarily on a few figures from the demonic path, he remained oblivious to Xueqing's presence. Understanding this, Xueqing felt no fear of being discovered. From her knowledge of the 4 great generals of Dian, Xueqing was aware that the situation was far from simple. Shijiang's sudden appearance, blocking the cultivators regardless of their righteous or demonic affiliations, was certainly not, as he claimed, merely to apprehend a fugitive. It was not for any pretext of eliminating evil and safeguarding the righteous, nor was it, as many believed, merely an act of slaughter for treasure. The true purpose of Shijiang's arrival eluded Xueqing, yet she understood that the apparent offer of mercy he presented, a path of surrender, was unlikely to be genuine salvation. At least, she did not believe it to be so. Given Shijiang's presence, where were the other 3 generals? Moreover, the exterior was ensnared by the Tiangang Yulei Formation, a national treasure of Dian, which required the trust of the Dian Emperor to be managed, even in its simplified form. To have Shijiang clear the way while the Tiangang Yulei Formation encircled them, along with unknown other experts from Dian. Was it conceivable that the Dian Emperor intended merely to kill and seize treasures? Was it truly a quest for justice and the elimination of evil? With such an elaborate setup, even if half of the Bai Shenggu's members had arrived, it would likely result in a mere stalemate, with a desperate struggle for survival. In truth, once Xueqing learned that the Tiangang Yulei Formation was in place, she recognized that the fates of the gathered individuals had already been sealed, leaving no room for choice. The semblance of a survival path offered by Shijiang was In her estimation, merely an invitation to die in a different manner. Should everyone unite and fight with conviction, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Yet, with Shijiang's words sowing division among them, their prospects dimmed further. These thoughts, Xianxia would not share with her disciples. As she had previously stated, this was a trial, a test of their resolve. While she and their master could guide their cultivation and help them avoid missteps, they could not shield them for a lifetime. The choices made today would serve as invaluable experiences for these young individuals when they faced life-and-death situations in the future, ultimately influencing their decisions and even their very lives. Given the current circumstances, if she could no longer protect these young lives, then even if they chose to sacrifice their dignity for survival, it might not be entirely detrimental. For if she were mistaken, and Shijiang had indeed left them a thread of hope, those who chose to surrender might at least live to see another day. At that moment, the disciple with the narrow eyes, who had spoken first, paused and, gritting his teeth, declared, Xianxia, I have made up my mind. Xianxia did not turn around or make any movement, her gaze still coldly fixed ahead, while the others looked to him, awaiting his decision. The narrow-eyed disciple, sensing their attention, fell silent for a moment before resolutely stating, Xianxia, I have decided to stay and fight to the death. Seeing the astonishment on the faces of the others, Xiaoyu's mouth fell open in surprise. The young man continued, as cultivators, we pursue freedom and longevity. If one cannot live freely, then even eternal life is but a mere existence devoid of vitality. To seek survival at the cost of one's dignity is not just a personal loss. It is a profound humiliation to our sect. I, Changsong, cannot abide by this. It would destroy my resolve. With that, Changsong seemed to release a heavy burden, his entire being relaxing. He turned to the astonished Xiaoyu and said earnestly, Xiaoyu, I am not afraid of death. I simply refuse to be killed as a righteous person by those outside the law. It is not worth it. However, to fight for my dignity, even if it leads to my demise, I deem it worthwhile. Besides, with Xianxia here, I trust you will lead us to safety. Xiaoyu's face brightened with joy, as if seeing Changsong in a new light. The diminutive figure stood on her tiptoes, repeatedly patting Changsong's shoulder, eliciting a mixture of laughter and exasperation from him. The other disciples fell into contemplative silence upon hearing Changsong's declaration. After a considerable pause, they exchanged glances and stepped forward in unison, proclaiming, We stand with Changsong, willing to fight for the honor of our sect and our dignity. Upon hearing this, Xianxia remained silent for a time, before finally sighing and asking, Is this truly your collective decision? You must understand, even I cannot guarantee your safe passage from this predicament. I offer you one last opportunity. No matter your choice, I will respect your decision. Without hesitation, Changsong and the others responded in unison, We are willing to fight, regardless of life or death. Xianxia nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Only Xiaoyu, brimming with excitement, continued to applaud Changsong and gave a thumbs up to the others. Suddenly, a staggering figure burst through the entrance, bloodied and crying out, Liars! They deceived us. Everyone who went out is dead. They tricked us. The crowd in the square froze, recognizing the speaker as a cultivator who had previously surrendered to Shijiang and been allowed to leave. Their expressions shifted dramatically, and the cultivators who had not yet departed after their surrender turned pale with horror. Before they could react, the silver-armored soldiers monitoring them struck without a word, and cries of anguish erupted, accompanied by the splattering of blood. Chapter 28. Silence. Feng Qingshan's expression darkened as he shouted in anger, Shijiang, how can you, a general of Dian with a far-reaching reputation, engage in such treacherous and faithless acts? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Shijiang merely chuckled coldly and replied, How have I acted without integrity? Did I not let them go? Did I kill them? I stated I would not slay them. But that was my word. As for whether others might wish to take their lives, I never guaranteed that. You. Feng Qingshan seethed with rage, yelling, Shijiang, does Dian intend to provoke a war across the realm? Are you not afraid of inciting the wrath of the people? Ha ha. Shijiang laughed heartily, ignoring the question. In an instant, he moved, seizing the bloodied figure who had stumbled into the room. He gripped the man's throat firmly, his gaze cold as he observed the struggling individual. You are quite fortunate. Why not simply die outside? Why return to compel me to bear the mark of dishonor? Without regard for the terror, do you believe that even if war breaks out, they can withstand the forces of our Yin dynasty? Casting a glance at Feng Qingshan, the lion general sneered, proclaiming, This world belongs to our Yin dynasty. The ruler of this realm is none other than our illustrious emperor. As for your sect, in the eyes of my emperor, you are merely a band of self-proclaimed warlords, nothing more. My emperor usually cannot be bothered with you insignificant fish, for you cannot even make a splash. However, should you become insatiable and attempt to oppose our Yin dynasty, we will not hesitate to teach you a lesson in boundaries, to remind you who the true master is. Haha, what audacity, laughed Xianxia, who had been silently observing. Feng Qingshan, your sect, your reliance, holds no value in their eyes. Are you certain that the Yin dynasty aligns with your righteous path? I cannot help but feel that they are even more nefarious than we are. How amusing. The sinister figures of the blood butchers also sneered, their faces brimming with mockery. Feng Qingshan disregarded Xianxia and turned to the Lion General, his face darkening as he inquired, Lion General, is this statement solely your own? Or does it reflect the will of the Dayin Emperor? Return and ask your revered master. You shall know whose intention it is, provided you still have your life. With that, he paid no further heed to Feng Qingshan and gestured behind him. Attack! The silver-armored soldiers, who had been waiting patiently, surged forth like unleashed tigers, crying out in unison as they charged at the righteous and wicked factions alike. Feng Qingshan. Who would have thought we would find ourselves fighting side by side? Truly, the whims of fate are remarkable, Xianxia remarked. Feng Qingshan's expression darkened as he observed the approaching silver-armored soldiers. He coldly replied to Xianxia, paths diverge, we do not conspire together. Yet today, we fight solely for survival, and for this day alone. Hypocritical. Speak of survival after you have lived, Xianxia retorted, folding his fan and pointing forward, causing the wicked faction to swiftly advance towards the silver-armored soldiers. Feng Qingshan said nothing further, gripping his sword tightly, and with a loud shout, he too surged forward with the righteous faction. The distance between the two sides vanished in an instant, colliding fiercely, amidst the cacophony of battle cries and the splatter of blood. The square was alive with the chaos of combat, while deep within the Wuyang Tomb's hidden scripture tower, silence reigned, only interrupted by the occasional murmurs from the fourth floor, indicating that some remained inside. On the fourth floor, Li Chuyi sat on the ground, his vacant gaze shifting between the Taoist and the faceless entity, sighing in helplessness. Alas, Ziyuan, when do you think Master will awaken? Beside him, Ziyuan remained in meditation, unresponsive. Li Chuyi, seemingly unconcerned about receiving a reply, continued to lament. Oh, Ziyuan, when will this insufferable Taoist awaken? Ziyuan's brow twitched slightly as she opened her eyes with a cold glare at Li Chuyi. Be quiet. Understood. Li Chuyi nodded and fell silent, staring vacantly at the Taoist and the faceless being. After a short while, he scratched his head and retrieved a large pancake, chewed into a turtle shape, contemplating it for a moment before muttering, after all this effort to create such a perfect masterpiece, I'm afraid I have no choice but to eat you, for I am hungry. Little turtle, where shall I begin today? After pondering for a while, Li Chuyi glanced at Xin and asked, Sister Ziyuan, do offer a suggestion. Where should I start eating today? Ziyuan, still not opening her eyes, replied coldly, be quiet. Very well. Li Chuyi nodded earnestly, then I shall start with the head. Without sparing a glance at the furious Ziyuan beside him, Li Chuyi gazed tenderly at the turtle-shaped pancake and softly declared, I created you, and I shall also destroy you. Little turtle, do not blame me. Remember, it was Sister Ziyuan who advised me to start with your head. With that, he took a bite. Little fatty, you are courting death. Ziyuan exclaimed angrily. Li Chuyi blinked innocently at Ziyuan, feigning ignorance of her anger. Ziyuan's brow twitched, wanting to retort, but ultimately choosing to remain silent. Resuming her meditation and ignoring Li Chuyi, who had started lamenting once more, Ziyuan felt quite helpless. She had been with Li Chuyi for 3 days, and ever since the Taoist had emerged from the 5th floor, he had been locked in a silent stare with the faceless being, unmoving and unblinking. Despite the faceless entity lacking a visage, Ziyuan sensed their gaze was locked. Initially, Li Chuyi had been anxious, but as time passed, his tension gradually transformed into calmness, then curiosity, and ultimately, utter boredom. Over these 3 days, Li Chuyi had made Ziyuan acutely aware of the terrifying power of monotony. Throughout the 3 days, Li Chuyi incessantly asked the same question, when would his master awaken? At first, Ziyuan would comfort him. However, as time dragged on, and Li Chuyi repeatedly inquired the same question, up to 20 times in a single tea session, Ziyuan felt she was on the verge of madness. For the first time, she understood the agony of being a ghost. Without a physical form, there was no way to knock herself unconscious. Ziyuan had always thought this was the most dreadful situation she could encounter, but the following day, when Li Chuyi devoured his last hidden chicken leg, something even worse occurred. The meat-loving Li Chuyi gnawed the remaining pancake into various animal shapes: chickens, ducks, fish, geese, rabbits, sheep, and cows, including the little turtle whose head he had just devoured. Ziyuan marveled at how he managed to create such likenesses with his teeth. He imagined these small animals as already prepared delicacies to alleviate his craving for meat. As if that weren't enough, the problem was that before each meal, Li Chuyi would ask Ziyuan, "Sister Ziyuan, which should I eat first? Sister Ziyuan, look at this little family of 3 chicks. Should I eat the father first, or the mother, or perhaps the chicks?" Alas, Father Chicken. It was Sister Ziyuan who suggested I eat you first. Do not hold it against me. I created you, and I must also destroy you. Remember, do not blame me. Ziyuan wished she could slap Li Chuyi dead. She felt her spirit had undergone a trial, progressing from anger and shouting to indifference, eventually reaching a state of serene detachment. With a faint response of "be quiet," Ziyuan felt elevated. She sensed a newfound calmness, as if she could withstand any crisis without changing expression. Ziyuan deeply grasped the true meaning of the phrase "birds of a feather flock together." The Taoist was highly skilled, yet according to Li Chuyi, he was exceedingly lecherous, spending his days in brothels, indulging in every opportunity to cross paths with temptation, which Ziyuan deemed utterly perverse. As for Li Chuyi, she had not recognized it at first. But after 3 days, Ziyuan fully realized that this little fatty was also quite peculiar, perhaps even more so than his master. Ziyuan felt a mix of helplessness and confusion. At this moment, she was uncertain whether agreeing to follow Li Chuyi was a wise choice. Her future appeared bleak. Then, Li Chuyi's voice drifted over again. "Sister Ziyuan, when will the foul Taoist master awaken? Be quiet. Sister Ziyuan, do these 2 phoenixes look like I've bitten them? Be quiet. Sister Ziyuan, should I eat Sister Feng first or Sister Mei? Be quiet. Sister Ziyuan, when will that dog Taoist awaken? Be quiet. Sister Ziyuan, you say him." Li Chuyi suddenly froze, looking at the Taoist, while Ziyuan also opened her eyes to gaze at the Taoist. The previous command to be quiet had not come from Ziyuan, but from the Taoist himself. Following their gazes, they saw the Taoist stir slightly, blink, and turn to the dazed Li Chuyi, coldly stating, "Shut your mouth. How dare you insult your master? I will take care of you later." Li Chuyi stared blankly at the Taoist, murmuring, "Sister Ziyuan, am I dreaming? The foul Taoist has awakened?" Silence. Both Ziyuan and the Taoist replied in unison. Chapter 29. The cultivation method of Li Chuyi. Li Chuyi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly jolted, scrambling to the Taoist's side. "Whoa, master, you truly have awakened. Do you know how much I missed you? Do you know how frightened I was? How worried I was about what I would do without you? Do you know how terrified I was that you might not wake up and I would be trapped here? Death is not such a big deal, but do you know how many days it has been since I last had meat? If you don't wake up soon, even if I don't die from being trapped, I will surely perish from the blandness of water and pancakes, and even in death, I would find no peace, master. Whoa, I miss you so much." Li Chuyi's words, punctuated by tears and snot, initially touched the Taoist, making him feel that his care for Li Chuyi was not in vain. However, as he continued to listen, the Taoist's expression soured. Realizing that Li Chuyi's primary concern was due to the monotony of his diet, hoping for his swift recovery to indulge in more substantial meals. Gazing at Li Chuyi's tear-streaked round face, the Taoist was tempted to slap him into silence. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he ignored Li Chuyi's pitiful demeanor and turned to Ziyuan. "How long have we been here?" Just as Ziyuan was about to respond, Li Chuyi interjected eagerly, reporting to Master. "It has been 3 days. You have no idea. I have not left your side for a moment and have not touched a morsel of food. I have been silently watching over you, hoping for your swift escape and awakening. Enough. Sit properly." The Taoist barked, causing Li Chuyi to immediately cease speaking and sit upright. Though the ingratiating look on his face only fueled the Taoist's irritation. Ignoring Li Chuyi, the Taoist turned back to Ziyuan. "Indeed, it has been 3 days." Ziyuan nodded in confirmation. "Has there been any reaction during these 3 days?" The Taoist gestured towards the entity before him, the He Wumian. Ziyuan shook her head. "No. The 2 of you sat like stone statues for 3 days until you were the first to awaken. Neither of you made a sound." Upon hearing this, the Taoist appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, muttering softly, "Fortunately, it didn't escape. It seems that I am still formidable, my skill superior." Feeling a surge of pride, the Taoist suddenly burst into manic laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! I am indeed formidable. You dare to counter me and seize my body. Ha! You have merely been sealed away by me. Just wait. I will extract your spirit and refine your essence for alchemy. Not just you, but your entire realm shall face my wrath. On the day I achieve success, I will annihilate all the men and transcend all the women of your realm." Wahaha! Ziyuan stared in shock at the suddenly deranged Taoist, feeling uncomfortable with his wild demeanor. Li Chuyi, however, seemed accustomed to the Taoist's eccentricities, remaining composed and serious. Quietly comparing Li Chuyi to the Taoist, Ziyuan reaffirmed her suspicion that both master and disciple were peculiar, their minds not quite aligned with normalcy. As the Taoist continued his raucous laughter, Ziyuan began to appreciate the extraordinary endurance of the Taoist, while also recognizing Li Chuyi's remarkable ability to ask incessant questions for 3 days. Such is the truth that a master imparts to his disciple. The old adage rings true. Just as Ziyuan pondered how long the Taoist would continue laughing and how long Li Chuyi would remain seated, the He Wumian across from the Taoist suddenly quivered, its featureless black face slightly lifting as if gazing at the Taoist. The Taoist's laughter abruptly ceased as he stared at the dark visage, sniffing slightly, and murmured, You actually managed to awaken? The He Wumian made no sound, yet the slight tremor of its black face seemed to convey a mocking response to the Taoist. As expected, the Taoist erupted in anger, glaring at the He Wumian. How dare you mock me? You faceless wretch, just wait. If I do not seal you today, I shall no longer bear the name Li, and will instead take on your surname. Hey. Without looking back, the Taoist commanded Li Chuyi, take Ziyuan and retreat. Focus your energy on the 5th chapter of the 3rd volume, and protect both yourself and Ziyuan. Remember, do not summon your bagua plate. Before the Taoist's words had fully left his lips, a dense black mist began to spread. Although the nature of this mist was unknown, it was clear that it was no benign force. Li Chuyi hurriedly embraced Ziyuan, sprinting to the corner of the wall, all the while channeling the Taoist's instructions. As the black mist enveloped them, a faint luminous barrier emerged around them. Ziyuan, initially squirming in Li Chuyi's embrace, settled down, realizing the gravity of their situation. Huddled in the corner, they silently observed the center of the black mist. There, the Taoist was shouting commands, and occasionally, flashes of light could be seen. Li Chuyi's cultivation method was taught by the Taoist, known as Dao Dian, comprising 10 volumes, each containing 3 to 9 chapters. Unlike conventional methods, the Taoist scriptures did not require a sequential study. As long as one could comprehend them, one could practice multiple volumes simultaneously. Li Chuyi had been practicing since childhood and could recite all 10 volumes by heart. However, mere memorization was insufficient. Understanding was essential for true cultivation. Consequently, he had only managed to practice 4 of the volumes, while the others remained as inscrutable as celestial scripts. Among these 4 volumes, aside from some peculiar techniques for enhancing perception and consciousness, none offered the desired abilities of flight or control over the elements that Li Chuyi longed for. The 3rd volume, however, was where Li Chuyi had made the most progress. He was currently at the 5th chapter, a fact he had never disclosed to the Taoist. Li Chuyi was unaware of how the Taoist knew of his cultivation progress or why he needed to practice this particular chapter. In truth, while he had cultivated from a young age at the Taoist's insistence, believing it beneficial for his health, he had grown to feel stronger over time. As he progressed through the chapters, an innate energy had emerged within him, growing in potency with each chapter he mastered. Li Chuyi could feel that this energy was the source of his resilience against illness and harsh climates, providing him protection during encounters with malevolent beings. However, he had never discovered any other uses for his cultivation. As for the peculiar techniques mentioned in the Dao Dian, aside from learning to open his celestial eye through his innate abilities, he could not activate any of the others. In the 5th chapter of the 3rd volume, Li Chuyi had understood and initially succeeded in his practice, yet he remained uncertain of its practical application, just as he was with the other chapters. Until this moment, Li Chuyi finally realized that the cultivation method he practiced had a 3rd purpose beyond merely enhancing the body and exorcising spirits, namely, the ability to resist the encroaching black mist. Despite the precariousness of the situation, Li Chuyi felt a surge of joy. After years of cultivation, he was finally becoming a true practitioner. Unlike others who could soar through the skies while he merely strengthened his physique and earned a meager living by vanquishing demons, the disparity had been too stark. Now, having discovered this newfound capability, Li Chuyi felt for the first time that his method possessed significant potential, contrary to his previous notions of its inadequacy. How dare one threaten me? If it weren't for the treachery that left me injured, I could easily obliterate you 100 times over. Now, submit to my will as I seal you away. Behold, witness the meticulously refined demonic technique, Tian Ma Meiying. As the voice of the Taoist Zhang Yang echoed, the surging black mist abruptly halted and then rapidly retreated. As the mist dissipated, the figure of the Taoist gradually emerged. He transformed into a series of phantoms. striking at Haiwomian from various angles. The speed was so remarkable that the afterimages remained before Li Chuyi's eyes, creating the illusion that the Taoist possessed countless clones, all attacking Haiwomian simultaneously. In response, Haiwomian consolidated the swirling black mist into two enormous hands, shielding his form while fending off the Taoist's onslaught. The clash between the two produced a cacophony of booming sounds that reverberated in Li Chuyi's ears, leaving him dizzy and on the verge of nausea. Just as he felt the urge to vomit, he saw the Taoist suddenly pause, hand forming a seal, eyes wide open as he shouted, "Halt! The universe is boundless, and the laws of heaven and earth abide. All spirits, I entomb you. Be sealed." Upon the utterance of those words, an enormous yin-yang fish, seemingly surrounded by countless spirits, manifested before the Taoist, pressing towards Haiwomian with a sense of urgency. Upon witnessing this, Haiwomian's black mist roiled violently, merging the two black mist hands into a singular, seemingly tangible palm to confront the yin-yang fish. When the two collided, the corporeal black hand merely caused the yin-yang fish to falter slightly before it descended forcefully, transforming into swirling black mist as it enveloped Haiwomian. As the yin-yang fish bore down upon Haiwomian, the featureless black face twisted and surged as if emitting a mournful wail. And then, akin to the black hand, Haiwomian's entire form disintegrated into a cloud of black mist, scattering in all directions. After being shattered into mist, Haiwomian continued to swirl and crash about, yet the yin-yang fish did not dissipate. Instead, it remained steadfastly in place, shrouding the black mist without allowing any to escape. The Taoist observed this with a cold smile, remarking, "You think you can escape from my relentless technique, you abomination? I scoff. Yield to me." With that, the Taoist altered his seal, causing the black mist to be cleaved as if it were dough, transforming back into tendrils of black smoke that rushed back towards the damaged areas of the Taoist's darkened form. Before long, the black mist vanished entirely as though it had never existed. That cursed Taoist remains as perverse as ever, Li Chuyi thought, his ears still ringing. After confirming no remnants of mist remained, the Taoist turned to Li Chuyi, demanding, "You rascal, where is my physical body?" Chapter 30. Yoming-tse. Li Chuyi, battered and bruised, wore an expression of helplessness. There was little he could do. After all, he had been preoccupied with fleeing, leaving the Taoist's physical body behind. If not for the Taoist's resilience, which allowed him to withstand the black mist's corrosion with only minor injuries, Li Chuyi surmised that any other practitioner's body would have been reduced to mere ash. The Taoist could understand the urgency behind Li Chuyi's escape. However, the reason for Li Chuyi's punishment was that when they discovered the Taoist's body, it was in a rather compromising state. While the Taoist's body was indeed robust, his clothing was not as durable and had disintegrated under the mist's assault. Thus, as the Taoist spirit returned to his body and donned his attire at a speed even greater than when he battled Haiwomian, his first act was to seize the grinning Li Chuyi and unleash a flurry of blows upon him. The Taoist struck with precision, employing a mix of physical strikes and elemental techniques, leaving Li Chuyi battered yet miraculously unbroken. Li Chuyi dared not retaliate. He knew he could not match the Taoist's strength, and if the Taoist's anger remained unchecked, his fate would be even worse. After venting his frustration, the Taoist stole a glance at Ziyuan, who appeared to be observing with an impassive demeanor. The Taoist felt a flush of embarrassment at being so easily provoked. The legacy of my reputation, tarnished by this wretch. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. And he couldn't help but deliver a few more strikes to Li Chuyi. Ziyuan watched the scene unfold with a sense of satisfaction. After enduring Li Chuyi's verbal torment for days, it was a relief to see someone take vengeance on him. However, recognizing the seemingly endless nature of the Taoist's chastisement, she knew that unless she intervened, the Taoist would not cease. Sighing inwardly, Ziyuan spoke up, "Senior, if you don't stop now, we might end up trapped in this Wuyang grave and unable to escape." The Taoist paused, clearing his throat and acknowledging, "Indeed, we must prioritize the matter at hand." Turning to the battered Li Chuyi, the Taoist asked with feigned confusion, "Hey, you rascal, why are you lying on the ground? Are you tired? The floor is filthy. Be cautious not to catch a chill. Get up." Li Chuyi scrambled to his feet, observing the Taoist's expression and the glint in his eyes, and quickly responded, "Master, I was just a bit itchy, so I was rubbing against the ground. But why so forcefully? Look, my face is all swollen now. No worries, master. My skin is tough, it won't bruise easily. These are merely minor injuries. The pain you feel is my concern. Disciple, if you ever feel itchy again, you must inform me so I can scratch it for you. It's far better than doing it yourself." "I understand, master." Next time I will surely tell you. You are truly kind to me. The Taoist smiled and nodded, choosing not to say more. Li Chuyi examined the Taoist's countenance, sensing that the matter had been resolved. He touched his swollen face, feeling a sense of resignation. Under the eaves of others, one must yield. Ziyuan rolled her eyes at the duo's performance. By the way, master, did you find the Guojing upstairs? Upon hearing this, the Taoist produced a dark gray book from thin air. Is this the Guojing? Li Chuyi asked curiously. No. The Taoist shook his head. I expected the 5th floor to hide the Guojing, but upon ascending, I discovered a book, though it is not the Guojing. It is the Yomingzi. Yomingzi? Yes, it is indeed the Yomingzi. The Taoist nodded and addressed Ziyuan. I intended to select a suitable ghost cultivation method for you and the 5 little ghosts from downstairs, but now that we have the Yomingzi, we need not bother with those inferior texts. Ziyuan gazed at the Taoist in astonishment, inquiring, is the Yomingzi superior to those downstairs? Not just superior. The Taoist smiled slightly. The Yomingzi is one of the sacred texts of the ghostly path, said to have been created by a ghost king who delved deeply into the Guojing countless years ago. While it may not rival the ultimate treasure of the ghostly path, the Guojing, it is nonetheless only slightly inferior. Seeing the astonishment on Jian Ziyuan and Li Chuyi's faces, the Taoist chuckled softly and continued, in this world, many ghost cultivators practice the Yomingji, which is derived from this ancient text. Many years ago, the Yomingzi suddenly vanished, and countless ghost cultivators searched in vain, leading to great regret. Later, a few fortunate ghost cultivators who had glimpsed this text united and, relying on their memories and insights, created a unique school of ghostly arts known as Yomingji. These cultivators established the Yuming Dao, which once dominated a region with great power. However, as the forces of righteousness and evil clashed, the Yuming Dao was caught in the turmoil and was ultimately destroyed by righteous practitioners. The Yomingji emerged during the chaos of the Yuming Dao and has since drifted into the Jianghu. Eventually, the Yomingji was seized by various factions, fragmented into several parts. And due to its incompleteness, it has become a mundane practice. Thus, the versions of Yomingji that many ghost cultivators now practice are these incomplete texts, rendering their power diminished. Categorizing them as inferior techniques among ghostly arts, Li Chuyi sniffled, gazing at the dusty tome in the Taoist's hand, and stammered, so, this Yomingzi is the ancestor of Yomingji? Indeed. The Taoist rolled his eyes at him. Then, is this Yomingzi a superior technique? The Taoist looked at Li Chuyi with disdain. Superior? It isn't even worthy of carrying shoes. This book is derived from the Guojing, and the ghost king who established this technique had transcendent abilities, likely someone who could contend with celestial beings. Do you think the technique he created is of mere ordinary rank? This is a treasure. A treasure, do you understand? A treasure. Li Chuyi scratched his ear, feeling a bit irritated by the Taoist's shouting, and muttered to himself, a treasure of the ghostly path. How much could it be worth? Surely, 100,000 taels of gold wouldn't suffice. At this, the Taoist could hardly muster the energy to roll his eyes again, not even wanting to glance at him. Turning to the still-dazed Ziyuan, the Taoist smiled and said, Ziyuan, you are indeed fortunate. I initially thought the treasure concealed above was the Guojing, but it turned out to be the long-lost Yomingzi. While the Guojing is excellent, it is too profound for you. It is more for helping ghost cultivators comprehend the Tao rather than for cultivation. However, the Yomingzi is different. It is a technique created by an unparalleled ghost king, progressing from shallow to deep, making it well suited for your ghostly cultivation. Take it and study it well with the 5 little ghosts. Who knows? You may even become a supreme figure in the ghostly path, living up to the brilliance of this extraordinary technique. As he finished speaking, he gave a slight shake of his hand, and the Yomingzi floated towards Ziyuan. Instinctively, Ziyuan reached out to catch it, staring blankly at the tome for a while before hesitantly saying, Senior, this is too precious, and you obtained it through great peril. I cannot accept it. Perhaps it would be better for you to keep it. Precious my foot. The Taoist waved his hand dismissively. This technique can only be cultivated by a ghostly body. It is useless to me in the human realm. Why would I need it? Besides, you are now one of us, following me and my disciple. If not for you, then who else? And there are still 5 little ghosts in need of guidance. Those little ones are still unstable and their ghostly forms unsteady. I had intended to find a good, ghostly technique for them to practice. And now with this holy text of the ghostly path, if you don't cultivate it, will you resort to those inferior ghostly techniques? Upon hearing this, Ziyuan fell silent for a moment, then bowed slightly and expressed her gratitude. In that case, Ziyuan wishes to thank you on behalf of myself and the 5 little ghosts for your great kindness. The Taoist nodded with a smile. Master, Can I cultivate this technique? Li Chuyi suddenly asked. Yes, if you willingly die and transform into a ghost, or if you refine yourself into a living corpse, then you may cultivate it. After careful consideration, Li Chuyi concluded that remaining alive was preferable. After all, as a ghost, he could no longer enjoy meat. He scratched his head awkwardly. Seeing Li Chuyi's comical expression, the Taoist rolled his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitated and said, "You might not be entirely incapable of cultivating it. Perhaps in the future, there will be an opportunity for you to practice this technique without dying." Li Chuyi's eyes instantly lit up. Really? What must I do? The Taoist looked at him, hesitated for a long time, and finally said, "The time is not yet right. When the time comes, you will know. Besides, didn't I just give you a set of cultivation techniques? Let me tell you, the things I teach you are sought after by many outside. You wouldn't believe how many would fight over them. Furthermore, who says you cannot fly? You can't even run, yet you dare to dream of flying? Aren't you afraid of falling to your death?" Li Chuyi hugged his head, feeling quite helpless. It was his own fault for being so talkative. Having been raised by the Taoist to always be on the lookout for what was in the pot while eating from the bowl. Now, he had made himself a target for a good thrashing. After a lengthy bout of slapping, as if tired, the Taoist finally ceased his actions. After a moment of silence, he muttered softly to himself, "To be honest, this child may indeed have the potential to cultivate the Yoming Su in the future, as long as, Master, what are you saying?" "I didn't hear clearly," Li Chuyi asked, rubbing his head. "Nothing that concerns you." The Taoist waved his hand, abruptly stopping the conversation. Turning to the beaming Ziyuan, the Taoist solemnly cautioned, "Ziyuan, you now understand the value of the Yoming Su. Remember, do not let a single word slip outside." "Yes, Senior." "Ziyuan will certainly keep this matter secret, and will also instruct the 5 little ghosts." The Taoist nodded, surveyed the surroundings once more, and gestured, "This matter is settled. Let us depart. We might yet catch a glimpse of those foolish geese fighting." With that, he led the way down the stairs. Ziyuan and Li Chuyi hurriedly followed. Having been trapped here for 3 days, both were growing impatient, particularly Li Chuyi, who was nearly dying from 2 days without meat. Now that they could finally leave, he was overwhelmed with joy. Upon exiting, should I first indulge in a chicken leg or savor a duck neck? Yet I also don't want to miss out on the pork knuckle. The life of a hungry person is indeed a dilemma. Chapter 31, Storage Bag. As before, Li Chuyi found a comfortable nook within the Taoist's gourd and settled in, soaring outward under the Taoist's guidance. Ziyuan, already clutching the Yoming Su and the soul-nurturing pearl gifted by Li Chuyi, returned to his demon-suppressing mirror to immerse herself in cultivation. Sitting atop the gourd, Li Chuyi occasionally contemplated the beast skin sword infused with stardust iron, played with the soft jade talisman, and occasionally opened the white jade bottle bestowed upon him by the Taoist to take a whiff of the inner dan obtained from the second floor. Observing Li Chuyi's uncontainable joy and his silly laughter, the Taoist couldn't help but rub his forehead. "Little rascal, are you afraid of death?" Li Chuyi looked at the Taoist in confusion. "Of course I'm afraid. If you're afraid of death, why flaunt it here? Are you not concerned that others might see these treasures and come to kill you for them?" Li Chuyi scratched his head and replied matter-of-factly, "Who would dare? Isn't Master here?" The Taoist was exasperated, rolling his eyes. "What if I can't defeat them? What if there are too many of them for me to protect you?" Staring blankly at the Taoist, Li Chuyi pondered for a long while before quietly asking, "What should I do?" The Taoist, speechless, could hardly muster the energy to be angry. He glared at Li Chuyi for a while, gritting his teeth and saying, "What to do? Are you a pig? Of course, you need to hide. Have you forgotten how I taught you? Do not show off, live modestly." Casting a glance around himself, Li Chuyi raised his head to look at the Taoist priest and timidly inquired, "Master, while the jade talisman and this bottle are manageable, what about this long sword? It nearly matches my height. Where am I supposed to conceal it?" The Taoist's expression suddenly shifted, his gentle smile transforming into a look of profound affection as he gazed at Li Chuyi. "My dear disciple, I understand you have no place to store these treasures, so I have prepared a magical artifact for you. Behold." As he spoke, he extended his hand, revealing a small fragrant pouch, no larger than a pill, suspended from a delicate string, resembling a pendant meant to be worn around the neck, though it appeared to be merely an ornament at first glance. Li Chuyi was aware that the item presented by the Taoist was far from ordinary. Hence, he humbly asked, "Master, what is this?" The Taoist replied, "This remarkable item is known as a Qianquan bag, commonly referred to as a storage bag, specifically designed for practitioners to carry their personal belongings. With this, you shall no longer need to bear cumbersome loads when traveling afar. Simply place your items within, and with a mere thought, they will materialize in your hand when needed." The Taoist continued to elucidate. Moreover, this storage bag is no ordinary trinket. While typical storage bags can only hold inanimate objects, and those containing spiritual energy risk leaking their essence, this bag can accommodate both the living and the lifeless, with minimal risk of energy dissipation. How impressive is that? As the Taoist passionately promoted the item, Li Chuyi's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the storage bag for an extended period. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, a look of indignation crossing his face. Master, with such a marvelous treasure, why did you not present it sooner? You were not yet capable of harnessing its power, so I could not bestow it upon you, the Taoist explained. Now that you possess sufficient cultivation, why then did I not use it to carry our belongings during our travels, allowing you to avoid the burden of carrying them yourself? Since my earliest memories, I have been tasked with this laborious duty, starting at the tender age of 3 or 4. How could you bear to impose such a heavy burden upon a child? Enduring hardship is the path to greatness, the Taoist retorted. We are practitioners of the celestial way, requiring self-cultivation first. I am merely assisting you in refining your body and aiding in your growth. Then why, upon this visit, did you not consider your soul disciples' needs and fill the bag with some nourishing food to satiate my hunger? You must know I have been gnawing on stale flatbread to the point of nausea. Little fatty, as a practitioner, you are to cultivate the celestial way, adhering to the natural order and remaining unaffected by worldly desires. How could you let such trivial cravings sway you? I am merely helping you refine your heart. Very well. If you wish for me to remain unperturbed by my appetites, then why can you not free yourself from the desires of the flesh? Frequently visiting brothels and indulging in carnal pleasures? Do you not require heart refinement? Nonsense. I have attained a level of mastery in the celestial way that you, a mere child, cannot comprehend. Furthermore, my visits to brothels are for the purpose of conducting rituals and performing good deeds. You understand nothing. Li Chuyi was left trembling with exasperation at the Taoist's words, observing the nearly fiery anger in his disciple's eyes. The Taoist proffered the storage bag closer to his nose and asked calmly, enough with your protests. Do you want it or not? Yes. Li Chuyi quickly raised his hand to grasp it, but the Taoist withdrew it just in time, leaving him grasping at air, toying with the storage bag. The Taoist smiled at Li Chuyi and said in an even gentler tone, you desire it? Very well, it shall cost you 1,000 taels. Li Chuyi was taken aback and, once he regained his composure, covered his groin with both hands, gazing at the Taoist with indignation. How can you be so shameless? The Taoist's smile grew even more genial as he tossed and caught the storage bag. One must invest to reap rewards. Initially, I intended to gift it to you, but your previous disrespect has led me to change my mind. I have decided to sell it to you. Master, I was wrong. Please, show mercy. Li Chuyi immediately capitulated. It's too late for that, the Taoist remarked indifferently. Master, you know I possess only 1,000 taels in silver notes. You cannot leave me with nothing. I have to sustain myself. That is of no concern to me. The Taoist replied, rolling his eyes. Please do not force me into this position. If it comes to it, I shall simply forego it. Li Chuyi gritted his teeth. Upon hearing this, the Taoist fell silent, merely glancing at the jade talisman in Li Chuyi's hand, the white jade bottle in his embrace, and the animal skin sword slung across his back, smiling quietly. Li Chuyi felt a surge of despair. He understood that the Taoist had him cornered. He needed the storage bag, not only to store these 3 treasures, but also for his future comfort. With this artifact, he could travel without the burden of heavy luggage, and even carry delicious food to ensure he could indulge his palate, even in desolate places. Li Chuyi recognized that the value of this storage bag far exceeded 1,000 taels. It was akin to the treasures the Taoist had extorted from him. If sold externally, it would command an exorbitant price, perhaps even be deemed priceless. The Taoist's intention to sell it to him was merely a means to extract his remaining wealth. With a resigned sigh, Li Chuyi looked at the Taoist. 500 taels. The Taoist shook his head. 1,000 taels. 600 taels. 1,000 taels. 800. No more. 1,000. That is final. With tears welling in his eyes, Li Chuyi gazed at the Taoist, his lips trembling as he pleaded, 900 taels. Just 900. Given our years of master-disciple bond, you must leave me with some money for sustenance. And what if you are too generous during a ritual and find yourself penniless? I must have some saving grace to ensure we do not end up homeless and starving. After pondering his words, the Taoist finally nodded. Fair enough. 950 taels. I will leave you 50 to ensure your sustenance. How generous am I? Li Chuyi, gazing at the kindly expression of the Taoist, could only nod in silence. Turning away, he unfastened his belt and, after a long search, produced a crumpled piece of paper. unfolding it to reveal the 1,000 taels and silver notes that the Taoist had previously given him. He pinched off 9 notes, looking towards the Taoist. Master, each note is worth 100 taels. What if there are no 50-tael notes? Not a problem. I can make change, the Taoist replied, extending his hand. A 50-tael note appeared in his grasp, leaving Li Chuyi bewildered as he scrutinized the Taoist, unable to discern where he had retrieved it. Previously unaware, Li Chuyi now understood that the Taoist must possess other storage bags for his own belongings. After accepting the 50-tael note and the pouch-like storage bag, Li Chuyi promptly folded the notes with great speed and tucked them securely into the hidden pocket of his trousers. Satisfied with their concealment, he carefully examined the extraordinary storage bag. The pouch, no larger than a pill, appeared to be crafted from a material that was neither leather nor cloth. It bore intricate patterns embroidered on its black-red surface, exuding an air of elegance. Following the Taoist's instructions, Li Chuyi infused a fragment of his consciousness and magical energy into the pouch, and suddenly, a space the size of a room materialized in his mind. He felt an unusual sensation, as if he could, with a mere thought, store any item he desired within this newfound space. Gazing at the jade talisman in his hand, Li Chuyi felt a sudden surge of thought, causing the talisman to vanish from his grasp and appear within the confines of his mind space. Instantly, a broad smile illuminated Li Chuyi's face as he proceeded to store the other 2 treasures along with various miscellaneous items into this space, repeatedly retrieving and stowing them away, delighting in the playfulness of it all. What a disgraceful display, truly embarrassing for me. The Taoist observed Li Chuyi's antics with a disdainful curl of his lip. Listen well, young one, he said, this item should simply hang around your neck. Do not brandish it openly or allow outsiders to catch a glimpse. As long as it remains with you, there is no need to hold it in hand to access its contents. Should others see this storage bag, beware, they may resort to violence to seize it from you. But what if I am captured and stripped of my clothes? What then? Li Chuyi inquired. The Taoist rolled his eyes, responding haughtily. The creations of my making are not so simple. Try wearing it. Following the Taoist's instruction, Li Chuyi hung it around his neck, watching as the fragrant pouch gradually faded from view. Were it not for the sensation it provided against his skin, he might have truly believed it had vanished. A sudden jolt of realization struck Li Chuyi. Focusing intently, he observed the pouch reappear before him, yet if he diverted his attention, it would slowly become indistinct, slipping into invisibility. The Taoist craftsmanship was indeed remarkable, prompting Li Chuyi to give him a thumbs up in admiration. The Taoist, however, met this gesture with an air of indifference, continuing to sit atop his gourd, exuding an aura of celestial detachment. Chapter 32, The Scoundrel. The Taoist and Li Chuyi soared through the air, heading towards the entrance of Wuyang Fenzhuang. As they turned a corner onto a long, straight path, the Taoist abruptly lifted his gaze ahead. Leading the way is a stunning beauty. The Taoist squinted, stroking his chin. Li Chuyi, upon hearing this, raised his head and followed the Taoist's line of sight, yet saw nothing remarkable. Focusing his energy, Li Chuyi activated his yin-yang Dao, barely managing to discern a few indistinct figures. Master, am I supposed to be the yin-yang Dao? Why can't I see as clearly as you? The Taoist rolled his eyes in response. Naturally, I have trained for many years, while you have barely begun, given the distance. You should consider yourself fortunate to see anything at all. Li Chuyi chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. So what shall we do? Should we ignore them and walk past? Or retreat and take a detour? The Taoist glared at him. You coward! Why would you take the long way? I taught you to be discreet, not to be timid. We are not provoking them. They are unlikely to trouble us. Ignore them and proceed. But what if they do provoke us? Li Chuyi pressed. What then? What then? We fight back. The Taoist declared with boldness, channeling his magical energy, causing the gourd beneath him to accelerate with a piercing shriek as they advanced. The 2 parties quickly closed the distance and soon encountered one another. Li Chuyi recognized the approaching figures, confirming the Taoist's assertion that the leader was indeed a stunning beauty. Just as Li Chuyi thought they might pass each other without incident, the leading female cultivator pivoted, blocking their path. A glint of cold light flashed in the Taoist's eyes, though his expression remained affably serene. My dear lady, may I inquire why you obstruct our passage? Do you seek to have me divine your fortune? Fear not, for I am adept in all matters: love, career, destiny. Or perhaps you wish for insights into the astrological realms that only I can decipher. Xueqing regarded the incessantly chattering Taoist with a slight furrow of her brow. The figures before her were none other than Xueqing and her group of young disciples. This Taoist, accompanied by a rather foolish-looking chubby boy, had approached with an abundance of words. Though such a person stirred a sense of distaste within Xueqing. She could not discern the Taoist's true power even after a prolonged examination. To her, he appeared as ordinary as any mortal. Yet, she harbored an unsettling sensation, as if the Taoist could render himself invisible should he so desire, even standing directly before her. Furthermore, while his smile radiated warmth, she had caught a glimpse of the chilling glint in his eyes when he had looked at her, sending a shiver down her spine. It was evident that this Taoist was far from the gentle soul he pretended to be. Such a person, whether not possessing profound cultivation or being a master of extraordinary stealth techniques, was someone she did not wish to provoke. Thus, Xueqing simply furrowed her brow slightly and bowed respectfully. "Forgive my rudeness, esteemed one. I sincerely apologize for blocking your path, but it was an unavoidable circumstance." Without waiting for the Taoist to respond, she continued to explain. Earlier, at the entrance of Wuyang Fenzhuang, a fierce battle had erupted between the cultivators and the Daiyan royal army. The cultivators, regardless of their alignments, had united in vain attempts to breach the defenses of the Daiyan forces, only to face relentless setbacks against their well-coordinated assaults. Feng Qingshan, Jiang Sheng, and a few other leading cultivators recognized the core issue. The cultivators were vastly outnumbered by the Daiyan royal army and fragmented by the Lion general's tactics. They were left with barely over 1,000 remaining. Many among these cultivators bore grudges against each other, having only temporarily allied due to the pressure from the Daiyan army. Although they had ceased hostilities at the moment, mutual distrust lingered. This conundrum was insurmountable. Even Feng Qingshan and Jiang Sheng could not resolve it, let alone the others. Furthermore, the Daiyan royal army was a well-trained force of the Daiyan dynasty, led by the Lion general, whose years of rigorous training had fostered seamless cooperation among the troops, allowing them to excel in various battle formations. Consequently, while many silver-armored soldiers might individually be weaker than most cultivators present, when united, they wreaked havoc upon the cultivators, leaving them in dire straits. Feng Qingshan and the others understood that continuing in such a futile manner would lead to their complete annihilation. The only viable solution was to break through the Daiyan ranks with overwhelming strength, creating an opening for escape. And this absolute power lay with the ancient masters who had come to Wuyang Fenzhuang. These individuals, possessing profound cultivation, had ventured deeper into the site than the others, and historically, they were always among the last to return during the 7 days of the site's opening. Thus, Feng Qingshan and his companions quickly summoned their respective groups, instructing the cultivators to disperse and temporarily retreat into Wuyang Fenzhuang. This strategy served two purposes. First, to scatter the crowd, forcing the pursuing Daiyan soldiers to divide their forces, thereby disrupting their battle formation, and second, to spread out and search for the few ancient masters who had not yet returned. Upon finding them, they would promptly inform these masters of the situation and seek their assistance. Feng Qingshan repeatedly emphasized the necessity of making these masters aware that the Daiyan dynasty's assault was aimed at all of them, leaving no one unscathed. In such circumstances, if the ancient masters were willing to lend their aid, a united front could be forged for a chance at survival. If they chose to rely solely on their own abilities, that too was acceptable, allowing them to depart as they pleased. Ultimately, regardless of the decisions made by these masters, they would all face the need to confront the Daiyan army when attempting to escape. Those willing to assist would unite with the others for a chance at survival. Those unwilling would simply serve as fodder for the Daiyan army. Moreover, Feng Qingshan and his companions agreed with the cultivators to reconvene at the entrance 3 days later, just 1 day before Wuyang Fenzhuang's closure, for a final attempt. Upon hearing Xueqing's account, Li Chuyi was left utterly astonished. Goodness! The Taoist's words were indeed prescient. How many foolish souls would perish in this endeavor? The Taoist maintained an air of indifference, his gaze shimmering as it rested upon Xueqing's exquisite visage, causing a faint blush to bloom upon her fair cheeks. What was with this Taoist? Could he possibly be a lecherous scoundrel? A sense of wariness enveloped Xueqing as she averted her eyes from his ardent stare, lowering her delicate face slightly before addressing him again. Esteemed senior, I am aware that you possess profound mastery of the Tao and may not concern yourself with the mere military forces of the Daiyan dynasty. However, I must caution you that, according to the estimations of the two esteemed predecessors from the Xie Dao by Shenggu, Shui Tu, and Gue Shi, the area beyond the tomb's entrance has been ensnared by the Tiangang Yulei formation. I believe you are well aware of its formidable power, even if you manage to traverse past the soldiers at the entrance with your beloved disciple. Beneath the Tiangang Yulei formation, even a simplified version, I suspect you might escape unscathed, but your disciple may not be so fortunate. At the mere mention of the Tiangang Yulei formation, the Taoist's expression shifted from one of flamboyance to a grave demeanor. Impossible, he exclaimed, his countenance growing solemn as he scrutinized Xueqing and her companions. He then closed his eyes, fingers deftly calculating, lips moving silently as he whispered incantations. The young acolytes behind Xueqing exchanged glances, a peculiar sensation rising within them, reminiscent of encountering a charlatan. Xueqing, observing the Taoist's sudden seriousness, furrowed her brow, an inexplicable familiarity washing over her. As she studied him intently, that sense of recognition intensified. Suddenly, her expression froze in astonishment as she looked at the Taoist, her typically icy demeanor transforming into a radiant warmth akin to the midday sun. Blinking rapidly, she scrutinized him for an extended moment, her joy increasingly evident. So much so that even her disciples, accustomed to her usual aloofness, were taken aback by her sudden transformation. Could it be that this Taoist was indeed a lecherous rogue? Or perhaps a master among masters of such wickedness? How could their usually frigid Xueqing, fall prey to such charms unknowingly? Was it possible that the incantations he was muttering were not of fate, but of some lewd spell? Particularly, Xiaoyu regarded Xueqing with an odd expression, glancing at the Taoist, then casting a wary eye towards Li Chuyi, who appeared utterly daft. This chubby lad, with his vacant expression, was likely putting on an act, possibly a lecher like his master. When Li Chuyi turned his dazed face towards her, winking with what seemed to be a dull yet mysteriously sparkling gaze, Xiaoyu instinctively stepped back, her wariness deepening, her suspicions growing stronger. Chapter 33. He is my brother. Li Chuyi had been pondering how many foolish geese could perish when he suddenly felt a persistent gaze upon him. Looking up, he found Xiaoyu's fiery eyes fixed on him. This girl had been staring at me. Could she possibly be captivated by my handsome visage? Mistaking her vigilant gaze for something more alluring, he responded with a self-assured pose, smiling as he winked at her. To his dismay, Xiaoyu's expression turned even more guarded as she turned her face slightly away, avoiding his lascivious gaze, only casting a sidelong glance at him to avert any sudden advances. Li Chuyi, interpreting her actions as shyness, sighed inwardly. The Taoist was indeed correct. A diamond remains a diamond. Its brilliance cannot be concealed. To think that I have captivated such a lovely young lady without uttering a word. Alas, she seems a tad too youthful for my taste, and definitely not my type. If she were to express her affection, should I accept or decline? No wonder the Taoist often speaks of the turmoil that exceptional men endure. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a smile, which Xiaoyu perceived as unsettling, crept onto Li Chuyi's face. Amidst their playful back and forth, the Taoist, who had been calculating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, his expression dark and foreboding. By the heavens, it truly is the Tiangang Yulei formation, and the one presiding over it is an ancient anomaly. Has the Dayan Emperor lost his wits? Is such a grand display necessary for the sake of murder and treasure? Furthermore, this Weiyang tomb should no longer contain what he seeks. Could it be that something extraordinary is to emerge from this tomb that even he cannot ignore? After much contemplation and several calculations, the Taoist remained perplexed by the Dayan Emperor's intentions. Finally, he spat upon the ground, gritting his teeth and declaring, "Enough of this. Regardless of his misguided schemes, with such limited means, he cannot hope to vanquish me. Should the soldiers come, I shall meet them. Should the waters rise, I shall bury them. Worst case, I shall ensnare him in a net, allowing him to witness the prowess of this Taoist." Suddenly, the Taoist sensed something amiss and turned to find Xueqing's gaze piercing through him, more fervent than before. Was she captivated by my commanding presence, drawn to me? Should I accept her advances or rebuff them? With a sense of self-admiration rivaling that of the chubby boy, a warm smile blossomed on the Taoist's face as he regarded Xueqing. "My dear girl, your gaze upon me leaves me quite bashful. I have just foreseen our fated connection, not as a romantic bond, but rather as an auspicious one. Your attention is rather embarrassing for a humble monk such as myself." How shameless. The Taoist, a supposed monk, parading about while indulging in the pleasures of the brothel? Li Chuyi secretly spat in disdain, wishing to deliver a punch to the Taoist's cheerful face. Xueqing, taken aback by the Taoist's unexpected demeanor, felt her cheeks flush as she stammered, "Esteemed senior, you have misunderstood. That was not my intention. I merely noticed a resemblance between you and a senior of mine." The Taoist paused, perplexed, and murmured, "Oh, are there others in this world as handsome and charismatic as I?" The incredulity of this statement elicited quiet scoffs from both Li Chuyi and the young disciples behind Xueqing, who cursed the Taoist's brazen arrogance in their minds. Xueqing, upon hearing his words, felt a spark of realization. After a brief moment of contemplation, She locked her gaze with the Taoist's and softly queried, "May I inquire, esteemed senior, is your surname Li?" Upon hearing this, the Taoist's eyes glinted with intensity as he fixated on Xianxia. Seeing her unwavering gaze, he took a moment before slowly responding, "What of it? Do you know me?" Xianxia lowered her head slightly, sidestepping the question as she introduced herself. "I am Mu Xianxia." The Taoist's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized her, calculating swiftly before gazing at her with a mixture of weariness and complexity. After a prolonged silence, he muttered, "So, you are her descendant." "I am the great-great-niece of my ancestor, who is her direct brother," Xianxia replied respectfully, bowing slightly. "Ah, so you are the descendant of that young man, Pingji. Time indeed flies." The Taoist shook his head, gazing wistfully at the sky. Li Chuyi observed the Taoist with a look of intrigue. While the Taoist frequently feigned a look of weariness, today's genuine display of melancholy was a first for Li Chuyi. Moreover, he sensed a tinge of pain and exhaustion etched upon the Taoist's weathered features, as if infected by the Taoist's aura. The onlookers found themselves enveloped in a wave of nostalgia, reminiscing about the past, unable to extricate themselves from the memories. After a long while, the Taoist regained his composure. Noting the expressions of those around him, he quickly realized he had inadvertently let his guard down, allowing his aura to seep into the atmosphere, affecting them all. The Taoist chuckled heartily as he approached Xianxia, his eyes reflecting the affectionate indulgence of an elder towards a younger one, gently ruffling her hair. "My dear girl, it appears we are indeed fated to meet. Moreover, I find you quite pleasing to the eye. You must know that among the Mu family, I have seldom encountered anyone I find agreeable. Rest assured, with our connection, I shall ensure your safety. As long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on you." As he spoke, the Taoist cast a commanding glance towards the direction of the tomb entrance, asserting, "Do not think that this mere yin and their trivial formations can affect you. Not even the heavens can intervene." Li Chuyi gazed at the Taoist in astonishment. A figure exuding such dominance was rare in Li Chuyi's experience, especially when it was directed towards an outsider. Observing the respectful demeanor of Xianxia, he speculated that this beautiful woman might indeed be a descendant of someone close to the venerable Taoist. As he pondered their previous conversation, Li Chuyi found himself lost in thought. A family of cultivators, a great niece. Just how old was this peculiar being? Xianxia shifted her gaze to the dazed Li Chuyi. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an inexplicable closeness to the chubby lad from the very beginning, as if he were family. This sudden sensation puzzled her. Seeing him in a state of bewilderment made her smile with affectionate amusement, and she inquired, "Elder, is this your esteemed disciple?" "No, he is my younger brother." The Taoist, still brimming with confidence, waved his hand dismissively and replied without hesitation. At this revelation, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Xianxia stared at Li Chuyi in shock, while he gaped at the Taoist, trembling in disbelief. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Li Chuyi. Years of experience following the Taoist taught him that failing to align with the Taoist's whims at this moment would lead to dire consequences. Therefore, mustering his composure, he shot a disdainful glance at the Taoist and, with an innocent expression directed at Xianxia, declared, "Indeed, this is my brother. I am Li Chuyi. Greetings, great niece." Xianxia's eyes widened in astonishment, while her fellow disciples looked at both the Taoist and the chubby boy in disbelief, before collectively bowing their heads and snickering, inwardly cursing, "Indeed, they are not to be trusted." The Taoist, realizing his slip of the tongue, was jolted back to reality. Upon hearing Li Chuyi's bold claim, he swiftly delivered a slap to the latter's head. "Nonsense! Who called you a great niece? Where did you learn such disrespect? I shall deal with you later." Turning to Xianxia, he awkwardly added, "Do not heed his foolishness. This child is my disciple, youthful and mischievous, having learned bad habits from who knows where." "Ha ha." Xianxia observed the Taoist and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Recalling some records of the Taoist in her family's history, she previously thought those accounts exaggerated, perhaps stemming from ancestral grievances against the Taoist. However, it now appeared that those allusions might not only be accurate, but perhaps even understated. Noticing Xianxia's gentle laughter, the Taoist fell silent, chuckling along with her, though the awkwardness in his laughter was unmistakable. Suddenly, the Taoist recalled something and asked, "Your name is Mu Xianxia. Then do you know Mu Shuling?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia's expression darkened, and after a long pause, she sorrowfully replied, "Mu Shuling is indeed my elder sister. She is my biological sister. Do you know her, elder?" The Taoist nodded but refrained from elaboration. Li Chuyi, sensing a shift, felt as if the Taoist had glanced at him while mentioning Mu Shuling's name, but when he looked back, he found nothing amiss. Shaking his head, He dismissed the thought as a mere illusion. Unbeknownst to him, while he diverted his gaze, the Taoist had indeed cast a complex glance in his direction. Chapter 34. Let us depart then. Is Mu Pingji still alive? Is he still the head of the family? Xianxia shook her head. Our ancestors are still present. But he stepped down from leadership many years ago. Currently, the head of the Mu family is my second uncle, Mu Fanxi. The Taoist inquired curiously. Doesn't the Mu family tradition dictate that the eldest son inherits the position? Have those old fools finally agreed to amend the family rules? Xianxia's expression dimmed as she explained. Elder, the family rules have not changed. It is indeed the eldest son who should inherit. The previous head was my father, Mu Fangli. However, some unfortunate events befell the Mu family, leaving my sister's fate unknown. My father, grieving for my sister, retreated into seclusion, vowing never to emerge unless the Mu family faced extermination. The Taoist nodded, observing the young individuals behind Xianxia, and remarked with a smile. These must be the younger generation of your Mu family, yes? They are quite promising. Indeed, the Mu family has produced some remarkable talents. Elder, you are mistaken. They are not members of the Mu family, but disciples of the Tai Su Palace from Tianmen Mountain. Tai Su Palace? The Taoist exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that the sect of Zheng Yi, that hypocritical old man? How did your Mu family ally with them and take care of their disciples? After a moment's thought, the Taoist continued, No, that cannot be. Your Mu family has always aligned with the Yan. It is impossible for you to ally with a thorn in the Yan's side like Tai Su Palace. Could it be that Zheng Yi has met his end, and his descendants have sought to align themselves with the Yan? Xianxia, sensing the misunderstanding, shook her head and explained with a hint of bitterness. Elder, you are mistaken. Ancestor Zheng Yi is not deceased. Tai Su Palace remains the same as you are familiar with. I left the Mu family out of anger at the unjust actions of several elders regarding my sister. Later, I was pursued to the brink by the Mu family's enforcement team, only to be saved by Lu Hong, the current leader of Tai Su Palace, who happened to be passing by. Grateful for his kindness, I joined Tai Su Palace and am now one of its elders. Upon hearing this, the Taoist suddenly burst into laughter, leaving everyone perplexed. Li Chuyi secretly wondered if the Taoist had lost his mind and contemplated whether he should knock him unconscious. After a while, as the laughter subsided, the Taoist nodded at Xianxia with a smile, saying, A splendid rebellion. I have always found those old fools of the Mu family disagreeable. Had I not promised to refrain from troubling your family, I would have long since dealt with them. Let me tell you, your departure is the right choice. As long as those old fools remain alive, your Mu family will rot under their influence. Sooner or later, the foundation of your family will crumble, leading to your downfall. I suspect your father's seclusion is also due to those old fools. Am I correct? Seeing Xianxia nod, the Taoist's joy heightened. Gently ruffling Xianxia's hair and patting her shoulder, he smiled and said, Child, it seems you are still burdened by some unresolved feelings. I cannot offer much advice, but let me impart this. Even without your sister's situation, given your youth and the vastness of the world, you should venture out and see more. Remaining cooped up in your small corner will only stifle your growth. Listening to the Taoist's coarse yet caring words, feeling the gentle affection as his large hand caressed her head, Xianxia experienced a familial warmth she had not felt since her sister's misfortune. Even though the leader of Tai Su Palace treated her well, and everyone within the sect held her in high regard, deep down, she still felt like an outsider. A person without a home or family. The long-lost sensation of kinship shattered the ice encasing Xianxia's heart. With tears brimming in her eyes, she gazed at the Taoist, reminiscent of the innocent little girl she once was, nodding frequently in agreement. The Taoist, seeing her response, nodded in satisfaction. He reached to stroke his beard for emphasis, but, remembering he had none, awkwardly switched to rubbing his chin, transitioning smoothly without a hint of embarrassment. While others failed to notice, Li Chuyi, having accompanied him for years, was keenly aware of the Taoist's subtle discomfort. As Li Chuyi observed the Taoist's lewd mannerisms as he rubbed his chin, he secretly held disdain in his heart. Another innocent young maiden. This stunning beauty, known as Mu Xianxia, should indeed be referred to as a young lady, had fallen for the Taoist's deceptions. Alas, the life of the pure-hearted. Concerned that the Taoist might detect the disdain in his gaze, Li Chuyi diverted his attention elsewhere, only to notice that the little girl who had been exchanging meaningful glances with him was also looking away with a face full of respect, yet eyes brimming with contempt. Their gazes met in the air, both taken aback, and in an instant, the girl, Xiaoyu, split her disdainful look towards the Taoist, directing half of it towards Li Chuyi. Upon receiving her silent message, Li Chuyi naturally struck what he believed to be his most charming pose, winking back at Xiaoyu. which only served to further disgust her, increasing her disdain. Thus, the two exchanged glances back and forth, each savoring the moment. After a while, Xianxia's mood settled. Slightly tilting her head, she caught sight of the astonished expressions from her disciples behind her and realized that her previously frosty demeanor had been utterly shattered, causing her fair complexion to blush slightly. Ignoring her disciples, Xianxia fixed her reddened eyes on the Taoist and asked, "Senior, what should we do now? The Da Yin Wang army has sealed the entrance tightly. Should we wait for 3 days to regroup with others before attempting to break through?" The Taoist pondered briefly before replying, "No, we cannot wait. We must leave at once." Observing Xianxia and the young disciples who gazed at him, he explained, "The Lion General is not to be feared. Although he commands a large number of troops, they lack true masters. The Lion General himself is commendable, yet in my eyes, he is nothing of consequence." The disciples of Tai Su Palace had witnessed the Lion General's prowess and regarded him as nearly invincible. Hearing the Taoist dismiss such a formidable figure as inconsequential left them wide-eyed, filled with disbelief and admiration as they looked at him. The Taoist, noticing their eager gazes, felt a swell of vanity. Under the secretly contemptuous gaze of Li Chuyi, he basked in the moment before continuing, "The Lion General is not the issue. The real concern lies with the grand formation outside. The Tiangang Yulei formation is indeed formidable, but it cannot be set up on a whim. The complete formation crafted by Dian took 300 years to establish. Even this simplified version will require, at minimum, 10 days of effort from several masters of formation." As we entered, I saw no signs of abnormality. I suspect this formation was only initiated after our arrival. In 3 days, they have likely completed at most half of it. It might still in its infancy and not yet a cause for concern. However, should we delay, each passing day will enhance the formation's completeness. By the 3rd day, when it reaches 60 to 70%, our ability to escape will become increasingly difficult. Gazing at the contemplative group, the Taoist declared, "Thus, now is the prime moment to depart. The sooner, the better, for delay invites peril. Moreover, my greatest fear lies not with the Lion General nor the formation." The group, puzzled by the Taoist's assertion that his greatest concern did not involve the Lion General or the formation, looked at him quizzically. The Taoist remained silent, merely casting a smile at Li Chuyi, who was still engaged in exchanging glances. Sensing the Taoist's gaze, Li Chuyi sighed and remarked, "What the old man fears are people, those beyond the Lion General and the formation's layout. How many hidden masters remain outside Dian? How many old ghosts like him? Quite astute, better than a pig." The Taoist nodded in approval, then playfully struck Li Chuyi on the head, observing his look of grievance. He coolly remarked, "How presumptuous! I am still young, to call me old man? Do you wish to lose your life? Remember, in front of outsiders, refer to me as master or brother." Li Chuyi dared not retort, rubbing his head and bowing his head in acquiescence. Xianxia and the others regarded the peculiar dynamic between the two, a mix of astonishment and amusement, especially the younger disciples, who, upon witnessing the Taoist and the chubby boy in such a state, couldn't help but feel fortunate that their own masters were not so eccentric. After reprimanding his disciple, the Taoist looked at the group and suddenly remembered that he had inadvertently forced Li Chuyi to address him as brother, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Notably, it was only a slight embarrassment, for having experienced it once before, the Taoist had grown immune to the situation. Thus, with no sign of discomfort, he wore a gentle smile and addressed the group. "Well then, shall we proceed?" Chapter 35, Roar with the Taoist leading the way. The journey back for Xianxia and her companions was nothing short of a whirlwind. They settled into the hollows of the gourd as they had seen Li Chuyi do, and as they traversed the once treacherous path now boldly navigated by the Taoist, their doubts regarding his abilities dissipated entirely, particularly when they encountered several waves of silver-armored soldiers attempting to intercept them, only to be sent flying by the Taoist's gourd. A few unfortunate soldiers at the front were reduced to a mist of blood, leaving the young disciples feeling profoundly aware of the Taoist's formidable strength, and they began to believe they might truly survive this ordeal. Before long, they arrived at the plaza at the entrance of Wu Yang's tomb. Although nearly a day had passed, the heavy scent of blood still lingered in the air. Severed limbs and bloodstains bore witness to the previous chaos. In the center of the plaza sat a grand throne of gold, where the Lion General reclined, his cold gaze sweeping over the area, flanked by rows of silver-armored soldiers standing in silent formation behind him. Upon noticing the arrival of the Taoist and his companions, the Lion General raised his head slightly. "Huh, what's this? Just a handful of you think you can break through my defenses?" Before he could finish, his gaze fell upon Xianxia, surprise evident in his voice. The girl who fled from the Mu family? I never expected you to come. My luck seems to be quite favorable today. For the Mu family has sought my assistance more than once to capture you, and now this honor falls to me. Xianxia gritted her silver teeth, glaring at the Lion General in fury while the Taoist continued to ignore him, unwavering in his approach towards the entrance. Impudence. The Lion General, seeing the Taoist's audacity, narrowed his eyes and shouted, launching himself toward the Taoist and his companions. The two forces collided instantaneously, but the Lion General was sent reeling backward, having failed to even disrupt the gourd's protective wind barrier. Furious, he thought to himself that although he did not consider himself the strongest, he was certainly among the elite. Yet today, he had not even managed to make contact with his opponent before being knocked away by the wind generated by the Taoist treasure. I underestimated you. Come again. The Lion General roared, grasping into thin air as a golden spear materialized in his hand. With a swift motion, he pointed it forward and lunged at the Taoist. With a thunderous crash, the golden spear, infused with the Lion General's full might, struck against the gourd's protective wind. It momentarily faltered before piercing through, aimed directly at the Taoist. The Taoist, taken aback by the breach of his protective wind, remarked in surprise, "This young lad possesses some skill, but it is still insufficient." Before he finished speaking, the Taoist casually slapped the approaching spear, sending it careening aside with a force that seemed capable of shattering the heavens. Had the Lion General not held on tightly, it would have slipped from his grasp. Even so, the protective armor over his hand shattered, and blood gushed forth. "Who are you?" The Lion General inquired with a voice filled with fury, fully aware that this Taoist was undoubtedly one of the rare ancient beings in existence. Noticing the Taoist's disregard for him, the Lion General coldly threatened, "Do you wish to oppose the Yin dynasty?" Upon hearing this, the Taoist scoffed, ignoring the Lion General altogether, as he soared out of the door on his gourd. Witnessing this, the Lion General was consumed with rage. He flipped his spear, grasped it with both hands, and swept it horizontally towards the Taoist. "You seek death." With that thunderous shout, the spear created a flurry of shadows, swiftly arriving before the Taoist. "Are you not tired of this? Do you belong to the maggots?" The Taoist's impatient voice echoed as he casually waved his hand, as if swatting away a fly, lightly striking the spear once more. However, this time his strength was even greater than before. Despite the Lion General's desperate attempt to seize the golden spear, the overwhelming force sent him spewing blood, and he was hurled far away along with the spear. Thud! As the Lion General fell to the ground, he surveyed his surroundings, only to find that the golden armor covering his hands up to his forearms had shattered completely, revealing bloodied palms and bruised arms. Looking at the spear, which he had refined over many years and deemed nearly indestructible, he was horrified to see a distinct handprint etched upon it. A cold sweat broke out over him, and he gasped in shock. Although he had been knocked away twice before, he had not taken it seriously, believing that he was not far from his opponent's strength. He thought his adversary merely possessed superior speed, which had led to his misfortune. Yet now, witnessing the casual strike that left such a clear impression on his seemingly formidable spear, he realized that the Taoist had previously refrained from truly engaging him. It was his persistent obstruction that had irked the Taoist, prompting him to exert a fraction more effort. The power displayed in that moment was already beyond what the Lion General could withstand. As he recalled the records of contemporary masters, the Lion General could not identify anyone who matched the Taoist before him. He speculated that this Taoist might indeed be an ancient being who had long withdrawn from the world. Otherwise, given the intelligence capabilities of the Yin dynasty, he would certainly have encountered information regarding him. The Lion General felt a bitter pang in his heart. Under normal circumstances, encountering such a formidable figure, especially one without murderous intent, he would undoubtedly choose to retreat. However, having come here under imperial decree to guard this place, he knew that if he did not exert himself to the utmost, he would face dire consequences upon returning to court. He was not naive enough to believe that the imperial court would remain ignorant of his leniency in the face of such a powerful opponent. Clenching his teeth, the Lion General bellowed, "All soldiers, heed my command. Form a formation and, at all costs, intercept this individual." With a united shout, the silver-armored soldiers sprang into action, the once quiet and orderly battle array suddenly becoming a whirlwind of movement. As the soldiers shifted their formation with increasing speed, the array resembled a school of silver fish darting through the air, creating a dazzling spectacle that elicited a sense of disquiet. The palpable aura of slaughter surged forth, overwhelming all who beheld it. The Lion General stepped to the front of the array, suppressing the pain in his chest, and with a mighty shake of his spear, he roared, "Kill! Kill!" The silver-armored soldiers echoed his cry, and under the Lion General's leadership, the entire formation pressed forward like a grinding mill, bearing down upon the Taoist. Senior? Xueqing and her companions gazed at this scene, their faces pale. Had it not been for the Taoist's protection, they would have surely succumbed to despair. They quietly gathered their strength, preparing to strike at a moment's notice. Li Chuyi, though equally ashen, was gripped by fear. Seeing the Taoist remain inactive, he exclaimed in frustration, "You useless Taoist, are you exhausted or just paralyzed with fear? If you don't act soon, I will be crushed by their momentum." The Taoist had been silently observing the battle array of the Deyin dynasty when Li Chuyi's shout snapped him back to reality. In an instant, he delivered 2 slaps to the chubby boy. "You pitiful creature, it is you who is paralyzed. Your entire family must be paralyzed. Such a magnificent battle array I have not seen in ages, and you ruin the moment with your incessant whining. You never train properly, and you can't even withstand this little pressure. You worthless fool. If you don't start training seriously, I will make you regret it." Slap, 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 slap. Xueqing and her companions were on the verge of tears. This Taoist was undoubtedly a madman. Their adversaries were preparing for battle, and they could even see the sweat on the soldiers' faces. Yet the Taoist was still inclined to chastise his disciple. Was he insane? "Senior." Xueqing could not help but call out again, hearing her voice. The Taoist finally ceased his assault, though he wore an expression of lingering dissatisfaction, as if he wished to continue. This made everyone acutely aware that had it not been for Xueqing, the Taoist would indeed have kept striking, ignoring the chubby boy, who was left bruised and battered. The Taoist lifted his gaze towards the front and spoke, "Little lion, why persist in this folly? You know you cannot stop me. Simply step aside and let me pass." The Lion General roared in response, "Rebellious traitors cannot comprehend my loyalty. All lands under heaven belong to the Emperor. My sovereign shall reign for eternity, and his decree is as binding as the heavens. You, villain, shall meet your end. Kill." Upon hearing the Lion General's declaration, the Taoist fell silent for a moment. Then a cold smile crept across his lips. "The Emperor? Humph, just a ruthless and treacherous wretch. Little lion, if you do not perish, it shall be your fortune. Should you die as a vengeful spirit, remember to seek out your treacherous emperor." With that, the Taoist formed a hand seal, inhaled deeply, and parted his lips. "Begone." In an instant, an invisible ripple surged forth from the Taoist's mouth, overwhelming the Lion General and the silver-armored soldiers like a tidal wave. Even with the Taoist's protection, Xueqing and her companions were left dizzy and disoriented, unable to regain their senses for quite some time. Li Chuyi, familiar with the Taoist's capabilities, had already closed off his senses and tightly covered his ears, thereby avoiding the same fate as Xueqing and her group. When Xueqing and her companions finally regained their composure and looked around, they beheld a wide passage that had formed amidst the once crowded ranks of the Deyin army. Thick red mist swirling within it. This was the blood mist created by the silver-armored soldiers who had been scattered by the shockwave. On either side of the passage lay the silver-armored soldiers, all toppled in one direction, their once majestic armor now battered and broken, many reduced to mere fragments, presenting a scene of utter devastation. Upon seeing the Lion General fallen to the side, his armor reduced to mere helmet and chest plate, bleeding profusely and repeatedly spitting blood, Xueqing felt a profound sense of satisfaction mixed with deep reverence for the Taoist. The young men behind her, meanwhile, wore ashen faces, staring vacantly ahead, their gazes towards the Taoist akin to that of encountering a deity. As cultivators, they had engaged in battles before, yet in comparison to today's bloody slaughter, those past skirmishes seemed like mere childish play. The earlier chaotic clash between the Lion General and the other cultivators now appeared to them as a trivial affair. Gazing at the lingering red mist before them, even Xueqing turned pale, let alone her female disciples, who were already retching uncontrollably. The male disciples, though not vomiting, were clearly struggling to maintain their composure, their faces as pale as corpses. Only Xiao Yu, though equally nauseous, maintained a normal complexion, which drew the Taoist's attention, prompting him to nod in approval. When the young disciples saw Li Chuyi's relaxed demeanor, as he seemed to relish the scene before him, their expressions turned even more peculiar, as if they were regarding a madman. Li Chuyi, on the other hand, was inwardly amused. What a joke! I have traveled alongside the Taoist since childhood, traversing mountains and seas. What kind of scene have I not witnessed? The Taoist's powerful shout had quelled a small group of individuals, causing these so-called heroes to retch in response. If they were to witness the Taoist's past exploits, particularly when he subdued the Tiger Demon King with a single slap that flattened an entire mountain, They would surely perish from terror at the chaotic scene of swirling winds and crimson rain. However, the Taoist indeed possessed a remarkable voice. Previously, he had effortlessly repelled the heavenly tribulation with his voice, and this time, his demonstration yielded an even more exhilarating result. How I wish to learn from the Taoist. When the time comes, I shall simply shout at anyone I find displeasing, and even if I do not vanquish them, I shall surely frighten them. The thought brought a mischievous smile to Li Chuyi's face, rendering the gazes of those nearby even more peculiar, as if they were observing a beast rather than a man. Suddenly, Li Chuyi turned away, his body twisting, and when he regained his composure, a water jug appeared in his hand. He approached the Taoist with a sycophantic grin and said, "Master, your throat must be parched. Here, drink some water. I have a few pastries. Would you care for some?" The Taoist cast a sidelong glance at him and immediately discerned his intentions. Receiving the jug, he took a sip and remarked, "I shall teach you later." Li Chuyi's face lit up with joy as he transformed into a dutiful disciple, standing behind the Taoist, diligently massaging his shoulders. Xianxia and the others exchanged glances, their thoughts converging on a singular notion: two oddballs. Suddenly, Xiaoyu also produced a water jug and scampered to the Taoist, respectfully stating, "Senior, do taste the wine I have secretly stashed." The Taoist raised an eyebrow in surprise but accepted the jug with a smile, saying nothing further. Unfazed, Xiaoyu squeezed in beside the Taoist, asserting her claim to half of his space. The pudgy Li Chuyi gaped at her, while Xiaoyu shot him a glare. "You little vixen! How dare you steal my business?" Li Chuyi thought to himself. "That chubby fool, I too shall learn." Xiaoyu silently vowed. The two locked eyes for a moment, then simultaneously huffed in disdain as they began to massage the Taoist's shoulders. As for Xianxia and the others, they remained in a state of stunned silence, rendered speechless. Chapter 36. Transmission of Skills. Xiaoyu, be respectful and return at once. Xianxia admonished, aware that the Taoist was a peculiar individual. One might describe him as capricious or more bluntly, insane. Xiaoyu, the beloved daughter of the current head of Taishu Palace, often displayed a quirky and mischievous nature, frequently engaging in antics that left others dumbfounded. However, Xianxia did not anticipate that Xiaoyu would dare to act foolishly in front of the Taoist. Fearing she might offend him, Xianxia hastily scolded her. The Taoist smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. This lively girl has quite the spirit, far superior to my foolish disciple. I find her rather pleasing." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu playfully stuck out her tongue at Xianxia, increasing the pressure of her massage on the Taoist, who looked delighted and at ease. Li Chuyi, observing from the side, wore a look of disdain. Upon seeing Xiaoyu smirk at him, he rolled his eyes in irritation, ignoring her while he vented his frustration by kneading the Taoist's shoulders more vigorously. Xianxia nodded appreciatively at the Taoist's words, saying, "It is good that you do not mind. This girl is named Li Chuyi, the cherished daughter of Lu Hong, the current head of Taishu Palace. She is known for her audacious and whimsical behavior, but to receive praise from you is indeed a stroke of fortune for her." The Taoist regarded Xiaoyu with mild surprise, saying, "I did not expect you to have such a notable background." Xiaoyu promptly bowed and, adopting a refined demeanor, replied, "You flatter me, senior. My father merely happens to be the head. Even if he were here, he would hardly compare to you." Though Xiaoyu was typically quite mischievous and unafraid of anyone except for her father and Xianxia, she recognized that the Taoist was not included in that list. Having witnessed the Taoist's formidable power firsthand, which surpassed even that of her father, she dared not act recklessly, especially since she sought his guidance. The Taoist chuckled heartily at her response, playfully pinching her nose, and said, "You, little girl, certainly know how to push your luck. I can see through your intentions. Are you hoping to learn my powerful shout?" Xiaoyu eagerly nodded. "But we are not related. Do you truly believe I would share such formidable skills for a mere jug of crude wine?" The Taoist's expression shifted, and he scrutinized Xiaoyu. "Certainly not," she retorted. "But I can become your disciple. Look at how clever I am, how adorable I am, and how well we get along. Surely I am far superior to this chubby fellow. Please take me as your apprentice." At this, not only Li Chuyi but everyone present rolled their eyes. Xianxia, exasperated, scolded, "Xiaoyu, stop your nonsense. Have you no sense of propriety?" The Taoist waved his hand in response to Xianxia, looking at Xiaoyu with a smile. "You are quite the ambitious little girl, seeking to climb the ranks. Let us not overlook that I have a tradition of passing down my teachings to one disciple. Even if I were to make an exception for you, Zheng Yi would surely mock me for poaching his student. Moreover, your quirky nature is something I, with my old bones, cannot endure. My foolish disciple is far easier to manage." Li Chuyi inwardly scoffed at the Taoist's repeated references to a foolish disciple. Where have I been foolish? Yet, he only dared to grumble silently, refraining from voicing his thoughts. Seeing Xiaoyu's crestfallen expression, the Taoist chuckled. Do not be disheartened. Little girl, although I cannot officially take you as my disciple, I can still teach you a thing or two. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with surprise. So I can learn that powerful shout from before? The Taoist shook his head, noticing her spirits dampen instantly. That shout is not suited for you. Even if I taught you, you would struggle to master it. Besides, a young lady should embody grace. If you were to master it, you would become a fearsome force. And who would dare to marry you? I can teach you something else. How about the technique I employed to subdue that lion general earlier? Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, her face brimming with joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Though she did not grasp the meaning of Hudong sure how, or why she could not learn that particular shout, she was well aware of the might of the Taoist's palm. The once imposing lion general had been effortlessly sent flying by a mere flick of the Taoist's hand. As if he were a fly. If she could master such a technique, she would be able to send anyone she disliked soaring away with a single strike. Far more satisfying than merely shouting them down. Senior, is this truly appropriate? It is merely a child's folly. Please do not take it seriously, Xueqing interjected, noticing the Taoist's intention to impart knowledge to Xiaoyu. It is of no concern, the Taoist replied with a gentle smile. Firstly, I find this girl quite endearing. And such a connection is rare. Teaching her a few self-defense techniques is hardly an issue. Secondly, after this journey concludes, I intended to accompany my disciple to seek out Zheng Laogui for some matters. As fate would have it, this presents an opportunity for me to have him owe me a favor. Xueqing fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Although she was curious about the Taoist's intentions in seeking out their ancestor, she understood that such matters were not for her to know. Meanwhile, Li Chuyi pondered the Taoist's words, beginning to form his own speculations. The Taoist had previously mentioned that after this venture, he would take him to find a friend to refine the inner elixir into pills. And it seemed likely that the person he sought was none other than the ancestor of Taishu Palace, Zheng Yi. The other young individuals present could not help but display expressions of envy as they observed the Taoist preparing to impart skills to Xiaoyu. Even if they had 3 times the courage, they would not dare to act as brazenly as Xiaoyu before a figure as formidable as the Taoist. Ignoring the others, the Taoist looked at Xiaoyu, his lips moving silently as he conveyed something inaudible. Xiaoyu's expression shifted between clarity and confusion, ultimately nodding in affirmation, clearly having understood something. Finally, the Taoist inquired, have you all memorized it? Xiaoyu nodded, acknowledging her understanding, albeit only grasping less than 20% of the concept. With much still unclear to her, the Taoist chuckled heartily and remarked, if you could comprehend it all at once, I would have no choice but to make an exception and accept you as my female disciple. No need to fret over your lack of understanding. The fact that you can grasp more than 10% on your first encounter indicates you possess considerable talent. With your intellect, as long as you diligently cultivate and gradually comprehend, you shall inevitably reach a day of enlightenment. Suddenly, the Taoist's expression turned serious, and he said sternly, young girl, our fates are intertwined, and I shall impart this set of palm techniques to you. But remember, you must not share it with others. If you do, not even Lao Zhenggui can protect you. Xiaoyu felt a shiver run down her spine and quickly lowered her head in compliance. Observing her response, the Taoist's demeanor softened, and he smiled gently. Senior, what is the name of the palm technique you have bestowed upon me? Xiaoyu inquired suddenly. The Taoist's expression became grave as he replied, it is called slapping flies. What? Not only was Xiaoyu taken aback, but the others also wore expressions of astonishment, unable to fathom how such a formidable technique bore such a crude name. Only Li Chuyi scoffed dismissively, unimpressed. Having accompanied the Taoist since childhood, Li Chuyi knew that although the Taoist fancied himself a refined individual, often reciting pretentious poetry to young maidens, most of his cultivated techniques either lacked names or had names as unsophisticated as slapping flies. In contrast, techniques like the Dao Jian that Li Chuyi practiced and the Wu Ji Qian Kuan Dao frequently employed by the Taoist were exceedingly rare and bore more dignified titles. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, who had been experimenting with her newfound skills, finally managed to summon a hint of palm wind. Instantly, she was filled with delight and looked triumphantly at Li Chuyi. In response, Li Chuyi merely curled his lip, choosing silence. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a gust of palm wind far superior to Xiaoyu's. Seeing this, Xiaoyu huffed in indignation, turning away and refusing to look at Li Chuyi any longer. Li Chuyi wore a smug expression, thinking it absurd that this naive girl would even dare to compete with him, an esteemed disciple of the Taoist. Enough of this nonsense. We must focus. There is a grand formation awaiting us outside. The Taoist's voice rang out, prompting everyone on the gourd to sit upright. As the Taoist concentrated, the gourd transformed into a fleeting shadow, piercing through the thick blood mist and vanishing at the entrance. In the square, the agonized groans of surviving silver-armored soldiers echoed intermittently. The lion general, who had been lying on the ground and incessantly spitting blood, laboriously lifted his head to gaze at the gourd that had long since disappeared. His eyes filled with profound dread and a flicker of inexplicable brilliance hidden deep within. Chapter 37. Persuasion to surrender. As before, it felt as if they had traversed through a layer of ever-shifting water mist. With the gourd carrying the Taoist and his companions reappearing on the plains outside the Wuyang tombs. Unlike their previous arrival, the plains were now engulfed in thick white fog, while the sky above was turbulent with dark clouds and rumbling thunder. The moment the gourd materialized, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, cleaved the sky, hurtling towards the unprepared group. The lightning instantly shattered the protective aura surrounding the gourd. And just as it was about to strike, the Taoist, ever vigilant, waved his hand, conjuring a milky yellow light barrier that met the lightning with a resounding clash. With a tremendous roar, the milky yellow barrier rippled gently, while the lightning expended its energy, leaving behind a final spark before vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing the lightning being repelled, Xueqing and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, the Taoist's expression remained grave. He understood that the earlier lightning was merely a warning signal from the formation. Someone is breaching the formation. Eliminate him. A booming voice echoed from the fog, and soon after, a multitude of lightning bolts, as robust as the previous one, surged towards the Taoist and his companions like a brilliant white river, causing their expressions to shift from relief to horror. As an overwhelming sense of impending doom washed over them, they observed that while the torrent of lightning appeared formidable against the Taoist's milky yellow barrier, it was akin to a raging wave crashing against a rock, tumultuous, yet ultimately ineffective. Is this not an ordinary cultivator? Change the formation. With astonishment rippling through the fog, the myriad bolts of lightning suddenly converged, transforming into a single colossal lightning bolt resembling a towering pillar, accompanied by a deafening roar as it struck the milky yellow barrier. Under the terrified gaze of the group, the barrier caved in deeply, and with a resounding pop, a gaping hole was punctured through it. The massive lightning pillar surged through this breach, hurtling towards them. Seeing this, the Taoist swiftly formed a hand seal, his lips parting as he unleashed a powerful shout, reminiscent of his earlier confrontation with the lion general. Roll away. Unlike before, this time, the sound waves coalesced into a beam, transforming into a sound pillar of equal thickness to the lightning, creating ripples as it collided with the lightning pillar. The latter hesitated momentarily before being scattered, transforming into a flurry of meteors that zipped past the gourd. Gazing at the lightning streaking past them, recalling the harrowing moments they had just experienced, Xueqing and her companions felt as if their hearts might cease beating. Xueqing was especially grateful to have encountered the Taoist, and she felt fortunate that her ancestry held ties to him. Otherwise, even if they gathered everyone's strength 3 days hence to breach the formation, it was unlikely they would surpass the Lion General's barrier, let alone this grand formation outside. Xueqing felt utterly incapable of achieving such a feat. Observing the Taoist before them, Xueqing and the others were filled with gratitude. However, the Taoist surveyed his accomplishments with evident dissatisfaction. The previous battle with Wu Mian had drained him significantly, and now, with his spirit fractured, his combat prowess had diminished to such a degree. In bygone days, a mere shout from him could have shattered the heavens, yet now, he felt as though he had been reduced to a state of vulnerability. As the Taoist muttered to himself, Li Chuyi rolled his eyes in disbelief, internally cursing the Taoist for boasting. However, considering the Taoist's diminished spirit, which had been sealed by something as formidable as Wu Mian, Li Chuyi couldn't help but feel that perhaps the Taoist's claims held some truth. Who are you? The voice from the mist queried, its tone grave. I am your father. The Taoist responded with equal gravity. The voice fell silent for a moment before erupting in a furious growl. You seek death. Tiangang Yulei Formation, Formation 3, Thunderfire descends. Before the words had fully escaped, the dark clouds in the sky began to churn violently, and amidst the white flashes of lightning, hues of red began to emerge, as if flames were igniting the clouds. The mingling of black, white, and red gave the thunderclouds an oddly beautiful appearance. Yet, the occupants of the gourd were far from appreciative. They could easily deduce the brutality hidden beneath such beauty. The Taoist gazed skyward, scrutinizing the scene for a while before sneering. As I expected, this formation has only been set to 30% at most. This thunderfire descend is its ultimate limit. With a decisive gesture, the Taoist bellowed, "Heaven and earth without boundaries. Xianxia's mystical law. Witness how my earth concealment technique extinguishes your flickering light." Upon uttering this, the Taoist pointed to the ground, shouting, "Rise." The solid earth beneath them dramatically upheaved, forming a great wall akin to a shield that stood before them. As they braced for the impending thunderfire to strike the shield, the Taoist's hand seal shifted, directing his finger skyward. Go. The shield, composed of earth, began to spin as it ascended towards the heavens. At this moment, the mixed red and black clouds had finished brewing, and with a muffled sound, torrents of silver-white lightning interwoven with roaring flames cascaded downwards like a waterfall. Xueqing, witnessing the fiery lightning, exclaimed in horror, "This is truly a thunderfire catastrophe." The Taoist chuckled coldly, "Nonsense. It lacks quality, it compensates with quantity. A true thunderfire catastrophe would not be so frivolously scattered. Even a single bolt would surpass this entire barrage." In the midst of Su Qing's horrified gaze and the Taoist's cold laughter, the cascading thunderfire catastrophe collided with the ever-rotating earth shield. At the point of their intersection, sand and stones were instantly sent flying, and sparks of thunderfire erupted. The relentless thunderfire gradually eroded the soil blocks on the earth shield, and as the shield grew thinner, the deluge of thunderfire from above showed no signs of abating, causing Su Qing's heart to tighten further. "Senior, can that earthen wall withstand this?" Su Qing could not help but inquire. The Taoist cast a curious glance at her. "Who said I intend to block it?" Su Qing looked at the Taoist in astonishment, but he turned away, no longer paying her any mind. His attention fully devoted to the standoff above, murmuring coldly, "Let it grind on, the more shattered the better. Soon, you shall know my might, even in my current state. It would take but a moment to dispose of you." As the earthen wall thinned further, a voice emerged from the thick fog. "The situation is clear now. If you continue down this path, only defeat awaits you. I, an old man who values talent, am willing to offer you an opportunity. Reveal your origins to me. Surrender to my Dian, and I can recommend you to our emperor, granting you titles and noble rank." "Is that true?" the Taoist asked. "Certainly, I am Qi Wuzhong, the Marquis of Ninglan in the Daiyan dynasty, and I have always honored my word. I guarantee, should you submit to the Yin today, I will do my utmost to recommend you to our emperor. Given your capabilities, attaining a noble title would not be impossible." Su Qing and her companions listened in shock and complexity to the exchange between the two. Su Qing was incredulous. She could not believe the Taoist would surrender. According to the Mu family's records, the Taoist was not the type to capitulate easily. Meanwhile, the young disciples behind her felt a bitter sense of resignation. Believing that the Taoist might truly be outmatched and seeking an escape route, they bore no ill will towards him. Had they been in his position, they might have made the same choice. Eventually, the Taoist pondered for a moment and said, "Very well, I will reveal who I am." Just as everyone, including Marquis Ninglan, believed the Taoist was genuinely surrendering to the Yin, he suddenly turned to Li Chuyi, who was discreetly yawning, and said, "Disciple, tell this Marquis Ninglan who your master is." Li Chuyi glanced at the Taoist and replied helplessly, "Didn't I just say? My master is your father. I am your brother. How can you be so foolish?" The Taoist nodded and said, "You rascal, I have finally found someone even more foolish than you." Li Chuyi shot a glare at the Taoist and turned away, ignoring him. Hearing Li Chuyi's response, those present realized they had been tricked. Su Qing wore an expression of "I knew it," while the young disciples, who had experienced a roller coaster of emotions, could not help but burst into laughter. Marquis Ninglan remained silent, but his increasingly heavy breaths betrayed his fury. After a long pause, he spoke, "Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me." He addressed his fellow Taoists, "Channel all your strength into the formation and help me eliminate this scoundrel." With that, the thunderfire in the sky surged with renewed ferocity, and the already thin earthen layer melted away like ice near a hot iron, rapidly disintegrating into a storm of ash scattered across the air. Witnessing this, the young disciples could no longer find humor in their situation. Even the typically optimistic Xiaoyu displayed fear, while Su Qing braced herself for the worst. Only Li Chuyi remained unfazed, confident that the Taoist had a contingency plan. Otherwise, he would not be a Taoist. As the final layer of the earthen wall turned to ash, nothing stood between the oncoming thunderfire and the group. Finally unimpeded, the thunderfire surged forward like a torrent, crashing toward the few individuals atop the gourd. "Die!" Marquis Ninglan's triumphant voice echoed, just as despair enveloped Su Qing and the others. Li Chuyi muttered, "Here comes the showboating again." Having guessed the Taoist's intentions, Li Chuyi hurriedly covered his ears. Indeed, a sinister smile crept across the Taoist's face. "It's time you understand the prowess of your father," he declared, changing his incantation and shouting, "Explode." Chapter 38. Dust Explosion. Boom. 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 As the Taoist's shout reverberated, the sky filled with ash erupted violently. A torrent of flames instantly spread across the horizon, the sky awash in a swirling crimson glow, resembling the end of days. Simultaneously, the shockwave from the explosion forcefully displaced the surrounding air, sweeping outward in a circular arc run. Quickly, the moment the explosion occurred, Marquis Ninglan's horrified voice rang out through the fog, only to be drowned out by the deafening blast. The Taoist rapidly set up several layers of protection in front of the group, while Li Chuyi, wearing an expression of "I knew it," firmly covered his ears. At that moment, the shockwave hit, and although the others remained unharmed under the Taoist's protection, they were momentarily stunned by the aftershocks that penetrated the barriers. Gasping for breath and staring blankly at the sky, though it seemed to last an eternity, the explosion's duration was incredibly brief, merely a blink of an eye. Yet in that fleeting moment, it felt as though countless years had passed for the group. When the last flicker of light from the explosion faded from the sky, Su Qing and the others finally regained their composure, drenched in cold sweat and gasping for air, as if they were on the verge of suffocation. At this point, not only had the torrential thunderfire vanished, but even the ominous black clouds had dissipated. The sky was left with a haze of black ash, interspersed with flickering embers drifting downwards. With the clouds gone, a ray of the setting sun struggled to pierce through the remnants of ash, casting its light upon the group. Feeling the sunlight, which was not particularly warm, Su Qing and her companions experienced a surge of warmth in their hearts, with the younger ones nearly jumping for joy. This sunlight made them feel alive, filled with gratitude for having survived, and ignited a glimmer of hope within them. Unlike the others, Su Qing remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings. The shockwave had long dispersed the fog on the plain, leaving an eerie silence, broken only by the sight of fallen trees and scattered grass, evidence of the recent turmoil. After observing for a while and finding no signs of movement, Su Qing furrowed her brow and asked, "Senior, are Marquis Ninglan and his companions dead? Or have they hidden away?" "3 are dead, 4 have fled," the Taoist replied, wiping his forehead, his voice tinged with fatigue. "Fled?" Li Chuyi stared at the Taoist in disbelief. "What kind of expression is that? Do you dare doubt my capabilities? Let me tell you, had it not been for this wretched formation obstructing them, none would have escaped. I obliterated a significant portion of Dian's protective formation, killed 3, and severely injured 4 notable experts, not counting the thousands of minor soldiers I wiped out. With such an impressive feat, you still dare to glare at me? If you have the ability, why don't you give it a try?" He finished with a dramatic wave of his hand, playfully slapping Li Chuyi's head. Upon hearing the Taoist's words, Su Qing exclaimed in astonishment, "Senior, are you saying the formation still exists?" The Taoist nodded, his expression turning serious. "Dian is truly remarkable. Someone has managed to simplify the formation to such an extent while retaining immense power. I set up less than 30% of the formation. Yet my dust explosion merely caused damage. Thankfully, we left early. Had we waited 3 days for the formation to reach 60 or 70%, it would have cost me my life to break through." The others nodded in agreement, relieved. Suddenly, the Taoist gazed toward a specific location ahead, extending his hand to draw in a golden object that appeared before everyone's eyes, swiftly flying toward the Taoist. As the golden light drew nearer, the crowd finally discerned that it was a tiger-headed mask, albeit one that was now in a state of disrepair, with cracks marring its surface and a significant portion missing from the lower right side. The Tiger General. Snowy Qing gritted her teeth as she gazed at the mask. It is said that lions and tigers are inseparable. Wherever the Lion General resides, it is likely that the Tiger General is not far behind. It seems this adage holds true. The Taoist nodded in agreement. After toying with the mask for a while, he suddenly noticed Li Chuyi salivating beside him, and a peculiar smile crept across the Taoist's lips, which soon transformed into a gentle expression as he inquired, "Do you desire it?" Li Chuyi promptly nodded. What a fool not to want such a large piece of gold. The Taoist chuckled, extending 5 fingers, 50 taels. "No way." Li Chuyi instinctively jumped up, rejecting the offer outright. "Oh, you truly don't want it? Look, such a sizable piece of gold. Is it not worth your 50 taels of worthless silver note?" The Taoist continued to entice. "I refuse. This item must be cursed. You intend to swindle me." Li Chuyi's face was filled with caution. The Taoist laughed heartily, tossing the mask to the astonished Li Chuyi. "Look at your expression. Do I often swindle you?" he said disdainfully. "This object, while indeed a fine magical treasure, was now merely a keepsake due to its damage. Nevertheless, some of its restrictions remained intact. If you study it carefully, you might unlock its secrets and gain significant rewards. What restrictions? Li Chuyi asked. The Taoist offered no reply, merely casting a glance at Li Chuyi's chest, igniting a fire of excitement within him. Although Snowy Qing and the others could not see it, Li Chuyi was aware that he possessed a storage bag he had purchased from the Taoist. And this half-damaged tiger-headed mask was also a storage-type magical artifact. Sit tight, we are departing. Ignoring Li Chuyi, who was preoccupied with figuring out how to conceal the mask in his trousers, the Taoist activated the gourd and took flight. The survivors glanced at one another, their faces alight with exhilaration. They had not anticipated encountering such perilous events during this outing. Had it not been for Snowy Qing leading the group, had they not encountered the Taoist, and had it not been for the prior connection between Snowy Qing and the Taoist, they might have met a tragic end and become one with the earth. After experiencing such dramatic highs and lows, and witnessing several peak confrontations among experts, the young disciples of Tai Su Gong felt their perspectives broadened, a true sense of growth. Among them, the most elated was Xiaoyu, who had learned a spell from the Taoist. Now that she was finally out of danger, her face radiated joy, her crescent-shaped smile reminiscent of a new moon. As the gourd continued its journey, it was not long before they arrived at the cliff where they had initially settled. However, what was once a cliff was no longer recognizable. The earlier explosion had transformed it into a slope of rubble. Amidst the jagged stones, flecks of crimson were scattered about, and occasionally, remnants of silver-armored limbs could be seen, unmistakably the remnants of the several thousand miscellaneous soldiers the Taoist had mentioned. Having experienced the gruesome scene in the square before, the group, though still repulsed by the sight, did not retch, indicating their growth. As they flew over the rubble, they finally escaped the confines of Wu Yang's tomb and the encirclement of Di Yan. Overjoyed, the young disciples could no longer contain their cheers. Reveling in the joy of survival, Li Chuyi joined in the cheers, but secretly rolled his eyes. Having traveled with the Taoist for years, such scenes, while not commonplace, were certainly familiar to him, and he was accustomed to them, thus feeling no overwhelming elation. Moreover, with such an eccentric Taoist, it was fortunate enough to leave with a few trinkets. Surviving was merely a given, nothing to be overly excited about. Snowy Qing, too, wore a joyful expression. Looking at the Taoist, she respectfully bowed deeply, saying, "Senior, the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me is something I shall never forget. Should you ever require my assistance, no matter the distance or danger, I vow to do my utmost to aid you." The other young disciples quickly followed suit, bowing in reverence. The Taoist nodded with a smile, saying nothing. "Senior, do you plan to return to Tai Su Gong with us directly, or will you wander for a while before heading there?" Snowy Qing inquired. The Taoist chuckled, about to respond, when suddenly his expression changed dramatically. He turned his gaze skyward, bellowing, "Demoness, where do you think you're going?" Before his words had fully left his lips, the Taoist figure flickered atop the gourd and instantly appeared in the sky, striking towards a distant point. Die! With a furious roar, as his palm descended, the empty sky erupted in ripples, and a red figure shot forth, skillfully evading the Taoist's strike. As the figure emerged, a soft, enchanting voice wafted through the air. "Dear brother, after so many years apart, why such fiery passion upon our reunion, my little adversary? Are you not afraid that my delicate frame cannot withstand it?" Chapter 39. The woman in red. The Taoist, seeing his palm evade by the red figure, swiftly adjusted his stance, employing the same technique he had used in his confrontation with He Wu. Heavenly Demon Mirage. With a resounding shout, the Taoist's figure blurred, transforming into countless distinct shadows, all converging upon the red figure with ferocity. The red figure, undeterred, also swirled slightly, transforming into numerous red silhouettes that retaliated against the Taoist's myriad clones. In the sky, countless Taoists and red figures battled fiercely, the shockwaves reverberating through the air, causing the onlookers atop the gourd to gasp in alarm. Had the Taoist not positioned the gourd far away beforehand, they would have likely been obliterated like the shattered sky around them. On the gourd, Li Chuyi watched intently, sensing the Taoist's fury. After years of following the Taoist, he had never witnessed him in such a state. Although the Taoist was unreliable, lecherous, cunning, and eccentric, he had never exhibited such rage before. Li Chuyi could feel the intense hatred and murderous intent the Taoist harbored for that red figure. "Stupid Taoist, what has gotten into you? Please, don't let anything happen." Li Chuyi silently prayed. In the sky, the two combatants paused simultaneously, their figures dispersing. The red figure, now suspended in the air, became clearer. Her long, Dark hair was simply tied in a bun, cascading over her shoulders, and her alluring, voluptuous form was enveloped in a semi-transparent red gauze dress, accentuating her curves perfectly, exuding an enticing aura that ignited a sense of longing in both men and women alike. Unconsciously, gazes were drawn to her face, which appeared to be shrouded in a translucent veil, making her features indistinct. Yet, despite this obscurity, all present were certain that her beauty was unparalleled, capable of captivating the hearts of nations. Gazing at this enchanting figure that seemed to fulfill every desire, the onlookers found their eyes glued, unable to look away. Their expressions becoming dazed, lips curling into strange smiles of satisfaction. Only Snowy Qing, while also entranced, retained a glimmer of clarity and struggle in her gaze. In stark contrast, Li Chuyi was drenched in cold sweat. Although he too was fixated on the beautiful figure, his eyes reflected no hint of enchantment, only dread. Demoness. She must be a demoness. He internally cursed. I knew it. Anyone whom the Taoist refers to as a demoness must indeed be a super pervert. Just her presence is enough to unsettle my mind. What sorcery is this? Li Chuyi thought, acutely aware that the others beside him were beginning to succumb to the allure of the demoness' charm. Very well, I shall utilize you, enchanting maiden, to refine my Tao heart. Thus, although Li Chuyi could easily avert his gaze, he remained immobile, fixated on that alluring figure, resolutely guarding his Tao heart against the intoxicating allure that sought to ensnare him. As those nearby began to involuntarily sway, the voice of the Taoist suddenly rang out. Enchantress, you possess great audacity. I have searched for you for so long, and you dare to appear before me. At the sound of the Taoist's voice, Xianxia and the others trembled, their gazes momentarily frozen before clarity returned, revealing expressions of horror. They hastily averted their eyes, unwilling to behold that captivating silhouette. Now awake to their earlier enchantment, they understood that had it not been for the Taoist's magical voice, they might have faced dire consequences. Gazing at the figure that felt so distant, they realized that merely standing there, the other had effortlessly ensnared their hearts and minds. Fear gripped Xianxia and her companions. What level of mastery is this? What cultivation is this? The strength of the Taoist and the woman in red surpassed their wildest imaginations. They speculated that perhaps only their ancestor, Baijie Daranzheng Yi, could stand alongside them, and even then, he might fall slightly short. Suddenly, Xianxia noticed that Li Chuyi had not shifted his gaze, still intensely staring at the woman in red. Alarmed, she assumed he had succumbed to the enchantment and was about to rouse him when she saw that his face was drenched in cold sweat, and his eyes, rather than being clouded with intoxication, were filled with clarity and struggle. This lad, he is actually refining his heart. Xianxia was taken aback. It was worth noting that even she had almost lost her focus, yet this chubby boy, appearing so young and naive, maintained such composure that not only did he not falter, but he was also cultivating through this ordeal. Li Chuyi instantly rose in her estimation. At that moment, the sultry voice of the woman in red resonated once more. Good brother, I was forced out by your palm. How could you blame me? Her seemingly petulant tone ignited a fire within the hearts of those present, prompting them to quickly sit cross-legged and silently cultivate to guard their minds. Humph, enchantress. Since you have appeared before me, you might as well surrender. You know what I desire, and as long as you cooperate, I assure you a swift end. The Taoist said coldly. A deep sigh followed. Heavenly brother, you know my heart's desire. If you nod, be it 1 matter or 100, I shall undoubtedly fulfill it. Over the years, in your quest to find me, you have indeed thwarted my many plans, yet I have never held resentment against you. My feelings for you are rooted in love. Li Chuyi's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, this is beyond scandalous. This enchantress in red is the Taoist's old flame. Could it be that the Taoist has abandoned her after their initial encounter? The Taoist scoffed, declaring, I have room in my heart for only one, and it can only be one. Enchantress, even if there were no enmity over a stolen wife, I would still not look upon you with favor. You are not even worthy to compare with my Xianxia. Upon hearing this, the woman in red trembled, sorrow etched on her face as she questioned, Heavenly brother, in what way do I fall short of Sister Xianxia? In terms of beauty, I believe I am not inferior. Regarding cultivation and talent, I consider myself her equal. If we speak of lineage, she cannot compare to me. Heavenly brother, why is it that your heart only holds her? Why is it that I cannot even leave a trace in your heart? The Taoist chuckled coldly. Looks and talent? Cultivation and lineage? Enchantress, when did you become so mundane? Let me tell you, you are not much inferior to Xianxia, but when compared to her gentle kindness, your beautiful facade conceals a heart of venom. If given 1,000 chances, I would never choose you. Even if you offered to carry my shoes, I would find you repugnant. Li Chuyi stared at the Taoist, dumbstruck. He had always known his master was formidable, but he never imagined him to possess such extraordinary resolve, especially when faced with a captivating beauty. The Taoist scorned her without hesitation, and Li Chuyi felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for him. As for the woman named Xianxia, she must be his long-unseen masteress wife. Li Chuyi held her in high regard. The Taoist was such an impressive figure, and yet, his wife had captured his unwavering devotion. Li Chuyi found himself at a loss for words to express his admiration for her. However, having followed the Taoist for years, he had never heard him mention his wife, and given the Taoist's frequent indulgence in brothels and alcohol, it seemed likely that a tragedy had befallen her. Perhaps even her death. This would explain the Taoist's reckless behavior upon encountering the enchantress, as if he were a mad dog. As the woman in red listened to the Taoist's words, she began to sob softly. Her faint weeping stirred a deep sense of compassion in those who heard it, almost compelling them to embrace her and offer comfort. What a captivating enchantress. Even her tears are mesmerizing. Li Chuyi thought to himself, struggling to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. After a while, the woman in red gradually ceased her sobbing and, with deep affection in her eyes, said, "Heavenly brother, though you treat me thus, I shall still remain devoted to you. I believe that one day you will understand that only I truly love you, and I love you alone. I am willing to wait for you, and I shall continue to wait until the day you comprehend my feelings." How disgusting. The Taoist replied with evident disdain. "I have no time for your melodrama. Since you refuse to surrender, I shall take matters into my own hands and bind you myself." Without waiting for the woman in red to respond, the Taoist moved, his hands transforming into a flurry of light, countless spells shifting between them. Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe obeys the law. Behold my yin-yang 5 elements thunder. With a swift motion, the Taoist gestured, summoning 5 bolts of multicolored lightning from the void, tracing mysterious trajectories toward the woman in red. Yet, upon seeing the approach of the 5-colored lightning, the woman displayed no hint of panic. Instead, she sighed softly, "Heavenly brother, your spirit is fragmented, and your mastery of the boundless universe Tao has only reached the level of law enforcement. You cannot hold me." With that, the woman in red moved, her delicate hand waving gracefully, and a voice, soft as a gentle whisper, emerged. "The beauty of dreams. 1,000 years of enchantment disrupts my heart." From her hand, beams of light were released, transforming into beautiful maidens of various hues and expressions, each standing around her. As she gracefully waved her hand forward, the maidens moved to meet the Taoist's 5-colored lightning. Chapter 40. Parting the 5-colored lightning surged forth with a fierce momentum, crashing into the enchanting maidens summoned by the woman in red. Just as everyone braced for a scene of destruction, they were astonished to find that the maidens did not dissipate upon contact, but instead began to swirl around the 5-colored lightning. In their entanglement, the lightning slowed, ultimately coming to a halt, forming a 5-colored thunderball that rolled back and forth among the maidens, resembling a playful game of tossing silk balls. The Taoist seemed to anticipate this outcome, his expression unchanged as he coldly commanded, "Explode." The 5-colored thunderball detonated, scattering the maidens into a cloud of smoke. The woman in red smiled gently, about to speak, when the smoke suddenly parted and the Taoist emerged, hurtling towards her with a dark brown wooden sword that had appeared in his hand. The woman in red appeared to be momentarily startled, her delicate body trembled. Yet she transformed into a series of fleeting shadows as she retreated. However, the Taoist could not allow her to escape. Grasping his wooden sword, he too became a blur, closely trailing the woman in red. In the heavens above, the two engaged in combat, but astonishingly, not a sound escaped their duel. Even the flashes of light typical of other cultivators in battle were absent. Had it not been for their ghostly speed, one might have believed they were merely two mortals squabbling. Suddenly, the Taoist thrust his sword towards the woman's arm, just as she attempted to evade. The Taoist's strike accelerated unexpectedly, catching her off guard. The woman in red was struck, a spray of blood erupting as she staggered backward. Seeing this, the Taoist seized the opportunity, moving with even greater speed to pursue her, striking with his palm. The sword had left a trace of sword energy in her arm, and as she flew back, she exerted all her effort to expel it. Her speed consequently reduced. The Taoist, having suddenly accelerated, struck her palm, leaving her no choice but to counter with her own. The Taoist's cultivation was formidable. Even wounded, the woman in red had previously avoided direct confrontation. Now, forced into a clash, she spat out a mouthful of blood, her figure sent flying like a meteor. The Taoist did not pursue. Instead, He halted, silently recuperating. His face appeared somewhat pale, clearly indicating that the sudden surge in speed had inflicted backlash upon himself. Brother Tian, how ruthless you are. You would deplete your own essence to forcibly unleash your potential. Do you wish for death? Do you truly despise me so? The woman in red exclaimed sorrowfully, spitting out another mouthful of congealed blood. The onlookers from the gourd were taken aback. They had not anticipated the Taoist's severity, sacrificing his own essence to capture this enchantress. It was known that essence represented not only a cultivator's potential, but also their life. If excessively depleted, a cultivator could lose their abilities and even face mortal peril. Moreover, essence was nearly irreplaceable, with only a handful of rare herbs capable of restoring it. Li Chuyi gazed at the Taoist with deep concern for the first time. Witnessing the Taoist fight with such desperation was unprecedented for him. Although they often teased each other, Li Chuyi had been raised by the Taoist since childhood. Lacking parents of his own, his feelings of love and attachment to the Taoist, who was both mentor and father, were beyond words. Seeing the Taoist risk everything made Li Chuyi's heart ache. He wished he could fly forward and share the burden with him. However, he was powerless, unable even to take flight at that moment. It was the first time he felt such hatred for himself, resenting his low cultivation and foolishness. After studying the 10 volumes of Tao classics under the Taoist's guidance, he had only grasped the slightest bit of understanding. Feeling as if he were no better than a fool, watching the fierce battle above, Li Chuyi silently prayed, Taoist, you are the greatest of eccentrics. Please do not come to harm. There are still so many courtesans waiting for your salvation. Enchantress, cease your prattle. I shall not share the heavens with you. Even if it costs me my entire essence, I am willing to capture you. The Taoist glared at the woman in red, declaring vehemently before lunging forward once more. The woman, left with no choice, continued to evade while secretly seeking an opportunity to escape. Since the beginning, she had sought to flee, but the Taoist had never granted her a moment's respite. Now, injured and at a disadvantage, the prospect of continuing the fight was perilous. If it came to a last resort, she would have to employ her ultimate escape technique. With a clenched jaw, she thought to herself. She possessed a method of escape that could save her life, but it would inflict severe internal injuries, rendering her unable to fight for a long time and leaving her defenseless. Thus, she would only resort to it if absolutely necessary. Thus, one pursued desperately while the other sought to flee, their entangled struggle seeming as if it would never cease. The Taoist suddenly cast a grave glance into the distance, then bellowed furiously, Enchantress, you have allied with Dian? I have not. The woman instinctively replied, but sensing something amiss, she too gazed into the distance. Her voice filled with hatred. So it was Dian. It was Dian's people who lured me here. The Taoist paused, as if struck by a realization, and suddenly turned to Li Chuyi. This is bad. Those scoundrels did not come to fish, but to ensnare me. He muttered darkly. Seeing his reaction, the woman hurriedly said, Brother Tian, since we are both trapped, why not end this fight today and part ways? No way. The Taoist glared fiercely. Enchantress, you will not escape. But if we continue to fight, we will be captured by them. Both of us are injured and not at our peak. Why must we struggle so? The woman argued swiftly. Humph. I am willing. The Taoist sneered coldly. I have searched for you for hundreds of years, and today I have finally caught you. Even if you are a bait, I shall swallow you whole. Think you can escape? Dream on. The woman, hearing this, said resentfully, Brother Tian, are you truly so heartless? Even if you do not care for yourself, you must think of the children on the gourd. When those people arrive, both of us will be injured. It will be a stroke of luck if we can escape with our lives, let alone protect those children. The Taoist remained silent. His face suddenly flushed as he spat a mouthful of blood onto his black wooden sword. He swiftly executed several incantations, drawing his finger along the sword, which transformed into a black dragon, swiftly ensnaring the woman and preventing her from escaping. Are you mad? Depleting your essence and sacrificing your blood. Do you truly wish to die? The woman exclaimed, horrified. Ignoring her, the Taoist darted forward. Noticing the worried expression on Li Chuyi's face, he glared. You brat. What kind of look is that? I am not dead yet. Then, with a rare gentle tone, he ruffled Li Chuyi's hair, smiling. Brat, this situation is a bit dire, and I cannot promise your safety. You must leave first. Follow the girl from the Mu family to Tianmen Mountain's Taishu Palace. Find that old ghost Zheng Yi, and give him this jade slip. He will know what to do. Afterward, you will stay in Taishu Palace, and once I capture this enchantress, I will come to find you. Having said this, he handed Li Chuyi a jade slip. Li Chuyi received the slip in confusion, feeling a surge of fear. Having followed the Taoist since he could remember, he had never left his side, though he often joked about running away and abandoning his master. The thought of truly parting from the Taoist was unbearable. To him, the Taoist was his only family. Wherever the Taoist was, there was home. With the Taoist now wanting to separate, Li Chuyi was at a loss, being merely 13 years old and still a child. With pleading eyes, he looked at the Taoist and trembled as he asked, "Master, can I stay? I am not afraid of death, as long as I am with you. I fear nothing. Can we not part ways? Enough nonsense. What I say goes." The Taoist smacked Li Chuyi on the head, glaring at him. Afterward, he tenderly rubbed his head, smiling. "Brat, you're not so little anymore. It's time to wean off. Besides, I have no milk to give you. Ha ha, do not worry. Capturing this enchantress will be simple. It will not take long. I promise I will come to Taishu Palace to find you soon. I fear that if I leave you with that stingy old Zheng Yi, you will be starved thin." Li Chuyi, upon hearing this, understood that there was no alternative. However, he was uncertain about the formidable adversary they were facing, one that even the Taoist seemed unsure of. After a brief silence, Li Chuyi inquired, "Master, who is that woman in red?" "A temptress," the Taoist replied with a nonchalant demeanor. "Years ago, she was captivated by my handsomeness and sought to impose herself upon me. I resisted with all my might, and thus she has been an incessant source of entanglement ever since. You are still young. Such adult matters are beyond your comprehension." The Taoist spoke with an air of indifference, leaving Li Chuyi and his companions in a state of stunned admiration. While Li Chuyi was oblivious to why others revered the Taoist, he found himself increasingly awed by the man's shamelessness. Noticing Li Chuyi's melancholic expression as he bowed his head, the Taoist gently shook his head and turned to Xianxia. "Child, I entrust my foolish disciple to you. You will need to look after him moving forward." Xianxia promptly replied, "Senior, you flatter me. Your life-saving grace is beyond my ability to repay. These responsibilities are mine to bear, and I shall do everything in my power to ensure the safety of this young brother." The Taoist nodded in acknowledgement. "I shall leave him in your care. Once you return to the mountain, recount the events of this journey faithfully to old Ghost Zheng, along with my message via the sound transmission jade slip. He will know how to proceed." Xianxia bowed her head in response. At that moment, distant, delicate cries reached them. The woman in red had gradually countered the Taoist's black wooden sword, seemingly attempting to escape. The Taoist glanced at Li Chuyi and his companions, urgency in his voice. "There is no time to waste. I must send you away. This place is surrounded, and I need to tear through the void to transport you. Remember, hold tightly to this gourd. If you lose it, you may be swept away by the chaotic currents of the void, leading to perilous outcomes, or worse. You may become lost within the void, suffering more than death." Casting a deep glance at Li Chuyi, the Taoist concluded with a transmission, "Young man, practice diligently what I have taught you. Do not underestimate those 10 teachings. Their true power will reveal itself as your understanding deepens. Furthermore, you may now officially cultivate the Wuji Qingquan Dao. I previously withheld this for you to focus on grasping the Dao canon as a foundation. Now that I cannot protect you, you must have the strength to defend yourself. Do you understand?" Li Chuyi gazed at the Taoist and nodded silently. The Taoist smiled and turned away, gathering all his magical energy, causing his robe to swell. His hands transformed into ethereal illusions, rapidly passing through countless seals and incantations, their speed making them appear like a blooming flower. With the final incantation cast, the Taoist's aura peaked. He suddenly formed a sword gesture with his fingers and sliced downward in front of him. Instantly, the sky seemed to part like fabric, revealing a pitch-black rift from which chaotic winds surged, causing the gourd to tremble and the protective aura around it to emit a sharp, scraping sound. "I am injured and can only send you to the border of Dian leading to Tianmin Mountain, after which you must rely on yourselves," the Taoist bellowed, and then, clutching the gourd, he shouted, "Go!" The gourd streaked through the dark rift. As they plunged into the rift, Li Chuyi glanced back at the Taoist. He not only saw the Taoist, but also glimpsed numerous silhouettes faintly emerging at the edge of the sky. Finally, he looked at the Taoist, who regarded him with benevolence. As the black rift quickly closed before his eyes. Chapter 41. The colors of the void. Just as the spatial rift was about to close, a cold voice echoed. "Trying to leave? Have you consulted me?" With this voice, a massive green hand squeezed through the rift, reaching for the gourd. The hearts of those within the gourd sank. And as they prepared for the worst, another hand emerged from the rift, seizing the approaching green hand and pulling it away. Accompanying this hand was the Taoist's voice, now sounding like that of an angel. "Ask your grandfather." The Taoist's reply was as domineering as ever, disregarding the furious roar of the green hand's owner. The Taoist's grip on the green hand was firm, and despite its struggles, it could not escape, being inexorably pulled out by the Taoist. In an instant, both hands vanished into the rift, and the rift began to close rapidly. As the last sliver of space sealed shut, the owner of the green hand shouted, "Who are you?" "I am your grandfather." The Taoist's voice echoed as the rift completely sealed, and the surroundings fell silent. The escapees breathed a collective sigh of relief, though they remained on high alert. Now in this unknown void, none dared to lower their guard, sitting motionless atop the gourd, holding their breath as they quietly surveyed their surroundings. The act of tearing through space for relocation was something they had only heard of before. In the realm they hailed from, the spatial structure was immensely stable, apart from the naturally occurring portals to the celestial realm during ascension. Only a few exceptionally powerful cultivators could forcibly tear through the void for interrealm travel, given their current abilities. If they were to be exposed to the void without the gourd's protection, they would likely be shredded by the unseen currents and rifts hidden within this seemingly tranquil void. Even Xianxia, the most skilled among them, would only be able to buy a little more time for the others. In the void, there was nothing but eternal silence and darkness. After a brief period of observation, an inexplicable sense of dread began to swell within them, intensifying to the point of madness. Xianxia, startled, realized this was due to their insufficient cultivation, leaving them vulnerable to the unsettling influences of the void. She immediately focused her energy to stabilize her mind and called out to her companions, "Do not look around excessively. Close your eyes, meditate, and embrace tranquility within your hearts." At her commanding tone infused with power, the young ones jolted, breaking into cold sweats. They understood they were on the brink of losing their mental composure and quickly followed Xianxia's instructions, sitting in meditation and refraining from looking around. Xianxia nodded approvingly, but then noticed that Li Chuyi, who had appeared sorrowful moments ago, was now beaming with excitement. His eyes filled with wonder as he gazed into the surrounding darkness. Initially, she feared he had lost his mind, but upon closer inspection, she realized that although he looked entranced, his eyes remained lively, indicating he was not mentally compromised. Reflecting on Li Chuyi being the Taoist disciple, she surmised that he might have cultivated some unique technique allowing him to perceive things hidden from their sight. With that thought, she felt reassured as long as he stayed close to the gourd. As Xianxia had speculated, Li Chuyi indeed perceived something extraordinary. After the rift through which they had entered the void vanished, he was filled with concern for the Taoist and anxiety about being separated from him. However, when a glimmer of light caught his eye, he was instantly captivated. Looking out, amidst the pitch-black void invisible to others, Li Chuyi beheld a vibrant spectacle. It resembled a moving canvas, where myriad colors and shapes danced across the darkness, forming ribbons of light that flowed like twisting rivers, dazzling and mesmerizing. Li Chuyi was momentarily taken aback, noticing that his companions had vacant expressions, their gazes unfocused, clearly oblivious to the wonders he beheld. After a moment of contemplation, he vaguely understood that this might be a gift from his Yin-Yang Dao Eye. He recalled the Taoist mentioning that his Yin-Yang Dao Eye could penetrate the essence of all things. Initially, he had felt no particular sensation, but now, amidst the void, he comprehended the Taoist's envy and even jealousy when he had shared that insight. Under his gaze, the gourd appeared to advance in a straight line. Yet it gracefully darted like a sprite through the shimmering bands of light, deftly avoiding these beautiful streams. Occasionally, waves surged within the colorful rivers, and as droplets splashed upon the gourd, it remained undeterred, effortlessly deflecting them with its protective aura. Observing the droplets collide with the gourd's barrier, though silent, it resembled the dramatic scene of water splashing onto hot oil. Li Chuyi was immediately drenched in cold sweat, silently praying that the gourd must be sturdy, wishing for no mishaps to occur. If the colorful light bands represented overt assassins, then the ubiquitous spatial rifts were the insidious and treacherous assassins lurking in the shadows. When a long, abyss-like dark distortion appeared before the gourd, it seamlessly executed a sharp turn to evade it, and those aboard the gourd remained completely oblivious. Li Chuyi was awestruck by the gourd's formidable capabilities, realizing that the Taoist vessel was indeed exceptional, while also gaining a profound understanding of the lurking dangers within this void. Watching the others beside him, blissfully unaware and meditating with their eyes closed, Li Chuyi felt a genuine sense of envy for their peace. Witnessing the constant peril, even with the gourd's protection ensuring their safety, it was impossible for him to meditate in such tranquility, even if it cost him his life. Faced with Xianxia's comforting gaze, Li Chuyi could only manage a smile that was ambiguous, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Taking a deep breath, his heart gradually settled. There was no alternative. He had to rely on the gourd. Silently observing the continuous appearance of spatial rifts, the gourd nimbly avoided them, prompting Li Chuyi to unconsciously reflect on the 10 scriptures he had practiced. Upon contemplating the seventh scripture, a flicker of inspiration ignited within him. This rift seemed to resonate with the seventh scripture, suggesting a profound connection. Initially astonished, Li Chuyi's heart then surged with fervor. The 10 scriptures of the Tao canon bore no titles. He could only practice a fragment of the first 4, while the latter 6 remained elusive. Akin to a disordered essay, though he could recite it with familiarity, he was entirely ignorant of its deeper meanings. Now, encountering something that provoked insight into the seventh scripture filled him with immense joy. In the past, he might not have felt such elation. But this experience had profoundly impressed upon him the importance of cultivation. For Li Chuyi, the 10 scriptures he had practiced since childhood, despite yielding minimal progress, represented his sole path to enhancing his strength. Though he always sensed that his aura differed from that of other cultivators, seemingly lacking significance. The Taoist had remarked that this was due to his incomplete mastery of the techniques. He trusted the Taoist, believing that the 10 scriptures he imparted, bearing the illustrious title of Tao Canon, could not be without merit. Thus, the once timid boy was emboldened, his round face lighting up with determination as he eagerly sought the emergence of spatial rifts. Little did he know, invisible threads of energy, undetectable to the naked eye, penetrated the gourd's protective barrier, slowly infiltrating various parts of Li Chuyi's body. Among them, 2 murky gray strands entered his eyes, making them gleam with an unusual brightness. While within the depths of his pupils, a tiny point of mixed black and white light emerged, subtly radiating a glow. Chapter 42. The Deception of Black and Purple. As the number of spatial rifts increased, Li Chuyi's comprehension of the seventh scripture deepened. In the span of a single incense stick, he successfully grasped the first chapter of the seventh scripture. Consequently, the aura within him surged significantly, expanding by nearly a quarter. As his aura strengthened, a trace of black and purple energy gradually manifested, swirling chaotically around his colorless essence. It was no wonder he had struggled to grasp it before. Some techniques from the Tao canon required a unique environment for comprehension. Now, amidst this void, his rapid understanding of the first chapter of the seventh scripture was astonishing. This led him to speculate that the remaining 5 scriptures, which had eluded him until now, might also necessitate distinct environments for insight. Though he remained uncertain about what those environments might entail, Li Chuyi mused that if he remained in this void, would he be able to master all 9 chapters of the seventh scripture directly? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. And the last vestiges of fear regarding the unknown void dissipated, replaced by an intense fervor, akin to the longing for his favorite dish, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Yet, he was unaware that if his thoughts were to reach the ears of the others aboard the gourd, they might very well take drastic action against him. The others had been on edge in this void, fearing unforeseen calamities. After only a brief stay, it felt as though they had endured decades, with even Xianxia's heart fluttering with anxiety. Fortunately, the situation would not unfold as Li Chuyi imagined. The Taoist had brought them here for their safety, not for Li Chuyi to engage in cultivation. After half an hour, the gourd suddenly trembled gently, awakening everyone aboard, who opened their eyes to behold a slender beam of white light before them. As the gourd approached, the white beam began to slowly widen, transforming into an opening. Though it twisted like rippling water, they could still glimpse the fragrant world within through the aperture. This was the exit of their journey, and they had finally arrived. The young people could not contain their low cheers, their eyes greedily fixed on the familiar world. Even Xianxia secretly sighed in relief. Only Li Chuyi remained unaffected, lost in his insights, displaying no reaction. The usually reserved Xiaoyu, who had been quietly cheering, suddenly noticed Li Chuyi's blank expression as he stared into the dark void, and her brow furrowed in concern. Could he be entranced? Xiaoyu thought, reaching out to shake him awake, only to be halted by Xianxia's firm grip. Xiaoyu looked at Xianxia in confusion, who subtly shook her head, signaling her to refrain from disturbing him. Xianxia had initially thought Li Chuyi's distraction stemmed from a lack of cultivation, but she soon realized he seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment that every cultivator yearned for. This revelation left her astonished, both at Li Chuyi's remarkable insight amidst an incomprehensible void and at the Taoist's prowess, his strength not only evident in himself, but also in his exceptional disciple, leaving her curious about the techniques he had taught him. As the gourd drew nearer to the exit, the droplets and spatial rifts surrounding it diminished. When the spatial rifts nearly vanished, Li Chuyi's body trembled gently, awakening him from his reverie. He felt a pang of regret at the fleeting time and short journey. But upon assessing his gains, he was filled with overwhelming joy. Observing his aura, now nearly 1/3 stronger than before, a deep sense of satisfaction welled within him. It was noteworthy that since he began to comprehend the 10 disjointed scriptures at the age of 3, he had spent 10 years mastering only a small portion of the first 4, though uncertain if the aura he cultivated was akin to the magical power of other practitioners. It was evident that it was not on par with that of typical cultivators. Once, it was said that a common cultivator could master some formidable spells after a decade of arduous practice, while a few prodigious practitioners could even achieve low-altitude flight within the same time frame. However, when reflecting on his own journey, Li Chuyi realized that his 10 years of diligent cultivation had only yielded an ambiguous aura, the nature of which he could not ascertain. Besides strengthening his physique, he could merely toss a talisman or employ simple illusions, leading him to occasionally doubt whether he could truly be considered a cultivator, were it not for his master, an exceptionally powerful Taoist, and his unwavering belief that the Taoist who had raised him would never deceive him. Li Chuyi might have long since abandoned his sect for another path. As he silently contemplated the aura within him, Li Chuyi sensed that he could now effortlessly invoke spells that had previously eluded him. He felt a newfound strength coursing through his body, imbued with an inexplicable sense of power. Suddenly, a streak of dark purple flickered across his mind, startling him. After a prolonged period of introspection, he discovered a trace of this dark purple aura that had inexplicably emerged within his previously colorless and transparent energy. This had never occurred before. Although his aura had increased, it had always remained transparent. The appearance of color left Li Chuyi utterly astonished. Uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse, he pondered heavily, gently probing the dark purple strand with his consciousness. To his surprise, it reacted not at all, merely quivering slightly at his touch. Feeling no immediate threat, he decided to manipulate the dark purple aura with his mind, as he would with his transparent energy. Instantly, the aura responded to his will, flowing with the same ease as before, merely distinguished by its hue. Yet, why was it dark purple? Did it signify that his heart harbored darkness? Li Chuyi found himself perplexed. Nonsense. It was his master whose heart was dark. His own heart was pure and unblemished. But why did it possess color? Could it be that the understanding gained in this pitch-black void had tainted it? Glancing around, he increasingly felt this might be true, leading him to ponder whether he should seek a brighter place to cultivate, allowing his aura to radiate a more sacred light. Shaking his head, Li Chuyi resolved to contemplate this matter later. With a moment's reflection, he extended a finger, and under the urging of his mind, the strand of purple aura manifested at his fingertip. With this energy, he performed a few simple spells and found it behaved just like ordinary energy, devoid of any peculiarities. Satisfied that it was merely a matter of color and nothing extraordinary, he finally felt a sense of relief. However, just as he was about to disperse the aura with a wave of his hand, his eyes widened in astonishment. He was shocked to discover that the dark purple point of light at his fingertip had sliced through the air before him like a razor, creating an exceedingly slender rift. Gazing at the abyss-like hue and the irregular, twisting pull emanating from the rift, cold sweat broke out on Li Chuyi's brow. This was, indeed, a spatial rift. As he stood there, bewildered, the dark purple aura at his fingertip dissipated completely, and the rift slowly closed. Watching it vanish, he touched his forehead, filled with trepidation, silently vowing to himself never to experiment recklessly in the future. If confronted with the unknown, one should always seek a safe environment for exploration. After surreptitiously glancing around to ensure no one had witnessed the recent events, Li Chuyi sighed in relief. Had anyone discovered what had transpired, he would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences. His restless heart drew the curious gaze of Xiaoyu, who wondered what was amiss with the plump fellow. After moments of silent communication between Li Chuyi and Xiaoyu, the gourd finally soared toward the exit, trembling slightly before vanishing into the unknown amidst the excited and expectant gazes of the crowd. Chapter 43. The Underworld? Amidst an endless expanse of ocean, an expansive continent lay nestled, impervious to the relentless waves that had battered and eroded it for eons. At the coastline, fragments of rock occasionally broke away under the fury of the tumultuous tides, only to be swiftly claimed by the eager waves, vanishing into the vastness of the sea as if snatching precious spoils. This continent had once borne no name, until a powerful cultivator shattered the void and ascended to immortality, prompting the other beings on the continent to bestow a name upon their homeland, one imbued with envy and bitterness, Xianxia, the human realm. In contrast, the fragment of the world revealed by the shattering of space during that first ascent, filled with warmth and tranquility, was designated Xianxia, the celestial realm. With the establishment of both Xianxia and Xianxia, the question arose, where did souls go after death? This inquiry, compounded by the emergence of spirits transformed from powerful beings or those possessing unique qualities, led humanity to speculate about an unverified realm, the underworld, where the deceased were said to wander. According to all records, the underworld served as the final refuge for all departed souls, steeped in an aura of death. Any living being that ventured into the underworld, even the most formidable cultivators, would be swiftly overwhelmed and either killed or assimilated by its deathly essence, becoming a true denizen of that realm. As for whether the immortals of the celestial realm could survive within the underworld, the beings of the human realm could only harbor hopeful expectations. For the celestial realm was beautiful, and its inhabitants were believed to be omnipotent. Reflecting on the entries from the Qian Kuan Bai Wu, which he had previously regarded as mere leisure reading, Li Chuyi felt his lips twitch as he coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, his eyes scanning his surroundings with vigilance. His attire lay in tatters, countless small wounds dotted his body, oozing blood, with only the Qian Kuan pouch around his neck remaining intact, proudly attesting to the Taoist's impeccable quality assurance. With his face smeared in blood, Li Chuyi occasionally grimaced in pain, feeling a fiery heat in his lungs that forced him to cough up more congealed blood. Silently assessing his condition, Li Chuyi understood that he had sustained internal injuries far worse than his gruesome exterior suggested. If he continued to expel blood at this rate, he might drain himself dry and become a mere husk. Should that dire fate befall him, he would have to seek out the Taoist and implore him to transform him into an intelligent zombie, embracing the path of the living dead. Li Chuyi chuckled at the absurdity of his thoughts. He knew that not only could he not summon help from the Taoist, but even if he could shout, the thick atmosphere of death surrounding him felt reminiscent of the underworld described in the Qian Kuan Bai Wu. He dared not utter a sound, lest he invoke chaos. If this truly were the underworld, despite his current state of non-assimilation, any reckless noise could lead to unforeseen calamities. If it were not the underworld, the oppressive aura still posed a threat, possibly concealing monsters that could compromise his very existence. In his unscathed mind, Li Chuyi repeatedly recalled the sage advice imparted by the Taoist. When trapped in an unknown peril, one must remain calm. Even when grievously injured, one must maintain composure. When confronted by insurmountable foes or vengeful adversaries, one must remain unflappable. In summary, one must remain calm in the face of adversity, for there is always a way out. And even when faced with near-certain death, survival is still possible. If you can maintain your composure, you may yet discover a glimmer of hope. However, if you succumb to madness and despair, congratulations, you are doomed. When that time comes, do remember to inform me, for I shall burn paper offerings for you during the festivals and present you with flowers, both white and yellow. What is Qingming Festival? That is not for you to know, so be gone. Although unaware of the significance of Qingming Festival or the reason for offering flowers, it is evident that the words spoken by the Taoist do not bode well. Reflecting on the Taoist's words, Li Chuyi's lips curled into a faint smile, which was swiftly replaced by pain as he grimaced and harshly pulled at the corners of his mouth. Consequently, whether it was the multitude of minuscule wounds on his exterior, provoking a sensation akin to pain and itchiness that made him wish for death, or the internal agony that felt as though his insides were being relentlessly torn apart, neither sensation could stir Li Chuyi at this moment. I am the invincible Li Chuyi. Pain is but an illusion, and I remain unfeeling. Repeating these phrases silently, Li Chuyi endeavored to overcome the torment that threatened to drive him to madness, striving to mentally distance himself as an observer in order to alleviate his suffering. Simultaneously, he circulated his internal energy, and even as the pain intensified, he gritted his teeth with a fierce expression, resolutely persisting. A voice in his mind incessantly urged him to rest, just for a moment, yet Li Chuyi dared not relent. He understood that once he let his guard down, that fleeting opportunity would elude him forever. As the energy within him flowed with the recitation of the second chapter of the scripture, Li Chuyi suddenly felt a slight alleviation of his pain. Though this relief seemed almost imperceptible, he was acutely aware of it amidst the unrelenting torment. Could the second chapter of this Tao scripture be about healing? Regardless of its content, as long as it proved useful at this moment, that was all that mattered. Having only mastered the first 2 chapters of the 9 in the second section, Li Chuyi decisively chose not to pursue other verses, concentrating all his internal energy on the 2 chapters of the second section. As he practiced the technique, albeit at a pace so slow it was nearly undetectable, Li Chuyi could still clearly sense a gradual improvement. Exhaling gently, he felt a modicum of reassurance. The Taoist was indeed correct. Nothing is absolute, and there will always be a sliver of hope. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, this opportunity may very well have been grasped firmly in his calmness. Feeling somewhat reassured, Li Chuyi allowed his thoughts to drift back to the events that had transpired, and a surge of hatred and fear flooded his heart, causing him to grind his teeth audibly, his tightly clenched fists turning pale with visible veins. In the thick atmosphere of despair, a low growl filled with resentment erupted. Diyan. Chapter 44. A startling change. Time rewinds to a moment prior, observing the spatial rift slowly closing behind them. The few individuals on the gourd could not contain their jubilation. To their astonishment, they had truly managed to escape. Chang Song wore a face of relief. Indeed, who would have anticipated that this trial would present such perilous circumstances? It was likely that the experiences we encountered on this journey would be unparalleled in the eyes of our seniors in the sect. A strikingly beautiful female disciple beside Chang Song remarked, her eyes glistening with tears of excitement. The others echoed her sentiments in agreement. Watching the exuberant young disciples, Xueqing gently shook her head with a smile. She understood that this journey was unimaginable for the youth. Furthermore, the experiences they had gained would prove invaluable, even as they ascended to higher realms in their cultivation. At that moment, gazing at the unscathed group, Xueqing silently rejoiced in not failing her sect's expectations while feeling immense gratitude towards the Taoist. Without the Taoist, she could not guarantee the safety of the disciples she had brought with her, let alone her own escape from the treacherous net of Diyan. Contemplating the Taoist, Xueqing's gaze fell upon the still sorrowful and somewhat regretful Li Chuyi. Smiling at the chubby boy she found so endearing at first glance, she said, "Do not worry, little brother Chuyi. With your master's cultivation, it should not be difficult for him to extricate himself without us as burdens. Just call me Chuyi," Li Chuyi replied, glancing at Xueqing and nodding slightly. He was well aware of the Taoist's formidable prowess, yet his concern was not whether the Taoist could escape, but rather that the Taoist was currently injured, having even compromised his own foundation while attempting to break free from Diyan's encirclement, all while pursuing that red-clad female cultivator. They had all witnessed the prowess of that red-clad cultivator, and Li Chuyi feared that, when combined with these factors, the Taoist might not emerge unscathed. Li Chuyi had never seen the Taoist harbor such deep-seated animosity towards anyone, and from their conversations, it seemed the Taoist had been searching for this red-clad cultivator for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. A hatred that could not be erased even after so long. Li Chuyi could not believe that the Taoist would let the red-clad female cultivator go in his bid for escape. He was certain that, should he have the opportunity to capture her, even if severely wounded by Diyan's reinforcements, the Taoist would pursue her as long as he did not perish. It was even possible that, even in death, the Taoist's resolve to capture her would remain unyielding. This, above all, was what Li Chuyi feared the most. However, he understood these thoughts could not be voiced to Xueqing. In response to her comforting words, he could only offer a smile, feigning calmness. Seeing that Li Chuyi appeared somewhat reassured, Xueqing nodded slightly, glancing around before continuing. Given the dense foliage and lingering humidity, we must have reached the ancient rainforest at the western border of Diyan. Let us search the surroundings to see if we can find any signs of civilization, which will help us ascertain our exact location. After saying this, she added with a sense of awe and respect, "The prowess of our senior is indeed astonishing. The five-goat tomb is located in the eastern part of Diyan, and with my cultivation, I would require 3 to 5 years of uninterrupted flight to reach there. Yet, our senior shattered the void and brought us here in less than half an hour, truly unfathomable." Upon hearing this, the others expressed their awe and amazement. "How did you arrive here?" Li Chuyi inquired, looking at the young disciples with curiosity. Clearly, these youths could not possess Xueqing's level of cultivation. "Of course, we used a teleportation array," Xueqing responded, noticing the bewildered expression on Li Chuyi's face. "You do not know what a teleportation array is?" Li Chuyi shook his head. Ever since he had followed the Taoist on his travels, he had only known 3 methods of transportation: walking on foot, at most taking a cart, flying, using the magical gourd beneath him to travel long distances, or employing the rare method of shattering the void to traverse directly, which the Taoist seldom utilized. Upon hearing how Li Chuyi traveled with the Taoist, Xueqing was at a loss for words. No wonder he was unaware of what a teleportation array was. With a master so powerful that he could shatter the void, it was natural that he would look down upon something as trivial as a teleportation array in the eyes of such great beings. After giving a brief explanation of the function of teleportation arrays, Li Chuyi was left utterly dumbfounded. His first thought was, "I wonder how much it costs." Observing Xueqing's complex and envious expression, Li Chuyi understood her thoughts. However, he did not believe that the Taoist had never taken him through a teleportation array out of disdain. Based on his understanding of the Taoist, It was more likely that the cost of using a teleportation array was deemed excessive, and the Taoists preferred to spend that money on other pursuits. It is noteworthy that in the past, when they rented horse-drawn carriages, the Taoist priests would invariably select the most dilapidated and aged horses, as this was the most economical choice. Even so, the priests would engage in protracted negotiations with the coachman, striving to reduce the price to its bare minimum before relenting. This, I believe, is the true reason behind their actions. In response to Xueqing's expression of envy, Li Chuyi could merely manage a wry smile, feeling a sense of helplessness. This foolish woman, if she were to uncover the true nature of the Taoist, I wonder if she would still be able to smile. At that moment, Xueqing spoke again. Chuyi, once we confirm our direction, we shall return to Tai Su Gong. Upon our arrival, I am certain the sect leader will reward you handsomely. And even our esteemed ancestor, by Jie Dao Ren Zheng Yi, may take notice. In any case, once we are back at Tai Su Gong, we will be safe. Consider Tai Su Gong your home, where you can reside at ease while awaiting your master's arrival. Indeed. Not to mention, given that the senior Taoist has imparted such an extraordinary technique to me, if my father fails to express his gratitude, I shall surely set his beard ablaze. Xiaoyu exclaimed with exuberance, playfully patting Li Chuyi on the shoulder, her demeanor exuding confidence. Rest assured, in the future, while you are at Tianmen Mountain, I shall protect you. No one would dare to lay a hand on you. Li Chuyi gazed at Xiaoyu, taken aback by her assertive demeanor, unsure of how to respond. What on earth is this? You don't believe me? Upon noticing the incredulity on Li Chuyi's face, Xiaoyu furrowed her brow and gestured towards the nearby disciples. If you don't believe me, ask them. The young disciples nearby nodded in unison, eagerly affirming her words. No joke, this girl is exceptionally gifted, quirky, and adored by several elders. Moreover, as the sect leader's daughter, she commands a certain dominance within the sect. She delights in teasing others, and the disciples often avoid her. Who would dare provoke her? Li Chuyi, witnessing this, could only silently curse under his breath, female ruffian, while outwardly feigning agreement. Satisfied, Xiaoyu nodded and patted his shoulder again, embodying the role of a protective elder sister. All right, Xiaoyu, enough of this mischief, Xueqing chuckled, observing the playful antics with a bemused smile. She then turned her gaze to Li Chuyi, her eyes glinting with intrigue as she remarked, Chuyi, it seems you have gained quite a bit in that void earlier. I estimate that within a few years, you may very well achieve the Dan formation. Dan formation? At such a young age? Surely this is a jest. How old is he? He appears to be no more than 15 years of age. Among the known cultivators who have achieved Dan formation, the fastest are nearly 30 before they succeed. Could he be on the verge of creating a miracle? The young disciples exchanged astonished glances, staring at Li Chuyi as if he were a creature of legend, while Xiaoyu gaped in disbelief at her newly appointed junior. Li Chuyi, undeterred by the surrounding reactions, inquired curiously, what is Dan formation? You don't know what Dan formation is. Didn't your master mention it to you? Xueqing's expression turned incredulous. Surely, a cultivator must know of Dan formation. No, I have never heard of it, Li Chuyi replied, shaking his head. The old Taoist has only instructed me to cultivate, never mentioning anything about forming Dan. Is Dan formation perhaps related to alchemy? Xueqing looked at him, speechless, as if gazing at a peculiar specimen. With a sigh, she began to explain, I am uncertain if you have cultivated some special technique, but regardless of good or evil, all human cultivators progress through various realms. Before she could finish her sentence, a dark crack suddenly appeared in the sky. With a tearing sound, a colossal azure hand emerged, reaching for the unprepared individuals. The gourd trembled violently, and the protective energy momentarily resisted the azure hand before being scattered. The individuals atop the gourd were flung away as the protective energy dissipated. The gigantic hand, disregarding the others, made a beeline for Li Chuyi. Unable to resist, he was seized by the azure hand and dragged into the abyss. Seeing the scene unfold, Xueqing's eyes widened in horror as she watched the azure hand gradually recede into the spatial rift, utterly powerless to intervene. Overwhelmed with anxiety, regret, and sorrow, tears streamed down her face as she let out a heart-wrenching cry. Chuyi. Chapter 45. The Taoist goes mad. It was over. He was doomed. Li Chuyi's mind went blank, consumed by this single thought. He struggled with all his might, employing every skill he possessed, even attempting to bite the azure hand. However, all efforts were futile. An invisible force bound him tightly, rendering him immobile. Just as despair began to sink in, he seemed to hear Xueqing's piercing cry. Suddenly, a familiar colossal hand burst forth from the void, striking the azure hand's wrist. A muffled grunt echoed as the azure hand trembled, its grip loosening and casting Li Chuyi away. "You old scoundrel. I have yet to finish with you, and you shamelessly dare to come here to ambush my disciple. If I do not tear your face apart today, I shall take your surname." Indeed, the Taoist's familiar, boisterous voice resonated from the void, akin to a celestial melody to Li Chuyi's ears. "You insolent fool. Do you comprehend the consequences of offending me, Dian? You are courting death," came the furious retort of the Azure Hand's master. "What did you grow up eating? Is your Dian culture so impoverished? You keep repeating the same few phrases. Don't you have anything fresh to offer? You cannot even insult properly. Why are you still alive?" The Taoist's voice dripped with disdain, seemingly provoked. The Azure Hand swiftly turned, launching a vicious strike towards the Taoist's colossal hand. The Taoist, refusing to be outdone, retaliated with an equally forceful blow. The two enormous hands collided with a resounding crash, shattering both upon impact, while a dark spatial rift emerged at the point of contact, emanating a powerful pulling force. The very fabric of the human realm was torn apart by their clash, showcasing the immense power contained within those hands. The fragmented Azure Hand did not relent. It shook slightly before returning to its original form, tightening into a fist aimed at the Taoist. The Taoist's hand, undeterred, swiftly regained its form and reached out to grasp the approaching fist. The two sides exchanged several blows, leaving the area littered with various shapes of spatial rifts, resembling a celestial breach. The rainforests below, caught in the vortex of the rift's irresistible force, were thrown into disarray, with the earth itself upheaved. Suddenly, the Azure Hand executed a feint, evading the Taoist's grasp and accelerating towards Li Chuyi, who was on the verge of being caught by Xianxia. It seized him and swiftly retreated into the spatial rift, attempting to escape. Realizing that his disciple had been captured, the Taoist, filled with rage and shame, bellowed, "You bastard! I shall fight you to the death." With that, the Taoist's colossal hand surged forth, conjuring various Taoist seals, moving with an agility that mirrored his own fleshly hand. Under the Taoist's command, the Azure Hand slowed, as if the surrounding space had transformed into a quagmire, ensnaring it completely. "Bastard! Have you lost your mind? Are you willing to sacrifice your disciple's life?" The master of the Azure Hand shouted, his voice laced with a hint of fear. "That little rascal is fortunate and resilient. Even if I perish, he may well survive. The Taoist, a wretched old man, dared to play tricks before me. I shall forsake my centuries of cultivation to make him fully aware of my true strength." "Madman, you are indeed a madman." The frenzied voice of the Taoist only heightened the alarm of the master of the Azure Giant Hand. Waves of brilliance flickered from the colossal hand as though it sought to break free from the Taoist's grasp, hurriedly retracting into the void. But who is the Taoist? Typically a perverse individual, his madness transcends description, rendering him incapable of permitting such an escape. Thus, the two colossal hands remained in a stalemate, one moving and the other still. Xianxia had already sensed the Taoist's descent into madness and swiftly retreated, her disciples in tow, fleeing without a backward glance. She was well aware of the Taoist's formidable prowess, and with him now frenzied, even restraining a hand as immense as the heavens. She did not believe that his abilities were confined to this. Based on her prior understanding and observations of the Taoist, she knew he would not simply contain his opponent in such a harmonious manner. He was undoubtedly preparing a devastating technique akin to a horrific shout that could obliterate all. Regardless of the certainty of her thoughts, Xianxia dared not linger, let alone observe from a distance. The most prudent decision was to evacuate with all haste. Time would prove Xianxia's decision to be exceedingly wise. After a frantic escape, an eerie silence suddenly enveloped them, followed by a faint rumbling sound. Though it was not loud, Xianxia and her companions felt blood seeping from their orifices, their breaths halting, with several of the younger disciples fainting immediately. They hastily descended to the ground, creating a deep pit, and Xianxia led the young ones into hiding. Just as they concealed themselves, a fierce gale swept overhead, reminiscent of a protective wind from the heavens. Once the peril had passed, they emerged from their refuge, only to find that the once lush rainforest had transformed into a desolate wasteland. In the distant sky, a colossal black void loomed, resembling a constantly shifting black moon, wreaking havoc upon everything around it. The group fell into a stunned silence, unsure of what to say or even if they wished to voice their thoughts. As for Li Chuyi, who had been seized by the Azure Giant Hand, they dared not even dwell upon his fate, quietly wishing for the adorable, plump youth's safety. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the chaos, Li Chuyi's heart had turned to ice. Upon hearing the Taoist's response, he realized the man had lost his mind. Indeed, as he witnessed the final incantations being unleashed, He felt the space surrounding the azure hand tremble momentarily before it abruptly detonated around him. Damn it! That dog of a Taoist, are you playing with explosives again? Li Chuyi cursed vehemently, and before he could finish, a cascade of vibrant colors surged toward him. The hues were breathtakingly splendid, imbued with an aura of tranquility, yet Li Chuyi harbored no illusions that this colorful light was as benign as it appeared. You foul Taoist. This time you've truly doomed me. Li Chuyi despaired, cursing inwardly before closing his eyes to await his demise, mentally recapping his brief existence. After a lengthy wait, amidst the uncanny stillness, he discerned no pain. It seemed he had not perished. Slightly opening his eyes, he found the azure hand had vanished, and the space around him was alive with swirling colors, fragments resembling shattered glass floating about, each depicting various scenes as if they were pieces of an entire world. Before him, a pockmarked gourd floated, radiating a brilliance akin to the surrounding colors, enveloping him in a protective veil. Breathing a sigh of relief, Li Chuyi erupted into wild laughter. Ha ha, I'm not dead. Ha ha, I cannot perish. Who could possibly kill me? Who else? Wahaha. In the end, gazing at the gourd, he gently caressed it, murmuring, Gourd, oh gourd, you truly are a treasure. I once thought you hideous with your pockmarks, yet now I find you endearing. You must surely be the most formidable magical artifact by the Taoist's side. When he strikes, it is undoubtedly exquisite. And you are the finest among the exquisite. As if responding to his words, the gourd trembled ever so slightly before, to Li Chuyi's astonishment. It transformed into a thin layer of light that enveloped him. Shortly thereafter, the gourd seemed to lose all its strength, reverting to a commonplace, pockmarked gourd floating before him. With a mere sound, Li Chuyi felt a powerful force pulling him from various directions. Instinctively, he reached out and secured the gourd into his storage pouch. Becoming like a puppet, tugged by the playful currents of space. The Taoist toys with me, and now even you, wretched gourd, join in. After a resentful shout, Li Chuyi appeared to have grown weary of the chaotic torrents, casting him out of their grasp. Before he could rejoice, he found himself not amidst the lush rainforest and blue skies, but within a seemingly endless void, dark to others yet resplendent with colors to him. You all conspire against me. In the soundless void, Li Chuyi emitted a voiceless cry. Chapter 46. The helpless sphere exposed in the void, Li Chuyi, though protected by the gourd's last shimmering veil, felt as if he were on the verge of bursting, as though some force were squeezing his insides, attempting to eject them from his body. He understood the cause of this sensation. He had heard the Taoist speak of the absence of air in the void, while living beings contained air within. When a life form is left unprotected in the void, lacking sufficient cultivation to safeguard itself, it would be crushed by the very air within. Even the soul could not escape this fate. Li Chuyi recalled that the Taoist had referred to this principle as Xianxia. Though he never grasped the connection between ducks, air, and the void, he was now experiencing firsthand the veracity of the Taoist's words. At this moment, he was nearly at the mercy of this so-called Xianxia. Observing the increasingly dim light surrounding him, Li Chuyi felt death looming. Calm down, I must remain composed. There is always a glimmer of hope. He encouraged himself, forcing his mind to stabilize. Listening to the thunderous beats of his heart and the pressure mounting in his temples, Li Chuyi, with bloodshot eyes, surveyed his surroundings, searching desperately for a pathway to survival. As moments dragged on, the protective membrane faded to near invisibility, and his breathing grew increasingly labored. Just as he teetered on the brink of madness, the mixed hues in his blood-red eyes brightened, and a gray space fissure appeared not far away. Sensing a faint breeze emanating from the rift, Li Chuyi's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Wind signifies air, which means I might still survive. Regardless of what lay beyond the fissure, I must take the risk. It is far better than being obliterated in this void. Resolute, Li Chuyi concentrated all his energy, channeling his essence into his right hand. Carefully observing the fissure's location, he thrust his hand backward with all his might, releasing a tempestuous gust that propelled him toward the opening. May it succeed. With only this single chance, Li Chuyi silently prayed. It seems as though his prayers were answered. As Li Chuyi darted through the void like a fish, swiftly and directly approaching the fissure, just as he was about to plunge into the opening, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, causing him to stagger and instantly sweep him back into the vast emptiness. It was over. Li Chuyi felt a chill in his heart. He lacked the strength for a second attempt, and even if he did, it was unlikely he could escape the turbulent winds. However, fate appeared to revel in playing tricks on him. As he closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, the chaotic winds unexpectedly parted, and the very currents that had engulfed him swirled back toward the fissure in a shocking turn of events. Was there still hope? As Li Chuyi's head was just beginning to rise, the tumultuous winds twisted and merged with another newly generated gust, propelling him back into the void. What the hell? Li Chuyi could not contain his expletives. How could such torment be allowed? Yet, before he could finish his thought, the chaotic winds suddenly hurled him into another turbulent current, sending him flying once more towards the fissure. Thus, Li Chuyi became a mere plaything, tossed about like a ball at the fissure, caught in an endless cycle of upheaval. After several dramatic rises and falls, he found himself at a loss for words or expressions. He was utterly despondent. Who could bear such treatment? Numb to his predicament, Li Chuyi finally surrendered, closing his eyes and awaiting the outcome. Yet, given the malevolent nature of the winds, it was unlikely they would grant him mercy. Indeed, not long after, a soft pop echoed as the protective membrane surrounding him burst like a bubble. Li Chuyi, stripped of protection, felt a violent shock within, followed by a mouthful of blood. Before he could even finish spitting out the blood, the chaotic winds revealed their sinister countenance, slicing through his body with the force of countless blades, infused with the power of spatial fragmentation. At that moment, Li Chuyi's mind was a blank slate, instinctively reciting verses from the Tao Dian, urging his internal energy to circulate ceaselessly. Perhaps his efforts bore fruit, for amidst the raging currents, he miraculously remained alive, albeit surrounded by a mist of blood as he rolled helplessly in the chaos. Time may have slipped by in an instant or stretched for eons. Just as his consciousness began to fade, and he felt he was about to step into an eternal darkness, a tremendous force propelled him forward, and he plunged into the murky space of the fissure like a cannonball. Shortly after his disappearance, the fissure suddenly closed, vanishing into the void. At long last, it was over. In his final moments of clarity, he sensed he had succeeded, and the intense pain coursing through his body confirmed that he had indeed entered the gray rift. With a thud, his body hit the ground, sending waves of agony through him. Yet Li Chuyi, dulled by pain, hardly felt it. The exquisite sensation of lying upon the earth, coupled with the discomforting yet life-sustaining air he inhaled, filled his heart with ecstasy and gratitude. As long as he could survive, what was a little pain? With a heart brimming with joy, Li Chuyi succumbed to unconsciousness. He did not know how long he had been out, but gradually, Li Chuyi began to awaken. As his senses returned, the searing pain surged back into his awareness. A howl escaped his lips. Tormented by agony, he writhed on the ground, only to discover that apart from his head, he was utterly numb and unable to move. Am I paralyzed? Lying there silently enduring the pain, Li Chuyi could not help but let out another cry. But midway through, he abruptly fell silent, astonished as he surveyed his surroundings. A thick, gray mist enveloped him, obscuring his vision of the distance. However, through his yin-yang Dao eye, he was struck dumb, his mouth agape, before quickly shutting it, not daring to take a breath. Gray mist? Nonsense. This was no mere mist. This was the accursed aura of death, dense and impenetrable. The concentration of this deathly aura surpassed even that found in the demon-restraining mirror crafted by the Taoist. Enduring the excruciating pain, Li Chuyi lay quietly, silently recalling his past studies, especially the nearly worn-out text, Xianxia Bai Wu. He needed to ascertain where he was. Upon recollecting the massive azure hand and the force it represented, Li Chuyi could not help but let out a low growl. Dian, Dian, and the master of that azure giant hand. You failed to kill me this time. I will remember. You better remember this. Once my cultivation is advanced, I shall dismantle your palace. I will lay you all low. All the men shall be captured to raise pigs, and the women shall be sent to the Taoist for salvation. Just you wait. As chapter 47 unfolds, with the circulation of his mystical energy, Li Chuyi's injuries gradually improved. When he regained feeling in his hands and managed to lift them slightly, tears of happiness streamed down his face. Thankfully, even if his legs were incapacitated, he could still crawl. The optimistic Li Chuyi thought to himself. Enduring the pain from his movements, he slowly moved his hand to his chest, feeling the intact storage bag. With a thought, a mirror-like magical artifact appeared in his hand, the demon-restraining mirror. Ziyuan, he silently called, and a swirl of purple mist enveloped him as the beautiful Ziyuan appeared by his side. What has happened to you? She gasped at the sight of the wretched Li Chuyi. Casting her gaze around, she furrowed her brow deeper. Where are we? I do not know, Li Chuyi replied, proceeding to recount the events that had transpired. Ziyuan listened intently until he finished, then regarded him with a look of incredulity. You mean to say you experienced 2 instances of spatial turbulence, and during the second, your physical body was fully exposed? Yet you survived? Li Chuyi stared at the beautiful specter, speechless. What kind of question was that? After barely escaping death, was it not normal to still be alive? After a moment, Ziyuan softly remarked, "You truly are a freak." Glancing at the exasperated Li Chuyi, she added, "No wonder your master took you as a disciple. He is a freak. And you are one too. You may even surpass him." Ignoring the girl's incredulous expression, Li Chuyi noted, "The deathly aura here is dense. And there is not a single blade of grass. Could this possibly be the underworld?" Ziyuan surveyed the surroundings, sensing the air before shaking her head. "No. Though I do not know where we are, this is definitely not the underworld. But such a concentration of deathly aura. Where else could it be but the underworld? I have never heard of a place like this in the mortal realm." Li Chuyi frowned. Shaking her head, Ziyuan remarked, "Although the deathly aura here is thick, even more so than that within your demon-restraining mirror, it lacks purity. If it were the underworld, the aura would not be so impure, and you would not be able to remain unaffected." She then looked at Li Chuyi with curiosity and continued, "Given the density of the deathly aura here, how come it seems to have no effect on you? A single breath would kill an ordinary person or turn them into a zombie. Yet you remain unaffected and can even heal here. How did you manage that? Perhaps it is due to the cultivation methods I practice." Li Chuyi found himself in a state of perplexity. Initially, he had been deeply troubled by the oppressive aura of death that permeated this place, fearing it might be harmful, perhaps even transforming him into a zombie or some other form of undead. However, to his surprise, he discovered that he merely felt a slight discomfort, with no other ill effects. After much contemplation, he attributed this phenomenon to the cultivation of the Dao Dian, which had previously shielded him from the corrosive black mist of He Wumian. It seemed reasonable to believe that it would also protect him amidst this thick, deathly energy. Upon hearing Li Chuyi's musings, Ziyuan recalled the earlier encounter with He Wumian and nodded in agreement, concluding that it was indeed the result of Li Chuyi's unique cultivation. After a moment's thought, Ziyuan suggested, "Given the intensity of the deathly energy here, it would be prudent for me to cultivate as well, simultaneously safeguarding you. Focus on your healing. Once you regain your strength and are able to protect yourself, we can devise a plan to leave this place." Li Chuyi nodded in understanding, suddenly recalling the 5 little ghosts. Should we summon the 5 little ones to cultivate together? The dense deathly energy ought to benefit them, he proposed. "No need for that," Ziyuan replied, shaking her head. "We have no knowledge of the dangers lurking here. If they were to encounter peril, they would become a burden. Besides, the deathly energy here is not as pure as that within the Fumo Jing. It would be better for them to cultivate there." After considering Ziyuan's rationale, Li Chuyi found her reasoning sound and remained silent. Casting a glance at her, he asked, "Have you been cultivating the Yuming Su? How goes your progress?" Ziyuan smiled faintly, offering no further words. Instead, she waved her hand, and a flicker of grayish-purple light passed by, instantly creating a silent pit in the ground. Li Chuyi, taken aback, marveled at the sight, while Ziyuan, rarely exhibiting joy, grinned and said, "I have only just begun to grasp the basics. The Yuming Su certainly lives up to its reputation as a sacred text of the ghostly path. Merely starting my cultivation has allowed me to manipulate the deathly energy, which I previously could only control through brute force, with ease. Within it lies a multitude of ghostly techniques, but I am still deciphering them, only able to showcase a fraction of their potential." "Is this merely a fraction?" Li Chuyi was left speechless. He glanced at Ziyuan, then at the pit, and reflected on his own decade of cultivation with the Dao Dian. It was a wonder he could maintain any sense of balance in his thoughts. However, upon further reflection, he realized that it was this seemingly unremarkable Dao Dian that had saved him this time, leading him to a newfound equilibrium. Without this extraordinary technique, he would have lost his life countless times over. The Dao Dian, as the Taoist had indicated, was simply a matter of his own cultivation being insufficient, lacking the experience to appreciate its true essence, which made it appear less formidable. This time, it seemed that this profound skill had merely revealed a hint of its power. Yet it had already saved his life, suggesting it was not inferior to the Yuming Su. "Have the 5 little ghosts begun their cultivation as well?" Li Chuyi inquired. Ziyuan nodded. "They have all commenced their cultivation. However, they are still quite young and lack sufficient deathly energy. Their forms have yet to fully materialize, and they are still in the process of solidifying. Yet, after they began, their rate of solidification has markedly accelerated, likely completing soon." Li Chuyi felt a surge of joy and pride upon hearing of the accomplishments of the 5 little ghosts, who had been with him since childhood. To outsiders, they seemed akin to his ghostly pets, but in Li Chuyi's heart, they were like brothers. He had always encouraged them to call him brother rather than treating them as mere subordinates as other cultivators might. He genuinely regarded them as family, and they had brought joy to his lonely childhood. Hearing of their progress filled him with delight and pride as their older brother. Ziyuan observed Li Chuyi's reaction with approval, reaffirming her belief that she had not erred in her judgment. This plump young man was indeed different from other cultivators. His heart embraced both strangers and kin. Devoid of distinctions based on race or faction, he was trustworthy, as was his master, the Taoist. Ziyuan silently contemplated. Her gaze toward Li Chuyi softened unconsciously. Li Chuyi felt an immense sense of relief, turning to Ziyuan with a smile. I shall rely on you, and I hope you can take good care of me during my recovery. Ziyuan nodded in agreement, of course. With that, a wide grin spread across Li Chuyi's face, and in a fleeting moment, he found his side piled high with pastries and water pouches. As he gazed at the variously chewed pastries, an unsettling feeling crept into Ziyuan's heart. Li Chuyi, with a grin that could rival honey in sweetness, said, Then, dear Xin, would you be so kind as to feed me some food? I am nearly starving, yet my body is in excruciating pain and unable to move. With these partially functioning hands, I cannot eat or drink. Ziyuan was left speechless, aware that this chubby fellow had little regard for moderation. Yet, seeing his pitiful state, covered in countless small wounds akin to a baby's lips, and the occasional twitch of pain crossing his face, she recognized the unimaginable suffering he was enduring. Despite the torment, Li Chuyi maintained a cheerful demeanor, earning her silent admiration. She knew that had she been in his position, she would not possess his composure. Disregarding Li Chuyi's comical appearance, Ziyuan reached for a piece of pastry, preparing to feed him. Sister Ziyuan, I want the little turtle one, not this little bird one. Ziyuan replied, Sister Ziyuan, you've mistaken this one. It's a little chicken, not a little turtle. The turtle is over there. Sister Ziyuan, I want the one with the head. The one you have doesn't have a head. Ziyuan shot him a cold glance. Little chubby, if you don't eat, then you shall go hungry. Li Chuyi stammered, I just want a sip of water. Chapter 48. The Bear General. The realm of humanity is vast, stretching endlessly for countless miles. Even an ordinary person, despite dedicating their entire life to exploration, could not traverse even a fraction of it. As for the cultivators who transcend the ordinary, they are aware that the land beneath their feet is immeasurably expansive, yet few can articulate just how boundless it truly is. Many cultivators yearn to explore, but when faced with the vast continent, they, too, resemble mere mortals, unable to uncover its entirety even in a lifetime. They might traverse from one end of the continent to the other, yet due to the distances involved, they may never return, dying far from home, their achievements forever unknown. It was not until a great sage devised a marvelous formation, utilizing the powers of heaven and earth, that individuals could be instantaneously transported from one location to another. This remarkable formation was named the Xianxia Great Formation by the sage, though later generations affectionately referred to it as the teleportation array. The advent of the teleportation array heralded an explosive development in the human realm. Distances that once seemed insurmountably far, even requiring years or decades for cultivators to traverse, could now be covered in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. For locations that were relatively close, the teleportation array could facilitate instantaneous travel. The reduction in travel time fostered flourishing development across the human realm, enabling swift exchanges of goods and rapid dissemination of culture. Both cultivators and ordinary people seemed to glimpse a broad path toward happiness amidst this prosperity. Yet, human nature is inherently greedy, a trait shared by all sentient beings endowed with intelligence. This greed runs deep, serving as the very catalyst for their advancement, much like the powerful cultivators who pursue immortality. However, this insatiable greed serves as the root of calamity, birthing jealousy, resentment, and a plethora of negative emotions throughout the advancement of life, which ultimately leads to warfare. That was a dark epoch, inflicting irreparable wounds upon the entirety of the realm of humanity. This period remains shrouded in obscurity, as no one dares to document the most grotesque aspects of humanity for future generations to scrutinize. Presently, all written records within the realm of humanity either obscure or vaguely reference that dark time, or merely gloss over it. Yet, within the annals of human history, only one significant event pertaining to that bleak period has been meticulously chronicled. This event recounts how the great Yin dynasty extricated the realm from the depths of turmoil, establishing a relatively harmonious and orderly world for all living beings and safeguarding it to this day. Today, the Yin dynasty stands as the sole dynasty in the realm of humanity. Its vast expanse encompasses nearly 2/3, if not more, of the territories that have been discovered thus far. This extensive domain provides the Diyin dynasty with an immeasurable populace and cultivators who rise above the crowd. Among these cultivators, there exist several outstanding individuals regarded as geniuses in the eyes of many sections. However, given the sheer size of Diyin and the multitude of such talents, these so-called geniuses are, in the eyes of the Diyin dynasty, merely slightly stronger than ordinary individuals. Only a select few, those who excel in certain areas and stand unrivaled among their peers, may capture the attention of the Diyin dynasty, such as the individuals kneeling before them now. The imperial capital of Diyin boasts a magnificent palace that dwarfs the enormous catacombs of Wuyang. This palace serves as the very heart of the Diyin dynasty and is the abode of the esteemed emperor, Yanling Huang, Yuantai Luo. Within a side hall of the palace, bookshelves brimming with various tomes and paintings encircle a central purple-gold desk. At first glance, this desk appears to be crafted from purple gold, but upon closer inspection, one realizes that, despite its hue and appearance, it is indeed made of wood, the type of which remains unknown. The desk is adorned with an array of writing instruments, signifying the exceptional quality of these items, each a treasure in its own right. Seated upon a wide chair of the same material as the desk is a middle-aged man exuding an air of scholarly refinement. Although he appears to be an ordinary middle-aged scholar, the black brocade robe entwined with dragons serves as a constant reminder of his esteemed status. He is none other than the sovereign of the realm, the current emperor of the Diyin dynasty, Yanling Huang, Yuantai Luo. Flanking him on either side stand two individuals. To his left is an elderly man clad in robes, though his silver hair and white beard betray his advanced age. His face bears few wrinkles, instead radiating the vigor of a middle-aged individual. This elder bows slightly, his eyes gently closed, appearing almost to be asleep. Yet the ethereal aura surrounding him, akin to the essence of the heavenly path, imbues him with a celestial presence that captivates the hearts of those around him. On the emperor's right stands a robust man clad in purple robes. This towering figure, nearly a head taller than the average person, possesses a face adorned with thick, curling whiskers and an expression of stoicism. His eyes, reminiscent of bronze bells, coldly survey the individuals kneeling before the desk, their chilling gaze further amplifying the apprehension already felt by the prostrate figures. Yet, they dare not move. The mere fact that these two individuals stand beside the sovereign speaks volumes. And the bear's head embroidered upon the purple robe of the robust man signifies his singular authority within the Diyin, as he is the foremost among the four great generals of the Diyin. Among the kneeling figures, the lion general comprehends a profound truth. To outsiders, the four generals of Diyin, lion, bear, tiger, and leopard, are viewed as equals, collectively serving as the pillars of the Diyin. However, only those in positions of high authority are privy to the unique status of the bear general among them. In terms of both martial prowess and strategy, the other three generals cannot be compared to the bear general. The emperor had once even intended to appoint the bear general as a commander, but for reasons unknown, the bear general declined. It is noteworthy that since the founding of Diyin, only two commanders have been appointed throughout the millennia. Faced with such a rare opportunity that could immortalize his legacy, the bear general audaciously refused, even rebuffing the emperor with a degree of insolence. Just when many believed the bear general's fate was sealed, the emperor displayed no signs of anger, instead acquiescing to his demand and refraining from the appointment. Although the emperor did not bestow the title of commander upon the bear general, he accorded him the treatment befitting one. Nevertheless, the bear general continued to maintain a low profile, resulting in his lack of renown outside, only being occasionally mentioned in discussions regarding the four generals of Diyin. Despite his humble demeanor, others dare not underestimate him, for the bear general, though devoid of the title of commander, possesses the essence of one. At present, the two individuals standing behind the emperor, one an esteemed national advisor with profound cultivation and the other a figure of immense significance, underscore the bear general's exceptional standing. As he shares the emperor's side, as time passes slowly, the emperor remains in contemplation, silent. The elder behind him remains motionless, resembling a sculpture, while the bear general's piercing gaze incessantly sweeps over the gathered individuals, growing colder by the moment. Suddenly, a melodious male voice breaks the silence. Now speak. Yanling Huang, Yuantai Luo, opened his eyes. Chapter 49. A drop of blood. Although the voice was gentle and pleasing, it struck terror into the hearts of those kneeling. No one dared to speak, and the lion general felt a sense of helplessness. As the leader of this expedition to Wuyang, he knew the others would not speak on his behalf. Gritting his teeth, the lion general bowed forward and addressed the emperor, "Your Majesty." The matter concerning this expedition is as follows. The Lion General proceeded to recount the events surrounding the Wuyang catacombs in detail. Ultimately, he stated, due to the interference of that Taoist, our formation was shattered, necessitating a complete reconfiguration. Furthermore, nearly half of our soldiers suffered casualties at his hands, leaving less than 30% capable of further combat. Additionally, the newly arranged Xiaotian Gang Yulei formation could only exert less than 30% of its power on the day the Wuyang catacombs closed, thus allowing nearly 20% of various cultivators to escape under the intervention of several formidable beings, preventing their total annihilation. Moreover, after battling that Taoist, I sustained severe injuries, and the individuals responsible for the formation, including Duke Ninglan, also suffered grave wounds, narrowly escaping death. The Tiger General remains in a critical state, barely clinging to life and has yet to regain consciousness, with only a fraction of his 1,000 silver-armored soldiers surviving. After the Taoist and the red-clad female cultivator departed, Sage Tsongming pursued them and has only recently returned, gravely injured and immediately retreated to seclusion for healing. Before entering seclusion, Sage Tsongming entrusted this jade slip and this jade vial to me for presentation to your majesty. The Lion General retrieved a jade slip and a white jade vial from his robe, handing them to the approaching Bear General, then pressed his forehead to the ground. Kneeling in reverence, your majesty is wise. The shortcomings of this expedition are solely my responsibility, and the others bear no blame. I implore your majesty to show mercy and grant me an opportunity to redeem myself and contribute to the glory of Diyan. Receiving the jade slip and jade vial from the Bear General, the emperor ignored the vial for the moment and first examined the jade slip. After a brief moment of contemplation, the emperor's expression remained unchanged as he handed both the jade slip and the vial to the elder in white beside him. Disregarding the elder, the emperor gazed at the individuals before the desk, falling into a moment of silence before smiling warmly. Very well, all of you may rise. The events of this expedition were unforeseen and beyond the capacity of human effort to resist, thus it is not your fault. Each of you has exerted your utmost effort during this endeavor, even risking your lives, and I have witnessed it all. You are all the pillars of our Diyan. Should any of you perish due to this incident, it would weigh heavily upon my heart. In a moment, I shall draft an edict to bestow upon you all substantial rewards. The kneeling multitude, upon hearing these words, felt their hearts swell with emotion, moved by the enlightened disposition of the Yin Huang. Even though they were cultivators, they could not suppress the tears welling in their eyes. Just as they were about to express their gratitude, the stoic Xianxia interjected unexpectedly. My emperor, I believe this is inappropriate. During the ambush at Wuyang Cemetery, nearly 20% of the cultivators managed to escape despite meticulous preparations, signaling a clear failure. Although unforeseen formidable adversaries disrupted our plans, their incompetence is the true cause. My emperor is benevolent and does not wish to impose severe punishment upon them, a sentiment I share. Yet, to reward these failures seems exceedingly misguided. If such actions are permitted, how can we prevent others from emulating this behavior in the future? Would this not lead to chaos within the court? Upon concluding his remarks, Xianxia cast a cold gaze over the assembly. Though resentment brewed within them towards this meddlesome figure, they dared not show any outward defiance, only nurturing their silent jealousy. Consequently, the group united in their expressions of gratitude, firmly declining the emperor's rewards. Observing this, the Yin Huang could only nod in resignation, glancing at the impassive Xianxia, and remarked with a smile, "You are indeed obstinate, unable to adapt. With your intimidation, how could they dare speak otherwise? Very well, let it be. You may all withdraw and tend to your injuries." With a gentle wave of his hand, the prostrate crowd expressed their thanks once more, bowed their heads, and exited the study with a palpable urgency in their steps. Once the room was left with only the Yin Huang and his two companions, he retracted his warm demeanor, furrowing his brow as he turned to the elder in white. "Wen Lao, what is your perspective?" The elder known as Wen Lao remained silent for a moment, contemplating before finally opening his eyes to respond. "Your Majesty, I am 80% certain it is him." The Yin Huang nodded slightly. "I share your view. However, if it is truly him, why does he seem so weak?" Wen Lao, remaining silent, began to gesture with his fingers, calculating for a while before shaking his head in frustration. "I cannot determine conclusively, but I am 90% sure it is he. It is likely that he sustained significant injuries within Wuyang Cemetery, resulting in a drastic decline in his strength, to the point where he requires such effort merely to breach a Tiangang Yulei formation at 30% potency. After all, the old monster of Wuyang was once a formidable figure. Had it not been for the remnants he left behind, it would surely have been far more straightforward. The Yin Huang nodded, massaging his temples, and continued, in that case, the woman in red must be the demoness from Tian Mo Palace. Wen Lao affirmed, that is likely correct. The animosity between that demoness and him spans centuries. Only she could provoke such a response from him. Fortunately, we have finally traced his whereabouts, thought the Yin Huang, a smile breaking out on his face. After searching for him for centuries, expending so much effort, and setting such a trap that even the demoness did not perceive, we have finally lured him out. Wen Lao nodded in agreement, sharing in the joy. Turning to Xianxia, the Yin Huang inquired, have arrangements been made regarding the Liang family in Wuyang City? There should be no traces left behind. Xianxia straightened, replying, Your Majesty, rest assured, everything has been handled properly, and no traces remain. The Yin Huang nodded but suddenly regarded Xianxia with curiosity, asking, I wonder, Xianxia, did you? He made a gesture across his throat. Xianxia's typically impassive face momentarily froze, seemingly shocked by the address of Xianxia, and then, as if recalling something, a hint of softness emerged. Noting the emperor's gesture, Xianxia shook his head, saying, Your Majesty, you need not worry. I am not one who delights in slaughter. The Yin Huang nodded but bore an expression of dissatisfaction. How many times must I remind you? When we are alone, call me Tai Luo. You foolish bear, you are such a blockhead. Xianxia hastily lowered his head, pretending not to hear, rolling his eyes at Xianxia. The Yin Huang turned his attention back to Wen Lao. Wen Lao, can you discern the identities of those accompanying him? According to Tsang Ming, he seems to provide them with exceptional protection, even going so far as to expend his essence to forcibly tear open a spatial rift to send them away. They must not be ordinary individuals. Gazing at the white jade vial in his hand, Wen Lao fell silent for a moment before speaking. I have deduced the blood contained within this vial. Of the 9 drops, 7 belong to ordinary cultivators. Among these 7, one is likely to be Lu Xiaoyu, the daughter of the master of Tai Su Palace, Lu Hong. The other 2 drops include one that is likely the runaway girl from the Mu family, Mu Xueqing. At this, Wen Lao could not help but cast a subtle glance at the Yin Huang. As anticipated, upon hearing the name Mu Xueqing, the Yin Huang momentarily paused, a complex expression crossing his face. After a long pause, he sighed in relief, saying, So it is that girl Xueqing. No wonder he was moved to rescue her. Thankfully, she was saved. Had anything happened to her, I would have been deeply troubled. Shaking his head gently, the Yin Huang asked Wen Lao, What about the remaining drop of blood? Does it possess any special significance? Wen Lao's expression grew serious as he replied, This final drop of blood may well be the true reason for his desperation. If I am not mistaken, it should belong to his disciple. Disciple? The Yin Huang was taken aback, incredulous that he would take on a disciple. Wen Lao nodded. It is likely his disciple, as this drop of blood resembles him. However, but what? The Yin Huang asked, intrigued, noticing Wen Lao's hesitant demeanor, an expression he rarely observed on the elder's face. After a lengthy pause, Wen Lao extended his hand, pointing towards the jade vial. Suddenly, a drop of crimson blood flew out, swirling around his fingertip. Presenting this drop of blood before the Yin Huang, Wen Lao murmured, Your Majesty, it would be prudent for you to examine it yourself. The Yin Huang furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing glance at Wen Lao before reaching out his finger to touch the drop of blood. After a period of silent contemplation without any discernible findings, he gazed at Wen Lao in confusion. Just as he was about to speak, a realization struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically as he began to manipulate the drop of blood with his fingertip, gently kneading it. After a while, the Yin Huang's eyes widened in disbelief, murmuring, Impossible. No way. How can this be? Could it be? Suddenly, he turned to Wen Lao, his tone icy, commanding, Investigate. Wen Lao bowed in compliance, slowly exiting the study. He then turned to the bowing Xianxia, coldly instructing, Seal the matter. Xianxia nodded slightly before striding out. In the now quiet study, the Yin Huang reclined in his chair, his expression blank as he delved into contemplation. Within his slightly opened eyes, fierce glimmers flickered intermittently. Chapter 50. The Zhiliao. Zhiliao is a colloquial term for a summer insect known as the cicada. Each summer, they produce their distinctive zhiliao sounds, thus earning this vivid name. However, among cultivators, zhiliao does not merely signify a summer insect. It represents an organization that spans nearly the entire human realm. This organization adheres to absolute neutrality, refraining from involvement in any conflicts, existing solely for the purpose of conveying information. The origins, structure, and external perceptions of this organization are shrouded in mystery. The only known fact is that even the powerful Dayin dynasty never interferes with the development and continuation of Zhi Liao. Through Zhi Liao, one can obtain all information, barring the core secrets of the Dayan dynasty and various sects, by paying a certain price. Its accuracy and efficacy have been acknowledged by nearly all cultivators over the long years. In addition to paid information, Zhi Liao also regularly provides free announcements regarding significant recent events in the human realm. This has further enhanced Zhi Liao's prominence, making it known not only among cultivators, but even to ordinary people. With the information provided by Zhi Liao, cultivators can swiftly ascertain the impact of these significant events on themselves, while commoners can make timely decisions to avoid being caught in the crossfire of celestial conflicts. Today, Zhi Liao made a sudden announcement regarding a major event, the incident at Wuyang Cemetery, after a long hiatus from disclosing significant matters. According to the information from Zhi Liao, on the day the Wuyang Funzong tomb was opened, for reasons unknown, the Dayan Empire suddenly dispatched troops to encircle and annihilate various cultivators exploring the tomb. Regardless of their affiliations, any who dared to resist were met with ruthless execution. To ensure the complete eradication of opposition, the Dayan Empire not only sent forth 2 generals, Shi and Hu, leading an army of 20,000, but also dispatched 8 marquises, led by Hou Ningluan, along with numerous earls. They even established a modified version of the Tiangang Yulei array, crafted from the Dayan National Defense Array, outside the Wuyang Funzong. Despite such layered defenses, the cultivators of both righteous and demonic paths, under the guidance of several top-tier experts, managed to escape with nearly 20% of their number intact. Following this battle, due to the presence of an unidentified, extraordinarily powerful being, Generals Shi and Hu, along with many other formidable figures, including Hou Ningluan, suffered severe injuries, with the Tiger General remaining unconscious due to the gravity of his wounds. When the Holy One, Song Ming, dispatched by Diyan to pursue this enigmatic powerhouse, found himself overpowered and gravely injured, he barely managed to flee back to Diyan, only to succumb to his injuries thereafter. The emergence of this news sent shockwaves throughout the realm, leaving countless cultivators in a state of fear and confusion. On one hand, they were secretly relieved that they had refrained from treasure hunting for various reasons. On the other, they speculated whether Diyan intended to wage war against all sections. Moreover, the existence of this mysterious powerhouse instilled a profound sense of dread among the cultivators. If the injuries sustained by General Shi and Hu could be attributed to the chaos of battle with the assistance of others, the fall of the Holy One, Song Ming, revealed the overwhelming might of this unknown entity. Who was Song Ming? He was one of the few ancient figures at the tribulation stage within Diyan, on the brink of ascension to immortality. Effectively, in the realm of mortals, he was half a deity. The fact that such a distinguished individual was mortally wounded and killed by this mysterious powerhouse raised questions regarding the cultivation level of this enigma. Was he already an immortal, only yet to ascend? Amidst the swirling undercurrents, various sects of cultivators adopted a low profile, quietly returning to their respective sections. They were oblivious to why Diyan sought to eliminate all cultivators with such unwavering resolve, leaving no survivors. They also remained in the dark regarding the potential reactions of the slain cultivator sects upon learning of these events, whether they would unite against Diyan. Just as many cultivators anticipated a response from the various sects, they were astonished to find that both the sects of the slain disciples and the Dayan Empire remained eerily silent, exhibiting no reaction whatsoever, as if they had not heard this news at all, almost as if the events described were mere fabrications. While confusion reigned, those who had managed to escape returned to their sects and reported the situation to their leaders. Observing the expressionless, somber faces of their masters, they too fell into a profound silence. At the Mongshan sword sect, after recounting the events, Feng Qingshan stepped back at the behest of the sect leader. As he reached the entrance, he couldn't help but sigh softly, recalling the leader's impassive countenance. During the expedition to the Wuyang Funzong, he had lost several close friends. Of the 5 brothers who had accompanied him, only one had returned alive, while the other 2 junior brothers and 2 junior sisters had perished there forever. Feng Qingshan harbored deep resentment, wishing he could single-handedly storm the Diyan imperial palace to seek justice from the emperor. Yet, he knew he could not act. And even if he could, his sect would not allow it. Unable to suppress his thoughts, he recollected the words of General Shi. Do you think your sect would go to war with the Dayan Empire over a few insignificant fish? Do you believe they could withstand the might of our Diyan army, even if a war were to break out? Reflecting on General Shi's statement, despite his frustration, Feng Qingshan had to concede that the general was indeed correct. It was akin to mowing grass. Within the Baisheng Pavilion, a pavilion master remarked to Jiang Shang, in the eyes of Diyan, We are akin to wild weeds in their backyard, competing for nutrients with their cultivated flowers. As mere weeds, we hold no value to them, hence the need for occasional trimming. After sipping his tea, the pavilion master continued, however, Dayin only cuts the grass at its stems, leaving the roots untouched. As long as we do not exceed their limits, we can coexist peacefully. And as long as the roots remain, even if some stems and leaves are harmed, it is bearable. After all, wildfires cannot consume everything. Spring winds can bring new life. Yet, why does the yin not directly uproot the weeds to prevent future troubles? A disciple who had escaped from the Wuyang Funzong asked the pavilion master after hearing his explanation. The pavilion master sighed lightly and replied, "Consider how much strength it takes to sever a single blade of grass, and how much more is required to uproot it entirely." Observing the thoughtful disciple before him, the pavilion master gently shook his head. Had this individual not been his beloved student, whom he intended to groom as the future leader, he would never have shared such insights. After a brief pause, the pavilion master continued, "Now think about how much effort is needed to uproot a single blade of grass, and how much strength it would take to uproot an entire patch. The yin understands, well, that should we feel cornered and unite in a desperate struggle, even if they emerge victorious, they would suffer significant losses, potentially leading to internal strife." Watching the fearful expression on the disciple's face, the pavilion master sighed again. Speaking with a tone of resignation, the yin keeps us around, firstly to provide themselves with an external enemy, allowing them to direct their aggression outward while controlling internal discord. Secondly, they retain us to serve as a training ground for their own troops, maintaining their army's vigor. Conversely, we, due to our weakness, require this form of leniency from Dayin to survive. This is the unspoken rule between us and Dayin. Gently blowing the tea roots floating on the surface, the pavilion master concluded. Xianxia, having listened, expressed disdain. "So, righteousness is merely hypocrisy. They constantly shout for our extermination, yet when faced with true resistance, we are but a patch of weeds, a field of chives." The pavilion master laughed heartily at this and nodded approvingly. In the mortal realm, within many sects, leaders were engaging in similar dialogues with their beloved disciples or successors, ensuring that the future of these sects could clearly recognize the realities of their situation. After hearing such statements, most of these young individuals felt a wave of despondency wash over them, some even struggling to accept the harsh truths. Observing these seemingly matured and weathered youths, the older generation felt a mix of heartache and helplessness. Yet, there was no alternative. The sects would eventually be handed over to these young ones, and if they wished to see their sects endure, they must confront the reality, regardless of their acceptance. This is the reality. Amidst the struggles of these young cultivators, on the outskirts of the Diyin West, at Tianmen Mountain's Taisu Palace, a group of weary travelers arrived, each appearing injured and wearied. Upon opening the protective array to welcome them, before the welcoming disciples could express their condolences, one of the leading women, a striking beauty, rushed to the disciples and exclaimed, "Quickly inform Master Lu that Elder Mu Xueqing from Feishue Peak wishes to see Elder Ba Jie Daoist Zhengyi. This is a matter of life and death, and it is urgent." The two welcoming disciples were momentarily taken aback. Upon regaining their composure, one clasped his fist and, saying nothing further, dashed away. At the entrance of Taisu Palace, watching the departing disciple, Xueqing felt a wave of dizziness wash over her as she hurried back, her body swaying slightly. Gritting her teeth and shaking her head vigorously, she reminded herself that despite her exhaustion, she could not afford to falter. Li Chuyi was still waiting for her to devise a rescue plan. Turning her gaze to the distant sky, Xueqing silently prayed, "Chuyi, if you are still alive, you must hold on." Chapter 51. The entire realm of Xianxia was thrown into turmoil by a particular piece of news, causing a wave of anxiety amongst the cultivators. Almost all practitioners became exceedingly cautious, retracting their previous flamboyance and meticulously observing the various disturbances within Xianxia to avoid becoming the first to draw attention and incur danger. Even the ordinary citizens, though unaware of the specific events unfolding, could sense an invisible cloud of foreboding looming overhead, instilling within them a vague feeling of suffocating dread. The tremors within Xianxia had begun to affect all aspects of life, yet Li Chuyi, who remained oblivious to his surroundings, felt none of it. In the desolate land, Li Chuyi was recuperating under the protection of Ziyuan. This dead zone, shrouded in a grayish haze, was devoid of sunlight, illuminated only by an eerie glow that seemed to emanate from nowhere. The light, filtered through the pallor of death, appeared predominantly ghastly and pale, with only a faint glimmer of the sickly green akin to the phosphorescence of graveyards, rendering the place even more unsettling and terrifying. Nevertheless, Li Chuyi remained entirely unaware of these discomforts. He felt an unusual sense of happiness, as a beautiful specter, no, a stunning female ghost, provided him with food and water. After satisfying his hunger, he would lie back comfortably, practicing his cultivation to heal his injuries. This lifestyle, reminiscent of a pampered pig, was a stark contrast to his past life, spent traversing the world with a Taoist priest. Through his relentless efforts and the operation of his cultivation method, his injuries gradually improved. Particularly concerning were the external wounds. Li Chuyi had always considered himself a handsome man, even more dashing than the Taoist priests. Thus, the myriad of tiny wounds adorning his body from his traversal through the spatial rift had become a source of deep concern. He worried that once these wounds healed, they might leave scars, marring his appearance and transforming him into a patchwork of scars. Fortunately, with the flow of his cultivation, the wounds scabbed over, peeling away multiple times, and the scars faded until they were nearly imperceptible. This realization allowed Li Chuyi to fully relax and joyfully savor his delightful time. One day, feeling completely recovered, he stretched his body and bounced around, discovering that he felt no pain or discomfort. He was finally certain that he had indeed healed. Reflecting on the days of healing, although Xianxia had taken excellent care of him, he absolutely did not wish to endure the excruciating agony of his injuries again. He thought back to his near-death experiences, drifting through the void, forcefully breaking through the spatial rift, and healing his grievous wounds through sheer will. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. And although luck played a significant role, he still felt quite impressive and regarded himself as a noteworthy individual. However, upon recalling the immense green hand and the unknown fate of the Taoist priest, his spirits plummeted. He realized how weak he truly was. If he possessed even a modicum of the Taoist cultivation, he would at least have some means of self-preservation instead of relying solely on luck as he currently did. After a prolonged internal struggle, Li Chuyi grimaced. Bah, when I master my powers, I shall crush all these worthless beings. I'll slay the men and keep the women for the Taoist salvation. Noticing his erratic behavior, Xianxia, who had been meditating nearby, opened her eyes. Are you well? Li Chuyi nodded, moving his arms and legs. No pain. I should be fine. Xianxia nodded and resumed her meditation. Li Chuyi scratched his head, feeling hunger gnawing at his belly. Sister Xianxia, I'm hungry. This time, I want to eat that little chicken. Xianxia remained motionless, ignoring him. Li Chuyi gazed at Xianxia, puzzled by her lack of the usual offerings of food and drink. Sister Xianxia, I'm hungry. Xianxia opened her eyes and looked at him. You are well? Yes. Li Chuyi nodded. But I'm hungry. I want to eat the little chicken. Xianxia remained silent, merely observing him for a moment. Suddenly, she waved her hand, and a deep pit appeared in the ground, accompanied by a faint hissing sound of corrosion. Seeing this, Li Chuyi wasted no time and dashed to the food stash, avoiding eye contact with Xianxia, and began to eat in silence. Xianxia rolled her eyes and disregarded him. After a while of eating, Li Chuyi suddenly sighed dramatically and howled. Ah, I want to eat meat. Xianxia frowned. Are you not afraid of attracting any monsters from the deathly haze with your howling? At her words, Li Chuyi immediately halted his cries, as though someone had clasped his throat. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, finding no unusual occurrences, and with a hint of annoyance, he replied, My mistake. I just got carried away upon recovering. Xianxia shook her head slightly, finding it difficult to deal with this somewhat neurotic, perpetually distracted little chubby boy. Now that you are healed, let us set out to find a way out. After a glance at Li Chuyi, she added, Of course, if you prefer to stay here. I have no objections. This place is quite comfortable for my ghostly form. Li Chuyi hastily shook his head like a rattle drum, insisting, No, let's leave. It's pitch black here. There aren't even any trees, let alone grass. It's utterly dull. Outside is lively and fun. Let us hurry and set off to find that stinky Taoist. Seemingly fearing that Xianxia might genuinely wish to remain, he quickly gathered his belongings into his storage bag and waved at her. Let's go? Without waiting for Xianxia's response, he chose a direction and started walking. Xianxia followed behind. And when he was out of sight, a faint smile blossomed on her icy face. She had merely been teasing Li Chuyi, and seeing him take her seriously brought her unexpected joy. Let this be the interest for the days I served as your maid, she thought, stifling a giggle. In this desolate land, shrouded in deathly haze and devoid of light, the flickering dim glow served as the only source of illumination. This rendered the already foggy terrain nearly impossible to navigate, limiting visibility to merely a few dozen steps, even for Li Chuyi, who relied on his extraordinary Yin-Yang Dao eye. Moreover, the land appeared as an exceedingly flat plain, devoid of mountains or hills, with only a barren stretch of grayish soil beneath their feet. There were no landmarks to help him discern direction. When Li Chuyi set off, he had merely chosen a random direction. After a considerable time of fruitless searching, it felt as though they remained stationary, with the terrain shifting beneath them without any signs of movement. The unchanging scenery and the oppressive silence began to grate on Li Chuyi's nerves, leaving him increasingly restless. Even his yin-yang Dao I felt fatigued. The distance he could perceive diminishing and becoming increasingly blurred. Initially, he engaged in casual conversation with Ziyuan to stave off the mental fatigue, but as time passed, he fell silent, his internal agitation intensifying. Just as he felt on the brink of losing his mind, Ziyuan suddenly spoke. "Look, there's grass ahead." Chapter 52, with Ziyuan's voice, like a celestial melody, piercing through the clouds of despair in Li Chuyi's heart, it calmed his fraying nerves, causing him to freeze momentarily and gaze blankly at her. "There's grass." Ziyuan pointed in a specific direction, reiterating her observation. "Oh, there's grass." Li Chuyi, in a daze, repeated, "There's grass. There is grass, there is grass, there is grass, there is grass. My heavens, there is grass." Finally coming to his senses, Li Chuyi let out a wild shout and sprinted towards the direction pointed by Ziyuan, who hurriedly followed suit. After running nearly 100 steps, indeed, a dark, withered grass appeared before his eyes. Gradually approaching the withered grass, Li Chuyi lightened his footsteps, as if afraid to startle the pitch-black plant. Kneeling beside it, he slowly crouched down, cautiously reaching out to touch the small grass with his finger. At last, with tears welling in his eyes, Li Chuyi looked up at Ziyuan and exclaimed, "It really is grass." Ziyuan, expressionless, couldn't even muster the energy to roll her eyes. "Isn't that obvious?" Gazing at the withered grass, Li Chuyi examined it from left to right, occasionally scratching his head as he pondered. Noticing that Li Chuyi seemed to have made a discovery, Ziyuan asked, "What are you thinking? Have you found something?" Li Chuyi nodded, his face serious as he said, I'm wondering if this grass is edible." Staring incredulously at Li Chuyi for a long moment, Ziyuan retorted, "Are you out of your mind? I just healed my injuries, didn't I?" Li Chuyi replied, looking at her curiously, puzzled by her seemingly childish question. Ziyuan finally couldn't help but roll her eyes. Unable to engage in a rational conversation with this already eccentric boy, she opted for a different approach. "Are you afraid of dying?" The chubby boy nodded, a proud expression on his face as he declared, "Of course I'm afraid. This is a place of death, filled with death." "Yes, I know. We've been walking for so long, aside from the sand and thick mist. This withered grass is the only plant we've encountered. And this grass is black. Who knows if it's poisonous? Even if it isn't growing in this place of death, it's surely isn't anything good. If you're not afraid of dying, then go ahead and eat it. But don't blame me for not warning you. Even the ordinary grass outside might not be good for you." Ziyuan remarked coldly, observing the boy's erratic behavior. Li Chuyi, momentarily speechless, gazed silently at the black, withered grass. Ever since he had accompanied the Taoist out of Wuyang City, he had been in this sunless place for an unknown duration, and throughout this time, he had not seen any meat. For a glutton who relished meat, after gnawing on flatbreads for so long, he was nearly driven to madness. Deep down, he understood that this withered grass was inedible. Even without the context of this desolate land, its dark appearance would deter any normal person's appetite. However, this was the first potential food he had seen outside of flatbread for an extended period, and even if it was inedible, he wished to indulge his cravings. Casting a determined look at the withered grass, Li Chuyi ground his teeth and suddenly began to dig fervently into the earth. Ziyuan was startled, wondering if this chubby boy had truly lost his mind. Just as she contemplated intervening to restrain the deranged boy, she heard him muttering angrily, "You're not wild vegetables. You're so black. You entice my appetite. You deceive my feelings. I'll dig you out, root and all. I won't let you corrupt a kind heart." Ziyuan gazed speechlessly at the frenzied boy digging like a wild boar, then turned away, choosing to ignore him. After digging for a while, Li Chuyi finally uprooted the black, withered grass. Holding it in his hands, he couldn't help but let out a triumphant laugh, but suddenly recalled the danger that might lurk within the thick mist, quickly suppressing his laughter into a low chuckle. Yet to Ziyuan's ears, it sounded less like a triumphant laugh and more like a sneering one. Having reveled enough in his own triumph, Li Chuyi waved his hand and stowed the withered grass into his storage bag. Just as he was about to proceed in a direction, he suddenly remembered something and turned to Ziyuan, asking, "Can you see anything in this thick fog?" Ziyuan nodded. "Not very far, maybe about 100 steps." Li Chuyi instantly felt a surge of admiration, giving Ziyuan a thumbs up. He knew that with his yin-yang Dao eye, he could barely see 50 steps. and as fatigue set in, his range diminished even further. Ziyuan, being a ghost cultivator, was indeed exceptional, able to see 100 steps into the dense fog of death. How about you lead the way? You can see farther than I can. If there are any landmarks along the route, you will spot them even if I cannot. Ziyuan shook her head slightly, saying, you should go first. The deathly aura is thick here, and aside from this withered grass, everything else looks the same. I can only see a bit farther than you. I prefer to stay behind you, in case you lose your mind again and run off wildly. Li Chuyi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He knew he had been out of sorts earlier. Had Ziyuan not pointed out the black grass to snap him back to reality, he might have succumbed to the growing irritation within him and gone mad. With an awkward smile, he fell silent. Closing his eyes, he began to spin in place, mumbling, heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, color demon Taoist, reveal your spirit. Tell your precious disciple where to go. After spinning for quite some time, even Ziyuan began to feel dizzy watching him. Suddenly, he halted, wobbling as he raised his hand and pointed in a direction, declaring, it's that way, let us go. However, after taking a few steps, he noticed Ziyuan had remained still. Seeing Li Chuyi's puzzled gaze, Ziyuan sighed, slightly rubbing her forehead. That's the direction we came from. Well, good thing you're here. But I knew that was wrong. I was just testing you. Let us see. This way, we should go this way. I just knew that the Taoist's guidance is useless. Wherever he points, we should go the opposite way. Yes, that's it. Feeling awkward, Li Chuyi babbled nonsensically as he hurriedly walked in the opposite direction he had just indicated. Ziyuan, already accustomed to Li Chuyi's temperament, shook her head in resignation and was about to follow when she suddenly looked in one direction, her foot pausing mid-step. Noticing that Ziyuan had not followed, Li Chuyi found it strange and asked, hey, Ziyuan, you're not going to tell me that this way is also the path we just took, are you? Ziyuan shook her head slightly, hesitating as she said, over there, I think I saw a rabbit. A rabbit? Li Chuyi repeated in confusion, but then suddenly realized. His yin-yang Dao eye gleaming with a vivid green light. Taking a deep breath, he ultimately could not resist. Meat? Before the howl could fade, Li Chuyi transformed into a blur, dashing toward the direction Ziyuan had pointed out. Meat? Chapter 53. Following your lead, staring at the wriggling rabbit in his hands. Both Li Chuyi and Ziyuan widened their eyes. They had expected that, given the rabbit's agility and alertness, capturing it would require considerable effort. However, to their surprise, it was effortlessly caught, not because Li Chuyi had improved his skills or speed, but because the rabbit had not attempted to escape at all. Not only did it not evade, but upon discovering Li Chuyi, who was racing towards it with a cacophony of wails, this rabbit instead charged at him with its mouth full of fangs. Indeed, it was a mouthful of fangs. Were it not for its unmistakable rabbit form, Li Chuyi would have thought it a mad dog. The rabbit's fur was a deep black, with patches of baldness revealing its ashen skin, reminiscent of the hue of a corpse. Moreover, it possessed a pair of blood-red eyes, not the typical crimson of a rabbit, but a sinister shade glimmering with a hint of bloodlust. Its front legs were short, while its hind legs were robust, and its rabbit feet bore long, black claws, the sharp tips glinting menacingly, instilling a deep conviction in any onlooker that a mere scratch would yield dire consequences. Its mouth, similarly divided into 3 segments, revealed a terrifying array of fangs. The first thought that crossed Li Chuyi's mind was of the spirit resembling a lamb he encountered in the Wuyang tomb, leaving him to ponder whether this rabbit was a distant relative of that creature. Strangely, the rabbit's movements were not agile but rather stiff, allowing Li Chuyi to capture it effortlessly. Yet, the captured rabbit was far from docile, thrashing violently and snapping its fangs at Li Chuyi. But its struggles were futile with its ears firmly held. Faced with this ferocious rabbit, both Li Chuyi and Ziyuan instinctively thought, zombie? They exchanged glances and spoke in unison. After a moment of silence, they fixated their gaze on the rabbit, which bore a striking resemblance to a zombie. Suddenly, Li Chuyi pulled out a small knife and plunged it into the rabbit's heart. Surprisingly, the rabbit showed no signs of dying. Instead, it seemed to become even more agitated. Goodness gracious, it truly is a zombie, Li Chuyi confirmed. This place was indeed a dead zone, and the presence of zombies was not unusual. However, a zombie rabbit was a first for him. He had never heard of such a thing before. Ziyuan furrowed her brow, stating that unless it had been ritualistically transformed, even the Yuming-Su did not record the natural occurrence of a zombie rabbit. Such a life form was too fragile to endure the transformation into a zombie. Upon the initial intake of death energy, it would disintegrate into putrid sludge. What if the rabbit had cultivated into a spirit? A rabbit demon could endure the influx of death energy, wouldn't it? Li Chuyi inquired. Ziyuan shook her head slightly. That is unlikely. If it had cultivated into a spirit and become a demon, then even if it were transformed into a zombie, it would retain its half-human, half-rabbit form. Or its true essence. Look at this rabbit. It is no different in size from an ordinary rabbit. Have you ever encountered a demon's true form so diminutive? Moreover, if it were truly a demon, do you think you could so easily subdue it? Then what do you propose we do? I do not know, Ziyuan replied, shaking her head slightly. Li Chuyi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Observing the rabbit in his grasp, he licked his lips and remarked with a peculiar tone, at this moment, I am not concerned with how it became a zombie. I merely wish to know if it is edible. After waiting in vain for Ziyuan's response, he turned to find her staring at him, her expression devoid of emotion, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. I was just joking, it's a zombie. How could I possibly eat zombie flesh? That would be fatal. Haha, just a joke, ha ha ha. Ziyuan continued to regard him impassively, and after a long silence, she spoke, I am always prepared to study the Yoming-Su with you. Rest assured. Li Chuyi promptly fell silent. Looking at the zombie rabbit, he felt quite helpless. Having caught such an entity, he could neither consume it nor release it without the risk of being bitten. He was at a loss regarding its fate. After pondering for a considerable time without arriving at a solution, he turned to Ziyuan and asked, What do you think we should do? Ziyuan gazed silently at the rabbit, contemplating for a while before saying, I may have a way to ascertain our current location. The Yoming-Su contains a soul-seizing technique that can penetrate another's consciousness to gather information. Although this rabbit lacks intelligence, it should possess some memories. I can attempt to delve into its mind to see if it recalls anything useful. So extreme. Li Chuyi nearly drooled, gazing at Ziyuan with eager eyes. Can you teach me? I can, Ziyuan replied. Li Chuyi's face lit up with joy. But just as he was about to speak, he heard Ziyuan's chilling words. First, die. Instantly, his expression fell, internally cursing the old ghost who created the Yoming-Su. He lamented the unnecessary emphasis on racial divisions, wishing for something harmonious that everyone could learn. Ziyuan glanced at him, saying, I have dabbled in this soul-seizing technique. But with my current cultivation, I should not be able to execute it. However, this rabbit is neither a cultivator nor an ordinary being. Its soul's resistance should not be overly strong, so I can give it a try. Will there be danger? If it is too risky, forget it. I do not want to see you harmed because of this wretched rabbit, Li Chuyi said, his face filled with concern. Ziyuan felt a warmth in her heart. Despite his eccentricities, this chubby boy sincerely treated her as family. This warmth was a long-lost sensation for her icy soul. With a faint smile, she reassured him. It is nothing to worry about. Although I am only beginning to practice ghostly arts, the death energy within me is the result of decades of cultivation. It is merely a matter of application. You guard me while I prepare. With that, Ziyuan sat cross-legged. Li Chuyi, seeing this, refrained from further commentary. He held the rabbit in one hand and positioned the other in a ready stance, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Before long, Li Chuyi sensed an unusual aura emanating from Ziyuan. This sensation was ethereal yet palpable, instilling in him a sense of impending threat. He understood that this was likely due to Ziyuan's incomplete mastery of the soul-seizing technique, resulting in such a potent aura affecting those nearby. Quietly channeling his internal energy, Li Chuyi transformed the swirling black mist within him into a protective shield, encasing his mind to safeguard his soul. After a significant period, Ziyuan suddenly opened her eyes, which shimmered with a disorienting brilliance. Her lips parted slightly, uttering several strange syllables. As she spoke, the brilliance in her eyes intensified. Ziyuan fixed her gaze on the rabbit's eyes, and to his astonishment, the rabbit began to quiet down, ceasing its struggles. Gather the spirit, disperse the soul, restless soul, open the gate of joy, soul separation curse. With a soft incantation, Ziyuan raised a slender finger and lightly tapped the center of the zombie rabbit's forehead. Instantly, the color of her eyes shifted, becoming the same blood-red hue as the zombie rabbit's. Li Chuyi realized that Ziyuan had succeeded. However, just as he began to relax, he noticed a sudden grimace on Ziyuan's face, and her ghostly form, which appeared no different from that of an ordinary person, began to fluctuate. A wave of purple mist emanated from her, dissipating into the air. This is bad. It's backfiring. Li Chuyi's heart sank. The current situation clearly indicated a failed spell resulting in backlash. As Ziyuan's ghostly power condensed into death energy, she emitted waves of her own deathly aura. If she were a corporeal cultivator, she would likely be experiencing internal turmoil and blood stagnation. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Li Chuyi's mind as he scoured his knowledge for a remedy for Ziyuan, but he found none, even if he could muster one. He lacked the cultivation to execute it. Furthermore, even if he could barely manage it, he would not dare attempt it. The Taoist once remarked that the most perilous situations for cultivators arise from two circumstances: the backlash of their own spells and the turmoil of inner demons during their training. These scenarios are often beyond the intervention of outsiders. Unless one possesses significantly greater cultivation than the other, any attempt to assist may only exacerbate the situation, potentially leading to grave consequences for oneself. Just as Li Chuyi found himself at a loss, Ziyuan suddenly regained clarity in her eyes and formed a hand seal to forcibly interrupt her own spell. After expelling a dense purple mist, although her complexion was pale, her gaze had become lucid once more. A Taoist robe was cast upon the zombie rabbit, immobilizing it. Li Chuyi hurried to Ziyuan's side. His face etched with urgency as he inquired, "How are you? Where do you feel discomfort? What can I do to assist?" Observing the tension on Li Chuyi's face, Ziyuan felt a warmth in her heart. With a slight smile, her voice slightly weakened, she replied, "I am fine. There is no major harm, just a minor internal injury. After some rest and recuperation, I should be all right." Relieved to see that Ziyuan was not seriously harmed, Li Chuyi let out a sigh of relief. He then gazed deeply into her eyes, his expression unusually grave, and declared, "From now on, you are forbidden from undertaking uncertain endeavors, especially those that could lead to complications where I cannot assist you. This is absolutely non-negotiable." Witnessing Li Chuyi's earnestness, Ziyuan felt compelled to respond, the warmth in her heart prompting her to nod in agreement for the first time. "I will heed your words." Chapter 54. The Strange Region. Seeing Ziyuan nod in agreement, Li Chuyi also nodded, choosing not to press further. "So, have you discovered anything?" Ziyuan nodded and began to recount her findings derived from the memories of the zombie rabbit. Moments earlier, Ziyuan had pointed at the rabbit's brow and instantly felt her soul stir, her vision blurring as she infiltrated the rabbit's mind. Contrary to her expectations, although the rabbit had transformed into a zombie, it possessed no defenses over its consciousness, yet it was suffused with a chilling aura of malevolence. Upon entering, Ziyuan found herself enveloped by the blood-red aura of ferocity that relentlessly eroded her sanity. Caught off guard, Ziyuan was immediately assailed by this malevolent energy, her heart filled with a frenzy and a thirst for slaughter. However, she was no longer the same ghost devoid of understanding of cultivation. After a moment of panic, she swiftly channeled the scriptures from the Yuming Su to safeguard her soul, ensuring her mind remained unclouded. After several efforts, she managed to regain control over her spirit. Although she could not entirely resist the oppressive aura, she could at least hold her ground. Aware that her endurance was limited, she knew that if she lingered too long, she would inevitably become a mindless creature of slaughter like the zombie rabbit. Time was of the essence, and Ziyuan promptly commenced extracting the rabbit's memories. The memories of the zombie rabbit were rather simplistic, aside from a few remnants of its previous life, such as burrowing, grazing, and mating. The rest was filled with a frenzied desire to hunt and kill after its transformation. However, this desolate land was shrouded in deathly energy, devoid of any living beings for it to prey upon, leading to the rabbit's memories being filled with aimless wandering in an environment where little could be discerned, akin to the monotonous path Li Chuyi had traversed before. The only distinct image was that of a plump figure darting by, exuding an aura that incited the rabbit's instinctual hatred and frenzy, compelling it to charge forth with the intent to kill. This figure was none other than Li Chuyi. After searching for a considerable time without uncovering any useful clues, Ziyuan felt her resistance waning. If she continued to exert herself, it would not be long before the malevolent energy consumed her. Disheartened, she prepared to withdraw from the rabbit's mind. Just then, an unusual scene appeared before her eyes. Ziyuan hastily halted, concentrating her attention on this peculiar vision. In the image, the rabbit had been wandering in the deathly mist for an indeterminate duration when, one day, it unexpectedly stumbled into a distinct region. Unlike the other gray, desolate landscapes, the ground here was paved with unknown black bricks, from which sprouted patches of blackened, withered grass, the same as the kind they had earlier discovered. Moreover, in this area, there was a conspicuous absence of the mist comprised of deathly energy. Under the eerie, pale light that descended from the empty sky, one could see quite a distance ahead. Through the rabbit's eyes, Ziyuan was astonished to discern a faint black object in the far distance. After scrutinizing it for a while, Ziyuan became convinced that, if her eyes did not deceive her, it was most likely an altar. As she gazed upon the altar, Ziyuan sensed the rabbit's overwhelming yearning for it, while also perceiving the profound fear that the black bricked ground instilled in the rabbit's very soul, as if the bricks posed a lethal threat to the already zombified creature. Despite its intense desire, the rabbit dared not cross the threshold. Ziyuan wished to continue her observations, but the tremors from her spirit indicated that she could linger no longer. Quickly, she rifled through the rabbit's memories after it had departed, obtaining the general location of that strange region before promptly casting a spell to retract her consciousness and extricate herself. As she recounted her experiences while reflecting on her earlier actions, Ziyuan understood why Li Chuyi had appeared so anxious and had insisted on her assurances. Even she found it hard to believe her own recklessness, feeling a twinge of regret afterward. It was no wonder that the soul-capturing technique demanded such stringent standards for cultivation. She, being a novice, had acted without fear. Had she misstepped or reacted even slightly slower, she might have found herself controlled by the malevolent energy, becoming a mindless monster akin to the zombie rabbit. Stealing a glance at Li Chuyi, Ziyuan silently resolved that unless absolutely necessary, she would never again engage in such perilous endeavors. Unaware that Ziyuan had stolen a glance at him, Li Chuyi fell into deep contemplation after hearing her account. After a lengthy pause, he spoke. "There is no other option. We must venture forth to investigate. Wandering aimlessly like this could leave us trapped here for eternity. My rations are dwindling, and if we take too long, we might perish from hunger rather than from this deathly energy. I do not wish to begin my cultivation of Yuming Su at such a young age." He paused briefly before continuing. "The black altar you mentioned might be our only path to escape. It could very well be the teleportation array that Xianxia from Taishu Palace mentioned. Regardless of the circumstances, we must explore this possibility. However, that region terrifies even the almost indestructible zombie rabbits. As a ghostly being, it is likely that it harbors unknown dangers for you as well." Ziyuan nodded in response, affirming, "It's all right. If something goes awry, I can retreat into the Fumo Mirror. With the Fumo Mirror guarding me, even if that region possesses some peculiarities, it should not harm me. But what if that area poses threats to you as a human cultivator? Even if there is no danger, should we encounter any peril within, will you be able to handle it alone?" Li Chuyi had indeed considered Ziyuan's concerns. However, he felt there was no alternative. They had been trapped here for an indeterminate number of days, and the Black Altar might be his sole means of escape. Regardless of the risks, they had to investigate. Thus, with a tremor of his jaw, Li Chuyi spat onto the ground and declared fiercely, "When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. Let us proceed for now. Besides, with so many experts from Dayan surrounding us and all manner of traps laid to ensnare us, I have already survived encounters with the void and forcefully breached spatial rifts. If I have survived such perils, it stands to reason that this accursed black region cannot claim my life." With that, he threw his head back and, with a howl to the heavens, proclaimed, "The universe is boundless. May the Taoists bless me, and may I enjoy eternal fortune, living as long as the heavens. No, I mean, may I live longer than the heavens." Observing Li Chuyi's unique self-motivation, Ziyuan shook her head helplessly, inwardly sighing. He has fallen ill again. Glancing at the zombie rabbit beside them, bound by a talisman, Ziyuan gently inquired, "What shall we do with this rabbit?" Li Chuyi, brimming with exuberance and confidence, waved his chubby hand without a second thought. "Let us kill it and feast on its flesh." "Very well," Ziyuan replied expressionlessly, preparing to take action. At that moment, Li Chuyi realized his mistake and hastily pulled her back, exclaiming, "No, you misheard me. I meant to say we should burn it for purification. You mustn't eat zombie meat." "Ha ha 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 ha." Ziyuan turned her head away, stepping aside to ignore him. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Li Chuyi rummaged through his storage pouch, adeptly arranging various tools, including bells, wooden swords, glutinous rice, and candles. Ultimately, Ziyuan, who had always despised the act of purification, could no longer contain herself and coldly remarked, "Can you speed it up? Do you need me to bring an incense altar over?" "No need, no need. It's merely a habit." Li Chuyi quickly gestured, aware that he had indeed overdone it. Though this was a habit cultivated from his days of earning money alongside the Taoist priest, he swiftly tidied up his belongings, leaving only a wooden sword. Holding the sword, Li Chuyi began to walk around the zombie rabbit, chanting incantations while occasionally waving the sword. Finally, amidst Ziyuan's impatient demeanor, he thrust the wooden sword down, lightly tapping the talisman on the zombie rabbit. "Command and comply. Hastily grant rebirth." The talisman responded with a burst of flames, engulfing the zombie rabbit in fire. Before long, only a handful of white ash remained on the ground. Chapter 55. The dark ground in a desolate expanse. A faint dialogue broke the silence, shattering the tranquility. "Admit it. Your purification is merely dependent on the efficacy of that talisman. The rest is superfluous," a cold female voice stated. "Who said that? You simply do not understand. The talisman is indeed crucial, But without my purification chant, what use is it to burn just the talisman? Do you think this is merely roasting a rabbit? A dissatisfied young male voice retorted, sounding no older than a teenager. Come now, in such a perilous place, you waste so much time on this futile ritual. As a ghost, I have no fear, but you, a mere child yet to sprout facial hair, should be wary of summoning all manner of demons and monsters. The woman scoffed coldly. What do I have to fear? I am surrounded by 6 companions, 1 large and 5 small. Together we could play a game of eagle catches the chick. What do I have to fear? Besides, if any ghostly entities were to approach, they would surely kneel and call you big sister with your century-long cultivation, the boy carelessly replied. The woman, upon hearing this, was instantly displeased and harshly asked, Boy, who are you calling an old ghost? That was a slip of the tongue. I was praising your strength. Please don't misunderstand. Who are you? You are the most youthful, beautiful, and extraordinary ghost, my sister Zun. Realizing his faux pas, the boy quickly sought to curry favor. Satisfied by his flattery, the woman let out a soft hum, allowing him to escape her ire. These two were none other than Li Chuyi and Zun, trapped in this desolate realm. Wiping his brow, Li Chuyi thought to himself, the Taoist was indeed correct. In this world, any female, be it human or ghost, detests being referred to as old. Even if she is a grandmother with but a few teeth left. One must tread carefully. Stealing a glance at Zun, and seeing that she was no longer angry, Li Chuyi felt relieved and hastily shifted the topic. Beautiful sister Zun, are you certain this is the right way? We have traveled for quite some time, yet we are still not there. With that, he touched his stomach and pulled out a piece of flatbread, gnawing at it before adding, I have already had 10 meals. With this one, it makes 11. 3 meals a day. According to dietary norms, we have been walking for nearly 4 days. Are you sure our direction is correct? Zun cast him a sidelong glance and replied coldly. First, I gleaned this direction from the memories of that zombie rabbit. Unless its memories are false, this path is indeed the correct one. Secondly, 3 meals a day is the norm for ordinary folks, not for you. If I recall correctly, you have eaten as many as 7 meals in a day, a feat that could surely lead to your demise. Lastly, I do not engage in mundane activities, so I have no reason to lead you in circles. Don't think I am like you, who take so long to perform a purification on a zombie rabbit, dragging it out with so much fuss. Were it not for the time you wasted, we might have already arrived. Li Chuyi's face grew awkward, and he helplessly replied, All right, I know you are not at fault. I was merely seeking conversation to alleviate the tedium. I fear that if I remained silent, I might spiral into madness like before, and that would be unfortunate. Zun responded coolly, I do not enjoy conversation, had I not feared your descent into madness. Do you think I would engage with you so much? However, can we refrain from discussing purification? You know well that this process was taught by the Taoist, and I have always followed it. If you must assign blame, direct it toward the Taoist. After all, that passage is essential to the process. Otherwise, how could it be called purification? Simply burning it is easy, but that is either cremation or barbecue, not purification. Li Chuyi protested. Regardless, I find that to be pretentious. The talisman is the key element. With that, she glanced at Li Chuyi and added, Furthermore, whether or not it is true, this endeavor serves to stimulate your mind, significantly reducing the likelihood of your madness. Additionally, provoking you brings me joy. Though I dislike speaking, I must converse with you now. Why not derive pleasure from this interaction? Often, one's happiness is built upon the suffering of others. Li Chuyi found himself resonating deeply with the Taoist's words. At the same time, he comprehended another truth. Women, and indeed all females, are not to be trifled with lightly. Helpless, Li Chuyi could only engage in a desultory conversation with Zun, or rather, be provoked by her. He pondered for a long time, unable to decipher how he had offended Zun, oblivious to the fact that the seeds of this trouble had been sown long ago in the ancient tomb of Wuyang. At that time, Zun had been bombarded with questions from Li Chuyi for 3 consecutive days. Now, with an opportunity at hand, how could she not seek a minor revenge? Just as Li Chuyi felt he might succumb to madness from the repetitive and monotonous environment, it was as if a curtain had been drawn back. The ever-present grayish-white suddenly vanished, revealing a vast expanse of black earth, paved with dark stone slabs. Observing the distant silhouette protruding from the black ground, Li Chuyi exchanged glances with Zun. They both understood that they had arrived. Do you have any unpleasant feelings? Li Chuyi asked. Zun stepped lightly upon the black earth, taking a few steps forward. After a moment of contemplation, she returned. There is nothing wrong, just a sense of oppression, as if a heavy stone rests upon my heart. Zun replied. Li Chuyi nodded, also stepping forward. Upon touching this black earth, he felt a heaviness in his body, but no further sensations arose. I too have no issues. Merely a sensation of increased weight, Li Chuyi stated. Gazing intently at the distant shadow, he discerned, that indeed appears to be an altar, and it is quite large. It is visible from such a distance. However, I wonder what that altar is dedicated to, and if it holds the key to our return home. After a brief silence, Li Chuyi's expression grew serious. Regardless, we must investigate. Let us proceed. After a glance at Ziyuan, he added, if you experience any discomfort, retreat into the Fumo mirror. Do not force yourself. Ziyuan nodded in agreement. The two then cautiously advanced, remaining vigilant for any unforeseen occurrences. After a prolonged journey without any incidents, the two companions felt a slight relaxation in their tense hearts. At that moment, Li Chuyi stepped forward, and as his foot hovered in midair, he suddenly felt an immense force pulling him downwards. Instinctively, he stomped his foot onto the ground, causing his body to sway dangerously forward. Ziyuan quickly grasped his arm and yanked him back, just in time. Sitting on the ground, Li Chuyi gazed at the seemingly unremarkable surface ahead, and then glanced at the corroded sole of his shoe, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Fortunately, they had remained vigilant and moved slowly. Had they been quicker, he might have plunged into that eerie terrain. Wiping his brow, Li Chuyi surveyed the smooth black ground around them, searching in vain for a pebble. After some contemplation, he retrieved a small game piece from his storage bag, one he had once played with a Taoist priest, and tossed it forward. The small stone soared through the air, initially descending gently, but upon reaching the peculiar ground ahead, it was abruptly seized by an unseen force, crashing to the surface and emitting wisps of green smoke before vanishing without a trace, as if devoured by the earth. Li Chuyi grimaced at the sight, exclaiming internally at the sinister nature of the ground. They decided to circumvent it, with Ziyuan wearing a grave expression. Nodding in agreement, Li Chuyi took out a handful of stones, and the two began to traverse sideways, tossing a game piece every few paces. As the pieces continuously melded into the ground, they had covered a considerable distance. Just as they were about to exhaust their supply of pieces, one finally arced gracefully through the air, landing gently on the ground, bouncing a few times before coming to a standstill. Thankfully, they had not been entirely ensnared. Wiping his brow again, Li Chuyi exchanged a nod with Ziyuan, and they resumed their cautious advance, taking even more deliberate and careful steps. Chapter 56. The journey approaches its midpoint as they continued onward. The terrain unveiled numerous surprises, presenting a myriad of traps. Besides the aforementioned ground that consumed everything thrown upon it, various other hazards emerged. Some areas shot forth countless black blades of energy, shattering anything that passed. Others featured patches of blackened grass that would suddenly grow wildly, ensnaring objects that traversed through, only to retract moments later, leaving the ensnared items mysteriously vanished. There were also sections of ground that roared like a beast when disturbed, pulverizing anything above it. However, the most terrifying were the patches that could manipulate human consciousness. These areas remained inert when inanimate objects passed over them, but as soon as the two stepped upon them, an eerie force would invade their minds, attempting to exert control. Had Ziyuan not previously encountered a similar experience and reacted swiftly, pulling the dazed Li Chuyi back, it is likely they would have met a grim fate. The perils of their journey instilled a profound fear of falling into such treacherous areas again, prompting them to tie a rope around their waists. When faced with regions that showed no reaction to inanimate objects, they would enter one after the other to avoid both succumbing simultaneously. At Li Chuyi's insistence, he always went first, which warmed Ziyuan's cold heart just a touch. After circumventing a marshy expanse, Li Chuyi plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming his frustration. I can't go on. I'm out of things to throw. He rummaged through his storage bag, feeling helpless. Throughout their journey, he had discarded everything he could afford to lose, even some silver and copper coins he had kept hidden. Now, only provisions and a few magical artifacts remained, and if they continued, he would have no choice but to part with those as well. What do we do? Ziyuan echoed his despair. As a female specter, she did not carry many belongings like humans. Even her clothing was formed from her own ethereal essence, leaving her without options. Provisions are non-negotiable. If I throw those away, I'll starve. As for the other treasures, even if I did toss them, I wouldn't be able to do it many times. Li Chuyi frowned, searching his storage bag again. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He withdrew a long sword wrapped in beast hide, the very blade he had extorted from the erased spirit in the Wuyong burial mound. Observing the sword, he recalled the Taoist's words. It contained stardust iron and could bear more than half of a Taoist cultivation level, suggesting it was incredibly durable. Comparing the Taoist's diminished power to the myriad dangers of this treacherous terrain, Li Chuyi deduced that even a blade with reduced power would prove formidable against the traps. If it were to break, so be it. After all, no treasure was more precious than one's life. With determination, he unsheathed the sword and carefully prodded the ominous ground beside him. The blade punctured the murky surface, then withdrew without a hitch, bringing the tip to his nose. He examined it closely. To his astonishment, the treacherous ground that had obliterated his silver coins had left the beast-hide sword entirely unscathed, its surface shining and pristine. Relieved, Li Chuyi signaled to Ziyuan and brandished the sword as they moved forward. With the sword in hand, they could now detect potential dangers ahead without the need to traverse a significant distance before throwing stones to gauge the area. This newfound assurance allowed them to quicken their pace, though Li Chuyi couldn't help but lament over the items he had previously discarded. He mourned the loss of the cherished game pieces handcrafted by the Taoist, as well as his comb, mirror, shoes, socks, and even his bedding. Most painfully, he lamented the small amount of silver and copper coins he had painstakingly saved, and the agony of their loss weighed heavily on his heart. At least I still have 50 taels hidden in my pants, he muttered to himself, finding some solace in that. Ziyuan cast him a curious glance, questioning. Didn't you arrive here in tatters through the spatial rift? If I recall correctly, this outfit is one I helped you put on. Li Chuyi froze at her words. Ziyuan, realizing he seemed lost in thought, grew concerned that he had stepped into another area of mental manipulation. She tightened her grip and pulled him back. As he stumbled and fell, Li Chuyi sat on the ground, dazed, and suddenly burst into tears, wailing, "Cursed yen! My money! My money!" Ziyuan was taken aback by his outburst, feeling exasperated. After a lengthy moment, Li Chuyi finally ceased his lamenting, wiped his tears, and stood up. His face contorted with fury as he glared at the sky. "Cursed yen! Just wait. The day I achieve mastery, I will annihilate you. All the men shall be slain, and the women will be sent to the Taoist for redemption. I'll plunder the national treasury. Plunder, plunder. It's all mine." After venting his frustration, he turned to see Ziyuan's bemused expression, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Without saying another word, he raised his sword and continued forward. Thus, they journeyed on, unknowingly traversing halfway, with the colossal altar in the distance coming into clearer view. Exhausted, Li Chuyi finally sank to the ground, declaring, "I can't go on, I'm too tired." Ziyuan nodded in response, her movement stilled. The ghostly form, burdened by an oppressive aura, rippled with waves, occasionally releasing wisps of purple energy that seemed akin to perspiration. Their inability to proceed was not due to fatigue, rather, it was the ever-increasing weight of the darkness that rendered them immobile. Initially, upon entering, though they felt an added heaviness, Li Chuyi was unconcerned, as this pressure posed little challenge to him. Ziyuan felt similarly. Despite the weight in her heart, akin to a heavy stone, it was manageable. However, as they ventured deeper, the burden intensified. Upon traversing a quarter of the way, Li Chuyi began to silently channel his energy to counteract the pressure. At their current juncture, he was exerting all his strength in resistance. This was his limit, should they proceed further. Not only the incessant traps, but the very pressure itself could lead to his demise. Ziyuan too found herself in a comparable predicament, though not at her utmost limit. She was perilously close. The pressure within her had become overwhelmingly burdensome, almost threatening to cause her ghostly form to shatter. She understood that if she continued, she might indeed meet her end, even losing her very soul in the process. "What shall we do?" Ziyuan inquired. Li Chuyi remained silent for a moment before replying. "Let us observe first. If it proves futile, we shall retrace our steps. We can now discern the altar's appearance. Let us see if there exists any formation resembling a teleportation array. If so, we shall devise a way to approach it." Ziyuan gazed at him in astonishment. "You understand formations?" Li Chuyi nodded slightly. "I have a rudimentary knowledge, having observed Taoist priests in the past. Are you familiar with teleportation arrays?" She pressed further. "Not precisely," he replied, shaking his head. "However, I can investigate. A Taoist once gifted me a tome titled Qian Kuan Bai Wu, which contains a section dedicated to formations. I had not perused it much due to lack of interest, but such a renowned array should surely be documented within." With that, Li Chuyi retrieved a slender book from his storage pouch and began to leaf through it under Ziyuan's astonished gaze. Chapter 57. The clearing in the rainforest in the western frontier of Da Yin lies a notable region known as Wangu Yulin. This vast rainforest spans nearly half of the western boundary. The dense foliage obstructs much of the sunlight, casting the interior into a perpetual gloom. alleviated only by the sporadic dappled light that filters through the leaves, preventing it from becoming utterly dark. Within this murky canopy, the atmosphere is stifling and humid. Thick layers of decaying leaves mingle with the remains of various creatures, exuding an indescribably nauseating scent. Some of the decayed matter, unbeknownst to its composition, emits a spectrum of colorful mists, reminiscent of a steamer in this suffocating rainforest. While most of these mists are repugnant, a few bear surprisingly pleasant aromas, even eliciting a sense of addiction. However, should one mistakenly believe that these fragrant mists could benefit one's health, congratulations, you are already dead. For these mists, varying in color and scent, are collectively known as Xianxia. The perilous nature of Xianxia is well documented. And the reason Wangu Yulin serves as a natural barrier for Diyin is that its miasma is lethal not only to ordinary humans, but even to cultivators. Some of these beautiful vapors can effortlessly spell doom for beings far beyond the mortal realm. Despite its aura of death, Wangu Yulin is not devoid of life. While inhospitable to humans and most beasts, it remains a paradise for myriad venomous insects and ferocious creatures. Many of these beings thrive in the oppressive humidity, possessing potent toxins. The Xianxia, deadly to other creatures, serves as nourishment for them. For countless millennia, these beings have inhabited the rainforest, delineating it into uncharted territories, each guarding its domain fiercely. Should any intruder venture into their realm, they would unleash a brutal attack, ensuring the invader's death or expulsion before relenting. To them, the rainforest resembles a realm of sovereigns, each ruling their own territory. Here, they abide by their own laws. Yet, these laws were recently shattered. Deep within the rainforest, a thunderous explosion reverberated, followed by an unprecedented gale that swept through, dispersing the miasma and humidity. The invisible pressure of the wind sent the rainforest's inhabitants into a frenzy, prompting them to flee or cower in their lairs, trembling in fear. As the wind subsided, the rainforest gradually regained its tranquility. The shaken residents cautiously emerged from their homes, trembling as they resumed their lives. For those devoid of intelligence, such simplicity brought happiness, as long as their territory remained intact. However, for the more sentient creatures, curiosity and fear compelled them to venture forth, racing toward the source of the explosion. They sought to understand what force had wrought such devastation upon their home. Driven by curiosity and trepidation, they traversed in silence. Beasts that typically roared out of habit and the insects that made only the faintest rustles all mutually refrained from sound. Even those with long-standing grudges opted for mere hissing and low growls, choosing to part ways rather than engage in battle, for they sensed a more formidable threat and the unknown ahead. Upon reaching the site of the explosion, the sight before them left them aghast. The familiar rainforest had vanished, replaced by an eerie clearing, as though a portion had been sheared away. Great trees lay shattered, some uprooted entirely, and amidst the debris, remnants of creatures could be discerned, hinting at the horrors that had transpired. The bizarre scene brought the approaching insects and beasts to a standstill, glancing at one another, none daring to step further. Fear gripped them, as the thought of joining the scattered remains was daunting. While fear might have driven them away, their burgeoning curiosity and desire to grow stronger held them back. They yearned for the power that could obliterate everything, even if only a fragment. Caught in a dilemma, instinct prompted a choice. They opted to remain in place, observing the unfolding events. They awaited the first brave soul willing to tread into that ominous space. Only when one ventured forth and proved the area was devoid of danger would they dare to follow, seeking the potential strength that awaited. This was wisdom, a trait bestowed upon those who had awakened their intellect. Yet it was also their sorrow, for their understanding had not yet grasped the truth that the first to take a risk often reaps the greatest rewards. Time slipped away, and eventually, a sound akin to breaking the air echoed through the skies. The restless beasts, having awaited this moment with mounting impatience, looked upward. In the heavens, an elderly man clad in a blue Taoist robe descended atop a massive brown gourd. Should Li Chuyi be present, he would surely find the gourd strikingly familiar, as it bore a remarkable resemblance to the one wielded by the Taoist priest. The gourd of the Taoist appeared rugged and worn, even inferior to the beggar's wine gourd by the roadside, while the gourd ridden by the elder was smooth and glimmered subtly, clearly an extraordinary treasure. Soon, the gourd, carrying the elder, soared to the edge of the clearing. The elder merely cast a fleeting glance at the insect beasts below, who gazed up at him in unison, before continuing on his way, flying directly to the center of the clearing. Below, the venomous insects and fierce beasts, who had waited for an eternity, were astonished that someone dared to be the first to invade this territory and, astonishingly, remained unscathed, without a thought given to the distinction between flying and running. They surged forward as if summoned by a battle cry, racing ahead in a frenzy. Amidst the cacophony of roars, the beasts surged forth. In their frantic haste, they were oblivious to what they sought. Yet, a flicker of rudimentary wisdom and instinct informed them that following the figure in the sky was undoubtedly the right choice. This peculiar wild beast, bold enough to be the first to tread here without hesitation, must have uncovered something significant. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded in the clearing of the rainforest. An elder clad in a blue robe walked ahead, while a multitude of beasts trailed closely behind. From a distance, it appeared as though the blue-robed elder had committed some heinous act that enraged these ferocious beasts, or perhaps that these beasts were mere pets of the elder, creating a most bizarre tableau. These mindless fools, the blue-robed elder mused, casting a glance behind him with a light chuckle. Ignoring the followers, he focused ahead, fingers continuously forming a Taoist seal, his eyes half closed as he silently sensed something. Suddenly, a flicker of intent crossed his face, and he opened his eyes to gaze at a specific point ahead. A smile crept across his lips as he murmured, "Found it, this is the place." If Li Chuyi were present, he would immediately recognize that this was the location of the spatial rift that had drawn him into the void. "Young friend, I hope you are still alive. It would be a pity for this old man to exert such effort in searching for you." A gentle breeze stirred, causing the elder's robes to flutter and revealing a token at his waist, adorned with a cauldron and intricately engraved with the two characters by Jia. Chapter 58. The Void's peculiar formation. The blue-robed elder was none other than Zheng Yi, the revered ancestor of Tai Su Kong, known as by Jia Daoren. A few days prior, while in secluded cultivation, he had received a report from the current sect leader, Lu Hong, regarding the incident at Wuyang Tomb. Although he was pleased that all his disciples returned safely, he understood the rules of the game with Diyan. Even if his disciples suffered losses, he would only feel a quiet sorrow, without any outward reaction. However, upon hearing Xueqing recount the events and her speculations about the identity of the Taoist who rescued them, Bai Jiadaoren realized that matters were far from simple. When he learned that the Taoist had intended to seek him out, but had been delayed by this incident, and now his disciples were trapped in the void, Bai Jiadaoren understood he had to take action. The Taoist had a significant connection with him, regardless of past affections or the need to care for his disciples. He was determined to find the Taoist's apprentice. Life or death, he must see the person if alive, or the body if deceased. He was acutely aware of one thing. Given the Taoist's unreasonable and reckless nature, if he neglected the Taoist's disciple when the Taoist turned his attention to him, it would likely mean disaster for Tai Su Gong and Tianmin Shan, obliterated by the enraged Taoist. Gazing at the sky and sensing the lingering resonance of the spatial rift, Bai Jiadaoren couldn't help but mutter, "That old rascal. Always stirring up trouble in his youth, now in his old age, still inciting chaos. And I must clean up after him. If he wants to go mad, let him. But to blow up his own disciple and expect me to find him, what a rascal." If Li Chuyi were to hear these words, he would undoubtedly consider Bai Jiadaoren a kindred spirit, for the elder spoke the unvarnished truth. After venting his frustration, Bai Jiadaoren appeared to calm down and, observing the lingering void, resignedly remarked, "What good is cursing him? He is not here to hear it. Sigh. I should get to work." Retrieving a divination board from his robe, Bai Jiadaoren began to sense the void's resonance while calculating with his hands. The board pointed in various directions. After a while, the board suddenly glimmered brightly, shaking slightly as the light coalesced into a needle-like point, directing him toward a specific location. Bai Jiadaoren's gaze sharpened instantly, focusing on that spot. Found it. Following the direction indicated by the board, Bai Jiadaoren propelled himself forward on the gourd. When the light from the board became a mere point, he finally halted. Fortunately, the duration was not overly lengthy, and the deviation was minimal. Had he strayed into Dayan's territory, even he would have been at a loss. With a sigh of relief, Bai Jiadaoren stowed away the divination board. Sitting cross-legged in the emptiness above, he repeatedly cast several Taoist seals, ultimately drawing a dark rift before him. The inky rift emanated a powerful pulling force, yet had no effect on Bai Jiadaoren. Even the fabric of his Taoist robe remained undisturbed. However, the ferocious beasts that had followed him were thrown into chaos. Sensing the rift's insatiable hunger and the primal fear it instilled, the once bloodthirsty beasts, now even more bloodshot in their eyes, were overcome with terror. With a collective cry, they turned and fled, their speed surpassing even their initial approach. Some of the weaker beasts had already collapsed in fright, foaming at the mouth in unconsciousness. Observing the pandemonium below, Bai Jiadaoren couldn't help but comment, "Mindless fools." After a moment, he glanced at the sky, seemingly contemplating something, and sighed softly, murmuring in a voice audible only to himself. But do we, in the eyes of others, also appear as mindless as these creatures with nascent intelligence? After a long silence, shaking his head slightly, Bai Jie Daoren chuckled. What does it matter? Overthinking serves no purpose. Did that rascal not say? Those who mock me as a fool, do they not also appear foolish in my eyes? Now, let us attend to the matter at hand. Hopefully, that young friend is still alive. With a faint smile, Bai Jie Daoren urged the gourd forward, plunging into the rift. As he entered, the rift gradually closed. As the sky returned to its former state, the beasts on the ground, though bewildered, did not linger and continued their frantic escape. Who could say whether that great chasm would reappear? They would never return to this clearing. While power was enticing, their lives were far more precious. Thus, a forbidden zone emerged in this ancient rainforest. Within this domain, all beasts retreated, none daring to enter. Later, explorers venturing into this ancient rainforest designated this clearing as a resting area, leading to its subsequent flourishing. Of course, this is a tale for another time, unbeknownst to the instigators. In the void, as a rift slowly closed, a figure clad in azure emerged, Bai Jie Daoren, in pursuit of Li Chuyi. Gazing into the pitch-black void, Bai Jie Daoren couldn't help but furrow his brow. According to Mu Xueqing, that young lad was merely in his teens. Even if he had begun cultivating from the womb, even a prodigy could only possess a decade's worth of cultivation, at most reaching the realm of refining spirit. Yet Mu Xueqing sensed that the young boy was nearing the formation of his Dao Dan. Even if he had succeeded in forming it and had achieved the realm of Dao Dan, within this void, even with that old rascal's protection, his chances of survival were barely 2 in 10. It is essential to note that the dangers of the void were such that even cultivators at the Dao Dan, Yuan Ying, or even Yuan Shun realms would meet with certain death. After a prolonged period of silent contemplation, Bai Jie Daoren gently shook his head and murmured, "One must do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. Regardless of the outcome, I shall seek a resolution." Resolute in his decision, he retrieved the divination plate once more and began to calculate in silence. Following the guidance of the plate, he appeared to wander aimlessly. Yet upon correlating his path with that of Li Chuyi, who had been adrift in the void, it became evident that he traversed the very locations once visited by Li Chuyi. Ultimately, when Bai Jie Daoren arrived at the location where Li Chuyi had entered the perilous rift, the light needle on the divination plate coalesced into a singular point of illumination. Gazing into the void before him, Bai Jie Daoren furrowed his brow. This cannot be right. Why has it ceased here? Could it have been consumed by another rift? Or perhaps rescued by someone else? Pondering deeply with a furrowed brow, he suddenly closed his eyes and began to attune himself to the surroundings. After a lengthy moment, he opened his eyes, his frown deepening further. Strange, there is not a trace of spatial resonance left. How can this be? It is as if he has vanished into thin air. This is inconceivable. In a moment of inspiration, Bai Jie Daoren reached forth, summoning an ancient tortoise shell and 3 copper coins, akin to the instruments used by mortal fortune-tellers. Observing the items in his hand, he mused, "Though I possess only a rudimentary understanding of the art of divination, I can at least ascertain the fate of this inexperienced child." With that thought, he placed the coins into the tortoise shell and shook it 6 times, ultimately deriving an omen. After contemplating the omen for a considerable time, he was taken aback, suddenly raising his head to gaze intently into the void. The child yet lives, but here there exists an array. Surveying the seemingly ordinary void, Bai Jie Daoren struggled to fathom who could have established such a formation in this emptiness, one that even he, well versed in the principles of arrays, could not discern. It was astonishing that he could not perceive the reality concealed before him. It rendered him incredulous. If even I cannot see through this, then the array's creator possesses an extraordinary mastery of the art, beyond prediction. However, now that I have become aware, and for the sake of that child, I shall investigate, regardless of how formidable this celestial array may be. With a chuckle, Bai Jie Daoren began to probe around the void where the array was situated. In the pitch-black dead zone, Li Chuyi remained blissfully unaware of Bai Jie Daoren's relentless search for him in the void. Nor did he know that the Taoist had located the entrance to this ominous realm mere steps away, seated upon a secure patch of black earth. Li Chuyi exerted all his power to fend off the intangible oppressive force, quietly perusing a peculiar book in his hands, while Ziyuan vigilantly scanned their surroundings, safeguarding him. The book was extraordinary. Though thin, its content seemed infinite. Each page was densely filled with intricate characters and illustrations. Yet, when Li Chuyi turned the page and returned to it, the same page had transformed entirely, revealing new text and images, truly remarkable. unfazed by the phenomenon. Li Chuyi continued his examination, while Ziyuan, witnessing this for the first time, widened her eyes in astonishment and occasionally cast curious glances at the tome titled Qianquan Bai Wu. After an extended period of fruitless searching, Li Chuyi felt a growing urgency. Finally, closing the book, he gazed vacantly at the black altar ahead, murmuring, "There's nothing, I can't find anything. Not a single clue?" Ziyuan inquired. Li Chuyi shook his head, expressing his frustration. Not at all. Although the section on formations included descriptions of teleportation arrays, it bears no resemblance to this altar. Even the other arrays described within the text do not align with this altar. Ziyuan fell into a brief silence before asking, "What shall we do then? Retreat?" Li Chuyi sighed and shook his head slightly. "Let us wait a moment longer. Perhaps I have overlooked something." With that, he delved back into the book, seeking further clues. Time slipped away amidst their silence and the occasional rustling of pages. Just as Ziyuan hesitated, contemplating whether to ask Li Chuyi about retreating, he suddenly lifted his head, mouth agape, staring blankly at the black altar before them. Ziyuan's heart stirred. "Have you found a clue?" Li Chuyi did not respond, but instead scrutinized the Qianquan Bai Wu. Comparing its contents to the black altar, his expression increasingly grave, until he felt tears welling up. Ziyuan's heart sank. "What is it? This time?" Li Chuyi did not ignore her. His round, plump face contorted with a complex expression of wanting to cry and laugh. He stammered, "Ziyuan, we may have stumbled into something monumental." "What do you mean?" Ziyuan asked, frowning. Taking a deep breath, Li Chuyi did not answer her directly, but instead asked with a quavering voice, "Ziyuan, have you heard of Zongwang?" "Zongwang." Ziyuan shook her head, having never heard of it. "What about it?" Zongwang, whose true name has been lost to time, was an exceptionally bizarre figure from long ago. His perversion of nature may even surpass that of my lecherous Taoist master. Originally a human cultivator, he possessed extraordinary talent, achieving the realm of ascension in a mere century. Poised to breach the celestial gates and face the tribulations of immortality. Yet, this twisted individual was not satisfied. He sought to absorb the celestial Tao of the mortal realm, intending to assimilate it into his own path before entering the celestial realm as its sovereign. Ultimately, the celestial Tao does not allow such transgressions, and he was annihilated by the combined forces of the mortal and celestial Tao. And then, Ziyuan inquired, intrigued. Then, astoundingly, he did not perish. His primordial spirit escaped and seized the body of a powerful demon cultivator in the mortal realm, becoming a demon himself, and astonishingly, he mastered the demonic path to its pinnacle, reigniting his frenzied ambitions. Ziyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. She was no longer the naive specter she once was. Having embarked on her own cultivation journey, she understood the formidable power of the celestial Tao. Under its dominion, all were but mere fodder, and beings were akin to ants. Yet, this supreme celestial Tao, along with the unfathomable powers of the celestial realm, had failed to vanquish Zongwang, illustrating just how perverse he truly was. At this moment, Li Chuyi continued, the final outcome was, of course, yet another failure. This time, the celestial Tao seemed enraged, completely eradicating Zongwang's remaining vitality and reducing him to a dead soul. Yet, this aberration did not cease to exist. He forcibly reconstituted his dissipating spirit into a ghostly form and resumed his cultivation. As a result, thousands of years later, he again succeeded, becoming a figure of unparalleled stature among ghostly cultivators. Not only that, but even the rarely seen netherworld sought to recruit him. At this point, Li Chuyi paused. Ziyuan, having already suspected the truth, interjected, so he still aimed to absorb the celestial Tao into himself, challenging it yet again. Li Chuyi nodded slowly, sighing with a conflicted expression. This time, it seems the celestial Tao has been thoroughly provoked. And not only the celestial realm, but even the netherworld has sent forth its powers to assist the celestial Tao in vanquishing Zongwang. As a result, the fortune of Zongwang seems to have come to an end. Faced with three unimaginable forces, Zongwang was ultimately unable to resist and was swiftly subdued. However, this peculiar being is the first cultivator throughout history to simultaneously master the realms of human, demon, and ghost, and it remains a mystery what transformations he underwent. Although subdued, he could not be entirely annihilated. Confronted with the impossibility of his complete destruction, the heavenly Tao sought to use its unfathomable power to seal him for eternity. At that moment, some of Zongwang's most loyal subordinates suddenly appeared, intent on rescuing him. While these individuals were also formidable cultivators, they were akin to moths drawn to a flame when faced with the supreme heavenly Tao. After paying an almost devastating price, The few surviving confidants finally managed to rescue the remnants of Zhang Wang's undying spirit and vanished into the void, although they never reappeared thereafter. A legend persisted in the human realm. It is said that the remnants of Zhang Wang, carrying his lingering spirit, journeyed to an unknowable place in the void, one that eludes the scrutiny of the three realms. There, they erected an altar and buried Zhang Wang's spirit within it. The legend claims that this altar holds the power of rebirth, and the remnants aspire to use its strength to resurrect Zhang Wang on some future day. Consequently, due to this legend, later generations have referred to this unparalleled figure, whom even the heavenly Tao could not destroy but could only seal, as Zhang Wang. Li Chuyi spoke with a look of admiration, seemingly pondering the extraordinary mindset of such a formidable individual as Zhang Wang. Meanwhile, Ziyuan sat beside him, her expression one of disbelief. She simply could not fathom why Zhang Wang, despite having a promising future, stubbornly chose to pursue a path to death. And this was not once, but thrice. Suddenly, a thought crossed Ziyuan's mind, and with a pale complexion, she glanced towards the distant altar. Her eyes filled with incredulity as she looked at Li Chuyi. Li Chuyi, with a mournful expression, nodded and gestured towards the altar. His voice tinged with sorrow. If the legend is true, that altar entombing Zhang Wang is nearly identical to this black altar. Observing Ziyuan's stunned face, Li Chuyi despondently added, "Moreover, according to the legend, the place where Zhang Wang is sealed is a desolate land of death, devoid of any life. The realm of Zhang Wang's seal is thick with death energy, gathering insurmountable calamities, where the dead may yet rise." As he spoke, Ziyuan's already pale complexion turned even more ashen. Ignoring Ziyuan, Li Chuyi gazed at the immense black altar in the distance, his expression shifting continuously. Finally, he let out a sigh, his spirit as if extinguished. It seems that in this lifetime, the prospect of savoring any fortune is lost. Ah, life. Chapter 60. The anomaly of the Black Land. What should we do now? After a prolonged silence, Ziyuan inquired softly. Taking a deep breath, Li Chuyi fixed his gaze upon the distant black altar and slowly replied, "Advancing forward is certainly out of the question, even if we wish to proceed. Given our cultivation levels, we could not cross over. That we have made it this far is already defying the odds. And we are likely still on the periphery of the altar, where the defenses are relatively weak. If we foolishly continue onward, we would likely meet our demise even with the most rudimentary of methods." Ziyuan also looked solemnly at the altar and, in disbelief, asked, "Could it be that this black altar is truly the burial site of Zhang Wang? Among the vast number of formidable cultivators in the three realms, even the supreme heavenly Tao has sought this place, yet we have stumbled upon it? This is simply too unreasonable, too improbable." Li Chuyi shook his head, responding with resignation. "Regardless of its veracity, this place is undoubtedly beyond our reach for investigation. As for possibility and rationale, a sage once said that existence itself is reason. Anything is possible. We can only say that we are indeed exceptionally fortunate. Existence is reason, anything is possible." Contemplating this phrase, the two fell into another long silence. Eventually, Li Chuyi gently shook his head, dispelling his distracting thoughts, and turned to Ziyuan. "Let us not dwell on fruitless thoughts. Since the calm prevails for now, we should retreat swiftly. Regardless of whether this is Zhang Wang's resting place, it is certainly not a locale conducive to our well-being. If some cataclysmic event were to occur, we would find ourselves unable to escape." Ziyuan nodded, and the two rose to their feet. After casting one last profound glance at the distant black altar, they turned to retrace their steps. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from the heavens, shattering the eerie stillness of the desolate land. Both Li Chuyi and Ziyuan were taken aback. Quickly looking up at the sky, to their horror, they discovered that the once faintly luminous, pallid sky was now undulating like a massive white cloth violently shaken, swelling with tumultuous waves, akin to the fury of a storm. "What is happening?" Li Chuyi stared in stunned silence at the sky. Could it be that Zhang Wang has awakened? Ziyuan hesitantly speculated. Upon hearing this, Li Chuyi spat several times onto the ground. "Pa, pa, pa. Good things do not work, but bad things do. You cursed crow's mouth. Do not speak carelessly." Ziyuan raised an eyebrow, retorting coldly, "It is you who possesses the crow's mouth. For so long, nothing happened, and the moment you uttered that the heavens would collapse, the sky began to seem as if it were about to turn upside down. Do you not think your tongue is cursed? You are the one with the cursed tongue. It was merely a coincidence, a coincidence." Watching Li Chuyi flail about in agitation, Ziyuan delivered a merciless jab. "You still claim it is not your cursed tongue? Not only is your tongue cursed, but your face is dark. You say the void is vast, and the spatial rifts numerous. Why did you not drift elsewhere, but instead found yourself in such a dead land? Are you not a reincarnation of a calamity spirit? Li Chuyi rolled his eyes in frustration, yet found himself speechless, unable to refute her. As Ziyuan pointed out, throughout their journey, he had indeed seemed to be plagued by bad luck. Now, after casually mentioning the heavens collapsing, it seemed to manifest almost instantaneously. It was indeed uncanny. At that moment, the massive black altar in the distance appeared to respond to the tumultuous sky, emitting a resounding thud, as if something within had struck it forcefully, before beginning to tremble slightly. Though the tremor was minor for the altar, as it spread across the black ground and reached the feet of the two, they found themselves unable to maintain their footing, collapsing to the ground as if shaken like grains of rice in a sieve. Could it be that I truly have a cursed tongue? Li Chuyi stammered, trembling from the jarring motion, while Ziyuan shot him a disapproving glance and chose to ignore him. Suddenly, Li Chuyi took out the fumo mirror and said to Ziyuan, "You should return first." Ziyuan raised her brows. "What do you mean by that?" With his jaw quivering from the jolting, Li Chuyi managed a strained smile. "One of us must survive. I am a female ghost. I am already dead," Ziyuan replied indifferently. Li Chuyi was momentarily taken aback, stammering for a moment before saying, "True, you may be dead, but your spirit remains intact, does it not? Quickly enter. In case I lose my life, you must find a way to summon back my scattered soul, allowing me to solidify into a ghost and become a ghost cultivator." Ziyuan regarded him thoughtfully, understanding that Li Chuyi's intentions were to protect her from danger, wishing to ensure her safety. Moreover, his words rang true, should he perish. There was a possibility for Ziyuan to retrieve his wandering soul and assist him in becoming a ghost, whereas if her spirit were to dissipate, she would truly vanish without a trace, never to be saved again. However, Ziyuan could not, nor would she wish to, leave Li Chuyi alone in such a perilous situation. Looking at the chubby figure before her, often lost in thought, she felt a deep yearning for the warmth emanating from him. After a brief silence, Ziyuan spoke softly. "Let us wait a moment longer. Should a life-threatening situation arise, I will ensure I return to the fumo mirror before it is too late." With a slight furrow of her brow, Ziyuan added, "Although I am reluctant to cultivate the Yu Su alongside you, should you truly perish, I promise to do everything in my power to help you transform into a ghost and embark upon the path of ghost cultivation." That foolish woman, arriving at such a time and indulging in the melodramatic antics of a Taoist. Although he cursed inwardly, Li Chuyi could not help but feel deeply moved by Ziyuan's actions. In the face of monumental change, having someone by his side made the burden of solitude feel much lighter, indeed a source of immense happiness. Just as Li Chuyi pondered what words to utter to prolong this heartwarming yet cliched scene, a low growl imbued with ominous pressure emanated from the direction of the black altar. "Omashurasa Blanca, Desu N." The voice struck him with an ineffable fear that left him breathless, causing Li Chuyi to widen his eyes in disbelief, internally screaming, "What on earth did you just say?" In response to this eerie language laden with palpable pressure, a voice resounded from the roiling sky. "I am Zheng Yi, the third-generation master of Tai Su Palace on Tianmen Mountain in the human realm. I am unaware of your presence here and apologize for any offense caused. I hope for your understanding." Upon hearing the name of Tai Su Palace and the title of the Baiji Taoist, Li Chuyi was instantly filled with elation. He realized that he might indeed be saved. After a brief silence, the voice from the black altar resonated once more, this time in a language comprehensible to Li Chuyi. "Human realm? Human cultivator?" Indeed, the voice of Baiji Taoist echoed through the air. "Tai Su Palace? I have not heard of it. I only know of the Tai Su Dao, whose ancestor had a brief acquaintance with me." The voice from the black altar paused, seemingly taken aback, and then replied in astonishment. "The Tai Su Dao is indeed the predecessor of Tai Su Palace. You, senior, are acquainted with my ancestor? May I inquire your name?" After a lengthy silence, the voice finally responded, "I do not recall. My memories have suffered deterioration, and many matters elude me. However, before my seclusion, I was known as the Zongwang." Upon hearing the name Zongwang, both Li Chuyi and Ziyuan felt a chill in their hearts, realizing their suspicions were correct. Meanwhile, Baiji Taoist, who had been tirelessly deciphering the formation, abruptly halted, gasping in shock. Zongwang, the legendary figure once deemed impossible to bury in this world. Baiji Taoist was well aware of who Zongwang was. He could hardly fathom that the Taoist disciple had ended up in the secluded domain of Zongwang. He cursed the Taoist in his heart. "You old rascal. Always making me clean up your messes. Now you've leapt from one predicament to a dire situation. How am I to manage this? You may explode as you wish. But why must you bring your disciple to this forsaken place? Are you intent on leading to my demise?" Chapter 61. Breaking the formation curses aside. A life must still be saved. Having cracked the formation slightly, Baijia Taoist could sense a faint breath of life emerging from the realm filled with deathly energy, Li Chuyi's essence. Knowing that Li Chuyi was alive brought a sense of relief to Baijia Taoist, compelling him to act. With a hearty laugh, he transmitted his voice. Ah, so it is the esteemed Zhang Wang. Your name echoes throughout the world, and your indomitable spirit has long been a source of admiration for us younger generations. Flattery aside, Baijia Taoist continued, how did you come to discover this place? Baijia Taoist chuckled casually. It is quite a coincidence. One of my favorite juniors, in a fit of mischief, took one of my treasures to play with, inadvertently tearing through the void and drifting here, ultimately stumbling into your secluded domain. I was merely following the trail of this junior. As he spoke, Li Chuyi suddenly felt as though something had swept over him, thoroughly probing him from within and without. A wave of soul-deep terror surged through him, rendering him trembling, and cold sweat streamed down his pale, plump face. Beside him, Ziyuan was equally affected, her ghostly form quivering, threatening to dissipate entirely. Desperately suppressing his fear, Li Chuyi brandished the fumo mirror towards Ziyuan, who did not resist and transformed into a wisp of purple smoke, swiftly fleeing into the mirror. Since this was unintentional, let us leave it be. Depart now, and remember not to divulge the matters of this place to outsiders. Otherwise, I shall pursue you until your essence is scattered. Zhang Wang spoke coldly. Baijia Taoist furrowed his brow, but then his face brightened with a smile. That would be for the best. I am immensely grateful for your magnanimity. Please release my junior, and we shall depart at once, revealing not a word of this. Did you not comprehend my words? Zhang Wang's voice turned icy. Baijia Taoist's brow knitted further, realizing the gravity of the situation, and replied coldly, what do you mean? With a disdainful snort, Zhang Wang declared, you truly do not understand? My intention is for you to leave alone. Your disturbance of my cultivation is a grave offense. And had it been in the past, I would have ground you into dust. However, I shall show you mercy this time, allowing you to depart, while your junior shall remain here as compensation. Esteemed senior, this may not be appropriate. Baijia Taoist's expression darkened. What is inappropriate? I have granted you a chance at life. Cherish it. Zhang Wang replied coldly. Baijia Taoist took a deep breath, aware that this matter could not end amicably. Esteemed senior, that junior is my most cherished descendant. I must take him away today. Would you not consider a different arrangement, one that benefits us both, leading to mutual satisfaction? Zhang Wang retorted coldly. I shall be frank. Your junior is of use to me, and I shall have him. What, do you intend to forcefully seize him from me? Baijia Taoist laughed heartily upon hearing this, then spoke coldly. Zhang Wang, I have shown you respect as a senior, always speaking to you in kindness. But if you insist on this course, I shall have no choice but to confront you. Do you think you stand a chance? Zhang Wang scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Indeed, I do. Baijia Taoist retorted with a cold laugh. In your prime, even if you were left with only half your power, I might have felt like an ant before you. But now, how much power do you truly possess? If I recall correctly, you were reduced to a mere remnant soul, barely clinging to existence. With your injuries, how much have you truly recovered? You need not concern yourself with my recovery. Just know that my remaining strength is ample to deal with you. Zhang Wang dismissed the threat without concern. Is that so? If you are capable of killing me, then why have you yet to make a move? Instead, you allow me to work on dismantling your formation while engaging in prolonged conversation. As if attempting to frighten me away, my precious strength, painstakingly regained over countless years, shall not be squandered on a rodent like you. Moreover, the grand formation outside was designed by me, with my disciples, whose powers far exceed yours, working together to set it. You think you can breach it? Zhang Wang mocked. Upon hearing this, Baijia Taoist laughed heartily. Since you are so confident, allow me to demonstrate. With that, Baijia Taoist suddenly reached out into the void. And to everyone's astonishment, a ripple appeared in the empty space. With a soft pop, the invisible grand formation revealed a breach, and a torrent of deathly energy surged forth like a whirlwind. Baijia Taoist had surmised that this matter would not conclude without conflict. Thus he had been secretly dismantling the formation while they conversed. Although the grand formation was personally designed by Zhang Wang, and he could not fully breach it, he was confident in opening a small gap. Witnessing Baijia Taoist's success in creating a breach in the outer formation, Zhang Wang gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? Did you truly manage to pry open a fissure? The Baijia Taoist chuckled heartily, standing tall and proud. Zhang Wang, although you are an extraordinary figure of unparalleled caliber, how long have you entrenched yourself here? The human realm is in a constant state of evolution. The Tao is likewise an ever-unfolding journey of exploration and advancement. The depth of the contemporary human realm is beyond your imagination. You have grown old. Upon hearing the Baizhi Taoist declare his age, Zhang Wang let out a furious roar, causing the black ground to crack open in numerous places centered around the altar. Startled, Li Chuyi hastily jumped about like a plump monkey, fearing he might plunge into the unfathomable abyss. Responding to Zhang Wang's furious bellow, Baizhi Taoist laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Zhang Wang, I have entered." With that, he stepped into the opening and appeared beneath the pallid sky. "You seek death." Upon witnessing Baizhi Taoist's arrival, Zhang Wang bellowed angrily, and the altar emitted a strange oscillation, transforming into a gray gas column that surged toward Baizhi Taoist. Ignoring the column hurtling toward him, Baizhi Taoist gazed at the black altar and chuckled softly. "So, the legends hold truth. Your disciples have sealed your lingering soul within this altar. No wonder you have not made a move in ages. While there exists a possibility of resurrection within this altar, it simultaneously hinders your freedom, confining you within its bounds, does it not?" At that moment, the gray gas column approached, prompting Baizhi Taoist to finally acknowledge it. With a mere thought, a floating dust appeared in his hand, transforming into an elongated chain that struck the gray gas column like a whip. After a resounding clash, the gas column dissipated, while Baizhi Taoist was propelled backward through the air before steadying himself. Indeed formidable. He clenched his slightly numbed hand, smiling faintly as he gazed at the black altar. "However, it is merely that." Zhang Wang, enraged, growled, "You seek death." Without a word, Baizhi Taoist moved, morphing into a shadow of azure, charging toward the black altar. Come again. Chapter 62. The Death Chi transforms into a serpent as Baizhi Taoist charged forward. Zhang Wang let out a low growl, causing the black altar to tremble slightly. Another gray gas column, condensed from Death Chi, surged toward him. In an instant, they collided, but this time, Baizhi Taoist did not recoil as before. Instead, at the moment of impact, he gently struck the side of the gray gas column with a delicate force, as if he were tapping a solid pillar rather than an ephemeral manifestation of gas. With a gentle touch, Baizhi Taoist's body glided past the gray gas column like a feather, unharmed, and continued his swift advance toward the altar. The gray gas column, unwilling to concede, suddenly transformed into a massive gray serpent under Zhang Wang's command. The serpent's great head opened its gaping maw, as if enraged by Baizhi Taoist, and it writhed and twisted, relentlessly pursuing him like a fly. As the two engaged in a prolonged chase, the gray serpent nearly captured Baizhi Taoist multiple times, only to be evaded by his deft movements. Although the gray serpent could not harm Baizhi Taoist, it obstructed his path. Each time he sought an opening to break free. The serpent's tail, which had remained still, thwarted his efforts. Regardless of how Baizhi Taoist taunted or attempted to feign weakness, the tail remained steadfast, guarding its position. Observing the serpent's frenzied movements and its roaring head, contrasted against the seemingly disconnected tail, Baizhi Taoist's brow began to furrow. Just as Li Chuyi thought they might remain locked in this stalemate indefinitely, the massive serpent appeared to be thoroughly enraged. With a tremendous roar, its death-congealed face contorted in pain, and its colossal body began to bubble as if thrown into boiling water, producing large gray bubbles that, from afar, resembled unsightly warts. The bubbles multiplied and grew larger, ultimately bursting with another roar from the giant serpent, releasing numerous smaller serpent heads identical to its own. Following a low growl, these new heads focused on Baizhi Taoist, their bodies dripping with the viscous liquid of Death Chi, continuously writhing and elongating. Suddenly, with a collective roar, the myriad of serpent heads darted towards the evading Baizhi Taoist like a volley of arrows. Witnessing the grotesque transformation of the gray serpent, even Li Chuyi, who had been well acquainted with the bizarre from a young age, felt his scalp prickle and his hair stand on end, nearly retching. While he had seen plenty of dismembered body parts accompanying the Taoist, none had been as repulsive as this Death Chi-formed serpent, which evoked a visceral sense of revulsion. This is utterly revolting. A wave of nausea surged within him as Li Chuyi mused that if any self-proclaimed sufferers of trypophobia were present, they would undoubtedly obliterate such a vile creature at first sight. Spitting to the side, he contemplated further. Zhang Wang must be deeply despised, not merely for his ambition to devour the heavenly Tao. This ancient wretch had likely devised many similarly repulsive techniques, hence his unpopularity. After all, how could he provoke the combined might of the three realms to eliminate him? From one's techniques, one can gauge one's character. This ancient being was certainly no paragon of cleanliness, likely neglecting even the most basic of personal hygiene. I must learn from his failures. My own spell shall be both splendid and subtle, never descending into such grotesqueness. Unbeknownst to Zhang Wang, who was engrossed in combat with Baiji Taoist. If he were aware of Li Chuyi's musings, he might not hesitate to extinguish him without a second thought. Meanwhile, Baiji Taoist, soaring in the skies, was not as oblivious as Li Chuyi. His expression was grave, and he disregarded the grotesque appearance of the giant serpent, focusing instead on the very transformation it had undergone. As he observed the serpent heads darting toward him, their eyes shimmering with a lively light reminiscent of sentient beings, Baiji Taoist realized that these serpents had indeed acquired consciousness capable of independent thought. This indicated that Zhang Wang had infused his soul into these serpents. Such a technique was not unfamiliar to him, yet he had never witnessed anyone, like Zhang Wang, capable of fragmenting their essence into so many parts without dissipating. It was crucial to understand that this division was genuine, a true partitioning of one's singular soul into multiple autonomous entities, even for ordinary cultivators, and especially those proficient in the path of the soul. It would be reckless to attempt such a division without meticulous preparation, risking their very existence. The serpent before him was birthed from the rich death chi of this desolate realm, formed solely through Zhang Wang's incantations, not from any specially refined artifact. Had it been another cultivator, they would have perished the moment they attempted to split their soul into such numerous fragments, unable to maintain control, leading to their demise. However, observing the serpent heads and the luminous glimmer in the primary serpent's eyes, as well as their seemingly chaotic yet perfectly synchronized movements, Baiji Taoist understood that Zhang Wang had not only succeeded in fragmenting his soul without perishing, but had also maintained complete control over all his soul fragments. This revelation filled Baiji Taoist with profound astonishment and shock. It is widely acknowledged that only the long-lost Taoist masterpiece, Yikihua Sanxing, has the capability to divide a singular soul into three independent entities, each functioning autonomously yet remaining in relative unity. The fact that Zhang Wang has shattered this common understanding is indeed a source of profound astonishment for Baiji Daoran. Despite the tumult in his heart, Baiji Daoran's movements remained unhurried. Confronted by countless serpent heads shooting arrows from all directions, he responds with swift strikes, his palms gently swatting as if he were a lone leaf amidst a raging tempest, impervious to the crashing waves that threatened to engulf him. Observing the monstrous serpent's inability to harm Baiji Daoran, Li Chuyi cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. His life hangs precariously on Baiji Daoran's existence. Should the latter perish, he would undoubtedly fall into the hands of Zhang Wang, who has openly expressed his intent to exploit Li Chuyi. The notion of a warm, carefree existence beneath the red silk canopy seems entirely implausible under such circumstances. As Baiji Daoran evades the serpent's relentless assaults, he finds the task increasingly arduous. A fine sheen of sweat accumulating on his brow. A flicker of anxiety rises within him as he searches for the serpent's vulnerabilities with his keen, piercing gaze. This technique must harbor flaws. It is inconceivable for anyone to divide their soul in such a manner without facing death, not even Zhang Wang, who dares to challenge the heavens. Such division transcends mere mortality, even if the main soul exerts control. The essence of the individual is irrevocably altered. Survival in this fragmented state equates to a form of death. Yet, where lies the flaw? Furrowing his brow, Baiji Daoran ponders deeply. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminates his mind. Could it be? In the midst of a fierce battle with the colossal serpent, Baiji Daoran abruptly halts, pivoting away from the menacing serpent heads that pursue him, and plunges toward the dark ground below. Like a shooting star, he descends, striking the obsidian brick surface with a mighty fist. The ground, impervious to Li Chuyi's attempts at destruction, shatters into a web-like pattern around the impact point, followed by a cascade of debris. As the earth crumbles, the multitude of serpent heads pursuing Baiji Daoran suddenly convulses, vanishing in large swathes, leaving only the main body and a handful of smaller heads that continue their relentless assault. Baiji Daoran remains unfazed, delivering another powerful blow to the ground, which obliterates the last remnants of the bricks that had survived, before turning to confront the remaining serpent heads. With the destruction of the black bricks, the last few smaller serpents dissipate, leaving only the massive serpent head, its gaping maw poised to strike. With a resounding impact, Baiji Daoran's fist connects with the serpent's lips, a forceful strike reducing the gigantic head to a cloud of gray mist, sending it reeling backward. As it retreats, the severed section of the serpent's head churns with dark energy, coalescing into a new head. When the serpent halts in midair, the newly formed head rises, displaying an expression of human-like gravity and caution as it regards Baijiet Daoren below. Though victorious in his strike, Baijiet Daoren is not unscathed. The force leaves deep imprints on the ground as he finally brings his retreat to a halt, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him, culminating in a spurt of congealed blood. Wiping the blood from his lips, he gazes up at the serpent hovering in the sky, a smile breaking across his face. "You almost had me fooled." After a moment of silence, the serpent finally stirs, its voice booming. "How did you discern that?" Baijiet Daoren replies with a smile. "Firstly, I do not believe in the existence of such extraordinary power that could fragment one's soul into so many pieces while retaining coherent consciousness. The Taoist principle of Yiqihua Sanqing has long been regarded as the ultimate path of external manifestations, representing the zenith of spirit, soul, and Tao. Even the true immortals of the celestial realm cannot transcend this principle. While some techniques may create myriad incarnations, they are merely projections, still under the control of the original self, incapable of independent awareness. This is a feat achievable only by the supreme heavenly Tao. No living being, regardless of their divine prowess, could accomplish such a division, especially not with what remains of your fragmented soul. Baijiet Daoren's gaze is piercing as he studies the serpent. The serpent acknowledges with a nod, its jaws parting to inquire, "What else?" "There is also the matter of this ground." Baijiet Daoren points to the black debris-strewn surface, revealing the gray earth beneath. "Until we reached this domain, our encounters yielded no results. Only here did you seem to unleash this technique with fervor. Since I do not believe you can achieve such an impossible feat as dividing your essence into countless fragments, your method must surely have requisite conditions. For example, this ground beneath us appears unremarkable, yet it is an illusionary array, is it not?" As the serpent nods in tacit acknowledgement, Baijiet Daoren smiles slightly and continues, "Thus, I must take a gamble. To be honest, your illusion is indeed formidable. Had it not been for the implausibility of your technique, I would never have seen through it. Even the method to break this array, I could only accomplish through sheer force." Unfazed by the Taoist's praise, the serpent remains contemplative before finally asking, "And if you are mistaken, are you not afraid I could indeed achieve such divine division and annihilate you in an instant?" Baijiet Daoren replies with a calm smile, "If that were the case, I would simply have to devise another plan and ultimately pay a price to escape. However, I believe I have made the correct wager, have I not?" As the serpent nods, Baijiet Daoren adds with a smile, "Furthermore, if you truly possessed such an unnatural cultivation, I would have long since become a lost soul under your dominion, obliterated in spirit and form, rather than conversing with you so freely." Observing the composed and confident Baijiet Daoren, the serpent cannot help but let out a soft sigh. "You are impressive, truly impressive. Even in my era, cultivators of your intellect and decisiveness were a rarity. I shall grant you another opportunity. Leave this place at once, and pledge to keep the secrets of this location to yourself, and we shall part ways." "What of my junior?" Baijiet Daoren gestures toward Li Chuyi, trembling on the ground. "This young one holds great value to me. I cannot relinquish him. However, I assure you, I will not harm him. Once I am fully reborn, I shall depart. And I can swear an oath upon my soul." The serpent responds without reservation. With a gentle sigh, Baijiet Daoren gazes at the serpent above and shakes his head slightly. "In that case, I must regretfully take him by force. Senior, prepare to face me." Without waiting for the serpent's reply, Baijiet Daoren lunges forward. In midair, he retrieves the brown gourd he had previously ridden, forming a seal with his hand to expand it in the wind. Pointing the gourd's mouth at the serpent, he propels it toward the creature, unleashing a pale blue flame that surges forth alongside him. The serpent, witnessing this, does not charge forward as before. Instead, it shifts slightly, retreating in response to Baijiet Daoren's advance. Baijiet Daoren pursues the serpent relentlessly, closing the distance when suddenly his expression changes as he glances down. Unbeknownst to them, they have left the devastated region and re-entered a section of intact black ground, albeit marked by cracks. As the Baijiet Daoren gazed downward, countless indistinguishable blades of energy abruptly surged from the ground, slicing through the air in various trajectories, converging upon him from all directions. "Sword Chi!" With a low exclamation, Baijiet Daoren shifted his focus towards the gourd-shaped mouth of the colossal serpent, plunging directly downward. A cascade of pale blue flames erupted forth like a waterfall, and upon contact with the ground, it began to melt away as if it were ice under the scorching sun, transforming into a seething mass of heated black sludge within mere breaths. The numerous sword energies in the sky dissipated along with the melting black tiles below. Seizing this opportunity, The gigantic black serpent swiftly distanced itself from Bai Jie, landing on an adjacent patch of ground, its serpentine lips quivering as strange, incomprehensible sounds emerged. In response to these utterances, the seemingly barren black ground swiftly transformed, swirling with inky mist that coalesced into a massive veil, descending upon Bai Jie. Sensing the acrid scent wafting through the air, Bai Jie understood the corrosive potency of the looming veil. With a swift gesture, he directed the gourd beneath him towards the encroaching shroud, unleashing torrents of pale blue flames that surged forth like crashing waves. Upon contact, a hissing cacophony erupted, reminiscent of hot oil meeting water, as the flames relentlessly burned and purified the corrosive black veil, while the veil, akin to turbulent ocean waves, extinguished the seemingly all-consuming pale blue flames. The two forces intertwined, neither yielding to the other, as scorching mist billowed upward, only to be evaporated by the surrounding superheated air. There is no way you can triumph over me here. Look at the ground beneath your feet. How much remains? As long as my true form does not emerge, I can easily wear you down with the numerous formations laid upon this ground. Do you not comprehend? Thundered the voice of the serpent. Your true form may not emerge, but I suspect you wouldn't be able to if you wished to. Bai Jie chuckled, observing the serpent's increasingly distressed countenance. I merely sought counsel, not a battle for my life. If victory is unattainable, then I shall take my leave. With that, disregarding the serpent's astonishment, Bai Jie summoned the most potent flames from the gourd and, after retracting it, swiftly soared back in the direction he came from. The bewildered serpent watched as Bai Jie departed at a rapid pace, when suddenly, a fleeting shadow darted past his peripheral vision. Upon closer inspection, the serpent was filled with astonished fury. That shadow was a flying sword, upon which rode Li Chuyi. Gazing at the overjoyed and tearful Li Chuyi, who was vigorously waving at him and muttering something, even without hearing, the serpent could discern the chubby young man's words from the movement of his lips. Farewell. Never to return, you old bastard. I am leaving. When I attain greater cultivation, if I am in the mood, I will definitely return to capture you, the so-called king of burials, and have you stand guard at my estate, adorned with these formidable formations to keep watch over me every day. Fury surged within the serpent. The king of burials, as he felt his head nearly explode with rage. Not only had the azure-robed cultivator played him for a fool, but even this insignificant little cultivator dared to humiliate him. This was truly intolerable. A deafening roar erupted from the sky. None of you shall escape. I shall sacrifice what little cultivation I have regained over countless years to eradicate the two of you insolent brats. Ignoring the frenzied howls of the serpent, Bai Jie hastily returned, encountering Li Chuyi, whom he had secretly sent back on the flying sword. He reached out and drew him close. We must leave at once, he urged, pressing Li Chuyi against the gourd as he exerted his power, causing the gourd to emit a strange glow, accelerating even faster than before. Meanwhile, the massive serpent, transformed by the king of burial sorcery into a vessel of deathly energy, erupted, scattering into a torrent of deathly mist that retreated toward the distant black altar. Once the last vestiges of this malevolent energy melded into the altar, the previously trembling structure abruptly fell silent, plunging the entire realm of death into an unnerving stillness. This sudden transition from motion to quietude left Li Chuyi feeling nauseated, as if his heartbeat synchronized with the silence of the black altar, prompting him to involuntarily spit forth a mouthful of blood. Beside him, Bai Jie may not have coughed up blood, but his pale complexion and the faint traces of blood at the corners of his mouth indicated that he too was not faring well. Upon witnessing Li Chuyi's bloodied outburst, which showed no signs of improvement, his face turning a deep shade of purple as he struggled to breathe, Bai Jie hurriedly retrieved a dark purple pill, offering it to him. Consume this. Knowing that Bai Jie meant no harm, Li Chuyi, nearly suffocating, dared not hesitate any longer and promptly swallowed the pill. Afterward, he smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the taste of the medicine. Once ingested, the pill transformed into a refreshing wave of energy that coursed through his veins. Although the cooling sensation was oddly pleasant, it did not alleviate the suffocating reality of his heart seemingly ceasing to beat. Cursing the possibility of it being a fake remedy, Li Chuyi, unable to contain himself, spat out another mouthful of blood and shouted in anguish at Bai Jie. Old man, your medicine is useless. In the midst of their hurried escape, Bai Jie cast a glance at him, puffing out his beard and glaring. Who claims my medicine is ineffective? Watch and see. 3, 2, 1. Li Chuyi, perplexed by his words, observed as Bai Jie completed his countdown. Suddenly, Li Chuyi's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed lifelessly. The fake death pill I personally concocted, and you dare to say it is useless? You even call me old man? Truly, one reaps what they sow. A master is a scoundrel, and so is his disciple. Bai Jie Daoren could not help but deliver a forceful strike to the seemingly lifeless Li Chuyi. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted, and Bai Jie Daoren turned slightly to witness the previously still black altar trembling violently. From its center, a radiant object descended, gradually revealing itself to be an enormous coffin. Bai Jie Daoren's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "This old monster cannot truly be reckless enough to summon his own essence, can he?" As if to validate Bai Jie Daoren's suspicions, the coffin, enveloped in blinding light, rose fully, hovering directly above the black altar. Amidst the swirling radiance, a series of grinding noises echoed, as if the coffin's lid were being pushed open. Bai Jie Daoren squinted, apprehension gripping his heart. He realized that the King of Burials had indeed lost his mind. Disregarding his injuries in a desperate attempt to forcibly summon his fragmented soul and partially restored body to annihilate them. It was clear that such reckless summoning could obliterate everything the King of Burials had painstakingly built over countless years, and if he miscalculated, he might truly perish here. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Bai Jie Daoren gambled that the King of Burials would not be foolish enough to resort to such desperate measures. However, it now appeared that the king had been driven to madness by some unseen provocation. King of Burials, we harbor no deep-seated animosity, while there have been grievances. Must it truly come to a fight for our lives? Bai Jie Daoren hastily implored. The King of Burials erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! You are afraid. If you are afraid, swear a soul oath, leave this young brat behind, and be gone." Bai Jie Daoren furrowed his brow. You would go this far for this young brat? Indeed. The King of Burials replied coldly. This young brat holds great significance for me. Leave him, and you may live. Otherwise, stay here and become the fertilizer for my resurrection. Casting a glance at the unconscious Li Chuyi, Bai Jie Daoren could not fathom what made this chubby young man so special in the eyes of the King of Burials, a being of such ancient lineage. Contemplating the audacity of that arrogant Taoist who chose to take this chubby lad as his disciple, Bai Jie Daoren harbored a subtle suspicion that this young boy must possess some exceptional qualities that eluded his perception. Had it been anyone else, Bai Jie Daoren might have relinquished the individual without hesitation. However, this particular chubby boy was the disciple of that Taoist, and bore certain enigmatic traits unknown to him, simultaneously being valued by both the Burial King and the Taoist. Thus, Bai Jie Daoren could not possibly hand him over. If he were to do so, even if the Burial King did not break his promise to eliminate him, the day that Taoist sought him out for his disciple, upon discovering that he had sold him, would surely result in a massacre of the entire Tai Su Gong. With a sigh, as he approached the impending gap, Bai Jie Daoren turned and declared in a resonant voice, Burial King, I cannot possibly grant you this young one. Moreover, given your current state of injury, I suspect that the cost you would have to pay to retain us both would be quite substantial. One misstep, and you might truly face obliteration. The Burial King, upon hearing this, responded with pride, to kill you would require a price, yet it would not cost me my life. Furthermore, for this young one, such a price is indeed worthwhile. Are you not afraid of mutual destruction? Bai Jie Daoren retorted coldly. Just based on you. The Burial King laughed heartily, his laughter laced with scorn. Perhaps alone I may not suffice, but what if I include the heavenly Tao of the human realm? Bai Jie Daoren extended a finger, gradually coalescing a flickering point of light that radiated an aura of grandeur. The sound of the coffin-esque grinding came to an abrupt halt as the Burial King, seeing the light at Bai Jie Daoren's fingertip, exclaimed in astonishment, a fragment of the heavenly Tao. You have begun to comprehend the heavenly heart and the principles of the universe? Observing the silent Bai Jie Daoren, the Burial King suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, a cacophony that mingled joy with sorrow, mirth with weeping, frenzied beyond measure. So you too are one of us. Ha ha ha. My path is not solitary. Ha ha ha. Besides you, there must be others who share this path. My path is not solitary. Ah ha ha. The world has finally awakened. In the face of the lunatic Burial King, Bai Jie Daoren maintained an impassive expression, continuing his silent flight toward the exit, seemingly oblivious to the Burial King's frenzied words. Within a few breaths, Bai Jie Daoren reached the very gap through which he had entered. Without hesitation, he pointed a finger at the gap, which shimmered slightly but did not open as it had previously. He reached out to touch it, sensing the resistance emanating from the gap, and inwardly acknowledged his suspicion. He had previously surmised that the Burial King was unconcerned about his departure, focusing instead on preparing to summon his true form. evidently possessing a method to seal the gap in the formation that he had previously broken. At this moment, the burial king gradually ceased his maniacal laughter. Bai Jie Daorin felt a tension in the air, realizing the burial king had settled into a watchful silence. Gazing at the black altar and the coffin tightly enveloped in a myriad of radiant hues above it, Bai Jie Daorin raised the point of light to his eye. You see this? This is a fragment of the heavenly Tao. If I were to expend all my Tao fruits and ignite it, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the unseen heavenly Tao. You must be aware of the consequences should the supreme heavenly Tao take notice of this place. I wonder, with your current strength, Burial King, do you still possess the capability to oppose it? Listening to Bai Jie Daorin's icy threat, the Burial King fell into a momentary silence before suddenly chuckling softly. I can allow you to depart. Chapter 65. Tai Su Gong on Tianmin Mountain. Tianmin Mountain is situated in the far west of the human realm, the most western area explored by humanity. Countless years ago, it was a desolate and uninhabited wilderness, until the first western-bound cultivator arrived and discovered the 9 mountains rich in spiritual energy, thus establishing a foothold here. The undulating peaks of these 9 mountains resemble a staircase leading to the celestial realm, earning them the name Tianmin Mountain, signifying a direct path to the celestial gates. Due to its abundant spiritual energy, Tianmin Mountain swiftly became a coveted battleground for numerous cultivators. Over the years, countless battles and exterminations have transpired here. Legends suggest that if the blood of cultivators who perished here were gathered, it could saturate every inch of the 9 towering mountains, stretching for tens of thousands of miles. The dark years of human disappearance also cast a shadow over this seemingly pure yet treacherous land. After innumerable grievances, a sect emerged, now widely known, rising amidst the blood-soaked soil. This sect is called Tai Su Gong. The rise of Tai Su Gong is attributed not only to the multitude of experts and innumerable formidable beings within its ranks, rendering surrounding forces unable to contend with it, but also to its inclusive and accommodating principles. This philosophy led various factions, long entangled in grievances, to place their trust in Tai Su Gong, laying down their arms and coexisting peacefully under its assurance and mediation. Over the years, under the influence and control of Tai Su Gong, the blood-soaked Tianmin Mountain gradually transformed into a true realm of celestial spirits. The previous atmosphere of mutual suspicion and conflict has given way to a flourishing scene of harmony and prosperity. Furthermore, not only do cultivators coexist peacefully amongst themselves, but the relationship between cultivators and mortals here is also a rare spectacle of harmonious interaction. Mortals toil and procreate, while cultivators exchange reasonable prices or equivalent materials for the fruits of their labor, providing protection against calamities. When a mortal with spiritual roots is discovered, they are often guided into the ranks of the cultivators, embarking on the path of cultivation. After countless years of prosperity and development, this place has gradually become a renowned and affluent sanctuary within the human realm, with Tai Su Gong gaining a formidable reputation, standing as one of the few sects capable of directly confronting the powerful De Yin sect. De Yin has attempted several times to annex this territory, yet has met with failure. The failures were not solely due to the multitude of experts and hidden strategies within Tai Su Gong, but also because of the staunch support from other sects flourishing under Tai Su Gong's protection. Whenever external threats arise, intent on disrupting the peace, these sects unhesitatingly rally to support Tai Su Gong, defending it as if it were their own. De Yin has considered fracturing these alliances, yet to no avail. Whether through coercion or temptation, the result has only been contempt, or even the sharp edge of a blade directed at their envoys. Those who were momentarily swayed, if discovered, would find themselves facing immediate execution at the hands of enraged disciples, regardless of their status as heirs or clan leaders, leaving a stain of infamy upon their legacy. Following the unsuccessful third campaign against Tianmin Mountain, the then Emperor of De Yin, now the illustrious Yin Ling Emperor Yuan Taihao's grandfather, Yin Ding Emperor Yuan Changji, famously remarked that Tai Su Gong's selflessness has surpassed all, and the governance of hearts has reached its zenith. In terms of control over its disciples and territory, even De Yin could not compete, and in the future, it may not even be able to match it. This statement by Yin Ding Emperor Yuan Changji somehow spread, further elevating the reputation of Tai Su Gong on Tianmin Mountain, compelling both righteous and evil factions to show respect towards its disciples. Even the demon and ghost cultivators, historically embroiled in blood feuds with humanity, have developed a subtle respect for Tai Su Gong, rarely harming its disciples unless provoked. As the foremost power of the realm, The yin has refrained from initiating conflict after the third failed campaign, seemingly conceding to the existence of Tai Su Gong as an unruly entity. Even when minor frictions arose between the two parties, they remained well under control, with neither side seeking to escalate matters, thus preserving a fragile peace. Among the 9 peaks of Tianmen Mountain, the highest and largest is Lingxiao Peak, which for much of the year is shrouded in clouds, rendering it nearly invisible. It resembles the final tier of a celestial staircase, closest to the heavens, hence it is aptly named Lingxiao Peak, symbolizing ascendance to the lofty realms, where beautiful aspirations are concealed within the gates of the immortal. Among practitioners, a widely circulated phrase echoes, Ziki Dongji, Xianmen Kai, Lingxiao Feng Shang, Jijin Lai, indicating the esteemed position of Lingxiao Peak in the hearts of cultivators. Indeed, Lingxiao Peak is extraordinary, although it lacks the legendary gateway to the celestial realm. As the tallest and largest peak among the 9, it is exceptionally rich in spiritual energy. In certain areas, this energy, already thick enough to resemble mist, can even condense into liquid form, becoming the coveted spiritual liquid sought after by practitioners, truly remarkable. Thus, it is only natural that Lingxiao Peak serves as the principal peak of Taishu Palace, where the main hall of the sect is situated upon a broad cliff near the summit. To the untrained eye, this cliff is almost as expansive as a small plain. Surrounding the main hall of Taishu Palace, numerous caves and abodes have been established, serving as the secluded training grounds for many skilled practitioners. Among these experts are not only those of Taishu Palace, but also adept individuals from other sects within Tianmen Mountain who come here to cultivate. Taishu Palace fully embodies its principle of inclusivity. Any practitioner from a sect within Tianmen Mountain who reaches a certain level of cultivation and finds their own sect's spiritual energy insufficient may voluntarily apply to train at Lingxiao Peak. The only requirements for this training are adherence to the rules of Taishu Palace and a prohibition against indiscriminate combat. No other conditions apply. These practitioners retain their sect identities and may come and go as they please. Such an approach ensures that other sects within Tianmen Mountain have no reason to oppose the leadership of Taishu Palace. Consequently, Taishu Palace firmly holds sway over all sects within Tianmen Mountain, with no dissent. As for the ordinary disciples of Taishu Palace, they are dispersed among the other 8 peaks and are generally prohibited from entering Lingxiao Peak unless summoned by the main hall. Atop Lingxiao Peak, the main hall of Taishu Palace stands with imposing grandeur. Above the main entrance, the characters Taishu Dian are inscribed on a massive blue stone plaque. The vigorous calligraphy exudes an aura of fierce martial spirit that instills a sense of trepidation. In contrast, the 8 characters carved onto the stone pillars flanking the entrance, Haina Baichuan, Yu Rong Zaida, convey a sense of immense tranquility and benevolence, alleviating the intensity of the main plaque's imposing aura, leaving one in awe of the grandeur and dignity of Taishu Palace. Typically, Taishu Dian remains uninhabited, with only a few novice sweepers of unknown cultivation arriving at regular intervals to tidy the place. The current sect leader of Taishu Palace has his own secluded cave for cultivation and does not frequent this hall. Among the elders, aside from the peak masters of the 8 summits, and a few who prefer to dwell in their own caves on other peaks, the rest reside and cultivate here as well. They too refrain from coming unless summoned by the leader or for pressing matters that require resolution. On this particular day, however, the tranquil hall of Taishu Dian was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of 2 individuals descending from the heavens, gently placing Li Chuyi on the ground. The Baijia Taoist could not help but wipe the sweat from his brow. At last, they had returned. This old rascal had nearly lost his life for his disciple. Cursing under his breath, the Baijia Taoist retrieved a pill from his robe and administered it to the unconscious Li Chuyi, before casually sitting down on the ground. Watching as Li Chuyi swallowed the pill, the substance, of unknown origin, dissolved upon entering, releasing a warm essence that gradually infused into Li Chuyi's body. Shortly thereafter, Li Chuyi's eyelids fluttered and he opened his eyes. Seeing the Taoist in a blue robe staring intently at him, Li Chuyi, still disoriented, instinctively exclaimed, "Old man, what kind of useless medicine is that?" Counting down from 3 to 1. "Even if you count a few hundred times, I still feel like I'm dying." As he spoke, he suddenly sensed something was amiss and slowly surveyed his surroundings, his previous dazed expression reappearing on his chubby face. Chapter 66. The Taoist glancing around. Although the environment was unfamiliar, it was clearly not the deathly atmosphere he had just escaped. He then turned to the blue-robed Taoist, fixating on the long white beard that dangled past his chest, pondering whether the old man might accidentally eat his own beard during meals. Unable to contain his curiosity, He scratched his head and asked, "Old man, have we escaped? Where's this?" The Baijia Taoist glared at him, puffing out his beard, and replied, "You little brat. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? We have indeed escaped. This is Taishu Palace." With a cheer, Li Chuyi nearly leaped up in excitement, mumbling incoherently about the blessings of the heavens and the stinky Taoist. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, his expression puzzled as he asked, "Old man, did you say this is Taishu Palace?" Seeing the little chubby boy daring to call him old man, the Baijia Taoist's forehead twitched with veins, and he coldly snorted, "Yes. Taishu Palace. You are Baijia Taoist, right? You are Xianxia, the Zheng Laogui my master spoke of, aren't you?" The little chubby boy still had a blank expression, asking foolishly, "Yes." The Baijia Taoist could no longer contain his anger and shouted, "Oh, so this is your territory then?" Li Chuyi cautiously inquired. The Baijia Taoist shot him a glare, but remained silent. Finally realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Chuyi's heart raced with cold sweat. Yet he quickly adopted a demeanor of respect and obedience, sweetly stating, "Grandfather, hello. My name is Li Chuyi, and I am a disciple of the Taoist. I have finally found you." Observing Li Chuyi's antics, the Baijia Taoist's eyes widened, hesitating for a moment before finally managing to utter coldly, "You little rascal." When Li Chuyi responded to the name little rascal with a compliant nod, the Baijia Taoist could no longer suppress a shake of his head, sighing, "You little brat. Why don't you learn something good from your master? That old rascal has always been a scoundrel. Now he has taken you as a disciple, and you have turned out just like him. Truly, truly." Sigh. "Grandfather, you know my master is a scoundrel? Are you familiar with him?" Li Chuyi asked innocently, his big eyes wide with curiosity. The Baijia Taoist nodded vigorously, as if releasing pent-up grievances from years gone by, and puffed his beard, stating, "Familiar? More than familiar. Who among our generation does not know your master is a scoundrel? Not only is he a scoundrel, but he's also extremely cunning with a terrible temper and utterly shameless. He would beat people to the point where they wouldn't recognize their own parents, and he specializes in slapping faces. Yet, he possesses extraordinary talents and an exceptional comprehension ability. His profound cultivation level is such that not only his peers, but even some well-known elder masters of his time are no match for him. My master is that impressive?" Li Chuyi's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he had always known the Taoist was formidable, hearing the Baijia Taoist speak made him feel as though he was discovering his master's true prowess anew, instilling a fresh understanding of the Taoist's might within him. Formidable he may be, but he is still a scoundrel. This scoundrel will relentlessly pursue anyone who offends him, tearing down their doors and demolishing their kitchens without mercy. If he cannot best them, this shameless rogue will resort to underhanded tactics, sneaking attacks, laying traps, poisoning, or anything else to achieve his ends. Demonstrating an utter lack of scruples, his agility was remarkably adept, and many skilled individuals who could have easily bested him found themselves outmatched and unable to capture him. Ultimately, they were left feeling disgraced and forced to concede defeat. One might wonder if he is a rogue. Indeed, he is utterly shameless. How could such a vile person exist in this world? Filled with admiration for the Taoist, Li Chuyi wholeheartedly concurred with indignation. The Baijia Taoist, feeling a deep sense of camaraderie, could not help but pat Li Chuyi on the shoulder. However, he soon recalled that this little chubby boy was the apprentice of that rogue Taoist, which made him feel a tad embarrassed for speaking ill of his master in front of his disciple. Observing Li Chuyi, who was still seething with righteous indignation, Baijia Taoist curiously inquired, "You do not feel anger at my words regarding your master?" "Anger?" Li Chuyi looked at Baijia Taoist with confusion. "Why would I be angry? That foul Taoist is indeed a rogue. Have you ever seen a master who throws his disciple into the void for amusement?" Baijia Taoist was momentarily speechless. "Have you ever encountered a master who swindles his disciple of money? Do you know that I started with tens of thousands of taels in silver, and he has left me with but a few dozen taels? And now, those few taels have been blasted to dust." Li Chuyi exclaimed passionately. "Have you ever seen a master who conceals valuable items from his disciple? He possesses a storage bag, a marvelous item, yet he never told me about it. Every time we travel, I am burdened with heavy luggage. Look at me, reduced to skin and bones." Li Chuyi grew increasingly animated, even revealing the secret of the storage bag without realizing it. Baijia Taoist, of course, had no ulterior motives regarding a young disciple's storage bag. He watched the skinny boy, whose excitement caused the flesh on his face to tremble, rendered speechless. Moreover, Li Chuyi continued, barely able to contain his fervor, "The most infuriating part is that do you know what he used my money for?" "Guess." "I do not know." Baijia Taoist played along. "That shameless Taoist is nothing but a rogue. He squandered my money on brothels and wine, claiming it was for atonement. Does he think I am unaware of his true purpose? As a practitioner, instead of purifying himself and seeking a Taoist nun to marry, he spends his days indulging in debauchery. Is this the demeanor one expects from a master? Upon hearing this, Baijia Taoist furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before murmuring in a voice only he could hear. So, he has been pursuing someone all along. Over the years, alas. The word love has caused the downfall of many heroes. What a pity. Engrossed in his emotions, Li Chuyi was oblivious to Baijia Taoist's murmurs. After venting his frustration, he suddenly turned pale, tears streaming down his cheeks. Baijia Taoist looked at the suddenly sobbing boy, wondering what mischief he would concoct next. He then heard Li Chuyi, amidst soft sobs, choking out, "Though my master is a rogue, lecherous, greedy, and constantly bullies me, I truly miss him." Gazing at the azure sky outside the hall, Li Chuyi seemed to see his master's face among the clouds. He murmured, "Master, are you well? I have arrived at Taishu Palace. When will you come to find me?" Watching Li Chuyi, Baijia Taoist could not help but sigh softly. Although he acted like a little adult, Li Chuyi was still just a child with a profound bond to the Taoist. His recent outburst was merely a release of the anxiety he had endured alone during his journey, now expressed in a moment of safety. Looking at Li Chuyi's youthful round face, Baijia Taoist silently praised his maturity and steadiness of heart. If it were any other child of his age, faced with such perilous encounters and left to struggle alone, they would have likely lost their resolve and succumbed to madness. Gently ruffling Li Chuyi's hair, Baijia Taoist spoke kindly, "Do not worry. Your master's skills and cunning intellect are unmatched in this world. Rest assured, he will come to find you. For now, reside here and focus on your cultivation. I believe he will arrive sooner than you think." At this moment, Li Chuyi gradually calmed down. His earlier outburst had allowed him to release the fear and frustration he had bottled up, leaving him feeling much lighter. Wiping his tears, he suddenly remembered something and looked up to ask, "Grandfather, since you are so familiar with my master, do you know his name?" Your master hasn't he told you his name?" Baijia Taoist was taken aback. "No," Li Chuyi shook his head. "I asked him, but he wouldn't he say? Only telling me his Dao title is Hongshan Daoren. However, I prefer to call him Qinglu Daoren." "Ha ha ha, Qinglu Daoren. What a splendid title." Baijia Taoist laughed heartily, his laughter resounding with joy. As the laughter subsided, Baijia Taoist smiled and said, "He likely refrains from telling you his name due to having many enemies, fearing you might inadvertently let something slip. However, since he hasn't told you, I shall share it with you. Just remember this and never mention it in front of others, unless you reach a level of prowess that allows you to look down upon the world. At that point, even if others learn of it, they will not be able to harm you." Li Chuyi nodded eagerly, his curious eyes wide with anticipation, awaiting Baijia Taoist's revelation. With a slight smile, Baijia Taoist's gaze became distant as he spoke with a complex tone filled with admiration. "Your master possesses an intellect akin to a spirit, with extraordinary talent. In his youth, he stood unrivaled among his peers, and upon reaching mastery, he became unparalleled, coupled with his extreme shamelessness, cunning, and vengefulness. His character is a blend of various extremes, leading to his unique Dao title, Tianyi, meaning the foremost in all aspects." After a pause, under Li Chuyi's astonished gaze, Baijia Taoist earnestly continued, "The title of Daozuan, or honored one of the Dao, is rare throughout history. It is not to be casually bestowed. One must earn the recognition of fellow practitioners to be honored in such a manner. Your master is so formidable," Li Chuyi exclaimed in astonishment. "If he is that powerful, why hasn't he ascended to immortality?" Baijia Taoist hesitated momentarily, a complex expression crossing his face before vanishing. He smiled and replied, "The reasoning behind this is beyond your understanding at present. Even if you were to know, it would serve you no benefit. Just remember to cultivate diligently and strive to reach the consummate state of transcending tribulations for ascension." Seeing this, Li Chuyi could only nod, refraining from further inquiries. If the Taoist did not wish to disclose, and neither did Baijia Taoist, there must be a reason behind it. Pursuing such questions would yield no answers and could potentially be detrimental, as they both suggested. Suddenly recalling the jade slip his master gave him upon their parting, Li Chuyi hurriedly retrieved it and handed it to Baijia Taoist. "Grandfather, this is what my master asked me to give you." Baijia Taoist nodded and accepted it. With his eyes closed, he sensed for a while, and then suddenly opened them, gazing in astonishment at the perplexed Li Chuyi. His expression was grave and peculiar as he scrutinized Li Chuyi from head to toe, causing an uncomfortable chill to run down Li Chuyi's spine before he finally withdrew his gaze to continue absorbing the contents of the jade slip. After thoroughly reading the information within, Baijia Daoren opened his eyes, exhaling slightly, and looked at Li Chuyi with a complex expression. Confused by the scrutiny, Li Chuyi could not help but inquire, "What is the matter?" "It's nothing." Bai Jie Daoren shook his head slightly and refrained from elaborating. After a brief silence, he extended his hand and said, "Hand it over." "What? I have no money. Truly, I have no money," Li Chuyi instinctively replied, clenching his hands protectively over his lower body. Bai Jie Daoren rolled his eyes, inwardly cursing the shamelessness of the Taoist, who had led his disciple into such a predicament. "I am not asking for money. I require the inner Dan," he continued. "Do you not possess a demon beast inner Dan that you wanted me to assist you in refining into an elixir? Hand it over." "Oh, the inner Dan. Yes, yes. I have it right here." Li Chuyi blushed, realizing his misunderstanding. Embarrassed, he hastily retrieved the inner Dan and offered it to Bai Jie Daoren. Upon examining the inner Dan, Bai Jie Daoren could not help but nod appreciatively. Indeed, it was a rare find, so pure and intact, nearly 400 years old, capable of yielding an excellent elixir. Looking up at Li Chuyi, who was eagerly watching, Bai Jie Daoren smiled slightly. "This inner Dan can produce quite a few elixirs. Your master has made an agreement with me, so I shall take 1/10 as my reward." 1/10? That is far too much. Would 1% suffice? Li Chuyi immediately began to haggle, eager to retain more for himself. 1%? Do you think this is candy? Bai Jie Daoren retorted, exasperated. "Do you have any idea what the market rate for refining elixirs is? At least half. And that's the estimated half. For someone of my caliber, it's at least 70%, along with all the requisite heavenly materials, treasures, and techniques as compensation. 1/10 is already the bottom line your scoundrel of a master has agreed upon. 1%. Do you believe I would strike you down?" Li Chuyi, with a sheepish grin and lowered gaze, conceded, "All right, 1/10 it is. I know the rules. All right. No need to get worked up. At your age, getting angry is not good for your health." Bai Jie Daoren could no longer contain himself and gave Li Chuyi a light thump on the head, glaring at him. "You little rascal, who are you calling old? I am a few years younger than your master. Who are you calling old?" Gazing at Bai Jie Daoren's silver hair and long white beard, Li Chuyi remained silent, his face a portrait of disbelief. Bai Jie Daoren glared, his voice rising in indignation. "You still don't believe me? Do you think everyone is like your shameless master, parading around in a flamboyant manner, trying to appear youthful? I have known your master for many years. When I first embarked on my path of cultivation, he was already somewhat renowned. In a way, I can be considered half a junior to your master. Do not call me grandpa to avoid confusion in our lineage, understood? What should I call you then?" Li Chuyi asked. "Naturally, you shall address me as Shu," Bai Jie Daoren replied with firmness. "But that shameless Taoist often has me call him brother, saying I am his disciple," Li Chuyi sulkily remarked. Bai Jie Daoren, wearied by the shamelessness of both the Taoist and his mischievous disciple, regarded Li Chuyi calmly, one hand toying with the inner Dan while the other silently wielded various elemental techniques of fire and ice, stating nonchalantly, "What do you wish to call me?" "Greetings." "Shu." Li Chuyi dared not say more and quickly complied sweetly. Bai Jie Daoren nodded in satisfaction. Raising his head slightly, he suddenly called out, "Come in." Two cultivators entered promptly, standing before Bai Jie Daoren and bowing respectfully. They were the guardians of the Taishu Palace. Having sensed the arrival of the Taoist and Li Chuyi and patiently awaited their summons outside the main hall. "Go, summon Ye Zhichen from the Shunjian Peak," Bai Jie Daoren commanded, his demeanor shifting from amiable to authoritative. "Yes." The two cultivators bowed and, after a moment, transformed into streaks of light, departing swiftly. In less than a moment, they returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Li Chuyi looked over to see the man clad in a coarse robe, wearing ordinary cloth shoes, with a long sword hanging at his waist, its sheath showing signs of wear, resembling an ordinary iron sword from the mortal realm. Upon closer inspection, despite the disheveled hair tied back with a rough string, the man's face, partially obscured by a thick beard, revealed a strikingly handsome visage. Yet his sunken, lifeless eyes conveyed a sense of weariness and desolation, giving him a sorrowful and somewhat fallen appearance. Observing this middle-aged man, Li Chuyi recalled the Taoist as previous remarks about such individuals. Either they were pretentious or they had tales steeped in drama. Bai Jie Daoren gazed at the weathered man with a hint of pity and sorrow in his eyes. Pointing to Li Chuyi, he spoke gently. "This child is Li Chuyi, temporarily residing in Taishu Palace. During this period, you shall take care of him." Upon hearing this, not only did the middle-aged man appear taken aback, but even the two guardians were equally astonished, staring wide-eyed at Bai Jie Daoren. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, about to refuse, but unexpectedly, Li Chuyi interjected, "Old man, this isn't appropriate, is it? This uncle seems like a stable person. My lively nature wouldn't mesh well with him. How about this? I know that beautiful Miss Mu Xueqing from Taishu Palace. And I'm acquainted with the current sect master's daughter, Lu Xiaoyu. Why not send me to stay with them? If that is not possible, I can stay with you. The middle-aged man, realizing the chubby child's mischievousness, frowned even tighter, disapproving of the situation. Meanwhile, the two guardians, hearing the child refer to their esteemed ancestor in such a casual manner, swallowed hard, speculating about his background. Bai Jie Daoren ignored the middle-aged man and the two guardians, fixing Li Chuyi with a fierce glare, remaining silent while manipulating the inner Dan and practicing elemental techniques. Li Chuyi smiled sheepishly, quickly acquiescing. All right, whatever you decide, I'll go along with it. Seeing Bai Jie Daoren's seemingly angry yet affectionate demeanor, the two guardians were taken aback, speculating whether this chubby child might be a descendant of Bai Jie Daoren, perhaps even an illegitimate child. The middle-aged man was also slightly stunned, his frown deepening. Shaking his head, Bai Jie Daoren, slightly exasperated by Li Chuyi's antics, spoke calmly. This matter is settled. You shall wait outside for a moment while I speak with Jichen, and then you may leave with him. Without waiting for Li Chuyi's response, he gestured to the two guardians, who promptly bowed and respectfully guided Li Chuyi away. With no choice, Li Chuyi called out, I'm off now, old man. Oh, I mean. Shu, don't forget to inform me when the elixirs are ready. You'd better not hide any. Bai Jie Daoren could hardly suppress a sigh, waving his hand dismissively. You little rascal, go on, hurry along. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. The one in the dark had some conditions for our departure, one of which concerns you. He asked me to inform you that when the time comes, he will require your assistance. Before Li Chuyi could protest, his mouth agape in shock, Bai Jie Daoren waved his hand, summoning a gentle breeze that sealed Li Chuyi's lips and ushered him out of the main hall, with the two waiting disciples hastily following behind. After the three individuals departed, Yi Chun, who had remained silent, finally spoke up and inquired, Old ancestor, isn't this rather inappropriate? You are aware of my temperament. I am ill-suited for the task of caring for children. The Bai Jie Daoren did not respond directly to him, but instead remarked enigmatically, his name is Li Chuyi, the disciple of that old scoundrel, Li Zitian. Yi Chun was taken aback momentarily, and then as if he had pieced together the implications, he fell into contemplation, ignoring Yi Chen's pensive demeanor. Bai Jie Daoren continued, moreover, if that old scoundrel, Li Zitian, has not deceived me, then he is indeed the child from back then. Yi Chen's pupils abruptly constricted, bursting forth with an astonishing brilliance, his piercing gaze fixated intently on Bai Jie Daoren. It seemed that Bai Jie Daoren understood his thoughts, as he slightly nodded and added, his mother is Mu Xueling.